Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 701, Revenge and Justice Part 2. I thought it was the right thing to do. A sudden headache assaulted Ryu's head as she was forced to think back to where it all started. Ryu stopped what she's doing and held her head. As if a cold wind blew, she started shivering, and no. That can't be. Kisuke looked at her fear-filled face but didn't say anything. Let's see. Are you going to run away or confront it this time? If it's the latter, you'll forever be in the shadows of your late comrades. Due to elves' upbringing, most of them are prideful and look down on other races, but they are also righteous thanks to that. However, that also means that they are the beings that see the world closer to black and white when they shouldn't. So when they did something that went against their beliefs, the most likely scenario was that said elf would continue down on that path with extreme aggressiveness, retaining their pride and discarding their righteousness, while others would retain their righteousness and discard their pride, forever stuck in their mistake and self-loathing. Although she hated the other elves for looking down on others, Ryu still has the pride and righteousness of one. By discarding her justice, she was able to retain both of her pride and righteousness by making the latter vague, creating a delicate balance in her mind, and became her source of escapism after the deed 5 years ago. And by meeting Seer, although she never forgot her past actions, what she's feeling that time became unclear, creating stability in her mental health. These days, however, she's forced to think back about her rampage, and Kisuke just had to push her beyond the cliff that she may not be able to return from. One might think that an old, wise, and knowledgeable deity will be able to help her with their wisdom. However, the gods have a fatal flaw that all of their beliefs and perspectives are influenced by their own divinity, and one line of general thinking won't be able to help Ryu. So despite knowing where the real problem with Ryu lies, Astria couldn't, as she presides over justice, innocence, purity, and precision. Kisuke, on the other hand, was directly on the opposite spectrum of the idealistic deities. And if he can help Ryu by just opening his mouth a bit, why not? This reaction. I guess I hit the nail. At this time, Ryu's mind started closing off as her surroundings darkened from her perspective, and she was taken back moments after her familia's annihilation and her rampage. As if her own mind started torturing her, that moment kept repeating over and over again. And in each repetition, Kisuke's last words became clearer and clearer, which made her remember what really pushed her to do all those things. It was something she forgot. No, it was something she chose not to think about to protect herself. It was a simple fact that she thought that what she had done was the right thing to do. Ryu thought that her massacre, which was deemed to be one of the worst in the history of Urahara, was the right thing to do. No. She muttered as she hugged her shivering body tight. Really? Do you want to run away? Again. Your righteousness only amounted to this. Hurriedly raising her head, Ryu looked towards Kisuke and saw the apparent disappointment on his face. If your own righteousness was so important to you, why do you turn a blind eye to your own actions? Ryu looked down and became silent after hearing that. A few minutes later, her shaking stopped, and looked back up with a smile accompanied by a devastated expression. You're correct. I didn't want to admit it, but back then, I thought it was the right thing to do. It was then that her tears started falling and her smile began cracking badly. Very hypocritical, isn't it? I fought for what's right all my life, yet I allowed that meaningless revenge to take hold of me. I'm not even deceiving myself when I think that I'm doing the right thing and taking all those lives. In hindsight, I'm no better than those people. And just as Astria feared, Ryu began contemplating if she should just end her life. While clouded by her own thoughts, Ryu suddenly felt pain on her nose and pulled her back to see that Kisuke was pinching her nose with a cheeky grin. See? You can admit it. After all, if you can admit it, then you can definitely face it, so stop making that expression. I'm not going to allow you to escape by taking your own life. Please let me go, Ryu replied with a nasally voice. However, Kisuke didn't listen and even pulled up Ryu's nose, prompting the latter to cry out, Say. What's so wrong with doing what you thought is right that you're having an existential crisis? Ryu tried to pull off Kisuke's hand, but his grip wouldn't let go. Despite this, she still answered, because what I did was wrong from the start. So you've changed your mind regarding your actions? Ryu stopped moving and became silent. Would I have done something different despite knowing the result? She asked herself. She was about to descend to her own world once again, but Kisuke pulled her nose again, pulling her back, and made her remember his words, if I can admit it. I can definitely face it, huh? She then realized that she really has nothing to lose anymore and decided to take a step forward. No. I never changed my mind. If I'm thrown into that kind of situation once again, I would do the same thing, thinking it was the right thing to do and ignoring the consequences. Even then, I still believe something like that is wrong. Kisuke smiled and let go of her nose. I'll ask once again. What makes it so wrong? Because it just is. So this is your justice. The justice you learned to believe. Ryu nodded while nursing her nose. That's correct. A blind justice, huh? How stupid. Huh? Ryo was instantly taken aback by his words. I said it's stupid. Blind justice is a plain stupid justice. While Ryo was speechless, Kisuke continued his words as if he's venting at the stupid notion of blind justice. Blind justice might be good on paper, and it's indeed good for a society that has a set of rules. However, this also paints the world black and white, which is very far from reality. In other words, real blind justice is just a utopian idea. And every utopian idea is also just a dystopian idea if you look at it in another way. Ryo wanted to say something, but Kisuke interrupted her. I'm not being rude to you or anything, but in my opinion, blind justice is just fake justice. Though I'm open to criticism that might change my mind. Chapter 702, Meeting the Juggernaut Again. Ryo was incredibly shocked by Kisuke's sudden outburst, but weirdly enough, it gave her a sense of comfort that cleared her mind and made her comprehend what he just said a lot better. What's a real justice then? Before I answer that, you first have to understand that justice can never be objective. It can only be subjective. After all, it can only be based on one's beliefs and their perspective of the world. The reason why I called blind justice a fake justice is because it's an act of one entity forcing their standards on everyone else and everyone else has to follow it blindly. Truthfully, such a thing is impossible, hence, a fake justice. With that in mind, what do you think a real justice is? Kisuke finished his words by throwing back Ryo's question. Ryo thought for a moment before answering with a frown. A justice for oneself. A selfish justice. Kisuke gave a big nod and said, correct. However, Ryo couldn't accept it and murmured, how can that be? Then let me ask you something else. What do you think is the difference between ideals and reality? Kisuke's question reminded Ryo of her conversation with Elise and her argument with Kagaya and Lyra regarding the matter. Should the Astrea Familia follow their ideals or should they just accept reality? Until now, Ryo didn't have an answer to this question. Ideals are the reality you want to achieve. She replied. Aha. That's what people generally describe them as. Nevertheless, I have a different answer. Ryo stayed silent and waited for Kisuke. My answer is, there is actually no difference between them. Ideals are already a reality and reality is mostly made up of ideals. Huh. Ryo became incredibly confused at his answer. Then how come there is still suffering everywhere if the ideals are already a reality? Kisuke then gave her a look of disapproval. You're one arrogant girl, aren't you? Ryo was instantly taken aback by his sudden insult and wanted to retort back. But before she could do so, a flash of inspiration entered her head. That's. But. What? Trying to deny it now. Your ideals were never the correct one, nor was anyone else's. So in the clash of infinite and ever-changing ideals, where you can never prove the others are wrong, what do you think it'll result in? That is reality, Ryo answered after a few moments of silence. Kisuke then turned back around and said, yep, it's the hot mess called reality. Let's end it here for now. Those are my beliefs, but they may or may not help you with your own dilemma. Closing his eyes, Kisuke went back to concentrating. Ryo didn't move for a few minutes, until she noticed the unused bandages in her hand. But even while tending to Kisuke's wounds, her mind was somewhere else. It took another day for Kisuke and Ryo to fully recover. However, their food supplies were already running low. Since they were moving very slowly due to the danger the monsters on this floor posed, the two of them decided to go back to the 38th floor to replenish their supplies. But on their way, Kisuke noticed that Ryo was mostly spacing out, so he reprimanded her. Although he understood that she's thinking hard about her own dilemma, that's no reason to compromise on safety. After apologizing profusely, Ryo went back to focusing on their enemies, but only during their travels, and she would often space out whenever they took a break. Regarding this, Kisuke didn't say anything further as he's fine with their slow progress as he's making some great progress in his own training. It won't be long until I can use the highest class spells again. He then looked at Benihime, who's still trying hard to adjust and thought, it's going to take some more time for her, however. Since the path they took before was already destroyed, they took another one. Unlike the direct path where the Colosseum was in the middle, the route they took this time was very long and had taken 4 days. Ryo and Kisuke finally saw the staircase to the 36th floor and the former was overjoyed. However, Kisuke didn't tell her that with his keen sense of hearing, he'd already detected a large entity rampaging through the 37th floor and he had been leading the way so that they didn't come across it. It's about time. Monsters started gathering behind them and Ryo immediately urged Kisuke to move forward, but before they could do so, a large shadow descended from above them and landed no more than 10 meters away from them. It was the Juggernaut, blasting them with its familiar roar. However, instead of the usual skeletal body it previously had, it was the chaotic amalgamation of many monsters that are found in the dungeon. After Kisuke destroyed a third of its body, it was incredibly furious at its assailant. However, its mission was to clear out all the intruders, so it could only ignore him despite its rage. But thanks to Jura's magic item, the Juggernaut was able to circumvent the dungeon's orders and went wild with its desire for revenge. However, its existence was on borrowed time and wouldn't even be enough just to search for the hateful prey. So instead, it started devouring other monsters in the dungeon and using their body parts to replace its failing ones to extend its lifespan. Thanks to these actions entirely unheard of, a juggernaut much more dangerous than a normal one was born. While Ryu started shaking in fear, Kisuke started rubbing his chin in contemplation. Now then, how should I go with this? I can blast that thing without any problem, but it doesn't really benefit me in any way. As the source of her trauma, it would be good if Lion-san would be able to kill that thing, but how should I assist her? While Kisuke was still contemplating what he should do, the juggernaut suddenly dashed forward and past Ryu, instantly arriving at the spaced-out Kisuke, swiping its claws against him. Kisuke was thrown back from the attack and hit the wall, crushing it and sending dust everywhere. No. Ryu cried out loud. After taking out its enemy, its line of sight transferred to Ryu, freezing her in place once again with its intimidation. But when it was about to attack, a bloodied Kisuke suddenly appeared on top of its head and grabbed its horns. Go. I'll take care of this thing. Before Ryu could even reply, the furious juggernaut started shaking its head and randomly smashed it against things, but Kisuke wouldn't let go, infuriating it even further and prompting it to make even more drastic moves. A few moments later, the juggernaut and Kisuke had already disappeared from Ryu's sight and only the former's intermittent roars could be heard from afar. Because of her talk with Kisuke and her deep contemplation these last few days, Ryu's trauma had resurfaced much worse than when she'd first encountered the juggernaut in the upper floors. Ryu wanted to run away since it was impossible to defeat the juggernaut, and without a doubt, this was the correct answer. But before she knew it, she was already running towards the noise, dodging and evading all the other monsters coming after her. Even if a monster hit her, she'd still ignore it and move forward. Chapter 703, The Plan. Ryu kept running after them and evading the monsters, while also ignoring the injuries that she'd started to accumulate. Nevertheless, her efforts didn't betray her as she finally caught up with the juggernaut and Kisuke, who were still brawling with each other. While there were only a few cracks on the juggernaut's head, Kisuke looked like he was already on the verge of death. Of course, this was all just visual effects created by Kisuke's spells and letting out a bit of his blood, as there was no way for the juggernaut to even cut his skin. Although he knew that he's a douche for trying something like this, he didn't care and wanted to see how Ryu would adapt. Now then, after all that time of thinking, it's about time for you to come up with your own conclusion. Without thinking ahead, Ryu jumped into the fray and smashed her sword onto the juggernaut's head, stunning it for an instant. Although the damage she dealt was very minimal, the brief stun was enough for her goal of grabbing Kisuke and running away from the juggernaut. Ryu carried Kisuke in her arms as she ran away. Soon after, the monsters that were chasing after Ryu caught up and blocked her way. However, this didn't stop the desperate elf's legs as she jumped into the middle of the pack and started her breakthrough from there, while making sure that Kisuke wouldn't receive any further injuries. In turn, she received much worse injuries than from the time she chased after Kisuke and the juggernaut. Nevertheless, Ryu just gritted her teeth and endured the pain as she continued running for their lives. Luckily, due to its actions, the monsters also saw the juggernaut as their enemy, making them hold each other back, giving Ryu a breathing room once she was able to get through the horde of monsters. With every bit of desperation she had, Ryu kept running until they returned to one of the safe spots they've used before. But instead of stopping to rest, Ryu immediately removed Kisuke's clothing and used all the healing magic she could on him without her passing out before taking out their water and washing off his blood, witnessing the large cut on his back. But since she was in a hurry, she ignored it for now and started removing her own clothes, discarding even her prized Haori. After washing the blood off her, she started destroying their clothes and bundled them into small partitions. Once she's ready, Ryu went ahead and grabbed some salvageable parts of their clothes and covered their bare minimum before carrying Kisuke on her back and restarting her run. From behind, she could already hear the juggernaut's roars, but she didn't turn her head and just threw the small bundles of clothing covered in blood in random directions in an attempt to buy some more time. Look here. The juggernaut's target is me. If you just leave me alone, you could probably escape safely. Kisuke suddenly said. No way. Ryu instantly retorted, if you're not getting out of here alive, then neither should I. Kisuke couldn't help but chuckle at her words, you make it sound like we're lovers. Ryu's expression instantly darkened, if you still have the energy to joke around, please allocate it towards thinking of ways for us to survive. Alright. I'll leave our current situation to you then, replied Kisuke before he closed his eyes. Although he already had something in mind, it didn't hurt to review what he planned to do so that it wouldn't compromise Ryu's safety. Now then. I wonder which direction you will go in. Aside from material breakthroughs, Kisuke was also very much interested in how the human mind works. In hindsight, he's similar to the deities of this world, giving challenges to those who take their interest in an attempt to see what they're going to do next. A few hours later, Ryu arrived at her final stop, which was another safe spot, and immediately laid Kisuke on the ground before chanting her healing magic since she had already recovered a bit of her magic power. Hey. Are you alive? Kisuke opened his eyes and replied, I still have a pulse, of course I'm still alive. But for you to ask such a question, it seems like you're in a panicked state. Panting for air, Ryu silently went to the corner of the cave after hearing his answer and huddled herself, burying her head on her knees. After the initial rush of adrenaline, her fear took over as she recalled the scene earlier, which was very similar to what happened 5 years ago. Even if I find a way to survive, if you're like this, no amount of planning can save us. Kisuke added to the distressed elf. But just as he expected, there wasn't a response from Ryu, so he just went back and closed his eyes again to pretend to rest. Due to the silence, Ryu and Kisuke could easily hear the roar of the juggernaut and the sounds of monsters being smashed to pieces. Every time it would come near, Ryu would start shaking and she would only calm down when it left the area. This happened several times as the juggernaut tried to search for them but failed to do so, but not just because of Ryu's arrangement. Although what she did was good, it's not a foolproof plan, so Kisuke put up an invisible barrier that hid their scent and presence from the juggernaut. But as time passed, there was no movement from Ryu. It was as if she cut herself off from reality to escape. A few more hours later, Kisuke finally lost his patience and sighed, I guess I'll just give up now. Time to finish this request. But as soon as he got up, Ryu also lifted her head and asked, what's the plan? Kisuke looked at her and saw her eyes filled with fear, but also determination which was not present before. He smiled and said, simple. I'll weaken it while you face it. Ryu started shaking yet again, but she gritted her teeth and gripped her arms tightly before saying, let me hear the details. Chapter 704, News from the Surface. To be more specific, I'll be attacking the juggernaut first and cast a weakening spell on it. However, for me to continue my weakening spell, I have to concentrate. It means that I won't be able to move within that duration. Kisuke explained. So I'll have to be the one to finish it off while it's weakened. Ryu muttered. Yep. So the plan is, we lure it to the 38th floor so that none or only a few monsters can join the fight. That way, you won't have to mind my condition as well, so you could focus better on your fight. Although I'll be weakening it, it'll still be a tough opponent for you and the chances of you dying are very high. Are you still going for it? Ryu went silent once again, but this time, she only needed a few minutes before nodding and answering, I'll do it. She then looked towards the cave's exit and thought, it's terrifying, that's for sure. However, I can't keep hiding and escaping from my fear of it. In any case, whether I'm terrified of it or not, it doesn't really change anything if I'm not going to survive. I should at least take my revenge. Kisuke then stood up, that's great. Then we should get going. The longer we wait, the stronger that thing gets. Wait. Are you sure you can move now? That injury you took isn't a joke. Ryu also stood up in a panic. I've already told you, I'm quite sturdy so you don't have to worry. Heal yourself for one last time and move directly to the 38th floor without me. You're going alone. That's too dangerous. I'm coming with you. But Ryu's worried cries were only met with a flick on the forehead from Kisuke, ugh. What are you doing? Were you really that scared that you forgot the juggernaut's current state? Due to the modifications it made to its body, although it became stronger, it also became slower and its maneuverability was significantly reduced. If it was in its former form, I might have a hard time, but in this case, I'm confident to dodge all of its attacks with ease if I don't attack back. Thinking about it, Ryu also understood this, however, she still couldn't help but worry, but even if that's the case. After all the practice he had done, most of the spells he knew were already available for him to use, albeit, with a few hiccups here and there, but that could be remedied by a bit more practice. Putting his hand on Ryu's head, Kisuke started patting her while using the spell he used to calm Kaniko's soul last time, which also indirectly calms the mind, I'll be fine. I'm not that easy to kill, you see. You should focus on your role more if you're that worried about me. Ryu wanted to say something back, but after a few seconds of patting, she looked down and stayed quiet. In a normal scenario, she would have slapped away the hand patting her head even if it's Kisuke because it's just plain rude for her and it's not something she's comfortable with. However, the strange feeling of comfort and calmness she felt stopped her from taking any actions against it, and Ryu inadvertently got lost in time as she savored those feelings. So when Kisuke took back his hand, Ryu immediately looked up and unconsciously let out a voice of regret, ah. What's wrong? Asked Kisuke as he was about to leave. Ryu realized what just happened and immediately looked away with a slight blush on her face, it's nothing. Seeing that, Kisuke just shrugged his shoulders and started leaving. But before he completely exited the cave, Ryu raised her voice, be careful. Make sure you come back. If within 2 hours you still haven't arrived, I'll run back to you. Waving his hand, Kisuke replied, got it. Get yourself ready. It won't be easy. It didn't take long for Kisuke to hear Ryu's rapid footsteps as they went their separate ways. But before they disappeared, he suddenly heard Ryu say, after this, I will have my answer. Please listen to it. Kisuke didn't say anything else and continued walking with a small smile of anticipation on his face. As he turned the corner, he suddenly disappeared from his spot, reappearing several tens of meters away before disappearing again. It only took Kisuke a few minutes to arrive at the rampaging juggernaut, and the former dungeon's cleaner also looked at him with fury, before swiping its claws at him. But unlike before, Kisuke had already got most of his abilities back in addition to his impossibly tough body. And with Ryu not being with him, he didn't really have anything to hide anymore. The juggernaut thought that it was already about to hit Kisuke, but its target suddenly disappeared from its sight before it suddenly felt someone stepping on the top of its head. "Let's wait here for 2 hours, shall we?" It was then that an invisible weight suddenly pressed down on it, instantly pinning it to the ground without any chance of retaliation. The juggernaut tried its best to move, but it couldn't even twitch the tip of its tail nor open its mouth to let out a roar. For the first time, fear set into one of the overlord existences in the dungeon. Now then, in the meantime, let's see what's happening on the surface. Finally being able to use his storage, Kisuke took out the orb that is used to contact Seraphol, and after a few seconds of connecting, Seraphol answered, "Kitan. It seems you're able to contact me now on your own." Although Kisuke didn't explicitly tell Seraphol what happened to him while he was in the Dazara region, the former demon lord could tell that something was up with him when she felt that Kuroka was the one who activated the orb before. Her guesses were only further verified when Kisuke teleported back using Kuroka's magic. "Yeah. I was finally able to sort things out on my side. What about on your side? Any exciting development?" "It's nothing much, but the fate of the whole city will be decided soon. You should come and see things unfold with your own eyes. It looks pretty fun." Kisuke's mouth twitched and replied, "That's nothing much. They are risking their lives, you know." But Seraphol just chuckled, "There's that, but not as much risk as you think. Sona-chan is doing her best to reduce the risk for everyone, you see." Her smile then became gentle and mellow. "I'm really happy to see how much she improved these days, not just in strength, but in how she sees things thanks to the experiences that she can't normally have with her previous position. She is so much brighter than before." Of course, that also holds true for the other girls, especially Akino-chan and Irina-chan, whom I spent most of my time with at later dates when we're in our previous world. They couldn't possibly have this kind of development under Rias-chan's leadership. With that said, I thank you for bringing them over here and also for bringing me here to see all of this. I might have witnessed history in the making." Kisuke shook his head. "Please don't be. I'm just doing what the situation calls for." Seraphol, however, only gave him a cheeky smile but didn't say anything in return regarding that. "By the way, it seems that Ophis-chan wants to get involved." "Oh." When I asked her why, she just said, "A crying dragon." Chapter 705, News from the Surface Part 2. A crying dragon, is it? That certainly is interesting. "I'll try to come up in time to see," replied Kisuke while playfully tapping the head of the pinned juggernaut. Seraphol then gave a summary of what had transpired when he dived into the dungeon to save Ryo. As Seraphol and Kisuke had expected, they failed in their first attack despite reaching Thanatos, who led the current Evolus and annihilating the organization for good. Moreover, the entire Dionysus Familia was killed, a total of 80 adventurers, due to their god's untimely death that caused their fauna to become suddenly inactive, leaving them as vulnerable as those without it. In addition to that, a ritual was initiated when the god was killed. This ritual used the demi-spirits as its core, and it was only a few days later that it was discovered that it had a self-destructing effect that could potentially blow away the whole of Orario off the map, essentially destroying the lid that covered the dungeon. As the green flesh that absorbed the people of Dionysus Familia as nutrients for the demi-spirits and served as the protection to the ritual receded, because the spell was near its completion, the Loki, Hermes, and Freya Familias hurriedly tackled the almost broken man-made dungeon to stop it from fully activating. Little did they know that the ritual was actually a two-part spell, and they had to destroy not just the demi-spirits, but another monster that served as the core. Seraphol sighed since she wanted to warn Sona, but she also wanted her to discover it on her own. "I see. So that's where the crying dragon comes in." "I don't know, but you're most probably right. By the way, do you already know the identity of this Inio?" Seraphol shook her head. "I don't know. I thought it was this Dionysus with how convenient his timings are, but he was already sent back to heaven. According to Loki-chan and her crew's investigation, it seems to be this Demeter, but I have my doubts. Do you have any clue?" Seraphol only asked in passing and didn't have any expectations since Kisuke was always away. But to her surprise, he suddenly asked, "Is the creature known as Ein still alive?" Seraphol thought about it for a moment before nodding. "Yep. I think that guy is still alive." "I see. If she's still alive, then chances are Dionysus is still probably alive." "What? Are you sure?" It was Kisuke's turn to shake his head. "I'm not, but the possibility is always there." Seraphol furrowed her brows and muttered, "How?" "I'm pretty sure he died that day. You couldn't have seen it with your own eyes. And on top of that, if it's the deities, it's actually pretty easy for them to deceive the children of this world. So if you've made a census of all the deities in the city soon after the incident, you could have confirmed things." "A census, you say?" Seraphol's mouth twitched. "No way am I going to have that kind of idea if I think the chances of him being dead is high. Is that how you'd have done it if you're here? Kisuke smiled and replied, yep, the more obvious and believable the answer is, the more I want to confirm its authenticity. Besides, if you think that Dionysus was suspicious, then Loki-sama and Hermes probably had the same suspicion. And what do you think is the easiest and quickest way to remove that suspicion off of you? By pretending to entirely leave the whole scene. But how come those kids lost their blessings? As far as I know, there's no way for a deity to deactivate their own fauna once given to a child. I told you, right? It's very easy for a deity to deceive a child, even if it's a group of them. A light bulb went off Seraphil's head as she realized what Kisuke meant. So you're saying Dionysus managed to find another deity to substitute him and transfer his own children to that said deity without them knowing about it? Seraphil then started rubbing her chin in contemplation. Wait. There's also a wine that could fully intoxicate a god, much less a mortal, so it is possible that he could have used that. Kisuke chuckled. Well, regardless of the methods he could have used, this turn of events was actually pretty interesting. Too bad for them since Ophis-chan wants to get involved. Of all the species they could have used, they just had to choose a dragon, and a special type at that, I presume. That's true. But I'm curious. From the way you asked about that creature, it sounds like you're interested in it. I'm just guessing though. Kisuke nodded and confirmed her guess. Indeed. I'm slightly interested. As for the reason, she can use magic to divide her own soul. On top of that, she's related to the, well, how can I say this, the parasite within the dungeon. Let's go with that. Parasite. Yes. Those creatures and demi-spirits. I could only describe them as parasites of the dungeon. Parasites that are powerful enough to hijack into the dungeon system for their own benefit. As for how Inio is related to them, I want to know if possible. In that case, you really shouldn't miss this event. Alright. I'll adjust my schedule and come up a little earlier. Maybe I could also put Loki-sama in my debt. After a few more minutes of talking, Kisuke and Seraphil said goodbye to each other. Now then. I guess I'll come to Lion-san an hour earlier than we agreed upon. More than an hour later, Ryu was nervously waiting on the 38th floor. Although she was able to heal most of her wounds with her magic, she's also depleted. I need to recover my magic power now. Not long after, however, Ryu suddenly heard tremors and roars. He's coming. She was happy that Kisuke was still alive and kicking, but she also concluded why he's coming earlier than expected. He can't take it anymore. Solidifying her conclusion, Kisuke appeared beyond the staircase that leads to the 37th floor and saw him bloodied. Hey, are you alright? Ryu shouted in worry. Kisuke arrived and said, I am. But we don't have much time. It's time for you to face it. A second later, the pathway burst open and rock debris and dust flew everywhere, slightly covering the juggernaut's silhouette. When Ryu witnessed the monster once again, the fear that she'd suppressed immediately rose up again, but this time, she didn't let it take her over and she gritted her teeth as she swallowed a mouthful of saliva and readied herself for the upcoming battle. Thanks to Kisuke's spell, it was in rage again and forgot its fear of him. Acting like he's doing something complicated, Kisuke sat down and put his hands together as if he's praying. Ryu wanted to ask what he's doing, but all of a sudden the juggernaut became sluggish and its movements noticeably became a lot slower than before. Hurry up. I can't do this for long. Kisuke shouted to the gobsmacked Ryu. Why yes. Chapter 706, For Revenge. With the juggernaut struggling to move, Ryu took in a deep breath and dashed straight at it. As she gathered her strength, Ryu grunted as she swung her sword, aiming for the juggernaut's head. Still confused at why it suddenly became difficult to move, the juggernaut noticed Ryu's attack too late and wasn't able to do anything to block it, taking it head-on. Ryu immediately saw a large crack forming on its head and was surprised. Its defense weakened too. Before, despite suppressing her fears, she still wasn't confident that she could really defeat the juggernaut, but with this, hope bloomed inside her heart and it gave her greater motivation. Not wasting her momentum, Ryu continued her attack with great fervor, slowly crushing the juggernaut's defense. Of course, the juggernaut wouldn't allow Ryu to just one-sidedly beat it up. After adjusting to its weakened state, it also started counterattacking. At first, Ryu could still dodge the juggernaut's sluggish movements with relative ease, but as time went by, the monster kept refining its movements and was also getting used to the restrictions placed on it. As a result, the easy-to-dodge attacks became harder and harder for Ryu to avoid. The situation only got worse for her as her stamina was depleting fast with no way to restore it. And even if she wanted to disengage to take a quick breather, she wasn't able to. Because even if they were slugging it out at each other, Ryu noticed that the juggernaut never committed its full attention to her and kept looking in Kisuke's direction as if it wanted to jump at him at any moment. If I create a space now, it'll surely use that chance to attack Urahara-san. I can't let that happen, thought Ryu and gritted her teeth. Meanwhile, Kisuke just silently watched the battle as he adjusted the restriction in real time to accommodate Ryu. I didn't weaken its defenses any further, but she should have a tougher time with me slowly lifting the restrictions in its movement. Unbeknownst to Ryo, although she was getting faster by surpassing her own limitation in desperation, again and again, Kisuke was also adjusting the Juggernaut's speed. With just the two of them moving within the battlefield, Ryo couldn't tell that she was improving. A few minutes later, within the intense battle, Ryo finally realized something that instantly brought her to the cliff of despair. Even if she could whittle down its defenses, she didn't have any strong attack to finish it off. Her strongest attack, Luminous Wind, was ineffective against the Juggernaut's armor. At that moment, Ryo finally slipped up and failed to dodge one of the Juggernaut's attacks. Coup. Failing to get away, Ryo gritted her teeth and used the drop items that she prepared to accept the Juggernaut's attack. Since she couldn't risk the only weapon she had breaking from blocking the Juggernaut's attack, she prepared something as a substitute. Even then, the bones and hide that she prepared as a shield instantly broke into pieces as she flew away due to the sheer force behind the attack. Thankfully, though, it managed to do what it was meant to do, reducing the strike of the Juggernaut, even if it was just once. Ryo did her best to regain her orientation and landed on her feet. As she did, she felt the damage she received. Despite jumping back at the last moment, my left arm was still fractured. Ryo prepared herself to re-engage the enemy, but she suddenly saw it turn away from her and set its sights on Kisuke, just as she feared. No. Ryo internally screamed. Watch out. She shouted, but as if he didn't hear anything. Kisuke didn't open his eyes nor move even a little bit. Could it be that he can't move? Assumed Ryo and started panicking. As more adrenaline rushed to her head, time became slower for her and everything went into slow motion. Ryo's mind raced to think of something to turn things around, and within a very short amount of time, she was able to think of a good idea. And that idea coincidentally had the potential to finally land a decisive blow on her archenemy. In an instant, Ryo's expression of panic changed to a solemn and apologetic one as she looked towards Kisuke. I'm very sorry. It looks like I won't be able to keep my promise. Gathering her resolve with a deep breath, she used all of her strength to dash forward while chanting her magic with a face full of determination. Just 21 feet before the Juggernaut reached Kisuke with an open maw, Ryo arrived in front of it, and used her bare hands to grab the monster's upper and lower teeth, forcefully stopping its charge. Ah! Digging both of her feet into the ground to the point of bleeding, Ryo yelled her lungs out as she was pushed towards Kisuke. But a few feet from Kisuke she was able to stop the Juggernaut's momentum. However, that maneuver cost her legs to the point that she wouldn't be able to run around anymore. And as if losing her strength, her right arm slipped and entered the Juggernaut's mouth. The monster, not missing the chance, immediately bit down on her shoulder, intending to rip her entire arm off. Its fangs pierced Ryo's shoulder, making her bleed profusely. However, the Juggernaut suddenly felt something inside its mouth which made it not able to bite down any further. It then saw the bleeding elf suddenly smile while whispering, "Got you." The moment the Juggernaut thought that it got Ryo, the latter snuck the sword made from the branch of the world tree inside the former's mouth. It wanted to let go of Ryo, but Ryo used her left arm and both of her knees to keep its mouth close. You might have a very strong magic reflection, but what if I unleash my magic inside? Will it bounce around and cause multiple explosions? Ryo finished her chant with a smirk and controlled her magic by only releasing the first 10 light balls. She was wrong that the Juggernaut has a reflecting ability within its body. However, the contained explosion dealt more damage than she could have hoped for. The Juggernaut wanted to scream in pain, but it couldn't even open its mouth, so it could only make an ugly and desperate growl. Nevertheless, Ryo saw this as an opportunity and released 27 out of the 37 light balls she could still make all at once. The Juggernaut tried its best to make Ryo let go by biting down more and smashing her to the ground. But the determined elf's smile didn't disappear as she watched the monster writhe in pain despite most of the bones in her body shattering with the Juggernaut's struggles. These last 10 are for my revenge. Chapter 707, For Revenge Part 2. The Juggernaut had already started limping from the damage Ryo's magic caused. However, Ryo's arm that was still inside its mouth was no better than a mangled mess, and she knew that there might be no way to repair her arm anymore, even if she makes it out of this place alive. Even then, the light within her eyes only grew brighter. Gathering the last bit of her magic power, Ryo prepared the last 10 light balls. Releasing 2 light balls with a size greater than anything before, Ryo gritted her teeth as she yelled, "This is for Noin and knees." The Juggernaut kept struggling, but Ryo's hold on it only tightened. Without much choice, it smashed Ryo to the ground, hoping to kill her. However, it was already so considerably weakened that it could only put its weight on her. Still, Ryo's body had already started breaking down and the passive defense she got was almost non-existent as her magic power depleted. Although it wasn't enough to kill her, one of her rib bones had pierced her lungs, making her cough blood. Persisting through the suffering, Ryo released another 2 light balls with even more magic power in them. This is for Asta and Rihanna. The explosion caused further damage to the Juggernaut that it couldn't keep its tail. But since Ryo was already at her limit, she didn't rest and gathered even more magic power and released 3 this time, for Kelty, Iska, and Mariu. The 3 bombs finally caused the Juggernaut to limp and stop moving. Nevertheless, most of Ryo's bones in her body were already broken and her skull cracked. Even though she was surprised that she was still somehow alive, maybe because I don't want to die without giving him my answer, she thought and further gritted her teeth. The amount of magic power in her body should have forcefully put her into a mind zero state, but thanks to her perseverance and the pain she's feeling, Rhea was able to keep her consciousness. But that didn't stop her from gathering more magic power which she was unconsciously converting from her own life force. Releasing another one of the light balls, Rhea continued her shout of revenge, for Kaguya. That one blasted the Juggernaut's back, but the monster was still alive so she kept on going with her orifices bleeding, for Lyra. This time, it blasted the Juggernaut's stomach open. And finally, for Elise. The last one finally blasted the Juggernaut's skull open. Without any strength left, Rhea let go of the monster but her right arm was left behind its mouth. As the Juggernaut slowly turned into ashes, Rhea fell flat on her back with memories of the past flashing before her. No, more accurately speaking, she started dreaming. It was the scene that she dreamt hundreds of times, the moment before they entered the dungeon, the moment before the tragedy struck. But this time, unlike before, she could actually move. She could finally run in and join them. But before she could even approach them, the one in the middle, the former captain of the Astrea Familia turned around to her and stopped her. "Where are you going?" Rhea stopped her steps and was frozen on her spot, not knowing how to answer her. Regardless, Elise continued her questions. "Aren't you going to give him an answer?" Rhea looked down. "I'm not even sure if I got the correct conclusion." "How can I be sure when I already tossed it all away?" Elise gently smiled and said, "Astrea-sama's words might have saved you, but they also trapped you." Rhea looked back up again with confusion. But Elise didn't explain her words and said, "You might have thought that you discarded your justice, but that was never the case. You kept it all along and you just never realized it because you're the same stubborn Ryu as before." "My justice?" Elise nodded, "Yes. You never discarded it. You just forgot about it and thought otherwise. Remember it. Remember what you really wanted. And don't let his words confuse you." Rhea started contemplating what I really wanted. Within an unknown amount of time, Rhea recalled her justice that was born from her ideals. "I wanted to save all of you." Elise's smile grew larger, but Rhea started tearing up. "I'm sorry. For letting you all die. For leaving everyone alone. Please. Please punish me." At this moment, everyone else from the Astrea Familia turned around with gentle smiles on their faces and started cheering Rhea up, making her realize that they never blamed her. With a pat on her shoulder, Elise continued, "You're not the only one who wanted the best for her comrades. As such, we're happy that we were able to save you that day and will never regret our decision." Rhea became silent and relief took over her. However, she felt that something was amiss and couldn't accept that. Seeing that, Elise chuckled and continued, "I'm sorry, but that was a lie." Shocked, Rhea looked into her eyes. "We're also people that strive to survive to see the next day. Of course, we would regret it." "Then why? Why are you not blaming me?" "Because we would have regretted it more. It's just like choosing the lesser evil." Rhea became silent once again, but she couldn't accept her words. Elise ignored her reaction and added, "Don't let it get to you. In hindsight, we owe you an apology." Rhea got angry and asked, "Why?" "There's nothing for you to apologize for." Elise shook her head. "Because of our sacrifice, you carried a burden. A burden so big that it almost destroyed you for who you are. A burden that we escaped from." Along with her words, the rest of the girls also nodded. If they got the lesser evil, Rhea carried the greater evil, hence, their apology. No. Rhea wanted to deny it, but she also understood their point when she heard about it. She realized that they are the reason why she descended to the hell she's at. Rhea then felt a familiar warmth wrap around her. A warmth that she missed and lost 5 years ago. "We're very sorry. You suffered because of us." Nevertheless, Rhea continued to deny her by repeatedly saying, "No. You're too kind, so we know that you're going to have a hard time accepting it. So please live on. Continue the life that we protected. Live until you understand our shortcomings and forgive us. Live the life of the justice we believed in." Hearing that, Rhea recalled the state she's in and could only smile wryly. "I can't." At that moment, the world started cracking and the girls of the Astrea Familia started disappearing, then make sure not to live with any regrets. However, I have a feeling that this won't be the end. Not knowing what she meant, Rhea saw the world collapse along with her comrades' final smiles and once again, she descended into darkness. Sitting in front of the unconscious and bleeding Rhea, Kisuke empowered the remnant of souls that attached themselves to the elf because it became active and he thought that they may need some help to extend their time. A few minutes later, the remnants of the souls became weaker. But before they could disperse, they materialized in front of Kisuke. Although they materialized, only someone like Kisuke, Yoruchi, and Aika would be able to see their clear form. "Thank you for giving us ample time. We were able to finally apologize to her." Elise in the middle immediately said. Nevertheless, Kisuke just waved his hand in dismissal. Don't mention it. It's just a small service. He then took out his cane and added, I'll help you reach heaven or else, the dungeon would just eat you up. The girls were confused, but before they could ask what he meant by that, each of them received a strike to the forehead from the tip of his cane in quick succession. All of a sudden, a pulling force from the top of their heads emerged, making them realize that it was their time to go. Without much time, Elise and the rest of the girls pleaded to Kisuke, please. Please save Ryo. We could only ask you. They disappeared without Kisuke being able to give them an answer. Chapter 708, Returning Triumphant. As soon as the girls of the Astria Familia disappeared, Ryo also woke up. However, she doesn't have any more energy to even lift a finger and her vision was red and blurry. So much so that she could hardly recognize Kisuke, who was looking down on her. Despite that, she still did her best to talk. I did it. Kisuke let out a small smile and nodded, yes. You did it. How does it feel to finally defeat the monster that you detested so much? Ryo's unfocused vision looked at the ceiling of the dungeon. A few seconds later, she answered, nothing. For a moment, the glint in Ryo's eyes returned as she looked back at Kisuke, but I'm relieved that we'll be able to escape from here. Kisuke's smile then disappeared. Seeing that, a small smile instead on Ryo's face, well, maybe just you. But you'll be fine on your own. I'm sorry if I can't come up with you. Kisuke continued his silence. But Ryo didn't mind this and used the remaining energy she had to say everything she wanted. You told me that I'm naive and arrogant when I thought that my ideals were the correct ones and didn't care about the others. But after thinking about it, I'm fine with that. She then started coughing blood, but she still did her best to continue. After all, how can I fight for my justice if I thought my ideals weren't the correct ones? So I disagree with you. Kisuke finally reacted with a small smile. I see. It's good to see that you didn't just blindly believe what I told you. But I can also see that you're dissatisfied and unsure of something. Ryo thought that Kisuke talking to her on the verge of death was just a form of comfort and consultation, so she entertained him the best she could. And maybe, she'll come into a great understanding of something before she leaves this world. With her last words before she closes her eyes for good, I just thought that maybe my revenge was meaningless. It is what you desired and it is what you believed in. No matter how others think of it as something wrong or something worthless, for you, your act of revenge was meaningful. Don't let others take that away from you. Kisuke replied before Ryo fully lost her consciousness to the abyss, but not before leaving a satisfied smile. Kisuke then stretched his arms and muttered, now that's interesting. It's actually rare for people to admit their ideals are the correct ones after realizing the bigger picture. After all, no matter how selfish and arrogant it may seem, one can only achieve something big with their desires unsuppressed. And that includes one's justice. Using his magic, Kisuke gathered every bit of Ryo's blood, flesh, and bones scattered along the battlefield and started the elf's treatment. I guess she's trustworthy enough. Reaching the 18th floor with Ryo soundly sleeping on his back with an extra Haori covering her, Kisuke looked up to the closed door that led to Gnosis. Even if he didn't use his extra senses, he could feel the vibrations from where he's standing. Looks like the party has just reached the climax. Just in time. Placing his hand on the door, Kisuke manipulated the magic power in the air to unlock it, which he only did for a few seconds before the hall covered in flesh-like roots revealed itself to him. As soon as he stepped into the hallway, the green flesh around him was woken up and started growing tentacles to attack him. But by amplifying the vibration of each of his steps to truly ridiculous levels, before the tentacles could even approach, they would be crushed and crumble from the sheer force exerted through the air. Next were magic attacks from all directions, but Kisuke countered those incredibly simple spells by sending a packet of magic power to the magic circle's weak points, and it would just explode from the uncontrolled magic power it gathered. While all sorts of noises were happening around him, Kisuke carefully sensed the overall situation within Gnosis. 6 large-scale and 2 small-scale battlefields, and those small-scale are both happening on the 12th floor while the rest are happening on the 10th floor. On the other hand, there are 2 deities in the corner of the 11th floor which I would guess are Loki and Inio. At that moment, Kisuke felt Aika's presence move away from one of the 6 battles, that direction. She's going to deal with that creature that can split herself. Well, I guess I'll go to that troublesome girl's side. She's going to go out of control at this rate. With a destination in mind, Kisuke sent a telepathic message to Aika to just destroy the creature's magic stone, to which he got a response containing a lot of complaints and questions. After calming Aika down from her barrage, Kisuke started running towards Ace and Reva's side, who were duking it out without a care for anything. As soon as he reached the 13th floor, the green flesh and magic attack stopped bothering him, and it didn't take too long for him to reach his destination. But instead of revealing his presence, he first watched what was happening, because the moment he saw them, Kisuke immediately felt the remnants of Seraphal's magic power from Ace. What happened? As the fight went on, it was very clear that Ace was pushing back and even overwhelming Revis with her use of black-tinted winds that were making the former lose her reason. The latter, meanwhile, just kept tanking the damage as she can regenerate any damages she has and repair her bioweapon and armor through the green flesh that supplies her with an almost limitless amount of magic power. The only way Ace could actually defeat Revis was by landing a decisive blow on the latter's magic crystal, deep within her chest. But it was Revis' most protected part and Ace was slowly losing control of herself. Really, how troublesome, thought Kisuke and used Flash Step, reappearing beside Ace who was about to dash forward and tripping her with his foot. As Ace tumbled forward, instead of using the chance to finish her off, Revis jumped back in panic at the sight of Kisuke, completely ignoring the elf resting on his back. Ignoring the frightened creature, Kisuke watched Ace get up and look at him with a rageful expression before it changed into shock, then into confusion. "What are you doing?" Ace asked. But Kisuke didn't answer because the black wind around Ace was still revolving fast. So instead, he used his Flash Step again and reappeared in front of Ace in an instant. Before she could react, she saw Kisuke's hand making its way to her forehead, and the next instant, she felt an incredible and uncontrollable force hit her, making her flip back a few times before she hit the wall. As the pain shook her consciousness, she yelled, "What are you doing, Kisuke?" But only a cold voice replied to her, "That's Urahara-san for you, Wallenstein-san." More than the flick, Kisuke's voice woke Ace up more with most of her sanity immediately coming back to her. Chapter 709, Nameless Dragon. Ignoring the dumbfounded Ace for a moment, Kisuke briefly turned his head to the cautious Revis and gave her a small smile. "Please don't worry. I didn't really intend to interrupt your enjoyment, but this little girl is really just too frustrating. Please give us a minute or two to talk and I promise I'll leave quietly after that." Revis didn't reply but she also didn't do anything else. In any case, she knew she can't really do anything to Kisuke after realizing that she can't even follow his movements and decided to watch quietly and escape if things go outside of what he just said. Returning his attention to the little girl, Kisuke crouched down in front of her to meet her at eye level. The two of them stared at each other for a few seconds before Kisuke sighed in disappointment. Even with that thing's influence, what the heck are you doing? Not understanding what he meant, Ace could only ask, "What?" "From the way you act, what makes you different from the monsters if you just swing around your sword without any thought? What's the point of learning how to fight and use magic? And it seems that you already knew how to use ki to some extent but even with that, you threw it away for these stronger winds. You wanted power, yet you became weaker. Unbelievable. And also disappointing." Now Ace was stunned, but for a completely different reason. However, the corrupted winds around her had also disappeared. Seeing that, Kisuke stood up and looked down on her before continuing, "A little girl acting like a grown-up is fine, but a little girl thinking that she's already mature and knows everything she wants to do is not." He then turned around and started walking towards the opposite hall he came from but not before leaving some more words. "You're weak, but what you need is not strength. Experiencing the world more and treasuring small things as you try to achieve your big goal, I think you'll learn more from that." With him and the elf on his back disappearing within the shadows, Ace gritted her teeth and slowly stood up. She then looked towards her enemy and prepared her sword once again. But instead of the sharp and chaotic black winds, her whole body was covered by mellow and gentle winds. Revis, on the other hand, made sure that Kisuke really left the premise before facing Ace once again and noted her changes. "I don't know what happened, but it seems you changed. Will you really be able to cut me with that?" Ace was still incredibly confused by what Kisuke just said. Nevertheless, she already realized her mistake and already knew what to do. Strangely enough, she also felt that a burden was taken off of her, and right now, she felt very light when she's supposed to already be very tired. The little girl inside of her was happy. Kisuke's next destination was the secret room on the 11th floor where he felt a tinge of dragon aura. But as he made his way, Kisuke suddenly realized something. "Why did I act like a parent back there?" he questioned himself. But ultimately, he just shrugged his shoulders and murmured, "Oh well, whatever. Seeing how she thinks she's all grown up yet it's the other way around reminds me of my younger years. It's so painful to look at that I just had to do something about it." It didn't take too long for Kisuke to reach his destination and before he could step into the secret room, he could hear Raoul and Line's panicking voices among many others in their group. Aside from that, he could also hear Sona and Finn's small voices that seemed to come from the communication orbs that Fells invented. "What are we going to do?" Raoul yelled in distress. In front of the group that was tasked to rescue the Demeter Familia members that Inio used as hostages to control Demeter was the secret monster that Revis captured within the deeper floors and was the center of the magic formation created by the 6 demi-spirits that are battling the entire response team right now. Within the cylindrical room where Loki was confronting Inio, who really turned out to be the deceased Dionysus, the latter couldn't help himself but laugh at how foolish everyone is for blindly acting what he wanted them to do. "You fools really fell for it. It was never my intention to blow the dungeon's lid up with Heaven's Door. Even if I destroy the entirety of Orario with this spell, truly strong adventurers would still be able to survive. As such, the spirit of Orario would never cease, and sooner or later, another lid would be created," Dionysus maniacally explained to Loki. Loki gritted her teeth but still displayed false confidence. "Humph. It doesn't matter. A newly created monster can't be that powerful. With all the top-class adventurers cooperating for the first time in addition to the Xenos, we'll be able to deal with it and your plans would crumble by themselves. Foo. You truly underestimate the Nidhogg that I created. Take a look. Dionysus pointed at the orb that projected what's happening within the secret room. Loki inadvertently looked towards the surveillance orb and she indeed noticed something different from the small black dragon with red linings running through it. What's this? The demi-spirit should have taken it over by now, but why does it look like it's the other way around? Dionysus sneered at her and correctly guessed what she's thinking. That's what's special about that nameless dragon that we acquired. Even with the demi-spirits corrupting it, they can't take it over. Well, that's only to be expected since we already confirmed that it has the same origin as the infamous black dragon that destroyed both the Zeus and Hera familias. Loki's eyes widened in shock. What? But Dionysus just shrugged his shoulders arrogantly. If you don't take all adventurers now towards Nidhogg before its completion, then you lot would have no way of defeating it. But if you do that, you'll also be leaving the other demi-spirits. In that case, they'll be able to cast Heaven's Door to destroy Urahara, but I'll take that as a consolation until my next plans. Finn and Sona, who are commanding the battlefields, also heard Dionysus's words through Loki's orb. While the former was at a loss at what to do, Sona contemplated if she and Kaneko should go when a sudden and unexpected change occurred. All of a sudden, a little girl with long black hair and black eyes in a gothic outfit materialized in front of the black dragon. Her appearance stunned both Dionysus and Loki, who were watching the scene, but it didn't end there, as a man in a green Eastern outfit with a white and green bucket hat, carrying a sleeping back elf on his back, appeared at the entrance of the secret room. We'll take care of this guy. You lot do what you're supposed to do, he said. A second later, Loki put her hand on her face and bent her back before laughing out loud. Fwa-ha-ha-ha. You've got some really shitty luck, Dionysus. Chapter 710. Chapter 710 Returning to an Egg. When Ophis suddenly appeared in front of the Nidhogg, everyone from the Loki familia present was stunned. What? Did I just see her appear out of thin air? Raoul exclaimed. Oh, Ophis-chan. Line asked when she recognized the girl. What? Ophis is there. When Sona heard Line's words, she immediately abandoned the idea of sending reinforcements. If she's there, then she decided to take care of it herself. But before she could issue her instructions, Line suddenly cried out, Kisuke-san. You're here. Kisuke's also there. We'll take care of this guy. You lot do what you're supposed to do. Kisuke replied to them. He then recalled something and added, if you can, please go assist Loga-san's group. I think many of them are injured and they would really appreciate some help. Line didn't question it and urged their team leader, Raoul-san. Let's immediately look for the Demeter Familia members. But he didn't know if it's alright to leave them behind. They'll be fine. If someone can deal with that monster, it'd be him. If you're looking for trapped people, 20 meters away north of this place, there's a small opening on the right side wall that you can pry open. They are embedded in the wall, added Kisuke. Instead of Line or Sona, it was Finn's voice who convinced Raoul, go to the place he pointed out and rescue them. As soon as you're free, the sooner you can assist others. You understood. Raoul saluted and faced his comrades. Let's go. Everyone in their group nodded and started running after Raoul. But before they left the room, Raoul turned to Kisuke for one last time. Thank you. Kisuke just waved at them in acknowledgement. Walking beside Ophis, Kisuke took a closer look at the black dragon bearing its fangs at both of them, but it's very obvious that it was scared of Ophis and didn't dare to start a fight with her. You're interested? Ophis nodded and said, different from the dragons that are born in this place. It's a real one. Kisuke rubbed his chin in contemplation, so it's a genuine article. Looks like it was created. No. It was born in a special way, but before the dungeon could influence it. The demi-spirits managed to get hold of it first, leading to the situation right now that it needed to be fed magic power just to continue hatching. Those demi-spirits couldn't take it over even then, but they sure influenced it with their malice and greed. Kisuke then faced Ophis and asked, what do you want to do? Without any pause, Ophis answered, take it out of this place. That's fine, but I can only remove the demi-spirit's connection from it. Kisuke replied with a smile. Ophis nodded again, that's enough. I see. Kisuke then carefully laid Ryu on the floor and took out 6 daggers with complicated inscriptions on their handles. Tossing them around the black dragon, Kisuke created a hexagonal barrier that severed the space inside of it from the influence of the outside world. With the roots that transported magic power to it suddenly cleaved, the black dragon roared in extreme pain and tried to smash open the white translucent barrier but could only give it a small ripple on the surface. Even then, it still tried its best and started rampaging, damaging even its own body in the process. Picking Ryu up once again, Kisuke added, although I said I could disconnect the rest of the demi-spirits from it, whether it'll turn out malevolent or not, I have no way of changing that. Ophis then stepped forward while reaching out her right arm to it. I'll leave it to its fate. From her hand, the symbol of infinity manifested and a black ball of light emerged from it. A second later, the black ball expanded exponentially in an instant, engulfing the black dragon. The black dragon that was just rampaging disappeared inside the black ball of light without any sound before it shrunk into an oval-shaped egg that is less than 2 feet tall and more than a foot wide. Kisuke immediately took back his barrier as Ophis ran towards the egg and caught it before it fell on the ground. Hugging the egg and feeling the breath of life within it, Ophis let out a satisfied grunt. And just like that, the Nidhogg that Inio/Dionysus painstakingly planned to create throughout the years, disappeared as if it didn't exist in the first place. Patting her head with a smile, Kisuke instructed Ophis, "Go home first. Claire and Tanis would certainly be interested in it, so be careful with it. If you need any help, don't hesitate to come to my side." Omo. Ophis nodded her head and disappeared as soon as Kisuke lifted his hand from her head. "Now then. I guess I might as well wait for everything to be done and deal with that creature," murmured Kisuke and exited the room. Within the cylindrical room, both Dionysus and Loki were speechless with what they'd just witnessed, but the first one to react was Loki. "The Nidhogg has been dealt with. Finish those remaining demi-spirits and we're done here." Everyone except for a few people were visibly shocked at Loki's news, but moments later, their motivation returned and their momentum increased. Using this newfound hope, Finn and Sona rallied everyone for the final attack. Witnessing that his plans that he'd concocted for years crumbling in front of him, Dionysus became extremely desperate and pulled out the dagger that he used to kill his fellow deity, Peenia, to mask his death. If he could kill Loki here, the majority of the forces within the Gnosis would become useless and the rest wouldn't be enough to finish the demi-spirits off, which would also give him enough time to escape. However, Loki, who already saw this outcome a mile away, pulled out the ashes of a dead monster that she picked up on the way here and has been keeping in her pockets before tossing them to Dionysus's face, rendering the latter to be blind for a short moment. Using this chance, Loki immediately launched her foot towards Dionysus and aimed mercilessly at his balls. Feeling the pain that shook his consciousness, Dionysus screamed in horror while Loki laughed maniacally as she continued to step on him repeatedly to the point that the deity that caused them so much trouble begged for mercy. Walking through the hallways, Kisuke heard Dionysus's screams of horror and couldn't help but chuckle, as expected of Loki-sama. She's merciless. Chapter 7:11, The Foolish Elf. While walking through the hallways and waiting for everything to conclude, Kisuke came to a perpendicular path and each side also had people coming towards him. On his right side was the Boaz captain of the Freya Familia, Otter, while on his left was a group of 4 Minotaur Xenos. The moment Otter saw Kisuke, his serious expression changed to that of a large grin, and pulled out his weapons. "You're the leader of the Crimson Apocalypse thieving group," uttered Otter with confidence. Although he wasn't entirely sure, from all the rumors and information he's been hearing, he's the only person that could have beaten him one-sidedly when they rampaged throughout the entire city. Kisuke tilted his head at him and asked, "Crimson Apocalypse thieving group? There's no point in denying it. The moment you dealt with that monster was the moment you solidified your position among the top adventurers. I challenge you to a duel." Dashing forward, Otter brandished his 2 greatswords and swung it down at Kisuke's position, not even considering the person that he's carrying. But before he could land the hit, the bottom of a wooden sandal appeared in front of him without his realization. Before Otter could react in any way, the soles of a wooden sandal landed squarely on his face with tremendous force, instantly canceling his momentum. Almost breaking the speed of sound, Otter was launched backwards, crashing into the walls multiple times before stopping and losing his consciousness. He killed one of the demi-spirits almost by himself, but he wasn't able to survive a kick to the face. Landing on his feet, Kisuke finally remembered, the Crimson Apocalypse thieving group. That's a thing, isn't it? Otter was utterly wrong when he thought that Kisuke was denying it. He simply just forgot about it. Slowly turning to the other people present, Kisuke faced the 4 Minotaurs. With the one in the lead a crimson-furred Minotaur, the 3 behind him had grey furs, and all of them were larger than normal Minotaurs. With a single glance, Kisuke measured each of their strengths to be around that of a level 5 or 6 adventurer. "What about you 4? Want to challenge me too?" Kisuke asked when he felt a demeanor from them similar to Zaraki. Due to the invisible pressure Kisuke was emitting and the ease with which he took out the enemy they couldn't defeat, all of them couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. "Brothers. Although I like fighting, I don't like one-sided beating," one of the Minotaurs with grey fur muttered. "I'm with you," added another one. For the first time ever, the red-coated Minotaur displayed weakness and acted like a human, clearing his throat and saying, "Maybe next time." He then started walking and the others immediately followed him. They quietly went past Kisuke and took the path where he came from. As soon as they gained some distance, the red Minotaur raised his fist and said, "Brothers. Let's go back to the deeper floors. We have to get stronger." "Oh." The others also roared while raising their arms. Hearing their voices from the darkness, Kisuke grinned. They looked like a fun bunch. It wasn't very long until the flames of the battles died out and Kisuke arrived at the cylindrical room. But before he could greet everyone in it, a white shadow flashed through his eyes and tackled him. "Oops. Easy. You might crack your head open," said Kisuke after softening Kaniko's landing on his stomach. I can tank it just fine, replied Kaneko while she rubbed her face on his stomach. Kisuke smiled wryly and patted her head. Let's leave this for later, alright. I got something else to do. Kaneko looked up at him with a pout before sighing and separating. She then peeked at Ryu and asked, is she alright? Yep. She's just having her well-deserved rest. Kisuke then looked at everyone within the room and saw all the executives of Loki Familia in addition to some members except for Ace present, along with Sona and Kaneko who came with them. Next, he looked towards the deity on the floor with an unrecognizable face whimpering, that's the guy. Loki gave him a kick and answered, yeah. It's the bastard who started this all. Loki was about to end him, but Filvis suddenly appeared, catching everyone's attention. Filvis. Filvis. Save me. Dionysus hurriedly shouted when he saw her. Lord Dionysus. Filvis saw him and hurriedly ran to his side in desperation. Her appearance caused some of the Loki Familia members to prepare their weapons to attack, but Loki and Finn stopped their actions when they saw that Filvis was already beginning to disappear. She stumbled weakly and called her patron god's name like a child as she clung to his chest. Upon seeing her condition, Dionysus finally realized that he lost, his face twisting dramatically. TCH, useless. His ugly scorn shocked Filvis. Just how much must you disappoint me before you're satisfied, Filvis? Lord Dionysus. How many times did you ignore my orders? How many times did you fail to finish off Loki's children because you were trying to save Lafia Voridis? Ah, arg. That's what got you cornered, right? If you can't be of any use now, then what good are you? Ah. Every scornful word caused another crack in Filvis' face. The god's disappointed voice and contemptuous gaze lashed at her, scoring deep gouges into her heart. A foolish, half-witted follower. What an utter disappointment. Tears fell from Filvis' eyes. Her face was filled with despair as she was cast aside by the one pillar of support she'd had. GH. Upon seeing that, Alicia knit her eyebrows together. She had not had much interaction with Filvis Chalia. But to see someone toy with the heart of her fellow elf and cast it away on the whim of a prideful god ignited the same kind of pure rage that Lafia had felt. Even if he was a god, Alicia was about to leap in and peel him away from Filvis. But she was stopped where she was standing by Dionysus's confession. But you are still lovely. Dionysus's smile was simultaneously unsightly yet somehow entrancing. Filvis, Alicia, the other Familia members, and even Finn were frozen. In silence, Loki alone watched, unsurprised as the god's right hand cupped the fallen elf's cheek as if trying to cradle something broken. You're truly foolish, Filvis. You were my Maenad. I made you cry. I broke you down with my commands, that was more pleasing than anything else. Ah, how I adored you. Ah. Oh. That's right, the voice of your orgia drove me madder than anything else. In the end, it is my own failure in granting you too much freedom that led to this. Sheesh, how aggravating. Rage. Annoyance. Frustration. And love. He was beautiful despite being stained by blood. His repulsive face bore a smile that was both utterly hideous and beautiful. His words and gaze contained no fiction. Even the mortals in the room who could not see through the lies of deities could understand that much. As Filvis was overcome with emotion, her eyes flowed with tears of a different kind. Be proud, Filvis. My heart is yours. It was a soft voice and a dark smile. He almost seemed to be enjoying himself, as if still searching for the limits of the girl's joy and sorrow. As if chuckling at himself for becoming captivated by that broken girl. It was unsightly, and yet this was an expression of love by a twisted god. You are mine. Yes, I would never let anyone else have you, even when you return to the heavens, you must stay by my side. Yes, Lord Dionysus. Filvis responded in delight. She trembled in the joy that someone was willing to accept her corrupted filth. Embraced by pitiful happiness, she closed her eyes. But before Dionysus could hug Filvis tightly, Kisuke suddenly swung his cane at the latter, hitting and tossing her away from the god's embrace. How stupid, muttered Kisuke. While everyone was shocked at his sudden actions, Dionysus was instantly enraged. What are you doing, you maggot? But ignoring everyone, Kisuke walked and looked down on Filvis, who only has half of her body left and doesn't have any more strength to react aside from quietly weeping. If you know you're going to regret it, why go down this path? Although it was just for an instant, Kisuke saw Filvis' regret and despair hidden deep within her eyes despite happily agreeing to Dionysus. Well, I guess you're also aware that no matter how you answer, that sick deity won't be leaving you alone. However, you two are both wrong about something. And even if you wanted to, you won't be together like he said. Kisuke then lifted his cane on top of her crumbling head. In that case, why don't you go to hell once more and suffer? Maybe this time, you'll find what you're looking for. Bringing down the tip of his cane, Kisuke crushed Filvis' head and her ashes scattered. Without turning back, Kisuke started walking away while saying, I'm done here, so I'm going home. Chapter 712, Volume 12 Chapter 712 Returning the Stubborn Elf. The moment he stepped into Deadless Street without letting anyone detect him, a pillar of golden light blasted through the man-made dungeon and shook the whole city. But instead of fear, cheers of victory proliferated with the news of the city's adventurous triumph over the evil that threatened to destroy it. The moment he stepped out the street, a familiar short-stacked girl started walking alongside him. I understood why you helped Office-chan, but why did you kill that creature like that? I refuse to believe that you just killed a person who's about to die just because you became slightly annoyed. I didn't kill her. I needed her to do something for me, replied Kisuke. Serafall thought for a moment before asking, does it have something to do with when you said that both of them are wrong? What did you mean by that? Originally, spirits, no matter which class, could only use one aspect of magic. But in exchange, they are so good in said magic, that they are only worse than the deities. Serafall immediately understood what he wanted to say, but those demi-spirits could use everything except for wind magic. Correct, Kisuke's expression then became serious, and they achieved this using a very disgusting method. Serafall couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva because it was not often that she saw Kisuke like this. What method? I don't know how it was achieved nor exactly how it works, but something or someone mixed and mashed the souls of ancient spirits that fell in the dungeon long ago and created those abominations. Serafall thought back and recalled every single detail regarding the demi-spirits and guessed, so they're looking for Arya, the wind spirit, to complete their existence. That's what I had guessed as well, but without any conclusive evidence, I can't say for sure. Then what does it have to do with this Filvis? Kisuke sighed before answering. It seems that the deities involved in this don't know about it, but if nothing was done with her situation, her soul would have been cut up into pieces and fused with the main mind of the demi-spirits. Dionysus would only be met with a nasty surprise when he finds out that Filvis's soul didn't ascend with him. Serafall didn't say anything and let Kisuke continue explaining. To save her from that fate, I lent a bit of my power to help her navigate. Of course, I didn't do that just because I wanted to save her. That power I lent her also served as a tracking device, and thanks to that, I'll be able to get a much clearer picture of the network of souls within those demi-spirits. Then where will her soul go? She can't just be wandering around there forever, can she? A soul like hers would alert those demi-spirits or those behind them sooner or later, so after some time, my power will properly guide her back to the dungeon. Hearing that, Serafall surmised and muttered a single word, Xenos. Kisuke didn't confirm it and just smiled at her. I have to send this girl back first. I'll return soon after. Serafall sighed lightly and said, okay, I'll go back first. I'm curious about the egg that Office-chan brought back. While everyone in the city was celebrating the victory that the big familias achieved against their lifelong enemies, silence and a heavy atmosphere was covering the usually noisy pub of Hostess of Fertility. Because it wasn't that long since the battle for the city's future ended, there weren't any customers within it and all of its inhabitants were aimlessly wandering about. Although Mia didn't want this kind of atmosphere, she couldn't really say anything as she could understand how they were feeling. With their good friend's life or death unknown, they couldn't possibly join the festivities. Mia looked towards Seer, who was silently having a drink in the corner of the pub while looking out through the window, and thought, she should have sent me down by now. Does she really trust the news of Kisuke Urahara following her that much? There's also the existence of the Juggernaut. I wonder what she's planning. At this moment, Anya suddenly stomped the floor and yelled, I'm going down, Naya. Chloe and Lunwar also immediately put down what they were doing and simultaneously said, I'm coming with you. The two of them looked and nodded at each other before facing Mia. I'm sorry, Mia, but we can't just sit still, explained Chloe. I also wanted to enjoy the festivities, but I can't do that with the situation right now, added Lunwar. That's right, Naya. Without any news regarding Ryu and Kisuke Urahara, I'm already at the limit of my patience, Naya, exclaimed Anya. But before Mia could give them her answer, Seer abruptly stood up while looking outside. Her sudden movements also attracted everyone's attention and inadvertently transferred their sights towards the direction she was looking in before being met by a very pleasant surprise. Kisuke was about to knock on the door of the pub when it abruptly opened and those inside it jumped at him with scary expressions. Ryo, they cried out. But before they could grab Ryo from him, Kisuke suddenly disappeared and reappeared beside Mia. Geez. Please be careful. Although she's fine, you can't just jump on someone unconscious like that. As someone who formerly led the whole Freya Familia before, Mia never let go of her guard, even if she had a simple job of tending to the pub, but the moment Kisuke appeared beside her without any warning, she trembled and alarm bells started setting off on her head. However, she did her best not to show any reaction and kept her hand from suddenly lashing out. Even if I attack him, just from that, I doubt I could win. Nevertheless, that wasn't the same for the others. Seeing his sudden movements, Anya, Chloe, and Lunwar's demeanor instantly changed with their stance gearing to fight. Though before they could do anything else, they each got a knock on the head from Seer. What are you three doing? It's your fault for suddenly jumping on him even if he's carrying Ryo. She then turned to Kisuke and said with a relieved expression, thank you for saving her. It was only then that Seer got closer and took a better look at the sleeping Ryo. She was utterly speechless at what she witnessed. Her soul is a lot brighter and purer than before. What happened down there? And how could a soul suddenly shine like this? Her curiosity was about to explode, but she needed to hold this in. The three girls then became confused on why Seer was suddenly frozen on her spot, and Anya asked, "Seer, what's wrong, Naya?" Seer managed to calm down, but on the outside, she exaggerated her surprised expression even more and pointed. Her clothes changed. This was the excuse she found. Huh. Anya immediately checked Rhea's condition and indeed found her peacefully sleeping, but her clothes had changed. Why you? You didn't do anything you can be guilty about, did you? Seer chuckled and poured more oil on the fire. Did you think that he's the kind of man that would be guilty if he had done something? Why you? Kisuke Urahara. What did you do to Ryo? Anya lost her mind. With a deadpan expression, Kisuke asked for help. Mia-san. I need a little bit of assistance here. And could you double Seer-san's workload? I'll order more food. Chapter 713, Freya's Belief. After calming down the uncontrolled cat that kept asking questions and making the mischievous waitress beg for fewer workloads, Mia led Kisuke to Ryo's room so he could properly lay him down. Thanks to Seer and Anya's ruckus, Chloe and Lunwar were able to calm themselves down, but they still couldn't let their guards down completely when they were shown such a massive difference in speed. Until now, they were always in control, even if a lot of adventurers came to their pub thanks to their strength. And even if they were stronger than them like the Loki Familia or Ganesha Familia, they were well known with a good reputation. But someone like Kisuke, who was relatively unknown until the war games and thought to be only around level 2 to 3 exhibiting speeds way beyond them, was very unnerving. Kisuke, although he couldn't care less about their reactions, still understood where they were coming from, and there was nothing wrong with that, something unpredictable and uncontrollable suddenly appearing within the space where they feel most safe in. I would have done something more drastic. Well then, it's time for me to leave. Please give this letter to Lion-san once she wakes up. Kisuke took out an envelope and gave it to Mia. Just before arriving at the Hostess of Fertility, Kisuke had contacted Yoruichi and told her that Ryo was already safe. He then asked her to ask Astria to write a letter to her, which he immediately received. It looks like they're still together and Astria-sama had already prepared this beforehand. Mia received the letter and they all saw the insignia drawn on it. Chloe and Lunwar didn't know the origin of the insignia, while Anya just simply forgot about it. Mia and Seer instantly recognized it and finally understood the reason why Kisuke had dived into the dungeon to save Ryo. I got it, but aren't you going to explain what happened down there? Kisuke just shrugged his shoulders while leaving the room. I won't do something as useless as that. Since you're going to have a hard time believing my story anyway, just hear it from Ryo directly. And if she wants to hide something, it would be up to her, so I'll be keeping my mouth shut regarding this incident. Mia nodded and said, fair point. It's a bit late, but thank you for saving this employee of mine. Mia's words reminded everyone in the room what they forgot and still needed to do. One by one, they apologized to Kisuke regarding their behavior and profusely thanked him for saving their important friend. At the door, Kisuke smiled at them and said, I don't mind it and I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. Just treat me to dinner next time. But when she wakes up, make sure to give her an earful for being stubborn and reckless. Anya proudly thumped her chest before saying, you don't have to say it, Naya. I'll make sure that she won't hear the end of it for at least a few hours. That's great. Have a good day. But before Kisuke could completely leave, Seer came running after him. I'll walk you on the way. Drowning in the sounds of festivities on the street, Seer finally started talking after a few minutes of walking with Kisuke, and she said in a mischievous voice, I heard you gave Otter one hell of a beating. What's up with that tone? Shouldn't you be worried? And for your information, he was the one who came after me and I only gave him a proper retaliation. Seer chuckled at his response, I know that. I'm already grateful that you didn't kill him despite coming at you with killing intent. Well, you can thank my vast experience with those types of people. Although they're not good people, they are not bad either for seeking strength and proving themselves in battles. Their killing intent is more of a playful intent. Kisuke then turned his face to her and asked, but that isn't what you wanted to ask, is it? Seer obediently nodded, right. I'm really curious what happened down there for her to have that kind of change. Did you know that ever since I've met her, I've always wanted to see the shine of her soul buried in that filth called revenge? How did you clear it? Kisuke looked straight into her eyes and saw the goddess's inquisitive gaze and sighed, you really have very good eyesight, and because of that, it always worked out for you. However, that also causes you to be blind to certain things. In other words, you believe too much in your eyes that it actually narrowed your vision. A goddess like Freya already lived for an uncountable number of years, and what she had seen was beyond what Kisuke had seen in his entire life. However, that was only limited to this world already shaped by the deities themselves and the main cause of its stagnation. Not to mention that Kisuke noticed Freya depending too much on her eyes that could see the color and shine of the souls, which caused her to have a narrow vision in Kisuke's opinion despite being incredibly wise. Kisuke's remarks ceased Seer's footsteps, but the former continued walking without waiting for her, although I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong. For me, those filth were not something that needed to be scrubbed off. The dirt is also part of the soul that completes who they are as much as the gem hidden within it. Kisuke turned to a nearby alley and disappeared from there. Left alone, Seer's eyes suddenly changed to silver from her usual light gray. So you are saying that I'm not wrong, but also not entirely correct. She then looked around and saw the people celebrating. Each of them had a mediocre soul. Not shining because of the filth covering them. She had always thought that by discarding these filth souls would reach its pristine state, similar to that of a newborn, and that only then could someone surpass their limits. But were they really something that should be discarded no matter what? For the first time ever, Freya questioned her view. As he made his way to the Hearth Manor, Kisuke tried to guess what Freya would see if she were to meet Issei and Vale. Most probably, she'd see an incredibly shiny soul buried within filth. However, that's what truly makes them who they are. Buried in desires which made them move forward. It's a part of their being that they've never thought of rejecting. Maybe, if something changes in her view, instead of filth, Freya would be able to see them as another form of gem. Chapter 7:14, A Failure. Just as Kisuke went through the gates of the manor, the main door swung open and he saw his cute little cousin in a full-on sprint coming towards him, Nichan. Kisuke carefully caught her while chuckling. I see that you instantly sensed my presence. It looks like you're working hard on your assignments and training. Claire nodded in delight and tightly hugged Kisuke, UNN. Patting her head, Kisuke replied with a gentle tone, that's great, but although your studies and training are important, having fun is the same. If things are getting tiresome or making your head hurt, make sure to take a break. Claire looked up to him and said, Faiz-chan and Ta-chan always play with me. And the other big sisters too, and as if recalling something, Claire's expression instantly changed. Welcome back, Ni-chan. Kisuke then picked her up and carried her on his arm. I'm home, let's go in first. But before they could enter the building, Claire suddenly asked with a quiet voice, Ni-chan. Can I talk with Mom and Dad? That innocent question of her gave Kisuke a headache and a slight pain in the chest. Nevertheless, his gentle smile never disappeared and reassured Claire, I'm sorry Claire, but not for now. Don't you worry, though I've been working on contacting Auntie and Uncle so it shouldn't take too long, so please wait for a little more. Although Claire's young and innocent mind still couldn't grasp what's going on, she knew that it wouldn't be easy for them to return home and never asked about it. Nonetheless, Claire couldn't help herself thinking about her parents despite being distracted and having fun every day. Claire was considerate. Way too considerate for someone of her age. In spite of this, she couldn't take it anymore after suddenly being separated from the people she was always staying with as she grew up. It's already been more than 5 months. She endured well, but it's not something she should really endure. Claire smiled and nodded, but it was painfully obvious to Kisuke that it was just an attempt to hide her loneliness. Dang it. What a failure. This is not an expression a child should have. The framework of the communication line was already done, but it'll still take some time to fine-tune it. Looks like I won't be able to return to the Dazara region immediately. But after this small talk with Claire, Kisuke finally realized something important. Although making countermeasures against their enemies is important, it shouldn't have been this way from the start. He wasn't alone. I've been neglecting everyone too much. I have to make some adjustments. After all, I can't really call this a successful real life if I can't enjoy this life. Instead of the world, my responsibility lies in those around me. I should never forget that. This is not the exiled Shinigami, Kisuke Urahara's life anymore, but the son of Sarah Belial, Kisuke Urahara. While daydreaming, Kisuke and Claire entered the manor with the former consoling the latter. I'm home. Kisuke greeted everyone who was not participating in retaking Gnosis with a big smile, and just like the other kids, Hestia tackled him without thinking about it. Welcome back. Kisuke could only smile wryly at this old child's action. I'm back, Hestia-sama. Thank you for taking care of everyone. But Hestia pouted when she heard that, but they're too capable to be taken care of. That's not true. Just with you and Artemis-sama's presence and assistance, you provided everyone with valuable experience and tried your best to resolve the confusion they might have. Hestia and Artemis looked at him with confusion and indeed recalled a few instances that they gave the girls some answers to their questions. Seeing that, Kisuke couldn't help but chuckle. You're wondering how in the world would I know that? Of course, I would check up on everyone the moment I return, and I've noticed that they're a lot more stable than before. It's as if they've recovered their innocence, and that could only be thanks to you. In this kind of lifestyle, Yoruchi, Kuroka, Medusa, Seraphal, and he might have been fine. However, that was not the same with the rest of the girls. With training that gave them vast improvements, it was also the truth that it had taken something important away from them, since they were still young and they were in the years that would largely shape their future actions. I might have been subconsciously avoiding them lately because I'm afraid that I'll destroy them further. And now that I've thought about it, Yoruchi might have been in the same spot as me. If it was the previous Kisuke, he should have long prepared Aika to release her Bankai. But he had been delaying it as much as possible with his own concocted reason that her Zanpakuto was special and it shouldn't be rushed. As for Yoruchi, she should have started teaching Sona, Kaneko, and Kuroka how to absorb their magic or key special attributes directly to their bodies, but had been putting it off thinking that the former two needed more experience. Of course, as the wise goddesses, Hestia and Artemis saw this large flaw in their group and did their best to fill up the hole they were missing. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they've become mothers to whom they could retreat to if things became too hard where they normally would just push through with sheer willpower, but also in the exchange for some of their innocence that may leave a hole in their hearts. Hestia separated from Kisuke and started patting his shoulder. If you need to sit down and just talk, I could fulfill the role of the partner, so don't hesitate to ask whenever you have some downtime. Kisuke laughed and replied, I'll take you up on that offer then. He then proceeded to greet Artemis, Medusa, and Tanis, who seemed to be still afraid of him because their time together hadn't been long. And after reassuring Tanis, he went beside Ophis, who had been quietly taking care of the black egg within her arms, and noticed that the formerly pure black egg now had white spots. How is it? It's going out soon, answered Ophis. However, Kisuke had no idea of how soon it really was, since he knew how skewed Ophis's perception of time was. With that in mind, Kisuke touched the egg to probe it and saw the development inside, so it's really soon. A few days to a week, maybe. Chapter 7:15, Can't Level Up. It was already dinner time when Sona, Aika, Kaneko, Irina, and Akino finally returned from the cleanup. Yo. Good work out there. Kisuke immediately greeted them with a huge smile. Kaneko wanted to jump on his lap, but Akino grabbed the collar of her clothes while she was in the air with a graceful smile. You fufu. You're not thinking of jumping on him with all that dust and dirt on you, are you? Kaneko pouted but didn't go against Akino. Kisuke chuckled at this scene and said, Go relax in the bath and calm your nerves. We'll have dinner once you come out. I've already prepared the bath. Medusa made a follow-up. You won't join us? I can wash your back, so wash mine too. Aika asked with a cheeky grin. Akino and Irina instantly flinched at her words, but Kisuke immediately refused her offer, maybe next time. But Aika wasn't disappointed and replied, Then I'll look forward to that time. However, before they left for the baths, Irina suddenly turned back and asked Kisuke, Are you leaving again soon? This question of hers also made the others halt their steps and look towards him. Their reaction surprised Kisuke, but he didn't show any of it on his face. Instead, he beamed happily and answered, Nope, I got free time, so I'll be hanging out with everyone. Their delighted faces when they left the room would not leave Kisuke's head for quite some time. He never would have thought that simply affirming his presence would make them this happy. I might be good at deducing the logic of the human mind, but I still couldn't grasp the complication of human emotions. I guess I can never be as good as Aizen in manipulating people. He then noticed Seraphal grinning at him. Even amongst the most active devils, you've beaten most of them. As expected of the Gigolo Master-chan. Well, outside of those who treat their women as slaves at least. Claire looked towards Hestia beside her and asked, Hestia-nisama. What's a gigolo? Hestia smiled gently at her and replied, It's a complicated word that only adults use. You don't have to learn it yet. She then proceeded to glare at both Seraphal and Kisuke, with the latter making a wronged expression. It didn't take too long for the girls to finish their baths and dinner was prepared. While gorging on the abundant and delicious food at the table prepared by Medusa, the girls started enthusiastically talking about their adventures to Kisuke, which he intently listened to while giving input of his own when appropriate. Even Claire, Ophis, and Tanis had stories of their own and everyone happily listened to them. Though most of this happened within the walls of the manor since Tanis couldn't go out. Although Seraphal could continually cast illusion magic on her to hide her appearance, she couldn't do anything regarding her presence, and those with enough perception would have instantly caught it. I should also make something for her. It shouldn't be too hard, thought Kisuke. At some point, their conversation reached the part where they got involved with the latest and biggest event yet. If we didn't reach level 4 prior to it, it would have been a lot harder and we would have ended up using our trump cards. Sona sighed. I guess we can only practice our special moves in the deeper parts of the dungeon. I really wanted to try and pull out all the stops for once, added Aika. After chewing her dessert, Kaneko also commented, That's true. After reaching level 4, it's as if a large burden suddenly left my body and I can move with more ease. It's not simply a power-up. While the three of them became lively with their conversation, Akino and Irina became sullen. Seeing this, Sona sighed yet again, but for a different reason. Don't think too much about it. I know for sure that you two are also progressing. If you're still concerned about it, just ask Kisuke, cause he'll surely have a great explanation. Swallowing his food, Kisuke voiced out, Let me guess. You can't level up. Both of them look at him for a moment before nodding. Well, I already expected this. But if I just said something similar to Sona, it'd probably only fall on deaf ears. Thankfully, I managed to come across some information that I can fully reassure you that this is normal in your case. Kisuke then recalled the information he received regarding the fauna and cross-referenced it to the information he originally had before explaining. First, you have to know that souls are normally stronger than the physical body they reside in, but not in the way you think. After all, without physical bodies, souls are very fragile and a bit of influence on them could destroy them. But I won't focus on the specific strength of the souls, but the fact that they are more energy-rich than the physical bodies. The way that Fauna works is that it strengthens your body while nourishing the soul. Once the body can finally adapt and materialize a part of the soul's power and the soul itself is already stable enough, a process known as level up could proceed, which then reset a new cycle of gaining excelia. Since they knew what kind of body they had, Aquino and Irina partially understood what Kisuke wanted to say. So you're saying? Kisuke nodded at them. It's as you've guessed. You have it the other way around. It's your souls that need to adapt to your bodies. A process way slower than the former. But instead of the two, it was Hestia who reacted and in a very surprising way. Wait. Isn't that? While the rest were confused, Kisuke's smile grew deeper and said, I see that you're aware of some things, Hestia-sama. Hestia's face became complicated. It's something I've only heard from Zeus and never believed. But I didn't expect I'd hear it again from someone else. Still not knowing what's going on with her best friend, Artemis asked with a very concerned expression, Hestia. What's wrong? Hestia sat back down and without breaking her stare at Kisuke, she replied to Artemis, the fauna nourishes the body and purifies the soul and that is something that was bestowed to the people of the lower world as a blessing from deities. But according to Zeus, the reverse also exists. Nourishing the soul and purifying the body. Then what's wrong with it? Hestia sighed before continuing, it's not for the people of the lower world, but the monsters of the dungeon. In other words, it's the blessing of the dungeon. Chapter 7:16, Joys of a Child. There's that, but you don't really have to concern yourself regarding that, Hestia-sama. Besides, Aquino-san and Irina's situation is also different from that. It's the fauna doing something that it isn't designed to do. Kisuke then turned his head on Aquino and Irina. If my conjectures are correct, then you'll never be able to level up since you don't really need your body to adapt. The most likely scenario is that your stats would be stuck at max value and it won't change again after that. Or maybe it'll display gibberish text after a long while. In any case, even if you can't see the numerical value, I can safely say that you're progressing well. Aquino sighed in relief while Irina's eyes shone with her saying, so that's the case. All right. My motivation is back. I'm going to the dungeon tomorrow. Take it easy. You first have to digest what happened today and reflect on your actions. Go to the dungeon once you've cleared your mind. But the moment Kisuke said that, silence befell on the dining table. What? Take it easy. I never thought I'd hear that in its actual meaning from Senpai, muttered Kaneko. Did you actually catch a cold? Asked Aika rudely. Or did you actually hit your head badly? Sona also threw a jab. Kisuke could only laugh awkwardly at their responses. I'm certainly at fault with those kinds of responses. Shaking his head, Kisuke continued, anyway, it's only inevitable that I change my stance after experiencing more things. Sipping his tea, Kisuke let out a small smile. It's true that there are enemies and some of them are breathing behind our ears, but I'm wrong to think that I have to eliminate all of these threats to have a peaceful and fulfilling life. No matter what I do, I would make more enemies as much as allies. That became more apparent this time, because I intended to protect a lot of people on my own accord and not because of some sense of responsibility. Exhaling deeply, Kisuke stretched his back. If there is no end to the enemies coming after us, then there's no point in sacrificing our daily lives just because of their presence. Sona and the other girls wanted to ask him what experience changed his mind, but Hestia, Artemis, and Seraphal stopped them. The three of them knew that Kisuke had reached some kind of realization, but he didn't have to explain it to everyone else. Sona saw that and instantly changed her mind and changed the topic. Anyway, I've been curious. What really happens when a god is sent back to heaven and all of their children lose their abilities? Ever since the death of the former members of the Dionysus Familia, Sona had been wondering what the mechanics behind it were. The only way the fauna was able to pass the power of the soul to the physical body is by becoming the bridge that connects the two itself. The reason why those with blessing could use magic and become stronger is because the instructions for it were inscribed on the soul. So when the fauna disappears, so does the bridge connecting the soul to the body, locking the soul away and leaving only a healthier and sturdier body behind. I see, Sona nodded in understanding. You said that the blessing is only for the body to adapt to the soul, so when the passive strengthening and magic from the fauna disappear, they could come back to being normal mortals with overflowing magic power which they can't use. Correct. For those who didn't learn magic or ki properly and rely only upon the work done by the fauna, it's only fair to say that their power isn't theirs in the first place and one really can only blame themselves if it was suddenly taken away. Ah. So that's why you wanted a fauna that doesn't give any skills. Because it's technically useless in your case, Hestia finally realized it from their conversation. The next morning, Kisuke got out of his workshop to join everyone else for breakfast. As usual, without needing to sleep, he poured all of his time alone into work on some projects, and the first one he tackled was Tannis' disguise magic item because he had promised Claire to take her out to have fun. And if she was coming, the other two, of course, won't allow her to have fun alone. Arriving at the dining hall, Kisuke immediately called the dragon girl, Tanis-chan, come over here for a moment. I have a present for you. After yesterday's dinner, Tanis' fear of Kisuke already fully disappeared and the innocent dragon girl came running to him when she heard him, present. Yep, Kisuke took out a silver ring pendant necklace and put it on her. This is a magic item that'll allow you to walk around the town. At least until the Xenos can have their freedom on the surface. Although simple in design as to not attract unwanted attention when revealed to the public, Tanis was incredibly fascinated by its luster and mysterious engravings on it as she held the ring in her hands. She then looked up to Kisuke with wide eyes and asked, I can go out? You sure can. I can play on the streets with Claire-chan and Office-chan. As long as it isn't a busy or main street. I can buy delicious things from stalls. Kisuke gave her a thumbs up. Ni-chan struck it rich not too long ago, so I'll give you all the allowance you'll need. With bright and shining eyes, Tanis leaped and hugged Kisuke. Thank you, Kisuke-niken. Let's go. Kisuke laughed out loud and patted her head. After your breakfast and morning lessons. I'll take you 3 to a lot of places. Tanis nodded and excitedly went back to her seat to finish her meal. She didn't even ask him how to use the pendant he gave her. Similarly, Claire and Office's pace also sped up when they heard that they'll be going out to have fun and Hestia had to remind them to slow down. Kisuke couldn't help but chuckle at this scene and regretted not doing this much earlier. Chapter 717, A Short Outing. Around 10 a.m., Kisuke took the 3 little girls out. The others wanted to come, but Kisuke refused their participation, citing that today is the kids' day. Kisuke checked Tanis, who had her special characteristics hidden through a field created by his special energy that anyone, including the gods, couldn't see through, to make sure that the device he made was functioning properly. The gentle smile on his face couldn't be hidden when he saw her nervously cross the gates and their cheering when she successfully got out of the manor. As Kisuke watched them from behind and just let them play around, he thought that he would have to make some moves, but was surprised to see that no one came to mess with the little girls. Looks like the incident that Office caused is still in the minds of these people. Prior to going out, Kisuke gave Claire and Tanis candies that would regulate their food intake so no matter how much they eat for today, the feeling of fullness would soon disappear, giving them unlimited freedom of what they could eat for the day. Of course, he had to remind them that it's only for today since it could potentially destroy their senses when it comes to food. When Tanis asked why Office didn't receive any candy, the latter only answered with a smug face, I am strong. So if I become as strong as Office-chan, I can eat anything, asked Tanis innocently. Patting her shoulder, Office replied with a weird glint within her eyes, all my followers shall stand on the top of the world. I will become as strong as Office-chan, declared Tanis. Me too, joined by Claire. Although none of them truly knows what they are saying. Nodding proudly, Office replied, I shall guide you on how to subdue some birds and bats. And after that, their owners. Yay! Both of them cheered. Of course, they still have no idea that Office was talking about the 3 largest factions on Earth. Overhearing their conversation, Kisuke got a little bit nervous but also became extremely curious, just what was she learning these past few weeks? And what is she planning to do in the future? Maybe I should let her finish her castle. Kisuke in the future would recall this moment as the beginning of the legend of the 3 Void Empresses and their flying castles. While watching them frolic together, Kisuke's mind ended up wandering to the recent events and reflected over them. It didn't take too long for his train of thoughts to reach the scene yesterday where he talked to Seer before he separated from her. Was it a good idea to present a contradiction to her belief? Even though she's more open-minded than most deities, I just went against the belief that she's carried her whole life. I hope that this won't cause extreme action from her in an attempt to solidify her belief. After calming down and reflecting, Kisuke regretted opening his mouth yesterday, and I just can't take back what I just said. Forget it. There's no use regretting that. What's the worst she could do? Charm the whole town. I really doubt she'd do that unless someone kicks her in the face. While mulling over things, Kisuke caught sight of the Loki Familia members. Ace, Tioni, and Tiona seemed to be shopping for some things, but the moment the 3 of them saw Kisuke's group, instead of greeting them, Ace immediately did a 180 and ran away. It wasn't just Kisuke who was surprised by this but also the Hiryut sisters who didn't know what to do after witnessing that. For now, however, both of them chased after Ace despite wanting to ask Kisuke what he did to Ace for her to have such a strange reaction like that. Am I really that scary? But after a while, Kisuke just shrugged his shoulders and sent what just happened at the back of his mind. The 3 of them wanted to continue playing until late afternoon but they had to go back early afternoon when Office said that the egg was about to hatch. Kisuke was surprised by this because his initial estimates were way off and figured that Office must have done something to the egg overnight. Arriving back home, Kisuke and Office went straight to the egg and saw Artemis who volunteered to look after it poking it. When Artemis saw them enter the room, she immediately said, Welcome back. I think I saw it moving earlier. Kisuke nodded at her and turned to Office, Is it supposed to hatch today? Office nodded and went straight to the egg to cradle it. Kisuke stared at the egg for a while and thought, it seems that it'll hatch in an hour or 2. Sitting beside Office, he chose to wait with her. During that time, he noticed that Ophis avoided using her infinity as she guided and injected magic power from the atmosphere into the egg. Why? Asked Kisuke. This child already escaped fate without my power. She doesn't need it. Kisuke thought back to the moment Ophis sealed the dragon into the egg. Because the corrupted spirits ripped the dragon from the dungeon, its link to both sides was so weak that Ophis was able to pull it out from the corrupted spirits in the dungeon without using her real power. Her desires shall be fulfilled by herself, added Ophis. Desire. Ophis nodded at Kisuke's question, but she didn't elaborate any further. Artemis, meanwhile, was squinting her eyes and pouted her mouth a little, another cryptic conversation. Mind explaining it? Fufufu. Just think of it as a new friend coming into existence. Kisuke just chuckled at her question. However, at this moment, something shook Kisuke's consciousness, and immediately looked towards the direction of the dungeon's entrance. What? Right now? That was fast. He then stood up and said, something came up, so I'll leave for a short while. Although he wanted to see the egg hatch, he has a responsibility he has to take care of. Where are you going? Are you going to eat dinner with us? Asked Artemis with a bit of concern. Kisuke smiled wryly at her question. I'm just going for a short trip to the dungeon to fetch someone. By the way, please ask Medusa and Akino-san to prepare an additional portion for dinner. A guest. Got it. But as Kisuke was about to leave through the door, he recalled something quite important and turned to Ophis once again. What about the dragon's heartbeat? Would I need to put up a barrier? Shaking her head, Ophis answered, she's already past that point. I see. He then looked at Artemis's direction one last time. I think it'll be a good idea to call others. After all, it's a rare chance to see a dragon egg hatch. Chapter 718, Return from Death. Kisuke tracked the unique signal he left on the certain individual and soon reached the 50th floor after rushing. This is pretty deep. Just what did she end up with? Kisuke continued dashing and reached a certain corner of the safe zone. From there, he saw a naked white-haired and pale white girl with a pair of black bat wings sprouting behind her being ejected from the wall as if a new monster was being born. The girl dropped to her knees and slowly opened her crimson-red eyes with cross-shaped pupils. She then slowly raised her hands to see their long and sharp black fingernails. With the memories of her previous life still in a mess, the girl couldn't even remember who she is even if wanted to. However, it was at this moment that a familiar voice resounded beside her. Welcome back, Chalia-san, it's time to start your round 2 in hell, though it seems you got extremely lucky this time and got a form very close to a human. Her long elf-like ears jerked up and she slowly lifted her head to see the last person she saw before she died sporting the same grin, Kisuke. Urahara, she muttered, showing her 2 long and sharp canines. Yep, the one and only. It was then a massive headache that attacked the girl, formerly Philvis Chalia of the Dionysus Familia, as Kisuke's appearance jogged her memories, putting them in the right places. Ah. Her scream of extreme pain as she held her head dearly echoed throughout the entirety of the quiet 50th floor, but Kisuke ignored the noise she's making and carefully checked her physical features. Prominent canines, pale white skin, and bat-like wings. A vampire? Does that mean that somewhere deep in the dungeon, a vampire monster exists? Kisuke waited for Philvis to calm down, but as soon as the pain in her head subsided, another bout of panic ensued. Cornering her back on the wall, Philvis started shaking violently as she hugged her knees in an attempt to find the slightest comfort. With her eyes swimming around, she started muttering as if she had lost her mind. Why? Why is this happening? Lord Dionysus. Where are you, Lord Dionysus? Why? Why did I become a monster once again? Please. Someone. End this nightmare. Kisuke sighed. Well, I already expected that this might be the case. Pointing his finger at her forehead, Kisuke used his Kidu, in Amuri, forced slumber. As Philvis lost her consciousness, Kisuke chucked her in the sack he took out from his inventory and carried it behind on his back. Yash. Let's leave the troublesome things like calming her down to the girls. With that in mind, Kisuke returned home after kidnapping a girl from the dungeon. When Kisuke reached the manor, the sun was already setting. However, he noticed that a barrier was covering the whole building, allowing entry but not allowing exit. What's going on? From inside, he could hear some voices and one of them had an unfamiliar and strange tone to it. Wait. This is a telepathic signal being broadcasted to everywhere. Is it that dragon? Guessed Kisuke. I'm home. When Kisuke opened the door he saw a 3 feet long and 1.5 wide white western dragon flapping its wings in front of him. The white dragon was a bit chubby for its size and it has clear blue eyes that emit intelligence. The two of them stared at each other in silence for a short while before the flying reptile lunged at his chest and grabbed his shiitake while looking up to him. Protect. Arya, a clear telepathic message came from it when it opened its jaw. Kisuke was a bit surprised by its words, but after considering its origin and how it came to be, he was able to guess the reason it approached me with such willingness. Can it feel Arya-san's aura from me? Not long after, Aika came running from the interior of the building and shouted, Kisuke. Catch that shiny lizard. It's trying to escape. Wait. Huh. But she slowed down when she saw the dragon silently clutching on Kisuke's clothing with its tiny claw. You tamed it. Kisuke patted the dragon and replied, nope. It just likes the smell coming from me. Aika narrowed her eyes at his answer and said, so it can smell Arya from you. You understand it. I can instinctively tell because I've been deepening my relationship with my daughters. Besides, it can only say 2 words. Arya and protect. It's not that hard to understand it, answered Aika with a sigh. The dragon ignored Aika and kept repeating protect and Arya to Kisuke. I see. But why did you have to put up such a barrier just to catch this? Because it's strangely agile. It has an ability to hide its presence to the point that Kaneko couldn't exactly pinpoint its location within the manor. We had Northwest choice but to place this barrier so that it won't go out. What about Ophis? Didn't she say anything to this little one? Aika shook her head, nope. She only said that she won't interfere. And the only people who could easily catch it, Serafal-chan and Medusa-chan, stayed out of the way. Kisuke grabbed the dragon and said, let's go inside first. By the way, what's with that sack? It has a similar aura to those Xenos. Did you kidnap a Xenos? Ah. Kisuke finally remembered that he's carrying someone and placed the sack in front of Aika. I'll leave her to you. I'll take her tomorrow to the Loki Familia. Aika tilted her head in confusion, the Loki Familia. Although they've taken care of Rei, that's only because she saved Finn. I doubt they'll take care of another Xenos, especially a stranger. Kisuke walked past her while carrying the dragon who became silent in his arms. Well, she's not exactly a stranger to them and I'm sure that Gay Elf would accept her. Since everyone else already heard that Kisuke caught the dragon from his conversation with Aika, they stopped their search and put down the barrier. Aika, meanwhile, untied the sack and took a peek inside. Why is she naked? Is the first question that came from her mouth. But she immediately shook her head and thought, Kisuke won't really do anything to her even if she's naked. After all, for him, being a big pervert is just a fun way to mess with someone. Aika then took the girl Xenos out of the sack and finally saw her face. Why does she look familiar? Wait. Filvis Chalia. How? Aika's shout attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 719, Filvis Chalia. At dinner time, everyone sat around the table full of delicious food, including Filvis. Although she was still flinching at the noises and was at a general loss of what to do. In hindsight, it was actually pretty easy to calm her down. As someone who had been persecuted by others all the time, Filvis was very sensitive about how others looked at her. With everyone gazing at her as if she's a genuine and real person, she wondered how these people could act like this, especially now that she had such inhumane features that could surely scare any normal person. Thanks to that, however, Filvis got a sense of safety, albeit only slightly. Remaining quiet while staying on the seat given to her and watching everyone's attitude, Filvis shook when Medusa suddenly placed a plate in front of her. It's an informal setting, so just take whatever you fancy. Filvis looked up to her casual expression and hesitantly nodded. Soon the table descended into chaos with Aika grabbing the majority of the meat for herself. Ever since learning how to maintain her figure using magic, she didn't care what she eats anymore. And due to her actions, others also started imitating her, mainly Claire, Tanis, and Ophis, as the candy that Kisuke gave the former two earlier was still in effect. The noisy and rambunctious dinner should have been unbearable for someone like Filvis. However, this atmosphere of a casual and uncaring attitude actually gave her more of a sense of comfort. A lot better than an awkward silence would. It's as if she was actually accepted. But before that train of thought further developed itself, Filvis sighed and shook her head in an attempt to brush off these dangerous thoughts. What's wrong? You don't like the food? Do you have something specific you want? Hestia suddenly asked her when she saw that Filvis hadn't touched her utensils yet. And no. That's not it, Lady Hestia. Then you should start eating before these gluttonous girls wipe everything off the table. I know you're hungry, and if you want to do something, you should have at least the energy to move around. But. Nevertheless, Hestia just waved her hand at Filvis and started putting some food on her plate herself. I know what you're thinking and your concerns, but save it for later. I can, however, reassure you that my children are different from the rest and won't judge you on how you look. While Filvis was still unwilling to believe her words, she swallowed back her words. Thank you very much. Filvis gratefully accepted the meal, but as she took a bite from it, she felt her unnaturally long canines and reminded her of her current existence. What's going to happen to me now? Looks like Tanis's presence still couldn't reassure her, Sona thought. She doesn't know exactly what Kisuke's reason was on why he turned Filvis into a Xenos, but the latter already told her that he already got what he wanted from her. Coincidence or not, Filvis's existence was actually a great boon, not for them, but Tanis. If she can make a small opening for the path to the coexistence of Xenos and the people of the lower world, it'd be really great for Tanis-chan. Dinner ended and the first ones to leave were Claire, Ophis, and Tanis because they still had to finish their homework. They were then followed by Kisuke, who planned another all-nighter. The rest then moved to the living room where Artemis and Irina prepared tea for everyone. With Philvis in the middle, everyone was staring at her with great interest, putting her in great discomfort. Nevertheless, Philvis gathered her courage and asked, What's going to happen to me now? You're a lot meeker than you originally are, commented Aika. Since they would commonly come across the Loki Familia investigating the Evolus movements, they'd also come across Philvis with either Dionysus or Lafia. And from their memories, she had a stronger and more stoic attitude, very different from the demeanor she's displaying now. However, after recalling her history and thinking about it, Philvis's stance and attitude were very understandable. With nothing to depend on and reincarnating as something that others would instantly kill when they come across her, she couldn't really display a strong front. Seeing Philvis making a difficult expression, Sona just waved her hand and said, "Forget about it. If you're asking what's going to happen, aside from Kisuke having something in mind, we don't really know what will happen to you, nor do we have any idea where you'll end up in the future. One thing I'm quite sure of, though. You'll be deciding on the path you want to take on your own, since Kisuke will let you off." Of course, Kisuke already told the girls his intention of sending Philvis to the Loki Familia tomorrow, but asked them not to reveal it since she might run away. Philvis couldn't help but scrunch up her brows slightly. Then what am I doing here? Kisuke Urahara could have left me alone in the dungeon if he's just going to let me go. Does he plan to do an experiment with me? How did he find me in the first place? Don't worry about it. He'll bring you somewhere and he'll be done with you. It's your choice what to do after that next. And as for how he found you, we don't really know. Though we've already learned that it'll just be tiring asking him everything, and as for whatever he's trying to do, as it is most of the time, it's actually just for fun. Sona sighed. Enough of that. Irina suddenly interjected, "We're not here to talk about Kisuke's plans, but Philvis-san herself. And me. Yep. Aren't you curious about what you can do now?" But in front of the excited Irina, Philvis firmly shook her head, and no. Philvis gritted her teeth and explained further, "I thought I'd already escaped that hell, but only to be sent back right into it." She then recalled Kisuke's last words to her before she completely turned into ashes and suspected that he has something to do with her current state right now. Her complicated feeling then turned into silent fury. "Why? I can't say that Kisuke-kun has nothing to do with your current situation, however, please remember all the words he said at that time." Hestia inserted. Sona and Kaneko already told her in detail about what happened in Knossos and Dionysus' last moments last night, including the parting words that Kisuke gave her. "Well, I guess you're also aware that no matter how you answer, that sick deity won't be leaving you alone. However, you two are both wrong about something. And even if you wanted to, you won't be together like he said." Those were his exact words, and Philvis became incredibly confused when she recalled that. Raising her hand, Seraphol gathered everyone's attention. About that, I asked him about it and explained it to me why he did that." Chapter 720, Philvis Chalia Part 2. From what I've understood with what he said, despite having control over those demi-spirits, you people, including Dionysus, don't have any idea what they really are. Philvis wanted to deny Seraphol's words, but couldn't find a proper argument against it. In truth, it was the creatures that were controlling the strange monsters, and they'd only instinctively know where the jewel for the demi-spirits would sprout within the dungeon. Dionysus's role was just as a guide, promising to assist them in their goal of reaching the surface. All in all, they knew nothing about them, and they were just as mysterious as the dungeon itself. Even as a creature, Philvis never dived deep enough to find out the origin of the vines that had turned her into that monstrous form. Your god claimed that he'll come with you to heaven, but according to Kisuke, that was impossible without any interference. So without any knowledge, that guy thought that both of you would ascend to heaven, but in reality, not just your body, but also your soul was in whatever those demi-spirits serve. Philvis shuddered. But that's. You should have an inkling that this might be the case. Dionysus couldn't update your status, could he? Philvis couldn't deny it. Ever since becoming a creature, her fauna had become corrupted, and even Dionysus couldn't do anything about it. Instead of displaying numerical parameters, it was just a bunch of gibberish text that didn't mean anything. The only consolation she got regarding that was that her skills and magic were still readable, with the addition of something called Monstrum Union and Einsel that she got after the nightmare of 27th floor. Not waiting for her reply, Seraphol added, "A deity's blessing touches upon the soul of its receiver. With it being corrupted and modified, it's safe to assume that common sense won't apply to it." Dionysus only had wishful thinking. According to Kisuke, anyway. With that in mind, he did something so that your soul wouldn't return to those demi-spirits and you ended up reincarnating as a Xenos. Blood was drained from Philvis' face and her already pale countenance became even paler. With great hesitation, she asked, Then what was going to happen when I die?" The room was then covered in a cold silence with no one answering her question. But the suffocating stillness was broken when Kisuke, with a large lollipop in his mouth, kicked open the door. "You'd return to how it was supposed to be. By the way, I can't do something like this again since the risk is too big. Any further interference with the soul's natural cycle might produce a bug in the system that could potentially crash it. Although the chances of that happening are infinitely close to zero, no one wants to add to the system's instability, even if it's just slightly. Although she couldn't understand most of what Kisuke said, she got one thing: you mean my soul will return to heaven without any problems? That's right. After successfully disconnecting you from those demi-spirits by giving you a run through the dungeon, heaven was able to re-establish a connection to your soul. After experiencing death once, Philvis was more concerned about where she'd go in the afterlife, after all. This life. Kisuke, including some others, knew what she was thinking, but didn't say anything about it. However, Philvis was still curious about one more thing and asked, why? Why did you do this? I sincerely doubt that you're saving me. Is it so that I could pioneer the relationship between people of the lower world and Xenos? If so, then you have chosen the wrong person. Philvis had correctly guessed what Sona and the girls wanted to happen. Since you had certain criteria that I needed, I did this to you. And the moment you were reborn, you'd already done the job for me. As Sona said, what you do in the future will be up to you. Sitting down beside Seraphol, Kisuke continued, enough of that, and let's talk about the things you can do. Philvis shook her head, I don't know. She understood why they wanted to know. If a Xenos of an unknown species suddenly appeared, it meant something similar dwelled within the dungeon and hasn't been discovered yet. Any information regarding new monsters in the deeper floors was valuable information that could save lives. Kisuke then looked towards Medusa, who had just entered the room, and asked, what do you think? Philvis also looked towards Medusa, prompted by Kisuke's gaze. Out of everyone here, Medusa gave her the strangest feeling. Medusa stared at her for some time before nodding and answering, she indeed has a vampire physiology. At least the power of her blood can easily be distinguished. I see. So she's like Gasper Cohen. Irina commented while clapping her hand, in that case, it'll be easier to figure out what her abilities are. Not quite. Sona interjected, even among vampires, the extent of their abilities varies from clan to clan. There are even some mutated members that possess power thought to not be possible within the races in history. That's indeed the case. I can only tell that Chalia-san is vampiric because I also have some vampire abilities that I've developed to sustain what I lack. Even then, it's only the most basic of the basic blood-based abilities. Medusa supplemented. Even until this day, Medusa still regrets the way she'd acquired these abilities, as she ended up losing control of herself mainly due to them. Nevertheless, she'd already come to terms with it and stopped thinking about the what-ifs, mostly thanks to everyone accepting who she is despite revealing who she really was and her history. It also wouldn't stop her from using these abilities if it means protecting those precious to her. Since she's not a naturally born monster, then it would be hard to figure out her unique abilities. But even then, basic blood-based abilities are still unique. Aika muttered while rubbing her chin. As if a good idea was popping into her head, she rudely pointed her finger towards Philvis and said with a wide smile, Yash. Kisuke, give her a bit of your blood. A liter or two is enough. But her energetic request only earned her a knock on the head from Medusa. Forget about digesting that amount of blood, even I wouldn't dare to take a single sip of Master's blood without proper preparations. An immature vampire like Chalia-san would only explode from overconsumption, literally. As seriously. Aika turned to Kisuke. Kisuke looked up and thought for a moment, In the past, I'd certainly say that Medusa-chan is overacting, but I'm not too sure right now. Chapter 721, Philvis Chalia Part 3. How about Kaneko? Since she's got the greatest vitality outside of Nei-sama, Yoruchi-san, Kuroka-san, and Kisuke, I think we'd get the best result out of her. Sona suggested. Kaneko didn't even question it and took out a small glass cup from her pouch before making a small cut on her palm using ki on her fingertip as a knife, letting the blood spill into the cup. Since everyone except for Hestia was used to the sight of blood, it was only her that reacted strongly. Wait. How could you cut yourself so easily like that? She said as she rushed to Kaneko's side to check her wound. But when she got there, Kaneko's wound had already started closing up, and with a smug face, she said proudly, I've been working hard on my ki regeneration. Self-inflicted small wounds like this only take a few seconds to completely heal. But her smug face was broken when Hestia started pinching her cheeks. I don't care. It's already hard for me to watch you guys getting hurt from training, but I didn't say anything regarding that. However, I won't stay quiet anymore if I see you hurting yourselves. I'm sorry. Kaneko immediately apologized when she saw the serious expression that Hestia was making. Hestia also quickly turned to others and declared, that's the same for all of you. I won't allow you to hurt yourselves for no reason. With a wry smile, Kisuke patted her head in an attempt to calm her down. This is technically my fault, so please don't blame them. Besides, it's not for no reason. Kisuke then picked up the glass cup filled to half with Kaneko's blood. I would have done it myself if not for the reason that Medusa-chan mentioned. So please forgive them, okay? Hestia could only pout at Kisuke's words, fine. But please think twice before intentionally hurting yourselves. Each and every one of them then reassured Hestia. As for Artemis, she saw Philvis' shocked expression and said, each familia is different, just like how each god is different from each other. This might be a very foreign scene for you, even compared to Dionysus's love, however, something like this is within the norm, maybe a little bit more than that, but it's nothing strange. Philvis immediately took back her slackened expression, but she was bothered by this deep inside. It was just very contrasting compared to the Dionysus familia, with her being mostly unwanted by the other members and Dionysus himself not doing anything to fix the issue, instead keeping her by his side at all times, which just worsened the situation she was in. Everyone else had also noticed the change in her expression, but chose to not say anything. Placing the cup in front of Philvis, Kisuke continued, please try it. But Philvis didn't move. Is this really all right? There's no doubt that she was hesitating. Although she's used to the sight and smell of blood, the thought of consuming it made her reel back. Even as a creature back then, such a thought was very foreign, and thinking about it now made it feel like it was very immoral. But when she got the whiff of its scent, Philvis became extremely conflicted. What's this sweet smell? Just try it. Your body shouldn't even reject it. On the contrary, you'll be craving for it. There's no way. We understand your stance, but just try it. You're not killing anyone here and we can't move on if you hesitate now. But still. There's no way I can drink blood. Only a lunatic would do what even monsters won't do. Then just think of me as a lunatic forcing you to drink blood. Just a sip is fine. If there are any reactions, then you'll also figure out what you can do. Philvis hesitated for a few more seconds before gritting her teeth and muttering, you lunatic. Grabbing the cup off the table, Philvis got a better whiff of the blood. It really smells sweet. I thought it was coming from something else. After a minute or two of staring at the cup, Philvis finally took a sip, slowly. At first, Philvis's attention was fully on the taste of the blood, which was very sweet and something she could get used to for a few seconds, until the warm drink went down her throat and gave her a very invigorating feeling. The invigoration didn't stop there and it became incredibly revitalizing, to the point that she lost herself to the feeling of power surging from within her. While feeling irrevocably guilty, she took another sip that multiplied the intoxicating feeling she was having. Finally, completely losing herself in the feeling and forgetting her surroundings, Philvis completely downed the cup and even wanted more. Her crimson red eyes started shining and the feeling of thirst worsened as she craved for more. All of a sudden, Philvis' sight shook and she felt a stinging pain in her left cheek. The glow in her eyes disappeared and her consciousness returned as she looked up to see Medusa looking down at her while frowning. Controlling your urges and desires are what separates you from animals and monsters. Never forget that. While feeling Medusa's slap, Philvis shuddered at the sight of the empty glass and hurriedly returned it on the table. What was that? Maybe Kaneko-chan's blood was still too much, commented Kisuke while rubbing his chin. Chalia-san was technically a newborn and couldn't be helped if she were to lose herself to her instincts. Our mistake was to not get an ordinary person's blood, so don't be too harsh on her. But Medusa shook her head. That doesn't matter. Something like this should be addressed before it becomes a bigger problem. I don't really want to see someone take the same path as me. Kisuke sighed with a wry smile and wrapped his arm around her neck and shoulder. I guess that's true. Learning from it harshly early on is a lot better than regretting it later. Medusa didn't say anything anymore and just enjoyed Kisuke's warmth wrapped around her. She had a feeling that two people were snickering at her, but she ignored those voices that couldn't be heard by others. Kisuke turned to the still shocked Philvis and said, it looks like it's about time for you to rest. To end this, use all of your strength to punch me. Philvis wanted to escape from the crowd too and have some time for herself to think about some things, so she readily agreed by immediately nodding her head and standing up. Without saying anything, Philvis pulled back her fist and lowered her back before throwing a punch. In the middle of the attack, Philvis realized that this simple punch was the strongest physical attack she had ever pulled off, including her previous life as a creature. While incredibly surprised at the strength she was able to put out, she also became worried and hoped that Kisuke would dodge, as she couldn't pull back her punch anymore, as she had indeed put all of her strength behind it. But she was stunned when Kisuke just casually lifted his hand to catch her fist. The moment their fist and palm made contact, it created a small shockwave that spread everywhere. However, Philvis couldn't think of what damage that shockwave had caused, as she could only stare at her fist with eyes wide open. How? Not bad. Before drinking some blood, your strength was only bordering level 5 and 6, but now, your punch's strength isn't very far from that of Otter's. A big jump, I must say. Kisuke then released her fist and turned to Medusa while removing his arm from around her. Please take her to her room to rest. We're done here. Medusa nodded and said, got it. Chapter 722, Face to Face with Arenas. Philvis was already sitting on her bed and Medusa was about to leave the room when the latter suddenly turned around. You might think that you're hiding it, but most of us already know that you've already planned to take your own life. Philvis's eyes widened but her face displayed a self-deprecating smile. What? Are you going to stop me? But contrary to her expectation, Medusa made a small smile. Of course not. Since you've technically been forced into this kind of life because Kisuke needed you to do something for him, he asked us to let you do anything you want to yourself, even if that is suicide. Although we didn't tell any of this to Hestia-sama, because she's far too kind and she would most certainly not leave you alone until you've changed your mind. Surprised in another way, Philvis couldn't help but mutter, you lot are really different from the rest. How conceited. Pardon. With your tiny world view, you judged us to be different. If that's not conceited, what is? Just because you've suffered greatly doesn't mean you've already seen everything. Only when you've suffered and come to terms with it for the future could it be considered that you've taken the first step into the real world. Medusa was about to close the door, she recalled something else and said, oh, and by the way, if by any chance you decide to stay alive, I have advice for someone who has similar abilities to mine. I said earlier that controlling your urges and desires is what separates you from animals and monsters, but you should also never be afraid of it. After all, it's your power, and when you come into a situation where you need everything, you've got to do something important, like saving a friend, you'll be thankful that you didn't slack off in improving it. As the sound of the door closing resounded within the room, Philvis flopped down on the bed while covering her eyes with her arm. What should I do? Lafia. The next morning, Philvis slowly opened her eyes and thought, I didn't think I'll get a good night's sleep. However, when she had fully woken up, she found it strange that she couldn't move both of her arms and legs. She wanted to exclaim, but she also discovered her mouth and could only let out muffled sounds from her throat. NNNG. I see that you're awake. It's good to see that you've got a good night's sleep. Philvis immediately turned her head towards the source of the voice and saw that Kisuke was holding a cloth sack while grinning. NNNG. NNNGG. NNNNG. Save your breath. I have not the slightest idea what you're trying to say. Kisuke replied as he put the struggling Philvis in the sack. Don't worry. I won't be taking you anywhere dangerous. In fact, I'll be taking you to your only friend's place. Be grateful. But instead of calming down, Philvis struggled more. No. Please. Anywhere but there. Please. I don't want Lafia to see me like this. But all she made was a useless noise of struggles. Leaving the hearth manor with a moving sack on his back and a bulging belly, instead of the twilight manor, Kisuke made his way to a certain dark alleyway, which was the entrance to the secret pathway that led to Arenas' secret room. After waiting for a few minutes around it, a black-cloaked figure emerged from its shadow. Kisuke Urahara, it's our first time meeting. I'm Fels, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. I've heard you've taken care of my girls while I was away. Thanks for that. Your gratitude is unnecessary. If anything, I'm thankful for the immense help they provided. But that's not why you're here, is it? For you to specifically come to my master's doorstep instead of contacting me through the guild, may I ask what you need? Kisuke didn't say anything and just placed the sack on the ground and opened it a little bit for Fels to see. Curious about what's inside the moving sack all this time, Fels took a peek and what he saw almost made his mask fall off. With a shaking hand, Fels pointed at the person inside it. Is that Philvis Chalia? Be but that form. This is enough to meet your master, isn't it? Of course it is. But he still had to go back and explain the situation to Arenas before getting his permission. Nonetheless, before he could turn back, Arenas' voice echoed from the secret path. Fels. Lead him in. Fels immediately got his bearings back and said, please follow me. After a few minutes of walking through the secret passage filled with inscriptions, Kisuke concluded something. So it is a large array for containing divine power instead of magic power. I guess this is how he does his so-called prayer. Just what sort of agreement did he make with the dungeon? Or is it the actual dungeon? While these questions floated in Kisuke's head, they reached the secret room where Arenas was sitting on the podium, looking down at them. It's nice to finally meet you, Kisuke Urahara. It's also an honor to meet the man that is keeping the dungeon calm. Arenas' forehead creased slightly hearing this. It seems that you know a lot of things. But that isn't why you're here. I heard Fels uttered a name that was supposed to have left this world as if he had seen her come back to life. What is that about? There are two things I want to say. Kisuke then started untying the sack again, and instead of just opening it, Kisuke pulled the entire sack down, revealing the girl with white hair, crimson eyes and bat-like wings attached to her back. Philvis thought that she'd be going to the Loki Familia, but instead she was in front of Arenas. Not knowing what's happening, she chose to stay still. An expression of shock became apparent on Arenas' usually stoic face. This is more than I imagined. What do you want us to do? Oh. You're not going to ask for the details. Are you willing to explain it in detail? Not too much effort, and it's useless to explain. Anyway, your guild officials will certainly question me when I walk through the town with her on my back, so I want a certification to send them away. I'm also here to inform you regarding her existence so that you won't come into conflict with anyone taking care of her. How can we be sure that she won't cause any further trouble? Kisuke shook her head. You can't, as she'll surely cause trouble in some way or another. Just her existence was enough of a problem. However, it'll be up to you on how to use that trouble to your advantage. Lastly, her having no reason should be a reason enough to give her a chance, don't you think? Auranas thought for a moment before letting out a sigh. Fair enough. What about the second thing you wanted to talk about? We're leaving Orario. Chapter 723, Small Confrontation. Leave Orario, you say? Auranas repeated Kisuke's words as he contemplated the effects that would cause to the entire city and the dungeon itself. Kisuke chuckled seeing him think so hard about it. Do you really even have to consider this? Just a heads up. I don't need your permission to do that. I just wanted you to send us somewhere officially so that those people eyeing my girls won't make a fuss and actually try to follow us. Kisuke then put Philvis back in her sack before continuing, and you wouldn't actually want an unknown variable like me to leave this place, would you? You must have heard of the strangeness and mystery surrounding our familia and me in particular. Auranas sighed. I would actually want to keep an eye on an unknown variable like you instead of sending you away. But you're right. I can't stop you. No one in this city can. Auranas then turned to Fels and said, Fels, prepare an order that would send them to the Dazara region for investigation. If this is not done right, gods would chase after them with the reason that he's leaving with the technology that he pledged to give to Orario. Fels recalled a certain project that has been in development now and muttered, the Iron Carriage and Iron Horse, huh? Understood. I'll see to it that everything is processed correctly and secretly so that others won't have any time to react. Wait, Auranas stopped Fels from leaving and turned his head back to Kisuke. Before you go, let's hear the last thing he has to say. Fels became confused. The last thing. Didn't he say that he only wanted two things? Knowing his confusion, Auranas explained, he indeed wanted two things arranged for him, but there's one thing he still has to inform us. You wouldn't mind it, right? Showing what's under your attire. Before answering, Kisuke patted the big bulge on his belly and it started squirming around. The head of the small white dragon peeked out, which startled both Auranas and Fels greatly. Kisuke Urahara. That is. Fels couldn't find the right words. Both Auranas and Fels were curious about what he was hiding under his clothing, but they didn't expect it to be a very tamed monster, and it seemed to be a very intelligent one. However, they were once again speechless when they heard the voice of a child inside their head, Arya. Auranas' divine power immediately strengthened and covered a wider range, albeit, only Kisuke noticed this sudden change. However, he pretended not to notice it and said, this is the Nidhogg that Dionysus was rearing within Knossos, well, formerly, at least. Fels wanted to say something but Auranas raised his hand to stop him. So you didn't kill that monster. But you claimed it to be the Nidhogg, however, it looks very different. For one, it looks like a spirit to me. Fels shuddered at Auranas' words but Kisuke only chuckled to it. Spirit, is it? Will the other deities see the same? Auranas shook his head. I can only do so because I'm directly connected to both heaven and the dungeon. That's very reassuring. But I won't say anything about this little guy aside from I'm planning to give it to Wallenstein-san. You can make your own inferences after the fact. And as if speaking along with him, the little dragon also opened its mouth while sending out telepathic signals. Protect. Arya. Auranas stared at the dragon for a short while but couldn't find any of the demi-spirit's malice in it. Please at least answer one thing. What makes it different from those desecrated spirits? This kid is the last wish of those spirits. Isn't that enough? Auranas nodded. That's plenty. Auranas thought that Kisuke would already be leaving since he'd already gotten everything he needed, but instead, Auranas was asked a question he was not expecting. Since I've answered your question, could you tell me if you have any idea who did this? Auranas thought for a while and decided that he wouldn't pretend to not know what he's talking about. In any case, Fels who had been listening in on the side wouldn't understand any of what they were talking about. Many have already perished through eons due to many different reasons, so it's almost impossible to single one out. But that doesn't mean I've stopped my efforts to search for the culprit. Nevertheless, I also don't know if they still exist today and just left their disgusting legacy behind. Hearing this, Kisuke grinned. What a shame. But I can assure you that he or she still exists today. After all, without manually controlling the focal point where the demi-spirits return, it would be impossible to maintain the system they've built. Auranas' eyes widened. What? But how? It was then that the realization hit him. I see. That's where Philvis Chalia comes in. Kisuke nodded. That's right, but that's all I can guarantee. Auranas' outlook of Kisuke changed yet again. You really are an unknown variable. And a much more dangerous one than I initially expected. It was then that Auranas' divine power subtly changed shape. Are you an enemy or an ally? His voice contained authority pressed on the surroundings. While Fels immediately knelt down in fear and reverence, Philvis started shaking from fear, and the little dragon hid behind his back. Kisuke however wasn't fazed and his smile didn't recede. Auranas-sama, isn't it too early to tell that? And whether we're enemies or allies, intentionally revealing our motives this early won't do us any good and would just benefit any third parties if by any chance we're on opposite teams. And determining we're on the same side would be a blessing for us, no. But isn't the probability of me being in the gray area instead of your black and white side much higher than anything else? Revealing that would only do me harm. The two of them stared at each other for a while, but Aurena soon sighed and took back his oppressive aura. Without any warning, Aurena sent a telepathic message to Kisuke, an otherworlder, aren't you? Kisuke was still not fazed. Otherworlder? What a convenient excuse. In the end, Aurena's failed to ascertain anything useful regarding Kisuke aside from him being able to stand tall under his pressure. However, the suspicion of him and possibly the others around him being otherworlders won't leave his mind anymore. Only those who are watching outside could have a wider view like this. Kisuke said his goodbyes and was about to leave, but Aurena stopped him and said, if you come across Zeus in Dazara, tell him that there's hope. Chapter 724, To the Twilight Manor. Walking through the town, people indeed reported Kisuke for carrying a moving sack with a muffled voice coming from inside of it. 2 guild officers came to him. Excuse me. May we take a look at what's inside that bag? Someone has reported that you kidnapped someone. Hearing that, Philvis stopped struggling for a moment since she realized that if people were to see her, she'd immediately be killed, and she was a bit hesitant to die now after deciding against suicide last night. But Kisuke didn't have to explain himself, as his familia's guild advisor, Sophie, came running in to stop them. Don't worry about him. Here is the order from the higher-ups stating that he is clear. The 2 guild officers checked the paper that Sophie presented to them and immediately saw Royman's unique stamp and signature. The 2 then looked at each other and nodded. Understood. We'll inform those who reported the sighting and return to our patrol. Sophie nodded at them and replied, thank you. Good luck with your work. After seeing them leave, Kisuke immediately thanked Sophie. Thanks for the help. Don't mention it. It's my job. Here. Take it. After handing over the paper to Kisuke, Sophie turned around intending to leave and resume her job. But after a few steps, she turned her body once again and looked at Kisuke. Please meet me before you leave. Kisuke smiled and said, will do. Well then, goodbye and see you later. Arriving at the gates of Twilight Manor, low-level members immediately came out and greeted and opened the gates for him. Good morning, Kisuke Urahara. May we ask what you need early this morning? Kisuke got a bit confused with their response but still replied without any pause, good morning. I need to talk to Loki-sama about something, your executives too. If that's not much of a bother. It isn't. But everyone was still in their morning training in the back. Do you want to go there or wait in the lobby? Oh, the subjugation of Gnosis was just the other day, yet you're already resuming your daily routine. How admirable. Of course. We have to get back in shape because we don't know what other dangers are lurking around. And with a wry smile, he continued, besides, although none of us lost our lives, it doesn't feel like we won against Dionysus-sama either. Not after that kind of ending. So Chalia-san's ending still bothered them, huh? Looks like Loki-sama managed to gather some good members. Kisuke didn't say anything back regarding that. I'll wait in the lobby then since it'll be quite a talk. The Loki Familia members then talked to each other before one of them walked off to inform others and one led Kisuke to their lobby. On the way, the man leading him gave in to his curiosity and asked while pointing at the sack that resumed its struggle because she doesn't want to meet her only friend, By the way, what is that? Although he's also curious about his bulging belly, he's still more curious about the bigger and more overt thing. Xenos. The Loki Familia member was startled and halted his steps. Excuse me. A Xenos, repeated Kisuke, I'm actually thinking of leaving her to your Familia's care. That's one of the reasons I'm here. The man was speechless for a short while before nodding and turning around to resume his steps. I see. Kisuke smiled at this response and asked, so you're not against it? He continued leading the way while answering, personally, I'm not, but there might be others who are. However, if you were to ask now, I think it'd be easy for Loki-sama to make everyone agree. After all, if not for the Xenos' help, some of us might not have left that man-made dungeon, including Captain Finn. If it's Rei, though, Loki-sama wouldn't even need to convince anyone. Since we're on the topic of Gnosis, what do you think about Philvis Chalia? I heard it was revealed that she was an enemy all along. With Kisuke's question, the sack stopped moving. A lot of us have resentment towards her. Philvis clenched her fist within the sack. However, we couldn't really blame her either. After becoming a monster, she had no choice but to believe in the only person who accepted her. And she's actually the reason why we couldn't feel that we had won. It didn't feel like we fought against a monster, but a person who was manipulated by a god's love, and in the end, she still didn't let go of that belief. The men faced Kisuke once again with a wry smile. You see, we could relate to her since we might have done the same thing in her position. Right. She's just a girl who was haunted by misfortune and tries to fight against it by clinging on someone. Whether she clung to the correct person is debatable. Kisuke agreed. Philvis was speechless. Well, she couldn't really speak with her mouth taped and gagged, but her eyes widened at the unexpected words. She didn't need anyone's sympathy nor understanding. She didn't even want them. As long as she could meet Dionysus's expectations, she was already fine with everything. However, just hearing that people out there actually understood her plight gave her indescribable feelings. After being a creature for so long, she didn't know what to feel regarding this. And it's actually Lafia who was hit the hardest by her death. Even after declaring that she got over it, some people would say that they would hear her crying in some corner of the manor. While Philvis was having a complicated feeling, she suddenly heard Kisuke's voice inside her head, "Isn't that nice?" Hearing it from someone of his position means that his words are actually true for the most part. I think you won't be treated too harshly, especially with that elf with gay tendencies. But Philvis only harumphed at him. A few moments later, they finally reached the lobby and it only took a minute or two before the first two people arrived. "Yo Kisuke. What strange wind blew you here?" Kisuke replied to the greeting, "That's very rude, Loki-sama. Can't I just come to visit my hard-working student?" Loki immediately shook her head, "No way. You only have to call her one time and she'll come running to you. No need to put in the useless effort of visiting her." Line, who'd come with Loki, blushed and protested, "Loki-sama." Loki gave Line a dirty look and said, "Is that not the case?" That. Line couldn't answer back. Chapter 725, To the Twilight Manor Part 2. After some drinks were served, Loki asked the others to leave them alone for a while except for Line. At least until those who are coming back from training arrive. After looking at Kisuke's belly and the sack he brought, Loki asked, "Mind giving me a bit of a heads up about what you're going to pull here? Just so that I can react properly and maybe give you an assist if needed." "That's very kind of you, but I want to see everyone's reaction without your input. I don't want you to sway their decision seeing you have the power to do that." Loki slumped back to the couch. "Well, I at least think it won't be a nasty surprise. So anything else?" "Ah, that's right. I haven't told everyone, but we're leaving Orario." Line's eyes widened while Loki's expression became serious. "What for?" Kisuke thought for a moment before answering, "Nothing much. Just a change of scenery, I guess. And the girls would have more freedom at our destination compared to this place where most information is public. I just decided on it last night so I haven't asked everyone, but I don't think they would disagree. And by any chance they disagree, I can always cancel it." Loki scratched her head, "But I don't think you could leave peacefully. Your girls are really attractive in the eyes of deities. And it doesn't help that no one among them really knows anything about you and looks down on you. They thought that you're just some figurehead that knows how to sweet talk. If not for you, I would have put in great effort just to recruit them. Though you must have done something to Freya since she's not making a single move on anyone in your familia. Ultimately, that sultry bitch was even more fond of talented and unique children than me." Kisuke chuckled at Loki's words and replied, "No need to worry about that. I already got an official send-off from the guild so they can't really say anything if we were to leave." "Looks like you already prepared everything you would need." "I should have known," Loki muttered as she rubbed her chin. She then took a quick glance at Line on her side. As someone who watches her children carefully, including Line, although it's not obvious to everyone, Loki could tell that Line was dejected. Of course this would happen. After thinking for a few seconds, Loki finally asked, "How about taking Line-chan with you?" "Loki-sama." Surprised, Line exclaimed. Although she thought of asking the same thing, she held it back due to her responsibilities within the familia, which had increased along with her abilities. But undeniably, Line was happy inside. However, she didn't show it on her face. Where did this cute girl come from? Loki saw the corner of her mouth twitching as she tried to hold back smiling. Kisuke also noticed this but didn't comment on it. "I'm fine with that, but are you sure? This is the time you'll need her the most, right?" "That's true. Her healing abilities were beyond outstanding and she's also able to teach others magic. However, her incredible ability to heal also dwarfs the other healers' abilities and confidence." Kisuke immediately understood her point. "I see. Having her around is good, but it's so good that it's actually bad for the others' development. That's what you're saying, correct?" Loki nodded. "That's right. Line-chan's existence is like a big cushion that gives them too much comfort. And you know how much of an impediment to development extreme comfort could bring." She then looked towards Line, who was now making a complicated expression. Aside from that, thanks to Riveria's prior experience, she's now better at handling magic in general than Line. Line also slowly nodded while adding, "I still can't use any space magic but Riveria-sama can already open a small pocket of storage." "Wisdom really does come with old age," Kisuke commented while displaying his admiration. "Say that in front of her and she'll whack you with her staff non-stop." Loki then thought of something. "Actually, do that. She may try to whack you, but I think she'll do it with a blush on her face." "I see. That might actually be a fair trade." "Yash. My camera is always prepared." Seeing the black box in Kisuke's hands, Line panicked, please don't. Or she might black out again. Loki-sama. Don't you remember the time you kept teasing her to the point that rampaged for a whole day without anyone being able to stop her? We don't want another tragedy like that. She might just confiscate your wine stash and ban alcohol for a month this time. Loki shuddered at that possibility and hurriedly turned to Kisuke, let's do that another time. Kisuke couldn't fight back against Loki's serious expression and put his camera back in his storage. Clearing her throat, Loki continued, Ahem. In any case, take Line-chan with you. Her rate of improvement should also increase with you, and since she's my child, it's also a win-win situation for me. That's not a problem. In fact, I want her to meet someone in the Dazara region. I think they'll get along well. Kisuke then turned to Line, do you need any time to prepare? And no, Line immediately shook her head, thanks to the bag you gave me, I always have my essentials with me, including your books. I just need to pack some of my clothes and I'll be done. That's fine. If they agree to my proposal, come and have dinner with us. We'll leave after that. Understood. Line happily nodded. By the way, don't tell anyone that you're leaving, Loki suddenly interjected. Line looked at her for a moment and understood what she meant, and to some degree, Kisuke did too. Wait. You're thinking that someone else might want to follow us? Loki immediately snarled at him, who? You can't think of anyone. Want me to drill my toes into your nose so that you'll remember? Kisuke closed his eyes and started to genuinely contemplate while muttering, Reveria-san might want to come because of magic, but I doubt she'll leave her responsibilities, and that's the same for the other two top executives. As for the Hiryut sisters, I don't think they need anything from me. Bet-san and Vorida-san hate my guts, so it's a no for them too. As for Wallenstein-san, Kisuke recalled yesterday's scene where Ace suddenly ran off when she saw him. Nope, she was terrified of me, so she's not the one either. Kisuke opened his eyes and said with a large smile, no one really comes to mind. Loki and Line looked at each other in shock before turning back to Kisuke and simultaneously asking, terrified. Chapter 726, Lisa Part 1. Just yesterday, when she saw me on the streets, she instantly ran away. There's no way that girl would want to come with me, explained Kisuke. She did that, asked Loki, if she's going to be terrified of someone, it would be Sarah-chan. Kisuke was surprised that Seraphul's name had suddenly come up, and Loki noticed that and continued on. Before the whole Nasa subjugation started, Ace-chan felt that her strength was not enough to match the red-haired creature. In an attempt to bridge that gap, she decided to find someone to help her get stronger. The strongest person that she knew, aside from you, was Sarah-chan. Though I was really surprised when she agreed. She was probably bored with too much free time, thought Kisuke. Seraphul-san came to the manor after Ace-san asked her. After that, it was just a one-sided beatdown. It was so bad that I had to stay by Ace-san's side at all times so that she could continue fighting. But, Line hesitated before continuing, but what scared her the most? No. What scared all of us, was her intent to kill. It was so clear that it was actually suffocating. We didn't expect any of that from the usually cheerful person. What Wallenstein-san needed the most was not the strength to match her opponent, but the intent to kill, for her to actually use her full power against the creature that looks like a human. Sarah-chan understood that and drowned her with killing intent so that she could develop her own, clarified Kisuke, though it seems to have backfired, cause that same killing intent ended up consuming her. It was then that Loki suddenly asked, I was there, too, for most of the time, and for her to manifest such killing intent. Just how many people has she killed? Line immediately shut her mouth and waited nervously. She didn't understand why Loki would suddenly ask such a question. Kisuke didn't mind her question and answered truthfully, she's participated in and led armies to wars spanning decades. After it had all ended, she had to exercise her authority to stabilize everything. If she couldn't develop a killing intent like that, she would have never led one of the largest armies, nor would she have survived to sit in one of the highest positions in her country. Loki nodded in understanding, I see. Someone who has already experienced the horrors of war from top to bottom, huh? If it's like that, then it's understandable. The fact that she can act so cheerfully like that is amazing, too. Seeing the situation had ended well, Line sighed in relief too. However, she was curious about one thing and asked, war spanning several decades, isn't it? Just how old is Seraphul-san? Kisuke thought for a moment before answering, I'm not too sure either, and she'll surely try to kill me if I attempt to investigate it. But she's way older than Reveria-san, that's for sure. What? Isn't she a human? Kisuke just smiled at her and replied, Line-chan, people of her strength have a life expectancy beyond common sense. Once you've reached a certain stage of magic or ki, you'll also gain a body strong enough to contend with them. At that point, you'll be beyond healthy, and diseases and failures of the body would be the least of your concern. Before Line could say anything back, the other members of the Loki familia finally arrived, with Finn leading the group. Loki, we're here. Kisuke Urahara, welcome to the Twilight Manor. We're sorry for making you wait. Don't worry about it. Loki-sama and Line-chan were here with me and I'm the one who came unannounced. I apologize for that. As Line stood up, Finn, Riveria and Gareth all sat down surrounding Loki while the rest just gathered around them. But instead of them, the first one Kisuke noticed was Ace, who was hiding behind Tiona with a worried look on her face. She's really weak to being scolded, huh? Must be the first time she came across someone like me. I guess even Riveria-san could completely take the role of a parent for her. Let's drop the formalities. That would only waste both of our time, even if we have lots of it. Finn started. Kisuke nodded at him. That's what I wanted. You must have already heard it, but I want the Loki Familia to take in Asinos. Kisuke started untying the rope on the sack. More specifically, I want Vorida-san to take care of her. Lafia was shocked that her name actually came up and pointed at herself nervously. Me. However, before Kisuke could answer or reveal who's in the sack, his bulging belly started squirming around before the small white dragon peeked its head outside, surprising everyone and putting them on high alert. The dragon did a quick scan before it excitedly leapt out of Kisuke's clothes and flew towards Ace in the back, Arya. But contrary to the joyful dragon, Ace was having a murderous look. She couldn't even hear the dragon's voice, which further shocked the rest as she was already blinded with hate and rage. Without any warning, she swung her fist using all of her strength in hopes to instantly kill the dragon. Riveria wanted to stop her because she had a feeling that she was making a very grave mistake, but it was already too late for her to interfere. Ace. She could only hope for Kisuke to save the dragon. The little dragon finally noticed that something was not right with Arya and felt extreme danger from her. However, it was already too late to return to safety and it could only watch the fist descend to it with fear. Danku, splitting void, muttered Kisuke. A small transparent rectangular barrier appeared in front of the dragon and stopped Ace's fist. Ace woke up from her stupor when she felt the pain in her fist, but before she could take it back, a small lump of magic power suddenly struck her forehead, sending her head back and making her kneeling in pain. Ow. But thanks to that pain, she finally realized what just happened and got scared that she attempted to kill the monster that came from Kisuke. It's obvious that he's keeping it. What did I do? She immediately looked up to apologize, but her words were stuck in her throat when she saw the small white dragon floating in front of her. Not because of its form, but its strange eyes full of emotion and currently radiating with sadness. For the first time, she was feeling guilty about trying to attack a monster and she was incredibly confused by it. Arya. What? She finally heard its voice. But the dragon suddenly turned and flew back to Kisuke's arms. Arya. It was as if it was a wrong child that was seeking comfort. Hugging it with his right arm and patting its head with her left hand, Kisuke started consoling the poor little dragon. Yash. Don't cry. Uncle Kisuke is here. I already flicked the head of that bad girl, so don't cry. Here, you like sweets, right? This surreal scene further made everyone speechless. Chapter 727, Lisa Part 2. The first one to speak up was Loki after listening to the dragon cry out Arya and protect repeatedly for a minute. Oh oi, Kisuke. Just what is that? A dragon, obviously. I can see that, Loki stood up and retorted, but, just what? Even then, she didn't even know where to begin as there were so many points that needed to be cleared. Kisuke chuckled at her and replied while stroking the head of the dragon, let's take it slowly and ask away. I don't think it'll take a long time to answer your questions. Loki sat down deflated, so you won't explain everything from the start. Nodding, Kisuke answered, that's right. You can ask any question regarding this little guy and I'll answer it. Loki looked at him for several seconds without saying anything before sighing and turning to Finn, do it. You'll do a better job. Finn knew that this was not true but still nodded at her, all right. He knew that Loki was giving him a chance to probe Kisuke without her interference. But before asking anything, he first commanded, except for the executives, Lafia, Raoul, Aki, Alicia, Narvi, Cruz and Line, please leave for now. From here on out, topics that are incredibly important and need to be kept secret will be discussed. I hope you understand. No one went against Finn's decision and saluted before leaving the room. Finn then faced Kisuke and said, although you called for everyone, I hope you don't mind this arrangement of mine. Kisuke shook his head, I don't mind. If this is what you want, I have nothing to say. Well then, first of all, is it safe? In what context? Anyone and anything can become dangerous in certain situations. My bad. Let me change my question. Could it hurt people like us and will it do so? Currently, it's not as strong as you lot, but if it's threatened, it would surely retaliate in defense. Since it's still a child, it doesn't have much control over its impulses, but it'd never hurt, or at least will never intend to hurt any bystander. But since it can understand words, it'll be easy to teach it. Finn and the others were astonished, it can understand words. Yep, and to demonstrate what I just said, Kisuke then looked around and pointed at Bet, Loga-san. Please use your scummy face and try to threaten it. But don't scare it too much, as you might get hurt. Instantly after, Bet started scowling. Huh? Why do I have to do that? And you think this uselessly fat lizard could actually hurt me? I think dash dot. But before he could finish his words, he had to shift his head to the right in a hurry to dodge a beam of light. Bet looked back in horror and found a hole in the ceiling. If that beam of light hits him, he wouldn't be getting away from it with just a blasted eye. Slowly turning his head back, he saw the dragon glaring at him while hiding behind Kisuke's arms. Kisuke clapped at his performance and said with genuine admiration, as expected of Loga-san. Always exceeding expectations. You didn't just make it feel threatened, you also insulted it. W.A. Bet then felt two hands landing on his shoulders. When he looked back, he saw the Hiryut sisters grinning and stifling their laughs. I never thought Bet would be this cooperative, teased Tioni. And you did it with such vigor and enthusiasm. You've changed my opinion of you, added Tiona. Bet immediately shook off their hands with a bit of blush on his face. Shut up. And hands off me. Whether it was from embarrassment or rage was unknown. Ignoring their ruckus, Kisuke went back to Finn while patting the dragon's head to calm it down. As you can see, it has power that could be dangerous if not regulated well. But since it can understand words, it'll be fine as long as you teach it when to use its abilities. Finn nodded. That's really surprising and impressive. But from your words just now, you intend for us to take care of it. Bet, Tiona, and Tioni finally quiet down when they heard Finn. I would have kept it if I could, but as you've seen and heard, it has a connection with Wallenstein-san, and leaving it in her care should have been a wise decision. Kisuke then looked towards Ace, but it might have been too early. However, Kisuke noticed that Ace was not listening to anything they were talking about but instead, staring intently at the dragon. This stare. What is it? At least it's not that of hostility or anything similar. Everyone else recalled the scene earlier when Ace tried to kill the dragon out of reflex, but why did it not attack Ace back? Does it have something to do with her being the one who has to take care of it? Asked Finn immediately. Yes. It has something to do with this little one's origin. As you've probably guessed, but Kisuke suddenly stopped speaking and looked in a certain direction. Curious, everyone else also did the same and saw Ace sitting on the floor holding her arms out to the dragon. Conversely, the white dragon had its reptilian eyes expanded as it saw her actions. It got very excited, but it also remembered the earlier scene and became scared. Not of being hurt, but being rejected once again. The dragon then looked up to Kisuke in hopes to find an answer on what to do next and it saw him just smile gently before giving it a pat on the back. Go. It'll be fine this time. The dragon happily nodded and leaped out of Kisuke's arms once again and flew directly to Ace. Aria, it said along with a small roar of happiness that sounded more like a chirp. And as Kisuke said, there were no accidents this time as the dragon successfully and gently landed on Ace's wide open arms. Aria. Ace didn't say any words as she tightly hugged the dragon and closed her eyes to feel its warmth more clearly. In response, the dragon also silently snuggled within her warmth as the two of them created a world of their own. Everything that Ace just did was just following her instincts and she was not disappointed when she did so, because the moment she got a hold of the dragon from who she thought she hated, it was as if a big piece of the puzzle within her heart was suddenly filled comfortably. What's this? What is this feeling? Asked Ace herself and after several moments, she finally found the answer to that question. It's the same as with Mother. It was the warmth that she'd already forgotten. The warmth of being within her mother's arms. The warmth that she'd already lost and had been seeking all this time, but never having thought of actually finding it. She never thought that she'd find it in the most unexpected being of all. The same kind of being that she hated all her life. Thanks to this encounter, it would grab Ace from her path of no return. For the first time ever, she was saved, not by a hero, but by a villain. Out of everyone in the room, it was Loki who found the biggest change in Ace and found it unbelievable. But seeing this also gave her a huge sense of relief. It was as if a large thorn that was in her heart, although not entirely disappearing, became incredibly small. Loki then suddenly voiced out, Kisuke. We won't ask any further questions if you tell us what exactly that dragon is. The suffering spirits last and only will. Is that enough? Loki nodded in satisfaction. It's more than enough. Thank you. Chapter 728, Lisa Part 3. Finn was slightly unsatisfied when Loki declared that they wouldn't ask any further questions, but when he saw the rare gentle smile on her face, he threw those thoughts away, that expression of huge relief. When was the last time I saw this? A few decades ago. The room was covered in a veil of silence until Ace finally opened her eyes after almost a quarter of an hour, only to see everyone looking at her with a variety of soft expressions. Ace became embarrassed after realizing this and immediately apologized for no reason. I'm sorry. Instead of us, go apologize to the little one. Although unsuccessfully, you still tried to hurt it, reminded Kisuke. Ace instantly recalled what she did earlier and became extremely guilty. Tightening her hug on the dragon, she whispered to it, I'm sorry. In response, the dragon further snuggled in her bosom and purred like a cat. While laughing softly, Kisuke suddenly stood up and approached the two of them. Now that it seems that you'll be able to take care of it properly, let's immediately set up a contract between you two. Ace looked up to him and tilted her head in confusion. Contract. An image of her and the dragon both signing a paper came into her mind. She was surprised to know that the little one knew how to write, but didn't know how signing a contract would be useful. Kisuke guessed what she was thinking and knocked on her head. You idiot. What use would that be? Ace hurriedly nursed the top of her with one hand and thought, that's what I want to know. Without saying any word, Kisuke put forward his right hand and a green magic circle suddenly emerged on the floor under the three of them. Kisuke. What are you doing? Asked Riveria immediately out of concern. Ignoring her, Kisuke explained and asked Ace, contract magic. If the dragon agrees to be your familiar, you'll be able to feel each other's existence and condition at all times. You'll also be able to summon it to your side no matter how far apart the two of you are, of course, if there are no special conditions that prevent that. Would you like to do it? Just hearing the first feature already got Ace sold and instantly nodded with enthusiasm. I'll do it. Please let me do it. All right. Since you don't know how to use contract magic, I'm going to do it for you. However, you can't resist any changes it brings forth because that may cause some undesirable effects which may or may not endanger both of you. Am I clear? Ace stood up obediently nodding at his instructions. I'm ready. The light from the magic circle below them increased in intensity as Kisuke started the spell. Although it looked like the magic that the devils used to sign a contract with their familiars, Kisuke modified it to connect not just the two's magic sources, but their souls too. Doing it this way stabilizes and strengthens the connection between the master and the familiar, allowing them to feel each other's conditions far clearer than the devil's magic. On top of that, if one of them gets stronger, it has a small effect on the other, strengthening them, too, to some extent. In regards to recovery, each other's recovery would also be stimulated by the others, bringing it to another level. Of course, all of these boons have a downside too. For starters, this was the first time that Kisuke had performed this after devising this method some time ago. So it never left the experimental stage, albeit, he added various safety protocols that would protect the two sides in case something bad happens. Secondly, if one of them were to die, the other side would receive a huge backlash which normally just breaks the contract for either the master or the familiar. As for the reason that he couldn't do any tests with this method, it was because of the issue of compatibility. Until now, it was only Ace and the dragon who'd met the minimum requirements for this, despite always being on the lookout. With him finishing the final touches of the contract, Kisuke thought, and theoretically, it's possible for the master to use their familiar's abilities and vice versa, though I'm not sure if they will ever reach that point. In any case, I should secretly add a monitoring spell since it'll be my responsibility if something were to happen to them thanks to this experimental spell. The moment the magic started, both Ace and the dragon closed their eyes to calm themselves. Although both of them could clearly feel the changes that were happening, they were not sure what they actually were. However, they completely trusted Kisuke and tried their best not to interfere with it. Finally, after 2 whole minutes of stillness, Kisuke said, to finalize the contract, give it a name. Name, muttered Ace as she looked down on the dragon who was looking up at her, too. After a few seconds of contemplation, Ace was able to think of a name immediately, Lisa. From now on, your name shall be Lisa. Hearing that, Riveria's eyes widened as she recollected the time when Ace was just starting to open up to her. Riveria Joe's Alf. What does it mean? Let's see. Although my given name doesn't particularly mean anything special, Alf is a very old word for elf while Joe's means light. In other words, Joe's Alf, my surname, means light elf. Just being able to use Alf as my surname meant that my lineage was one of the oldest ones among the elves. Joe's. So that's why you're so bright, Riveria. Fufufu, I don't know what you mean and how you came to a conclusion like that. That reminds me. If Joe's means light, Lisa means to shine or to emit light. Though it's fine if you forget about that since that's not part of your studies. Lisa. It was only a quick and nondescript conversation while taking a break. I never thought that she'd still remember that. Riveria couldn't help but smile at Ace. So you found the source of your light, huh? That's great. Really great. On the one hand, while happy at this development, Riveria was also worried about the future. Knowing Ace, she might just depend on this source of light too much. No, that would certainly happen if nothing is done. All this time, I couldn't help her, but maybe now, it'll be my chance to give her guidance. The magic circle disappeared and Kisuke declared, contract completed. Now the two of you are master and familiar. Make sure to treat each other well, alright. Chapter 729, Flight Test. It's done. Loki asked curiously while looking at them. Yep. Kisuke nodded at Loki before turning back to Ace and asking, how do you feel? Ace and the dragon silently stared at each other for a minute or two before the former answered, I can clearly feel her. So it's a girl. Kisuke thought as he suddenly grabbed the dragon by its wings and took her off from Ace's arm. Now, let's test something to confirm everything is functioning as intended. Ace tried to reach out to grab Lisa back, but she was already out of reach as Kisuke had immediately walked away with her. What are you going to do? Kisuke didn't answer her and reached the window, opening it. While the rest were just watching curiously, Kisuke peered through the window and confirmed his intentions. Yosh. This looks good. Although she didn't know why, Ace suddenly became very nervous at what Kisuke was doing. What looks good? And that nervousness was also transferred to Lisa as she started shaking. Kisuke ignored Ace again and placed Lisa on his palm as he grinned at her. Today is a happy day, Lisa-chan. As my congratulatory gift for the successful contract and your name bestowal, allow me to let you experience a high-speed flight. It's going to be fun. Knowing his capabilities and personality, Riveria was able to guess what he was about to do. Wait, Kisuke. Think about this. You don't have to do this. It's obvious that there are other ways. There are, but this way, we'll see how effective that feature is, replied Kisuke as he placed a protection spell on the shaking dragon. With a glint in his eyes, Kisuke took his hand holding Lisa back before swinging it hard towards the window. Within a fraction of a second, Lisa had already disappeared from everyone's view, leaving a horrified screech of a young dragon. No. Ace yelled in horror as she hurriedly peered through the window in an attempt to find her new friend. With Lisa's fear resonating within Ace, she immediately turned around in anger, but before she could speak, Kisuke's hand chop landed on her forehead. You idiot. The first thing you should do when you feel that your familiar is in danger is to ascertain her location. You should be able to do it easily. Don't get too clouded by the compounding emotions. Since Lisa is much more important, Ace hurriedly did as Kisuke said and closed her eyes. However, due to the maelstrom of emotions, she couldn't properly do it and it immediately showed on her face. Calm down. The first thing you should learn is to separate your own emotions from your familiars. If you can't do this, you won't be able to make proper judgments. It's similar to when you face strong monsters that you don't know if you can defeat, so you should be able to do it with relative ease. Ace immediately understood Kisuke's point and took a deep breath to calm herself down. After figuring out which was the fear that Lisa was feeling, she was able to tell her approximate location and she was still moving away from this place with an astounding speed. I found her. Good. Now call her name while thinking that you want her to be by your side. Ace nodded and closed her eyes again. Please. Lisa. An instant later, a golden magic circle manifested in front of her, and soon, a screeching dragon appeared on top of it. Lisa stopped screeching the moment she realized that she was already back and that was the same for Ace as she tried to hug her, but the young dragon dodged her embrace because she had something else in mind. Without any hesitation, she started shooting beams of light from her mouth at Kisuke as she flew over to him with angry eyes. Fahahaha. How was the view? Since you never went out, it must have been nice. But Kisuke just laughed out loud while swatting away the beams of light with his bare hand. Bet's mouth couldn't help but twitch seeing how Kisuke could casually deflect attacks that could potentially seriously harm him. But a second later, he sighed and thought, I already stopped comparing myself to them. But one day. Ever since he saw how Seraphal trashed Ace without much effort despite the latter trying her hardest, he'd already dropped down his competitive spirit and that was the same for everyone else. However, that didn't mean the Loki Familia lost their motivation, but instead became even more fervent in their magic and key training now that they saw a possibility. The possibility of becoming even stronger than the heroes of the past. Seeing that her magic attacks had no effect on Kisuke, Lisa went physical and started biting the hand he's waving. But even with her teeth, which are way sharper and stronger than most monsters, she couldn't pierce Kisuke's skin. Nevertheless, she didn't stop biting and kept on gnawing his hand. Ace. You'll be paying for all the damages. Loki suddenly announced after looking at the holes that the dragon and Kisuke had caused. Ace snapped her neck towards Loki. What? Your familiar, your responsibility. Ace immediately became dejected as she was still knee-deep in debt with her weapons that kept being broken. Since everyone had decided to not go on an expedition for some time to continue their training, she didn't even have much of an income aside from occasional trips to the upper and middle parts of the dungeon. It can't be. It's not even my fault. Meanwhile, Kisuke let Lisa playfully bite his hand while saying, you shouldn't be afraid of such a thing. The dragons I know can fly faster than that, so it should be possible for you when you grow up. That sentence immediately caught everyone's attention. Why do you sound like you have dragon friends? Asked Loki. Technically speaking, Tanis-chan is a dragon and a friend, so she's one, answered Kisuke as he patted Lisa's head that already stopped nibbling at his hand. She became curious about Kisuke's dragon friends that could fly fast. Loki thought that Kisuke was just dodging the issue of his words and made it clear, what about those who could fly fast? Kisuke smiled at Loki's question. Ever since his confrontation with Arenas earlier, Kisuke had already decided to tell a few more things to Loki, so this direction of the conversation was what he wanted and what he intended. Oh, that. Just a couple of astonishing friends. Chapter 730, Dragon Aura. Heh. Tell me more about them. Loki egged him on. However, she already has an idea of what was on his mind and got curious about what he's going to reveal this time. I wonder what this is for. I already got my hands full with those corrupted spirits and here he is, making things even harder for me. Though I do hope it's something interesting, at least. The thought of avoiding what Kisuke wanted to say didn't even occur in her mind, which she would regret later. Kisuke's smile grew wider and said, "First, to give more context for easier understanding, let me explain what a dragon is." He returned to his seat while hugging Lisa, who was intently listening to him. Ace also did the same and sat beside him, before she started poking Lisa's cheeks. While they were surprised at her unusual actions, they didn't say anything so that they wouldn't interrupt Kisuke, since they were more curious with what he's about to say. A dragon can be easily distinguished, but not through their physical appearance. He then looked towards Finn. What do you think a dragon is? Monsters that generally look like giant scaly lizards or snakes that could have wings and usually have a breath attack. But you just said that not to distinguish them through their physical appearance, so I'm probably wrong. Don't be too hard on yourself. Although I said that physical appearance is not the way to go, sometimes, it's the only way for other people, and technically speaking, it's not a bad metric as most dragons do take those forms. However, there are also beings that could look like a dragon but not really a dragon. A few examples of those are the wyverns and Valgang dragons in the dungeon. Riveria creased her brows and asked, I understand the wyverns, but why Valgang dragons? Kisuke nodded. The most effective way to distinguish if one is a dragon is to feel the aura they are using. So it's something entirely different from magic power or ki. It was Loki who asked this time. That's right. Although they can manipulate both magic power and ki, they use something else entirely different. Ace looked up to Kisuke and said, but I'm sure Lisa just used magic. You didn't see it wrong. But the special aura, for simplicity's sake, called the dragon aura, dwells within Lisa instead of magic power. Everyone became confused. It's puzzling, isn't it? However, this is pretty much thanks to the dragon aura's extreme versatility. While not strong on its own, it can be converted into other sorts of energies with hardly any loss in efficiency. In other words, using dragon aura, a dragon can cast magic and use ki simultaneously without any problem or conflict since it came from the same source. Heck. It can even be converted to demonic, divine, and soul power, thought Kisuke, but he didn't say any of that. Ace saw and felt that Lisa was also confused by all of this. Look. Even Lisa doesn't know what you're talking about. Don't get it wrong. Although Lisa-chan understands a lot of things, she's still technically a newborn and everything she knew was all from her instincts that came from her peculiar origin. She indeed used magic, but I can clearly tell that she did that by unconsciously converting the dragon aura within her body. So that's why dragon-type monsters are strong, muttered Tiona. But she immediately received a knock on the head from Tioni. You idiot. Didn't he say wyverns and Valgang dragons are not dragons? What are you on about? Ah, that's right. Tiona realized her mistake, but immediately after, she returned with a punch to the stomach. Wait. My words still hold true. Amphisbaena and Cadmus are strong dragon-type monsters. Tioni was immediately pissed and was about to hit back, but Finn immediately voiced out, stop it. Taking back her fist, Tioni's demeanor instantly changed. Yes, Captain. Finn could only sigh, I'm sorry about them. But Kisuke just chuckled while waving his hand, I don't mind. The girls at home are also rowdy like them and I kinda like that kind of atmosphere full of energy. Makes me appreciate life more. Anyway, moving on. Dragons are undoubtedly strong, but not for the reasons you're thinking of. As versatile as it is, it still has limitations regarding that. Dragons can't be as strong as truly powerful magic and ki practitioners in their respective expertise. And you know, being a jack of all trades and master of none is very underpowered in high-level fights, save for their adaptability and versatility. Loki threw her hands back and said with skepticism, but that's very far from their domineering image. That's correct, and that's where the truly terrifying thing about the dragon aura comes in. Dragons couldn't be the strongest in magic, strongest in ki, nor strongest at any other form of energy, however, they could become the strongest at anything. Tiona looked at Tioni straight away, say. I know I'm an idiot. But could you explain what he just said? Tioni shook her head and replied after looking at everyone's reaction. In particular, Riveria, Gareth, Finn, and Loki's, we know that you're an idiot, but you don't have to worry. It seems that no one else understood the nonsensical thing he said either. Tiona sighed in relief, thank God. I thought I was the only one that didn't understand the joke. Fahahaha. Kisuke started laughing out loud. It's confusing, I know, but let me rephrase it. What makes Dragon Aura truly special is not its convertibility, but its ability to become anything. And when I said anything, anything that could potentially affect reality itself. Kisuke started playing with Lisa's belly and continued, a dragon's fire magic may not be as hot as the fire magic of someone strong and who specializes in it, however, a dragon's fire could potentially burn even the soul. A dragon's ice magic may not be as cold as the ice magic of someone strong and who specializes in it, however, a dragon's ice could potentially freeze everything, even time. Kisuke then looked up to everyone. Similar to ki, a dragon's ki may not make him stronger than someone who specializes in it, however, a dragon's strength could easily crush that same practitioner. While others still don't understand, Loki sighed and said, I see now. It's not magic nor ki, but the dragon aura's ability to become a conceptual power. Chapter 731, Dragon Aura Part 2. Conceptual power. What's that? Ace asked with great interest. Explaining it is actually useless since it's a type of power that could vary and each of them don't follow the rules of nature, replied Loki while scratching her head, but to make a comparison, let's take something simple like fire magic. Obviously, fire magic is for burning things, however, when you compare it to a conceptual fire, the fire itself wasn't important, but the concept of burn. As a fire should, it burns things it can burn, but a fire with a single concept of burn could burn anything and everything in existence. Riveria and Line were trying to wrap their heads around Loki's words, but they still didn't understand what a conceptual fire is like the rest. Clapping his hands, Kisuke gathered everyone's attention. To oversimplify what Loki-sama just said, a normal fire would disappear if it touches a body of water, but a conceptual fire that focuses on the concept of burn would burn even the said body of water no matter how impossible it looks. Everyone's eyes widened at such a foreign idea. What the heck? How does that even work? Tiona exclaimed. There's actually no point in explaining such things logically since it doesn't follow the rules of nature in the first place. So it just does what it does, replied Kisuke while shrugging his shoulders. Even if you ask a wielder of such fire how he does it, the most accurate answer he could give you is he just thinks of burning what he wants to burn and that's it. But he himself already analyzed Orihime and Aizen's unique powers to some extent and made a very imperfect copy of them, so his words were only partially the truth. Nevertheless, they didn't need to know any of that. Loki then started waving her hand left and right. Bah. Enough of that. Even among gods, a conceptual power is something very unique and very rare. Not to mention, burn is a ridiculous power that I doubt will ever exist. Kisuke nodded at her. That's right. The more simple and broad the concept is, the less restriction and limit it has. So usually, if there are any, the concept is extremely specific and pinpoint. He then looked down at Lisa and continued, in any case, that's the reason why the dragon race usually takes the top of the food chain. Because their dragon aura could evolve into something absolutely terrifying. They all noticed how Kisuke referred to the dragons as a race and took that to their heart. However, the idea of a conceptual power scared them. Kisuke looked back up again only to see everyone except for Loki making worried expressions. He snickered at them and said, as Loki-sama has said, it's so rare that it may not even exist. And even if someone possessed it, it doesn't mean they are strong as it's still limited to how powerful the wielder is. Going back to the earlier topic, a dragon is a dragon because of their dragon aura. In other words, even if it looks like a weak goblin, as long as it's using and producing dragon aura from its body, it's a full-fledged dragon. What the heck? Tiona muttered, but Kisuke ignored her. In that regard, Wyvern, Infant Dragon, and Valgang dragons are not true dragons but just look like one. Of course, the dungeon could also produce bona fide dragons and Lisa-chan here is proof of that. Now that that's out of the way, mind telling us about your dragon friends now? I've been curious about them for a while now, Loki demanded while using her arm to support her chin. However, she admitted that the information about dragons was incredibly important for her children and she's truly grateful to Kisuke for sharing this. Very well. The reason I've told you about the dragon aura was not just to give you a much clearer view of what a dragon is, but also to easily explain the abilities of those two. Loki's mouth twitched. I see. So those two have conceptual powers. That's right. The Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor. They got those nicknames not just because of their strength but their unique abilities. The red one has the ability to double his powers every 10 seconds without limit until he himself reaches his limit. It has been described as allowing him to surpass the powers of gods themselves if given enough time. Meanwhile, the white one has the opposite of the red, the ability to divide the power of its opponents by half after coming into physical contact with them every 10 seconds. The halved powers are then added to his own powers. If the added power exceeds the amount he can safely contain, the excess energy is then expelled out through his wings, which allows him to always be at their highest potential. It can also repeatedly reduce the power of attacks in half. Similar to the first one, it could reduce gods into mere mortals if given enough time. Kisuke then happily raised Lisa and said with a smile, knowing that, I hope you can develop an ability of your own in the future too. Lisa's eyes shined and roared cutely, Arya. Protect. She started imagining two, red and white, dragons flying across the skies and declaring their dominance to everyone. Little did she know that those two are just hopeless perverts that like boobs and ass respectively. Ahaha. You should probably learn a few more words to say soon. Though it's really amazing you could understand what we're saying despite that very limited vocabulary. Meanwhile, the rest of the Loki Familia members were panicking. Oi, oi, oi. Doubling your power every 10 seconds. For me, this is more ridiculous than burning water earlier. Tiona started shaking. And that divide. It could reduce a god to a mere mortal with a touch, added Riveria as she was also shaken by what she'd just heard. A stream of discussion then opened among them regarding the dragons, but Kisuke ignored them and started playing with Lisa. He was letting them digest the information that he gave them. However, all of a sudden, he remembered something important and placed Lisa on his lap before opening his palm facing upwards. A second later, a black magic circle with an infinity symbol in the middle of it appeared on top of Kisuke's palm. I almost forgot. Here. It's transformation magic for dragons. The crest flew over and fused with Lisa's forehead before disappearing. Within Lisa's consciousness, the method for transformation appeared. Although she couldn't use it now, with just a bit of growth and practice on her side, she'll be able to use it. Transformation magic. What for? Asked Ace. A dragon's growth isn't just tied to their age, but also strength. She's already too strong for her age and she'll surely continue to get stronger from here on. To accommodate that power increase, her body would also grow accordingly. You wouldn't want her following you around with the size of a horse-drawn carriage, right? Ace easily understood Kisuke's point, transformation magic to keep her to this size, huh? That's right. And this transformation magic is very special because it came from a dragon that could sweep the floor with the previous dragons without breaking a sweat. Those two wouldn't even challenge her since there's no chance of winning for them even if they are together. Wait. Since the white guy is a big battle junkie, maybe he'll do it. But he'll only end up black and blue. With Kisuke dropping a sudden bomb, everyone was slack-jawed. What? Chapter 732, Uncertain Future. The Loki Familia members kept asking Kisuke questions regarding the dragon that's stronger than the previous two, but he just kept feigning ignorance. Curiously enough, only Loki herself kept quiet through the noise they made. Enough of that and let's move on to the next thing. Kisuke pushed them away and grabbed the sack that had already stopped moving the moment the other Loki Familia members arrived. Although it moved a bit while listening to Kisuke's stories. Hey. You haven't killed yourself, right? Kisuke suddenly asked. Although he already knew the answer, he wanted to tease her a bit, and it's also a way to divert the others' attention. Jumping on his words, Loki also joined in. It's too strange that you wanted us to take care of Xenos since until recently, we didn't see them favorably. On top of that, you're specifically asking Lafia to take care of. Wait, is it a man or a woman? Kisuke didn't answer her and instead directly pulled down the sack after opening it, revealing the Xenos inside it. However, they couldn't tell what kind of Xenos she was because she was covering herself with her wings. They couldn't even see her face since she's covering it with her hands. But even then, Lafia's heart started palpitating for some unknown reason when she looked at her. She. What is she? She asked meekly. But Kisuke didn't answer her question and looked strangely at Filvis. Did you always have this kind of character? With a purposely hoarse voice, Filvis retorted, shut up. However, she absolutely underestimated Lafia's power to recognize her as the latter immediately went in front of her to everyone's surprise. Lafia. What's wrong? Riveria asked when she saw her about to bawl her eyes out. But Lafia couldn't hear her question as she could only focus on the person in front of her, Filvis-san. Everyone shuddered when Lafia suddenly uttered the name of a dead person, and that was also the same for Filvis herself, as she didn't know how she was able to recognize her. Why, you got the wrong person. She replied with an intentionally deep but obviously fake voice. Filvis was already panicking internally. Kisuke then smiled and stood up. Well then. It looks like I don't have anything to worry about, so I'll take my leave. I still have some things to do. He left directly after saying that despite the reactions around him. Loki immediately followed him on the way out. Wait. Kisuke. Finn and Riveria were about to follow her, but she gestured for them to stay behind and deal with the situation right now. Once they were outside with no ears to listen to them, Loki finally spoke up. You wouldn't mind me asking a few questions myself, would you? Since she has a feeling that he specifically came for her instead of her children, she's sure that Kisuke would clarify a few more things for her. If not, he wouldn't have mentioned his dragon friends. And although no one else made a connection to him, thanks to the passive intervention made by the gods' divinities to make the children of the lower world not think about it, she was bothered about the dragon that flew over Orario some time ago and Kisuke's involvement with it. Ask away. If I can say it, I will. Kisuke replied as he continued walking. But before getting into that topic, Loki asked first, was that the real Filvis Chalia? Kisuke nodded, she is. No doubt about it. Loki creased her brows, how did you do it? But Kisuke just shrugged his shoulders while replying, I may have a hand in it, but it isn't my handiwork. Since she's a Xenos now, you could say that it's the dungeon's will. Why? I don't know. Kisuke's answer only opened up more questions in Loki's mind. Even among the deities, the existence of the dungeon is veiled in mystery that they haven't had a clue how to uncover. For starters, the dungeon actually became the foundation in the creation of the lower world, and it only started spawning monsters when its inhabitants started thriving. If there's someone who knows what the dungeon's true form is, it's only their father. Shaking her head, Loki changed the subject and asked the question that has been bothering her since earlier, then let me ask another one. How are you related to the dragon that flew over Arario last time? Kisuke smiled. We're not friends, but we're acquaintances. Although Loki was already expecting this answer, her head still ached immensely and directly asked, I have no idea why, but are you trying to oppose him? Kisuke's expression didn't change and he looked at Loki. Oppose him? That's a very strong word. However, the fact is, he wanted me to do something for him. What? I have just said it. I'm actually working for him through a contract. Loki's slitted eyes opened widely as she looked deeply into his eyes, trying to figure out what his real intentions were. Kisuke also stared at her eyes for a few moments before turning around and continuing his footsteps. While he left with a smile on his face, Loki was making a very serious expression, and many things simultaneously ran through her mind. Once Kisuke left her sight, her eyes glinted with the same color as her hair for a split second before turning back and returning to her children who were making a ruckus inside. Just where do you stand, Kisuke Urahara? However, before she could enter through the doors of her manor, a piece of paper flew in front of her, making her catch it without thinking. On it was a written note and Kisuke's stamp, be careful of Freya-sama. Loki looked back before turning the piece of paper into many more and scattering it everywhere. She took his warning to her heart as she had a feeling that he didn't have any bad intentions despite making his position vaguely on father's side. If it wasn't clear as before, now Loki truly couldn't treat him like any of the other children and could only see him as someone in the leagues of the gods. Not because of the strength he possessed, but because of the sheer headache that he could cause her. And, January 27, 2022. Before everyone eats me alive, I'd like to apologize. As you've thought, I forgot to update the web novel part last time. And when did I figure that out? Yep. Just now. I was confused why certain chapters are still on my draft. It turned out that I didn't publish them. Chapter 733, onwards. The moment Kisuke returned, everyone was already done with their training and preparing for breakfast. The children, on the other hand, were still sleeping in their room, including Ophis, who learned it just to join both Claire and Tanis. Good morning. Kisuke greeted everyone in the dining hall. Hestia immediately invited him to sit down and asked, how did it go? Kisuke sat down and reassured Hestia, you don't have to worry about them, Hestia-sama. I made sure that they'll be taken care of. Ever since telling them about his decision to leave the dragon and Philvis in the Loki familia's care, Hestia has been worried. Although she knew that Loki would accept them, she wasn't sure how her children would react. As they were at the forefront among the familias that exterminate monsters and the rumors surrounding them, she couldn't help but brood over it. Hestia sighed in relief, that's good. As long as they don't abuse them, then that's fine. How did they react to the dragon? Artemis suddenly asked curiously. While they were eating their breakfast, Kisuke proceeded to tell them in detail what happened when he came to the Twilight Manor, excluding his last bit of discussion with Loki and his slip of tongue when he mentioned the stronger dragon than the two dragon emperors. While others continued eating without much reaction, Hestia and Artemis dropped their spoons and made complicated expressions, you're friends with dragons with those kinds of abilities. Aika immediately cut in and said, there's nothing really special with them. Especially the red one since he's just a big pervert who likes boobs. Issei-senpai can do what needs to be done. But he really likes boobs too much. Don't diss him when he's not here, Sona immediately scolded them. She then recalled how Issei acted most of the time and added, even if it's true. Seraphal then remembered something from not long ago, if it's Valachan, then I think he's also a pervert that likes butts. When he betrayed Azazel-chan that one time, the old man started spreading rumors about Valachan liking butts like the Sekiryu who liked boobs. Since he's the one who took care of Valachan since his childhood, it has some credibility. Irina's lips twitched and said, for one of the leaders of the three great factions to do that. After seeing and hearing all of this, my fantasy of them being high and mighty beings were completely destroyed. Don't worry about it. At least Michael-chan is a good example to his followers. Though I can't say the same for the other seraphims, replied Seraphal while chuckling to the clearly distressed Irina. While drinking her coffee, Akino also commented, somehow, I can imagine Azazel-sensei doing that. So all of you know them, huh? Should I be surprised? Hestia then recalled the dragon that Kisuke rode back here, it's my fault for still getting surprised. Hestia. When will I get used to this? Artemis asked her best friend a very serious question. Don't ask me. I still haven't gotten to that point, even telling myself to be open-minded. Meanwhile, Medusa approached Kisuke and handed him a letter with the guild's insignia. This came earlier and they said it's for you. Ah, this must be the additional documents needed at the gates. Kisuke guessed and it was confirmed when he took a look at it. Clapping his hands, Kisuke gathered everyone's attention to him. I have a proposal to make. Please listen to it. Everyone stopped talking and looked at him quietly. Now that all the attention was on him, he started talking and told them his desire to move to the Urahara region. We're going to leave Urahara behind. Hestia became hesitant. Despite her short time living in the city, she has already made connections and relationships that are hard to discard. You're misunderstanding it, Hestia-sama. Kisuke smiled kindly. We're just moving our base of operations, and with our abilities, returning to Urahara is just as easy as standing in place. If you miss this place, we could always come back without any problems and it wouldn't even take that long. Hestia smiled happily when she heard Kisuke's words. Then it's fine. Although she knew about their teleportation magic, she didn't know about their limits, and she knew that the Urahara region was almost on the other side of the world, so she became worried. Looking at her best friend's cute smile, Artemis couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. What are you doing? What are you doing? Chuckling, Artemis replied, nothing. I just couldn't resist it. More specifically, she couldn't resist Hestia's innocence and kindness. Strictly speaking, she is far more innocent than me, the goddess of innocence. Since you got that letter from the guild, I suppose it is some sort of permission or reason they are giving us to go to the Urahara region. Sona promptly asked. That's right. I've already arranged everything with Arina-sama, and if you all agree to this, we'll go with it. If not, then I could just toss this back to them. Everyone looked at each other and figured that no one really was against it, and Aika said as she looked back to Kisuke, that's fine, but since you've already arranged everything, knowing you, I'm guessing that we're leaving today. I'm not yet done with everything, but it's true that I planned for us to leave after dinner. I've already sent a message to Yoruchi that we're arriving today. Senpai. For what reason are we moving? Wouldn't we just do the same thing over there? Kaneko was curious. She couldn't think of any advantage of moving to the Urahara region. That's where you're wrong. Kisuke grinned at her. Over there, you could go overboard and there would be next to no consequences. They wouldn't even ask your level since the governing body over there prioritizes the secrets of their familias. Although that would also mean that we don't know anything about anyone and getting information would be hard. We don't even know if someone over there could threaten you with a unique ability or two. Sona, Aika, and Kaneko's eyes shone in delight. That means we could go all out even if we're on the upper floors, asked Sona. No problem. Can we show our unique techniques, asked Aika. Absolutely. Can we beat up our harassers to the inch of their life, asked Kaneko. That's not a question of where we are. I'll help you with that. We're going. Editors. 28th00, priorities are set straight for Kaneko. Excessive force is allowed. Ah, a new city to learn to fear the lowly trio. Oh no. They're going to learn the hard way, aren't they? Red Emperor D. Chapter 734, The Distressed Loki. Since everyone already knew their initial capabilities, it's really hard to show it when they've improved. And not just because they instructed them not to gather too much attention, but they also knew how detrimental it would be for others who were only beginning to learn the real use of ki and magic to show their development that is beyond common sense even in the world where they came from. Sona doesn't want them to have an unrealistic outlook on the things they are learning. And it's not like they could show them their training method, which is not only their guarded secret, but doing it without constant supervision from Seraphal, Medusa, and Kisuke would only end up in an accident due to how dangerous it is. One example of this is Kaneko and Kuroka's ki training that melds their inner ki and the world's ki together and circulates it through their entire bodies. The circulated ki was so fine that each strand of it traveled through each muscle fiber. It's not just the method of circulating ki that was very dangerous and very far from the usual method of tuki, which was just covering the entire body of a layer of inner ki, but the melded ki itself was something disastrous that any loss of control would devolve the user into an unthinking monster. But even with those unconditional dangers and risks, it could be avoided with the proper supervision of someone experienced. And if those disadvantages could be taken care of, the results and gains are beyond what could be imagined using normal methods. Kisuke hypothesized that their ki training could be potentially on the level of Issei's ki training that was taking advantage of dragon aura and using Ophus's power and Samuel's blood, or maybe, even surpassing it. Similarly, Sona and Aika were also undergoing unconventional but effective training methods. In any case, even if they have become stronger, they can't really show the full extent of their capabilities now. If they were to move to a new place where no one knew them, they wouldn't have to care about what everyone was thinking or seeing. Of course, Aquino and Irina were envious of this as compared to them. They couldn't see their improvement at all aside from their bodies getting sturdier and sturdier each day. Seraphal, on the other hand, was against their training methods before, but not long after, she joined Sona since it was also very helpful with what she's been trying to master for decades. After their breakfast, Kisuke left again to take care of all the things that needed to be done before they left. Now then, let's put down some hidden formations before I leave. It might prove useful later. It wasn't until late afternoon that Kisuke finished his work. Since he couldn't be satisfied if he just did it within Orario, he expanded his work a few tens of kilometers beyond the walls of Orario, and this included the entirety of Melon too. Besides, this is the best chance to hide something within those hidden formations. That should cover most of my needs in the future, thought Kisuke as he made his way home. A few moments later, he spotted several familiar figures and stopped on top of one of the buildings to see what's going on. On the left side was Sophie, who seemed to be making her way towards the Hearth Manor. It looks like she decided to come herself. That's not a problem, but... He then looked towards his right and saw Line going to the same direction. However, not far from behind her were Ace and Lisa, who was in the former's backpack, were following Line quietly. What are they up to now? Kisuke has a feeling that it would be troublesome if he let Ace and Lisa reach the manor, so he immediately sent a telepathic message to Line: don't turn your head anywhere and don't stop walking. I will cast magic on you, but you should just ignore it. Line's steps halted for a very brief moment. A second later, she felt magic power covering her entire body, and as much as she wanted to stop and study it, she continued walking as if nothing was happening. From Ace's point of view, Line suddenly started releasing magic power. Thanks to the training she's doing, she was already able to tell minute fluctuations on magic power, which was very useful in predicting her opponent's next move. However, she still couldn't tell what kind of magic was being used despite knowing something is being used. While trying to guess what Line was about to do next, she suddenly turned a corner. She's not going to the Hearth Manor, she asked herself as she kept following her. A few minutes later, Line arrived at a certain library and started browsing books. She's studying now. But why here? The reason why Ace started following Line when she saw her leave is because of the feeling that Lisa was giving her that if she doesn't follow her now, she's going to regret it later. Although she doesn't know how she's going to regret it later, she chose to go with what Lisa has been trying to tell her since it didn't hurt to do so. Ace and Lisa watched Line looking through the books until late at night from the corner of the library, until Line's figure suddenly started to become hazy and disappear entirely. Astonished, she immediately stood up and checked the place where she was sitting not long ago but couldn't tell anything. She looked around and saw the similarly shocked expression of those within the library and figured out that she wouldn't get anything even if she was to ask them. Out of concern that Line was in danger, she immediately went home and came to the lounge where Loki, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth were discussing what happened today and their future plans. Loki. Line disappeared. While Finn, Riveria, and Gareth's expressions became serious, Loki nonchalantly asked, how? Ace then told them what she had been doing until Line's disappearance. Whilst they wanted to know why Ace was secretly following Line, they are more concerned with Line's safety. She just suddenly disappeared from your sight, asked Riveria. But as Ace nodded, Finn suddenly said, let's just ask Loki since it seems that she already knows what happened. He noticed that Loki was still indifferent despite hearing Ace's story. Clearing her throat, Loki answered when everyone turned their heads to her, Ehem. Looks like I failed to mention it, but the entirety of the Hestia and Artemis Familias are leaving for the Dazara region. Line-chan wanted to go with them since she's Kisuke's student, so I allowed her. Ace was stupefied and didn't know what to say. Riveria, on the other hand, sighed and held her forehead. You should have at least tried to tell us about it. But even knowing about it, she knew she couldn't do anything to stop them. Realizing her thoughts, Riveria asked herself internally, stop them? Why would I even think about something like that? Shaking off her head with these useless thoughts, Riveria continued, so Ace was fooled with an illusion magic. That's probably what happened. Line-chan still can't do illusion magic that would fool Ace-tan, so Kisuke might have noticed her following Line-chan and did it for her. Why? Ace asked with an incredibly confused expression. Loki looked at her, but instead of answering her question, she asked her another, what would you do if you knew they were leaving? Ace couldn't answer her. But deep inside, she knew her answer was. She just didn't have enough courage to say it. Riveria sighed yet again, that's enough, Loki. I'll accompany Ace to her room. After the two of them left the room, Finn couldn't help but say after recalling Riveria's back as they left, I knew Ace wouldn't want it, but to see even Riveria dejected. Is it that man's knowledge and wisdom or his strange charm? Gareth chuckled while stroking his beard, don't ask me since I also don't know anything regarding that. But we could say there's a good reason why women gather around him. He then took a peek at Loki, who was gritting her teeth. There's no point in getting angry, Loki. From the start, you knew that this was inevitable. No need to fool yourself. Cool. I'm happy for Riveria, but my Ace-tan. Chapter 735, Sophie's Views. A few hours ago, Line and Sophie met each other in front of the Hearth Manor's gate. Good evening, Line-san. Sophie greeted the other first. Good evening, Sophie-san. Line greeted back, but she didn't know how to advance the conversation. However, coming to her rescue, Kisuke arrived from behind them. Let's not talk outside. Come in. Sophie wondered why Line was here, but chose to remain quiet and followed Kisuke inside. Kisuke-san, what happened earlier? Line asked as she matched Kisuke's pace and walked beside him. Wallenstein-san was following you. I thought it would be troublesome if she were to reach this place, so I distracted her. I see. Ace was someone who had very few obsessions. However, all of those were present in Kisuke, so Line knew that they couldn't go peacefully if she were to see them leave. It would be indeed troublesome enough that Loki-sama might have to interfere. As soon as they reached the doors, they swung open and Tanis greeted them with a big smile on her face. Without her disguise, Kisuke-nikan. You're back. Sophie hurriedly reeled back upon seeing her, monster. But Kisuke ignored her reaction for now and patted Tanis's head with a smile. I'm home. Did you behave today? Tanis was surprised when Sophie suddenly raised her voice, but she immediately calmed down and felt secure when Kisuke touched her head. I helped with the packing today. I see. That's good. Go call Office-chan and Claire-chan now. Tell them we'll have our dinner soon. Okay, answered Tanis before she ran off. Without looking back, Kisuke commented, I guess your position isn't high enough to know about their existence. If you want to know more, tell Mardil-san that you want to meet Fells. Since you're our advisor, you should have at least the privilege to know a few things. Fells. Kisuke started walking and answered, he is Arina-sama's right-hand man. He should tell you what you need to know. And you don't have to worry about Tanis-chan. Even Line-san here from the Loki Familia could guarantee that she's safe. Sophie looked towards Line, who nodded at her and sighed. Is this related to the latest incident? She asked while following Kisuke inside. You're sharp and should have already noticed that there's a lot of strange points regarding the subjugation of Knossos, and you're right. They are related. In fact, these special monsters are one of the forces that fought along with Loki and Freya Familia to deal with the Evolus. In a hindsight, the citizens of this city are also indebted to them. Sophie's head started aching, but there's no way everyone would just suddenly accept them even with supporting words from the strongest Familius. Correct. So it'll really be nice if you could keep their existence a secret. At least until they already have a chance to get along with the people of the lower world. Sophie stopped walking, but Kisuke and Line didn't wait for her. After thinking for a brief moment, she took a deep breath and restarted her steps, speeding up so she could catch up to the two of them. I'm sorry about my attitude earlier. I might have scared her. Kisuke and Line were surprised. That's really startling. I never thought that you're that accepting, and on top of that, you're an elf. Sophie got immediately pissed and said with a loud voice, I'm a proud elf. But even then, I judge people by my own eyes. Seeing a child happily reporting her activities for today like that, it's hard to see her as unfeeling monsters that only knew how to attack people. Kisuke looked at her for a second before he started chuckling. Right. I apologize. After that sudden outburst, Sophie felt a little embarrassed and cleared her throat. Ahem. I'm sorry for raising my voice again. And you don't really have to apologize, since most elves have a very appalling hate for monsters, and I personally think it's unreasonable. However, this sort of thinking would only invite trouble, so I just kept it to myself. That's really admirable. The dinner started and Sophie was able to talk happily with everyone. Since she was the one looking out for them in the guild, they have become quite close with each other. It was actually to the point that it became harder for Sophie to sleep at night whenever they dive into the dungeon. Although she'd already lost a number of adventures under her care, she just couldn't get used to it, especially now that there's a special bond between them and not just a business one. After dinner, Sophie still continued her chatter with everyone without mentioning anything about her work or their life inside the dungeon. Instead, they started talking about girl issues and life hacks that made Kisuke slightly uncomfortable to stay in. But to maintain his stoic image, he sat through everything despite Sophie looking at him weirdly. At some point, Sophie even started getting along with Tanis and even played a few rounds of cards with the kids. Knowing that she's already overstaying their hospitality, Sophie asked Kisuke, you said you're going to leave this evening. Although it's a weird time to leave, shouldn't you be getting ready? And I presume Line-san is also going with you. She's indeed coming with us, since I properly got Loki-sama's permission for her, and there shouldn't be any problem with the guild about that. Kisuke then stood up and continued, and it's true that we should get going. Then I shouldn't stay long. Sophie then faced everyone and smiled gently. Sona, Kaneko, Aika, Irina, Aquino. I had fun with you despite just being your advisor. Serafal-san, Medusa-san. Thank you for all the assistance you gave me. It helped me out a lot. Hestia-sama and Artemis-sama, good luck with your new journey, and please take care of my good friends. Let's see each other again sometime. Everyone looked at each other and laughed softly. They wanted to tell her that they could return anytime but decided against it. In any case, it'll be a good surprise when they suddenly appear in front of her. Thank you for taking care of us too. Your knowledge of the dungeon helped us out a lot too. Sona replied. The sweet story you told us about is really good. Kaneko gave her a thumbs up. I will actually miss your reprimands. Aika added with a wink. The next time we see each other, I'll tell you more about the Bible, said Irina, who has been casually spreading her religion to the other world. And I'll tell you more about all the risque novels that I know, and Akino was talking about a completely different thing. With a flushed face, Sophie immediately stopped her from talking further. Well then. I won't be seeing you off. Thank you for the wonderful dinner and have a safe trip. Kisuke accompanied Sophie to the gates. You don't have to escort me. The route from here to my house isn't dangerous. I guess that's true. Kisuke then took out a coin and handed it to Sophie. Then please take this. Sophie took the coin and looked closer at it. Although there's complicatedly drawn lines on it, she couldn't tell anything special about it. It's a magic item. If you hold it tightly and think about talking to me, I would be able to hear your voice. Always keep it with you since it'll also serve as a lucky charm. You'll be able to hear my voice. What for? If there is anything interesting happening in Arario, I'd like you to tell me. In return, I'd tell you about the Desara region and even send you images through it. Rarely being able to go anywhere, Sophie's eyes lit up. Deal. Chapter 736, The Tower. After leaving through the gates of Arario to finish with all the formalities, the group arrived at their designated spot a few kilometers away from the city by riding their magic Humvee. Although there were some protests, mainly from the noisy magical girl and apathetic humanoid dragon god, it was Kisuke who drove it. As they had expected, some people tried following them, including some members of the Freya Familia, since among their friends, it was only Freya that Hestia and Artemis couldn't reach when they were saying their goodbyes. Of course, Kisuke completely lost them with the Humvee's constant speed and a similar illusion magic akin to what he used online. With the Humvee back in Kisuke's inventory, he took out a red medallion and placed it on the ground. With the medallion as its core, a large magic circle appeared below everyone. What's the medallion for? Seraphal curiously asked. It's the key to our destination. Seraphal looked at Kisuke with confusion. Couldn't you just set the barrier to restrict unregistered mana signatures? Normally, that would have been enough, and that's actually the case if we were to register all of you to use teleportation magic in that area. However, it's a special case for me. Normally, you need to register the mana signature as accurately as possible, but thanks to the nature of my own power, there are always minute changes in my mana signature, so the site wouldn't be able to recognize me after a short while. But if I were to reduce the accuracy of the reading even a little bit, then it'll be prone to breaches since it'll be easy to use a copy of my mana, even if it's a bit inaccurate. Until I can think of a better idea, I will settle with this for now. Of course, Kisuke also tried using his own soul's signature, but after the transformation he went through, it became akin to Yoruchi's Ryatsu when she transformed and lost control of herself. The light of the magic circle soon engulfed everyone, and the next moment, they were standing on the floor made out of orichalcum. On top of them are familiar crystals that give light to the safe points of the dungeon. However, they seemed to be extremely close. In a bit, they finally noticed they were on top of a structure tall enough that it almost touched the dungeon ceiling. Where are we? Sona asked as she walked towards the edge of the structure they were on. The others did the same, and what came to them was the beautiful view of the enclosed nature. Kisuke walked up behind them while answering. It's the 48th floor of the dungeon within the Desara region. A safety zone. However, while everyone was busy admiring the rare view, Seraphal noticed something and flew away before looking back. After looking up and down, she started laughing out loud. Fahaha. As expected of Kitan. You just don't care whether you destroy the scenery, do you? Hearing that, Ophus's already serious expression became even deeper, and she instantly teleported beside Seraphal to measure up the building she's standing on a second ago. Nodding to herself, Ophus pointed at the area opposite of the building and declared, "That spot shall be mine." Kisuke was dumbfounded at Ophus' sudden declaration, but he soon started laughing and gave her a thumbs up. "I'll reserve that spot for you. For the materials, just gather them from the man-made dungeon. If you need more, just tell me." Seraphal finally recalled Ophus' incomplete project back on Mars and understood that she wanted to make the second one here. While no one else knew about the new monstrosity that was about to be born, Yoruchi and Kuroka had arrived from the only entrance on the rooftop. "Looks like all of you're doing good." Yoruchi greeted them while Kuroka jumped towards Kaneko and wrapped her arms around her. "Chiron. Did you miss me?" Without any hesitation, Kaneko answered in the most deadpan expression possible, "No." But Kuroka wasn't the one to be disheartened as she continued poking Kaneko's cheeks and recharging her Emoto energy. Era, you don't have to be shy, you know. Ignoring the two of them, Yoruchi addressed everyone else. "Let's go inside first before everything else." She then faced Ophus and Seraphal, who were still floating in the distance. "Come inside. It's going to be noisy if people from below notice you two are there." While the others were curious about what Seraphal and Ophus saw from their perspective, however, they chose to follow Yoruchi first since they could always see what they were stepping on later. Once they entered, they were welcomed by a set of stairs and a door that looked strangely durable. Yoruchi then took out a black card and put it on what seems to be a scanner beside the door. A second later, light bled from the top of the door indicating a number that quickly went up. An elevator, questioned Irina, but it's very obvious for what it was, so no one confirmed it for her. However, the moment they entered it, those from Earth, excluding Serafal and Ophis, had a strange feeling when they saw an elevator that looked like it came from a proof-of-concept project out of some sci-fi magazine. Even then no one said anything about it and just looked at each other. But as soon as they arrived on the 67th floor and the door opened, Ika couldn't finally hold it back. What the heck? The interior was that of their familiar hearth manor. It's as if they went back to it. On the other hand, Sona could only shake her head with a wry smile while the others could only chuckle. They could now imagine what Serafal and Ophis saw from the outside. You got free reign and you just went all in. As expected of you. Claire, Tanis, and Ophis started running around and curiously inspecting everything that caught their attention. But after a short while, they lost their interest as there was nothing new besides the view in the windows, which aren't actually windows. My head hurts. Kaneko muttered after seeing the contrasting design. However, she and the rest could already imagine all sorts of culture in each room of this spaceship-like building. I've always wanted to make something like this, so I took the chance. Kisuke replied while leading them to their usual spot, the lounge. But before they reached their destination, Kisuke turned to the three disappointed individuals and said, I can assure you that it's more interesting on the lower floors. I'll give you a tour later. However, the trio didn't allow Kisuke to set aside the important stuff for later. Let's go. Ophis voiced out as she grabbed the hem of Kisuke's clothes. And she was followed by the other two. Let's go, Nichan. Of course, Kisuke couldn't disappoint their expectant faces any further. All right. Let's go now. Chapter 737, Tower of Desires. With a sudden change of plan, Kisuke grabbed the three curious girls and turned to others. I'll bring them back once they are tired. Although jet lag shouldn't affect you all as much, try to adjust your body's rhythm to this place's time. Jet lag? Asked Line. It is a temporary sleep problem that can affect anyone who quickly travels across multiple time zones. Although it won't be a problem for most of us, you, Hestia-sama, Artemis-sama, Claire, and Tanis would need some time to adjust your sleep schedule. Sona answered Line and turned to Kisuke. By the way, what time is it now? It's noon. I can give you medicine to easily adjust your body clock easier, but it would be better if you are able to do it naturally. But before Kisuke left, Artemis called out to him, Wait, Kisuke. What is it, Artemis-sama? We're inside the dungeon, aren't we? Is it fine for us to stay here? At that point, Hestia also realized the problem. The dungeon won't suddenly act up, will it? She asked nervously since the other deities already warned her of the potential mishaps that may happen if the dungeon detected a deity inside. And based on what she heard from them, it's a guarantee that it won't end well. It's fine. As long as you don't release any of your divine power, the dungeon would actually ignore you. Even then, I plan to make something for you too that will make sure that's the case, so please don't leave this floor for now. I'll be done with them tomorrow, reassured Kisuke. Truthfully, he's already done with the devices that would lock their divine powers securely and disguise their appearance so the mercenaries in the dungeon won't be able to recognize them as the goddesses Hestia and Artemis. However, he's still worried about their safety and decided to add some safety features, not against the monsters or mercenaries, but the dungeon itself, since he has a feeling that if a god were to die in the dungeon, they won't be able to return to heaven. Kisuke, Claire, Ophis, and Tanis arrived at the lobby and the latter three immediately ran out of the teleportation zone. Kisuke lets them be since they are well within his range of action and the security placed in this building should do most of the job in case something bad happens. As he slowly followed the three who were curiously looking around, Kisuke was mildly surprised by the number of people coming in and out of the building. Looks like the Astarte Familia didn't put many restrictions, or maybe they're just being pressured by the other factions within the region. Kisuke already predicted that the scattered forces within the Desara region would converge after the news of an easy way to the deeper levels of the dungeon, since there's just so much wealth and resources down here that would attract even small familias. Since I caused all of these, I guess the villages and smaller towns that would lose the protection of these familias are my responsibility. I suppose monster repellers would do it. Of course, he won't do everything himself. After making the final product, he'll sell its production method to multiple outlets that could produce them. While deep in his thoughts, however, Kisuke heard something disturbing from the mercenaries around him. Hey, is he the owner of this Tower of Desires? I've seen the portraits circulating around, so I'm positive. So he's the one who made all of this possible. But he doesn't look that strong. Look at those scrawny arms. It doesn't look like he could properly swing a sword. He even has a cane, which proves that he sometimes has difficulties walking. I can't believe he made all of this. Of course no one does. The most probable scenario was he's a son of a great noble or very rich merchant that funded the research and development of this tower and used the magic that instantly transports things to build it within the safety point, which essentially gave him enormous power on this floor. Most of the gods also believe that this is the case. Then why did he give the control of the magic that instantly transfers people to the Astarte Familia? It's most probably because the Astarte Familia was able to strike a deal with him. Since he doesn't have the power to protect this tower on his own, even if he included his wives, he had no choice but to get one of the biggest and strongest Familia to his side. Although he lost the rights to the magic, he's able to solidify his position with the tower. After roaming around for a few more minutes, similar conversations could be heard everywhere they go. So this is the reason why the Astarte Familia is being pushed back. They thought I'm some pushover that needed their help. Even then, a smile lingered on Kisuke's face. Well then, let's see how things develop. I'll only move when they try to snatch my house. Within the tallest tower of the castle in the middle of Asoros where the Poseidon and Amphitrite Familius reside, two old men were watching the bustling town from the top while drinking liquor. While the first man emanates divine power, the second man's aura was that of a mortal. However, the second man's demeanor and sharpness didn't lose to the deity drinking with him. Are you sure about this, Poseidon? Letting Aruna do whatever he wants, I mean. Poseidon put down his glass after emptying it. I'm not letting him do whatever he wants. I'm just letting him do one thing. Besides, you can't really say anything since you and Hera already failed once and there's no other prospect within sight until now. Zeus sighed and also emptied his glass. I may have failed, but I don't think this is the right answer either. I'm the same. However, we couldn't prove that this is the wrong answer too. But Aruna is messing with something that could easily go wrong. I know. And that's the reason why I'm allowing it. It is so that we could watch him and what he is doing more closely. If I didn't give my consent and he decided to do this secretly anyway, it'll be already too late to do anything when something goes wrong. And this Tower of Desire just had to appear at such a convenient timing. I feel a little bad for a start. There's no other way. We can't control Aruna. And since he increased the security around himself to a ridiculous level, no deity could even approach him to send him back to heaven. Chapter 738, next on the menu. Claire and Tanis got tired first after roaming around the first 10 floors of the lobby, and since it was supposed to be nighttime for them, Kisuke immediately brought them back to their room to rest. Ophis, on the other hand, was still furiously memorizing everything the tower had to offer and might have been planning to add the same or similar things to her Demon Lord Castle that she's planning to build opposite of his tower. Since she could fend for herself and Kisuke didn't care if she did damage to the mercenaries that harassed her, he left her alone for the time being. Returning to where everyone is, Kisuke came into Yoruchi and Kuroka briefing everyone else regarding the Desara region and the system in place for the mercenaries. At the end of it, everyone finally understood why they could stop holding back. If the adventurers of Orario give more priority to honor and glory, mercenaries of the Desara region put more importance to wealth and power, muttered Sona. This kind of system is unforgiving for the smaller and weaker familias, added Seraphal. Nodding, Kuroka confirmed Seraphal's words, that's right, Nya. But it isn't really as bad for them as you've probably imagined. Thanks to the different situation this entrance to the dungeon has compared to the one in Orario, Nya, the smaller familias just have to affiliate themselves to one of the 4 big factions in the region. From here, Yoruchi supplemented, most of these familias choose to ally themselves to Pandemonium, since it has the least restrictions and greatest benefit for them out of the 4. Only for a good reason would they choose to affiliate themselves to the other 3. Of course, there are those who choose not to affiliate themselves and this is a perfectly normal situation since that would give them the greatest freedom. However, they generally couldn't enter the dungeon and if they have to, they would be competing with larger and stronger alliances. Compared to adventurers, there are a lot more mercenaries, which makes the first few floors of the dungeon feel very small. Artemis creased her brow because she already experienced what it's like to have a small and weak familia. Wouldn't that hamper the familia's growth and income? Kisuke sat down beside her and answered her question. As Kuroka has said, the situation with this entrance is a bit different. Since it's underwater and its structure is akin to that of an ant colony, it's impossible to put a lid on it like the Tower of Babel in Orario. Because of that, hundreds if not thousands of monsters escape from the dungeon and reach the shore every day. Just those smaller monsters are enough to keep everyone busy and they could even get commissions from the villages throughout the region. On top of that, it's much safer to fight monsters on the surface because you won't suddenly get greeted by a monster house that usually occurs inside the dungeon. So without a good reason, they wouldn't even want to dive into the dungeon unless they were strong enough to tackle the lower floors where the profit is much higher. And if they are strong, they could hardly be considered a small familia anymore. Kisuke then turned to Yoruchi and asked, by the way, is the situation on the surface what I think it is? If you think that Astarte Familia is being pressured, then you're correct. However, the situation is much more complex than that for them. Yoruchi then passed some documents to him. Looking through it, Kisuke creased his brows, offers to transfer the management of the teleportation circle to the Aruna Familia. If it's just that, it wouldn't be strange. However, the documents include the Alliance and the Poseidon Familia's insignia. Kisuke thought that the 4 groups would be fighting each other for control but he didn't expect that Aruna Familia would come out on top with the other 2 at its back. But although the situation is really strange, Kisuke wouldn't care how much they offer him nor how much they dogpile on him since he wouldn't take back his words that easily. We tried figuring out what's really going on, yeah, but we couldn't find anything. We could only guess that this is a personal agreement between the deities instead of their familiars. What should we do? Asked Yoruchi. Since you came down earlier, I'm sure that the executives of the Astarte Familia will make their way here to meet you. Kisuke thought for a while and muttered, we could meet the deities in question, but I doubt they'll tell us anything concrete. And since taking back my words doesn't bode well with me, I'll let the Astarte Familia keep the circle if they want to keep it. For the request for transfer, ignore it. They'll actually reveal their motives easier if things don't go as they want. Yoruchi became concerned. Although a bit of danger is fine with Sona-chan and the rest, I don't think we should put Hestia-sama and Artemis-sama at risk. Kisuke shook his head and said, that won't be a problem. I've already planned to make something for their security and I'll be sure to do my best on it. But just to be safe, you or Sarah-chan have to be around when Hestia-sama and Artemis-sama go outside. At least, until this situation resolves itself. Yoruchi sighed and agreed, fine. It's going to be too annoying to outsmart those gods, so them tripping themselves up is much easier. However, I'll still try to look into what they're planning. Something just doesn't feel right with the Aruna Familia. Kuroka then raised her hand with a smile, I'll help out too, nya. However, Kisuke immediately disagreed with her words, no. You won't. Kuroka was shocked, but he immediately followed up an explanation, it's about time that you all move to the next part of your training, and this is where your potential will be truly tested. With a serious expression, Kisuke looked towards Kuroka, you and Kaneko-chan will have to learn how to fully fuse your ki's innate abilities to your own bodies instead of wielding it. Wait. Seraphol exclaimed when she understood what Kisuke meant by fusing with their innate abilities as Nikosho, which are the black and white flames, wouldn't that mean? Nodding, Kisuke confirmed what was on her mind, their next part of training is to learn how to achieve a release form. And they will need to learn it before all hell breaks loose in this world. But even with my decades of training, I still can't do that yet. To become a super devil, Seraphol took Surzek's ability as her reference. She thought that by becoming the magic itself, she'd step into the ranks of the super devils. However, she still couldn't find the final piece despite doing everything she thought would promote her. Kisuke knew what's on her mind and said, Surzek-san has that kind of ability because he could do it naturally. To do the same, you have to do everything he's doing, including those that he's unaware of and more. Seraphol knew that, and it's the cause of her frustration all these years. Despite doing their best, Surzek and even Ajuka couldn't explain how the former could have a release form and just attributed it to the power of destruction's special properties. But then, Seraphol suddenly realized that Kisuke wanted Kuroka and Kaneko to do the same and exclaimed yet again, wait. You know what's needed. I have my theories, but I'm pretty confident with it. Want to try it first? Since Kuroka and Kaneko would be using ki to attain a release form, Kisuke already planned for Sona and Seraphol to do the magic side of it. Seraphol didn't even ask the dangers behind it and hurriedly nodded, I'll do it. Chapter 739, Medusa's Hesitation. So that's the reason why you wanted us to move here, muttered Sona, understanding what Kisuke wanted for them. As Kisuke nodded, he explained further, that's part of it. This time, instead of just monsters, I want you to fight other people outside of your training partners. Although sparring with each other is still good, you all already know each other's quirks and got used to it. If you don't fight anyone else you're not familiar with, your sparring would actually start to be detrimental. And with a smile, Kisuke continued, luckily, this place is teeming with people that will just push all the wrong buttons, and you don't even have to hold back against them. Skeptical with his words, Aika asked, but wouldn't most of those people be weaker than us? Not to brag, but I'm already confident to fight toe-to-toe with the top adventurers in Orario without releasing all of my abilities. That's fine. What's important is that you fight other people. This is not about improving your techniques, but improving your experience. On top of that, this will actually help you not to form a stereotyped method of subconscious judgment against unknown opponents, which is very dangerous. Aika finally understood Kisuke's point, and she imagined being in a situation where her opponent moved similarly to Kaneko and assumed that she should fight like she's fighting Kaneko, which might actually cost her her life in an instant that something out of her expectations happened. That realization gave Aika a cold shiver. Of course, it wasn't just her, as the other non-veterans also realized and felt the same. Kisuke feigned a cough to take back their attention. This isn't a big problem yet, but we need to do something about it. In any case, all of you are still doing fine, so there's no need to rush this. To summarize the training goals, Sarah-chan and Sona-chan will be learning the magic-based transformation while Kaneko-chan and Kuroka-san will be learning the ki counterpart. As for Irina and Akino-san, training with Office-chan is more appropriate, while Aika would be learning how to release the second stage of her Zanpakuto. Kisuke then looked towards Medusa and said, finally, Medusa-chan, we will need to stabilize your divine power. Hestia and Artemis, who were peacefully listening while drinking tea, spat out what's in their mouths. Come again, asked Hestia after wiping her mouth. Ah, aren't you technically a goddess? Seraphol asked, full of innocence. Someone. Please explain, pleaded Artemis after wiping her mouth. Still, they were ignored and Medusa answered Seraphol's question. The only thing that came from my divine power were my eyes and nothing else. If it's a technicality, I'm more of a divine spirit instead of a deity because I don't have the power of one. Still, considering your origin, wouldn't you be a goddess of beauty? Medusa shook her head. I'm not, but my sisters are. Unlike me, there was a time when they were truly worshipped. It was those times that Medusa vowed to protect her sisters when they came with her when she was banished to the Shapeless Isle. Although her sisters were truly goddesses, they were different from normal ones as they were born from the collective thoughts of beauty that needed to be protected. Hence, Stheno and Euryale were technically powerless to fulfill the role of being protected. Thanks to Medusa being a defect, her divine power developed into something else, giving her supernatural abilities that are normally impossible even with magic. She used this to protect her sisters from those who proclaimed themselves as heroes that wanted to save both of the goddesses from her hands. But due to Athena's curse, her divine power evolved and developed into something sinister as Medusa became addicted and took pleasure from killing the trespassers of the Shapeless Isle. That would result in the tragic end of her sisters, and only when Perseus, bearing the treasures of gods, defeated her, sealing her soul into eternal suffering of being reincarnated and hunted down. Hestia got pissed that her and Artemis' important question was purposely ignored and directly faced Medusa. Medusa was startled when Hestia suddenly confronted her, but their height difference made it look like Hestia was about to throw a tantrum. Medusa-chan. Please tell me about yourself. There isn't really anything aside from I possess divine power like a normal deity. However, since my birth is a bit special, my situation is a bit different from you and everyone else. I'm sorry, but I would like to leave it like that for now. Silence covered the room as Hestia silently stared at Medusa. A few moments later, Hestia sighed and smiled. Fine. I will wait for the day that you can tell me everything. However, this doesn't change the fact that you're my child, all right? Medusa happily nodded and replied, of course, Hestia-sama. Nothing would change that. Artemis soon sighed too. She's not as accepting as Hestia, but she also respected her decision and let her do what she wants. In any case, after spending time with everyone, she already trusts that they wouldn't hurt her best friend. Though, she doesn't know what sort of danger this would bring to Hestia, so she couldn't stop worrying entirely. Of course, after this revelation, both Hestia and Artemis already had a clue of where they really came from, since if Medusa was truly a deity, or something similar to it, she could have only come from the outside. Nevertheless, they didn't say anything about this either, since nothing would really change. Kisuke, on the other hand, also knew that they were already aware. After all, it was his idea to bring up Medusa's divinity in front of them. Seeing the result, he sighed in relief that everything had gone as he expected. Thankfully, Hestia-sama easily accepted it. But while thinking so, he could feel a stabbing stare on the back of his head from Yoruchi. I'm sorry if I can only do it this way. Can't help it. Clearing his throat, Kisuke continued what he's saying. Anyway, I noticed that you've been cautiously tapping into your divine power during your training. Medusa's expression became complicated. She wasn't exactly trying to hide it, but she's still hesitating about what to do. With everyone getting stronger each passing day, she could stay still and do nothing. However, she was also afraid of her own nature and was scared that she'd return to her monster form if she were to get any stronger. Kisuke stood up and approached her. While still thinking about what she should do, Medusa felt Kisuke's hands wrapped around hers and she looked up to see his eyes looking straight into hers. If you're thinking of changing your own nature, don't bother, since 9 out of 10 times, you'll fail miserably and it might even cost your life. But no buts. Kisuke immediately interrupted her. Athena's curse is gone and you're not alone anymore. There is no reason for you to be afraid any longer. Another familiar name came up, but Hestia and Artemis didn't dare interrupt Kisuke. And with a big smile, Kisuke added, besides, when it comes to berserk powers, I'd like to call myself an expert. Chapter 740, A Start. Medusa recalled everything, including from the time she'd rampaged on Earth and thirsting for blood. That scene in her head still gives her nightmares, but with the warmth covering her hands, determination formed in her. Instead of leaving this time bomb that I don't know if it will ever explode, I should just take a step forward and pull it out of Pandora's box and make it mine. All right. Please take care of me, Master. Kisuke nodded. That's what I intended from the start. Kisuke wanted to elaborate more about the training they were about to go through. However, someone special had entered the premise of their tower. With a snap of his fingers, a translucent screen appeared in front of everyone, depicting the wide lobby below from the eyes of the doll receptionist. Immediately zooming into 2 cloaked figures, Yoruchi became confused. They are. Since those who come in similar attires are aplenty, everyone couldn't tell what's special about them. Not from a simple visual image. One is an acquaintance and one is a deity, answered Kisuke. He could already guess the identity of the deity and what they'd come here for. Of course, despite seeing them for the first time, most of them already knew who the deity is because there's only one who would want to meet Kisuke with such timing. Is it Astarte? Artemis asked. What? Really? Hestia became giddy. I've never met Astarte-sama before, but the person beside the deity is the captain of the Astarte Familia. So it's most probably Astarte-sama herself, but what's wrong? Artemis sighed and replied, there's nothing really wrong, but she's the exact opposite of me. She's the goddess of war and sexual love. With a bit of hesitation, Artemis continued with a slight blush on her face, and her love goes both ways. Kuroka already guessed what's going on and asked while pointing to Hestia, so she's like this because of her overbearing love, nya. Hestia and Artemis could only look away, but that was enough of an answer. With a very serious expression, Kisuke instructed, Yoruchi. Invite them in. With a similar expression, Yoruchi nodded and stood up, roger that. Ahem. Well then, I'm tired so I'll be retiring for today. Good luck. Hestia tried to escape, but she felt someone hold her hand tightly when she was about to stand up. When she looked up, she saw Aika giving her a big grin. Similarly, Kaneko held Artemis' hand tightly so she wouldn't go anywhere. With a huge smile plastered on his face, Kisuke added, what are you talking about, Hestia-sama? As the representatives of the Hestia and Artemis Familias, both of you have to greet her properly or it'll just be plain rude. But Kisuke-kun. You're a fine captain so you don't really need us here. Hestia said while still trying to squirm her way out with a smile. On the other hand, Artemis had a blank expression and had already given up when she saw Kisuke make a strange smile. Unlike Hestia, she learned fast, Hestia, give it up. There's no point in arguing with him. She then pointed around them, look. Everyone's on board with his idea. Hestia looked around and saw that everyone had strategically blocked any way of escape, in addition to Aika not letting her go. Slowly, her smile broke down, and she started shouting, I don't wanna. Everyone except for Artemis was shocked at her sudden outburst, but before they could do anything else, a shadow with red hair dashed through everyone and reached behind Hestia. And as if they were coiling snakes, the unknown person's arms wrapped around Hestia's body. Alarms started going off in Hestia's head as she felt the familiar touch. Although before she could say anything, she heard a familiar sultry voice whispering in her right ear, oh my. If it isn't Hestia-chan. I didn't expect to see you here. How wonderful. Astarte, a deity that represented war and sexual love, had a similar build as Hestia, except for her chest. The striking short red hair complemented her blood-red eyes that reflect sensuousness and gracefulness. Hey Astarte. When did you come here? She looked around but she noticed that Yoruchi and her companion hadn't even arrived here. How did you find this room? Ha. Of course the love between us brought us together. There's no love between us. Well, to be honest, I got a whiff of your scent the moment I arrived on this floor and followed it. See. But that's not important. Astarte then suddenly separated from Hestia and reappeared on top of Artemis, who was trying her best to act like an ornament, and trapped her where she was sitting. Naturally, I didn't forget about you, Artemis-chan. Lifting her chin with her hand, Astarte continued, I has been a while. Although there's something different about you right now, you're still as beautiful and pure as ever. Artemis immediately covered her lips. Even though she had never been kissed, there are certainly attempts from the deity in front of her in the past. However, Astarte didn't even attempt to do so this time and instead, grabbed Artemis' waist before turning back to Hestia, who was already trying to escape, and grabbed her waist too. With a goddess in each of her arms, Astarte couldn't help but laugh out loud, Fuahahaha. Now I just need Athena to complete my maiden goddess harem. Hestia and Artemis finally couldn't take it and veins popped on their heads. With combined effort, they both twisted Astarte's arms, resulting in her cry of pain. Not caring about the noise, Artemis lifted her left foot while Hestia lifted her right foot, and both of them gave Astarte's but a kick with all of their strength. Yua. Astarte uncontrollably rolled towards the exit of the room and only stopped when she hit someone's legs. Looking up, Astarte saw the furious face of her child and immediately said, Yo, Karis. I saw some friends and got excited. Teehee. Even without witnessing everything, just from the fact that Astarte suddenly ran off while making a perverted expression and with the goddesses behind the doors fuming, Karis could already guess what had happened. Dropping on all fours, the cow person hurriedly asked for forgiveness. I'm very sorry for how she acted. You don't have to tell me what happened. I know full well how she acts. Astarte also sat up and was also about to apologize. However, she froze when she saw Hestia and Artemis grabbing a man's arm while glaring at her. What? Slowly standing up, she pointed her shaking fingers at them. I can understand Hestia since she's naive and easy to trick. Oi. Hestia retorted. But Artemis. The known man hater. None of your business. Artemis replied. They thought that Astarte would become disheartened, but contrary to their expectations, her eyes shone and jumped in front of Kisuke. Teach me your ways, master. As a bonus, I shall be yours too. Chapter 741, Astart's Frustrations. While nursing the lump on her head, Astarte introduced herself. Hestia-chan and Artemis-chan already knew me, but I'm Astarte. Nice to meet y'all. And I'm the captain of the Astarte Familia, Karis Cattell. It's my first time meeting most of you and I'm grateful to be your acquaintance. Also, I'm sorry for Astarte-sama's behavior just now. The person who gave her the lump also introduced herself. Astarte wanted to start conversing about random things since it has really been a while since they've seen each other and she was incredibly curious about how Kisuke had melted Artemis' heart. But before she could do that, Karis immediately interrupted her with a serious expression. Astarte-sama, we don't have much time, so please leave it for later. I didn't really want to agree for you to climb down here since it's dangerous, so I'd like for us to return to the surface as soon as possible. Besides, if those people realize that you've descended into the dungeon, they are going to use that fact however they want. Although she was really curious as to why Kisuke and the others had brought their patron deities down here, it was none of their business and they didn't have the right to question them. Astarte's gleeful expression also disappeared and was replaced by a solemn one. Then I'll go straight to the point. Kisuke Urahara, what do we need to do for us to keep our position regarding the teleportation circle? Kisuke looked straight at them without any sort of expression. You still want to keep it despite all the pressure coming from all sides? Astarte closed her eyes and crossed her arms while sighing. We would have relegated it if it's Poseidon or the Alliance who wanted to take it. But there's no way I'll give this up if it's only going to end up with Aruna. Heh. I already heard the rumors, but you really don't like the other side, huh? There's no way we'll get along with them. Not when they've hardly changed their way. Karis had a sudden outburst while clenching her fist. Right away, Astarte turned her eyes to her. Karis, I know how you're feeling but this isn't the place and they are newcomers that might have never heard their history. Curb your emotions. History? Kisuke asked. The truth is, however, Yoruchi, Kuroka, and he already knew about it, but they'd still pretend that they didn't know. After all, it would be unnerving if they revealed that they searched through their history. Scratching her head, Artemis answered after sighing, I'll make it short. The reason my familia is the way it is now was primarily to oppose that arrogant blockhead Aruna. In the past, they used their women as if they were tools, so I gathered those victims and created my own group. Astarte understood that love comes in all kinds of shapes and forms. However, she didn't like Aruna's children that instilled fear in everyone and hated Aruna himself for letting them do as they wanted. As an advocate of love, she never welcomed fear that instilled terror for the feeling of power and authority. After all, love could never be born from fear, and she doubted that anything worthwhile would. The generation that started all this hate was already long gone and they're a lot tamer these days. But as Karis said, they haven't really changed their ways and do things in a more secretive way. Although there are some who wanted to change it from the inside, no one had succeeded. Astarte recalled Karis' parents and they were two of the people who tried to change the Aruna familia but only ended up becoming victims. Thankfully, Karis herself was saved and avoided suffering the same fate as them. Looks like the Aruna familia are experts in navigating the gray area, thought Kisuke, since they were still thriving now. Well, this is the limit of a society where strength is the most important. And that's the gist of it. If you want to know more, just ask the old folks or some deity in Pandemonium. It isn't exactly a secret at this point. It's just that only a few individuals still remember the events of the past. Astarte then looked back to Kisuke. Now that I've answered your question, it's your turn to answer mine. Kisuke smiled and replied, I don't like taking back my word, so I promise to everyone that if you're willing to stand your ground, then nothing will change from our side. Though if you wanted some assistance to defend yourselves, then I would need some compelling reason to act. Astarte and Karis' eyes widened in surprise. They didn't think it would be this easy. A few seconds later, Astarte started laughing while shaking her head. Just your reassurance that nothing will change is plenty enough. I couldn't ask for more. Now that they got the answer that they wanted, there is no more reason to stay here, especially since they are within the dungeon. Standing up, Astarte and Karis intended to leave. Thank you for your time and I apologize that we couldn't offer much. But since you're Hestia-chan and Artemis-chan's children, if you need our help, we won't hesitate to give a hand, no matter the situation we're in. As her longtime friends, Astarte trusted Hestia and Artemis' judgment when they accepted their children. If there's something they need, Astarte would happily assist them. You too, Astarte. If you need some help, don't hesitate to ask them. It may not look like it, but they're very capable children. Hestia immediately answered back with a big smile. She doesn't like how she usually acts, but it never changed the fact that she's one of her good and sincere friends. Artemis also nodded along with Hestia's words, that's right. These kids wanted some exercise, so if you want to, we'll lend them to you. Fufufu, then I'll remember that. Though Astarte did say that, she has no intention of involving them any further with their problem. Although Kisuke started all of this, she knew that he was just the trigger of the long-brewing conflict between her and Aruna that could start any time. Kisuke also stood up intending to escort them. By the way, Astarte-sama. What do you think is happening for the other two to back the Aruna familia if they really are such an unsavory bunch? Astarte shook her head. I don't know. But I have a feeling that it's not for a good reason and the other two are just feeling helpless with the situation. That's how it looks like for me, at least. Chapter 742, Contact. It had been a week since Astarte and Karis came to visit and everyone had already acclimated themselves to the Dazara region and the new dungeon. Within just a short week, the adventurers of Orario already made a name for themselves as mercenaries of the Hestia and Artemis Familias. The Astarte Familia situation, on the other hand, had worsened from last week. The previously open for everyone pandemonium became a foreign place for them as they couldn't easily resupply as before. The problem of supply was not unsolvable, however, they would need to dedicate more manpower for acquiring it, which would weaken certain sectors of their familia. This became possible because of the unchecked smear campaign that the Urahara Familia was doing, swaying the masses' opinion against them for monopolizing the path to the deeper floors. Of course, most people were unaware that it was the Urahara Familia who was spreading negative rumors regarding the Astarte Familia, and pointing at them without concrete evidence would only backfire. One point the rumor made was the high price to go through the transfer. Although the Astarte Familia lowered the price, another one popped out saying that it was still too high, so from then on, they knew that it would only be futile to do anything if their goal was to take the circle. They also thought of blocking the members of the Urahara Familia from using the circle, but decided against it since it would most likely backfire at them, too. Another thing that infuriated the Astarte Familia was the utter disregard for the hunting spots which they previously frequented. Since the population on the deeper floor went up exponentially, competition for good hunting spots would worsen. However, their situation was that they were being harassed to leave somewhere else. And it wasn't just the Urahara Familia who were doing this. Outnumbered, they had no choice but to hide their activities and avoid dangerous spots in fear of ambushes. Fortunately, their situation wasn't completely bad as their fortune also grew from all the fees that they could collect. Even though they had to spend more on supplies, their income became a lot higher to offset that and they were still profiting. Thanks to that, everyone from the Astarte Familia received better equipment which made their hunting a lot easier. Of course, Sona and the rest also received some harassment for being connected with Kisuke. However, although they fought back, they didn't do it too much and pretended to struggle against them. As for why, they did it so that they could lure out the masterminds and clean them up when they get a chance. Nevertheless, they also enjoyed fighting all sorts of people and, luckily, trashing them when they got bored and couldn't learn any more from them. We're home. Aika yelled after entering the living room and immediately noticed Claire fidgeting while watching Kisuke set up some sort of equipment on the table. Kaneko, who came home with Aika, asked curiously, "What's that?" "The communication device I promised to Claire." "I'm setting it up now," answered Kisuke and looked up. "By the way, where are the others?" Aika sat down beside Kisuke and looked at the device curiously. They were all taking Sarachan's magic lessons and that included Tenestra. Though I feel bad for the latter one since she couldn't keep up, not just about the concept, but also common sense. Thankfully, Line was there for her. Kaneko exited the room since she heard Medusa preparing some tea and snacks and intended to help her. "But it sure took some time, huh? Did some unexpected problems crop up?" asked Aika while bringing Tanis to her lap after getting too close. "There's that, but I also added some nifty features since the equipment on the other side could support it." Aika hesitated for a moment before asking, "By the way, can I contact my parents through that, too?" At that moment, Kisuke's hand landed on her head. "Of course. And the first thing I would do is apologize to them." Aika became silent for a few moments before replying, "So they already knew what happened to me." "I'll do it with you then." Kisuke nodded. "Before I returned, I asked Mom to disclose everything to them since there was no point in hiding it and it might actually be dangerous for them." "How did they react?" "I don't know. I left it to Mom how she'll break it to them and I didn't really have time to go around when I was there." A few minutes later, Kisuke was finally done setting up the communication device. Aika thought that it would just be a single thing, but she was surprised to see that it consisted of 4 parts and each of them was placed in the corner of the room. "Yep. It's done." Kisuke then turned to Claire. "I'll ring them up now, however, I don't know if they're going to be too busy to answer. So don't get dejected when they fail to answer, all right? We can always try again later." Claire nodded happily. "Understood. Please call them now, Kisuke Niken." "All right." Kisuke then started operating the console in front of him to establish a connection. Let's see. Space stability, check. Magic power output, check. Encryption, check. While Kisuke was busy, those in the room, namely Aika, Kaneko, Medusa, Claire, Tanis and Ophis, were looking around for any signs of the communicating device running up. On the floor where the core of the tower was situated, a clear transparent metal alloy cylinder started lighting up as barriers simultaneously appeared around it. A few seconds later, invisible to the naked eye, several nanoscopic holes in the space were created, revealing the void beyond it. On a similar device in the base that Kisuke created on Mars, after months of inactivity, came alive for the first time and started doing the same thing as the device in the tower, creating nanoscopic holes in space. Looks like there's no problem. Kisuke thought as he started up the second phase. Controlling the equipment that he'd put down prior to leaving, Kisuke was able to start up everything without any problems. All he needed to do is to send a signal using the base on Mars as a physical medium. A few seconds later, a transparent screen showing a loading screen appeared in the middle of the room. And not long after that, a familiar figure appeared as a hologram. It connected. Without being able to wait anymore, Claire jumped to the hologram while shouting, "Mama." Chapter 743, Ophis Growth. Cleria knew that the Claire that was running in front of her was just a hologram. Even then, she still tried catching her but with a wry smile on her face since she'd be seeing her daughter's disappointed expression after not seeing her for so long. However, to her surprise, she was able to catch Claire. What? Claire, on the other hand, was not thinking any of this and just savored the familiar warmth of her mother that she hadn't felt for months. Although she noticed that something was missing, she was already incredibly happy at the moment. Cleria silently turned to Kisuke with her eyes wide open as she tightly clutched Claire and only to see him giving a wink and a thumbs up. With an expression that was about to tear up, she silently whispered in his direction, "Thank you." A few moments later, Masaomi also appeared within the detection range of the communication device and was shocked that Cleria was hugging the illusion of their daughter. "Wait, you can do that. Papa." Claire shouted when she heard his voice, but she didn't want to separate from her mother, so she just reached out one arm towards him. "Well, whatever." Masaomi immediately discarded his questions and joined in on the family hug. The three of them stayed like that for a few minutes until Kisuke scanned the long couch on their side and transferred a holographic version of it to Cleria and Masaomi's side. With that, Cleria and Masaomi sat down with Claire on the lap of the former, and at that point, Claire finally noticed what had been missing, and it was her parents' smell, which saddened her a bit. "What's wrong, baby?" "I can't smell Mama," answered Claire dejectedly. Cleria then started chuckling while pinching Claire's face. "Silly girl, Mama's not here, so how could you smell me?" "Ah." Claire finally realized that this was essentially a video call and turned to Kisuke with bright eyes. "Kisuke-niken. This is amazing. Fufufu, as long as I put my mind to it, Kisuke-niken can do almost anything." Kisuke then took out something from his storage and inserted it into the console for the communication device, but that's not all. "We also have this." Within a brief moment, a display screen appeared in front of the three showing what seems to be a list of image and video files. "This is," asked Masaomi. "It is what it looks like and you can operate it yourselves." Hearing that, Masaomi curiously touched one of the image files randomly and it suddenly showed a picture of Claire eating sweets with Ophis and Hestia. "Oh, this is amazing and useful." Seeing the picture then prompted Claire to start talking about it excitedly. From then, Claire continued narrating her adventures while viewing the pictures and videos with Cleria and Masaomi. A few moments later, a picture depicting Claire, Ophis and Tanis appeared, which reminded the kid, "Ta-chan. Come over. I'll introduce you to Mama and Papa," urged Claire to one of her best friends. However, Tanis started fidgeting as she looked around nervously, not knowing what to do. It was then that it clicked in Kisuke's mind. All this time, we've been speaking in Japanese. Even Claire didn't notice it as she started speaking Japanese the moment she heard her mother's voice. "That really slipped out of my mind too," muttered Kaneko, as she found Tanis' lost expression a bit amusing. Kisuke patted Tanis' head and took out a small candy. "I'm sorry about that. Here, take it." Tanis curiously looked at the candy on Kisuke's hand, but she got a whiff of its sweet and delicious scent. She immediately picked it up and put it in her mouth. Looks like she developed quite a bad habit, thought Kisuke with a wry smile. Although the candy looked hard, it was incredibly soft and Tanis started chewing on it, relishing its sweetness and a bit of a sour flavor that tingled her mouth in a very pleasant way. After finishing it, she craved for more but didn't ask for it. It was a good development for Tanis, who didn't even have a shred of self-control when she came to them. "Can you understand me now?" Kisuke asked in Japanese. Tanis stared at Kisuke in amazement because it was a language she had never heard before but clearly understood. "Yes." She tried answering back with the same language but there was still awkwardness, which was normal. "Ta-chan, Ta-chan. Come over, quick," urged Claire again. This time, understanding her words, Tanis happily ran over. "Yes." After an hour or so, Claire fell asleep on her mother's lap and Tanis also took the spot next to her. "It felt like I've gained another daughter," said Claire as she caressed both of their heads gently. "You look happy about it," commented Kisuke while chuckling. "Of course. This is the second time Claire found a friend." Cleria smiled gently. Masaomi, meanwhile, looked toward Ophis and said, "You also have our gratitude, Ophis-sama." Ophis, who has been silently and endlessly chewing on snacks, finally spoke up for the first time. "Your gratitude is unneeded." Naturally, Ophis didn't say that to be rude, but she really couldn't remember doing anything that warranted their gratitude, so she has no need for it. Kisuke's hand landed on her head and said, "He meant to thank you for taking care of Claire." However, Ophis only looked up to him and tilted her head in confusion as she still couldn't remember doing such a thing. Kisuke instantly guessed what was going on in Offa's mind and added, taking care of someone means looking out for them and keeping them safe from harm. You've been doing that, haven't you? Oh. Realization finally dawned on Offa. Since she was only doing what she wanted to do, taking care of someone never really crossed her mind, so this is what it means to take care of someone. Offa then turned back to Masaomi with a proud expression, your gratitude, I shall accept it. Cleria and Masaomi looked at each other before chuckling. If it wasn't confirmed that she was the dragon god, they wouldn't believe that she was the one and only even if someone told them. Chapter 744, Lilith. Before we start, I want to ask. Where are the others? Kisuke took out blankets and laid them on top of both Tanis and Claire. They didn't know I would be completing this communication device today, so they are all out to do their own things. Thanks. Cleria further fixed the blanket's position before asking, and how much longer could we talk? As he sat back down, Kisuke took a look at his console. I can supply the power on the equipment on my side, but I can't do anything on the other side aside from letting it recover on its own. But we still have an hour before the power reaches critical levels and automatically shuts down. After that, 3 days would be needed to fully charge it back. We're sorry for taking such a precious time, Masaomi immediately apologized, feeling a bit guilty. Don't say that, uncle. Even if you've taken all the time in the next few sessions, we wouldn't mind. After all, I made this, especially for Claire. Kisuke replied in a reprimanding tone, anyway, where's Mom and Uncle Daihauser? Sarah fetched someone and should be arriving any moment now, but Daihauser Naisama is, Cleria became hesitant with her words. Although they tried hiding it, Kisuke immediately noticed that both of them were extremely tired but didn't ask about it. However, her hesitation made him crease his brows, looks like a few months of us gone was already too long. Cleria wanted to continue but Sakura arrived at that moment, I'm here. Before Kisuke could greet her, however, Sakura instantly understood the situation after seeing Claire and an unknown blue-skinned little girl lying on her lap. Sakura didn't wait for Kisuke to respond and like a child, she leaped towards him with all her might and arms wide open while yelling in excitement, Kisuke! But the moment she crashed into him, the sophisticatedly created hologram was crushed into tiny bits, resulting in her making a devastated expression. On the other hand, on Kisuke's side, Sakura's figure was crushed into tiny bits, but a few seconds later, it was reformed behind him where she was standing. Mom, calm down. I'm not going anywhere for the time being. No can do. Sakura figured out that she can't use too much force and turned back to the reformed hologram of Kisuke with a big smile. This time, instead of leaping forward, Sakura calmly approached Kisuke and hugged him tightly. I missed you. Kisuke returned the hug. I missed you too, Mom. But while they were having their moment, the person that Sakura apparently fetched also appeared within the communication device's detection range, and everyone in the different world was shocked to varying degrees. Everyone then looked towards Offa, who already stopped eating and stood up. The one who arrived was Offa. But there couldn't be two Offa, so Kisuke instantly guessed that this is the dragon god's stolen part, Lilith. Although this Lilith was only a small part of Offa, her existence also means Offa's incompleteness. Kisuke already thought of several methods of fusing the separated part back to Offa, but as she watched the two silently approach each other, a bad premonition came to him and immediately reached out to the console. Kisuke. Sakura became confused when Kisuke started panicking, but the latter didn't have time to answer her as he immediately initiated an emergency shutdown. The moment the power was cut off was also the moment Offa and Lilith locked hands. The microscopic holes in the space didn't close and the channels that should have been keeping the connection on didn't disappear even though there was nothing powering them anymore. On the contrary, these holes started getting bigger, making way for infinity to complete itself. Tisk. Kisuke couldn't help but click his tongue at the situation and started releasing his own energy, waking up even the sleeping children, who were in close proximity. However, he doesn't have the luxury to worry about them and expended his own energy to forcefully close the holes. But even after doing that, the communication device wasn't disconnected and Kisuke became worried. Is this similar to quantum entanglement? If this is a normal situation, Kisuke would have happily observed them. Nevertheless, they aren't in their own world and Kisuke was still unclear if the one watching over them right now and possessing enormous power is hostile. Thankfully, he already ascertained some time ago that Chaos wasn't directly watching this world but in a state similar to sleeping and waiting for an alarm to go off. But then again, Kisuke doesn't exactly know when those alarms would go off and he's afraid that he'll take notice of this. If he notices this, then some of my important cards would be rendered useless. Fortunately, he was able to think of a solution that would reduce the risk of being discovered and sent a telepathic message that was aimed at the lava pool on the 48th floor. Excuse me, but I may need a helping hand over here. Kisuke doesn't know if his request would be heeded, so it's a gamble. Still, it's the easiest of his choices right now. Thankfully enough, he got an answer before he could go through his other options that weren't just hard, but also risky. With his keen senses, Kisuke noticed the sudden change in the dungeon's magic power flow, albeit only slightly. This change was also noticed by Yuruchi, Serafal, and Sona thanks to their mastery over magic and immediately ended what they were doing to return. No matter how small the change is, it still happened for the first time and we were worried about what it signified. Meanwhile, Kisuke formed invisible strings of his own energy and started probing outwards. The moment he touched the dungeon's wall, his string went through but there was no information that was coming through, so the dungeon became a protective shell. And while all of this was happening, Ophis and Lilith ignored everything and silently stared at each other. Initially, Ophis thought of retrieving the rest of his powers at some point, but the moment she saw and felt Lilith's existence, she already lost interest in that and became interested in the existence of the other half of herself. Similarly, Lilith thought of returning to her original form in the future but also lost her interest in that and became extremely interested in Ophis herself. The two's meeting changed the infinite dragon forever and no one knew if this was for the best. Chapter 745, Ophis Growth Part 2. Kisuke carefully observed Ophis and Lilith using his plethora of senses and the others in the room were quiet so as not to disturb him and the infinite dragons. In Kisuke's perspective, Ophis and Lilith, despite clearly unifying under the concept of infinity, were still two different entities. Thanks to that, however, the communication device was still connected using them as a channel. They became connected regardless of the immeasurable distance and treacherous void in between. Kisuke wanted to observe more but a voice came to his head, "I can't do this forever," and he could only sigh after that. Clapping his hands, Kisuke gathered everyone's attention. "I hate to break your reunion but I'll have to request the two of you to separate for now and I didn't mean just taking a distance from each other." Lilith looked at Ophis, wanting to ask about him. Of course, she didn't have to say it out loud as Ophis understood her confusion. With a rare smile that exudes pride and gloating, Ophis introduced him, "My first friend, Kisuke, the Hat." "Oh." Lilith turned to Kisuke with interest before saying, "You shall be my friend too." Kisuke chuckled as he approached them. When they came to his reach, his left hand patted Ophis' head while the right one went to Lilith's head. "I'm grateful to be your friend too, but let's save this for the next time when things are more convenient, alright? I'll see you again, new friend." Kisuke nodded to Lilith before turning his head to Sakura, Cleria, and Masaomi. "Looks like the situation on your side was more complicated than I initially thought, but I'll hear it in 2 days. I have to first take care of the problems on this side." "I understand. Be careful and I'd like to see everyone later." Replied Sakura with a big smile while Cleria and Masaomi hurriedly said their goodbyes to Claire. A few seconds later, the communication device finally shut down and the hologram of everyone disappeared. At the same moment, the dungeon returned to its usual activity. As everything settled down, Kisuke sighed in relief. "I doubt I could stop the connection between Ophis and Lilith so I have to find a way to camouflage that and make it look like I'm using a simple and direct method." Soon enough, a slightly tensed Seraphal arrived first, Kitan. "What was that just now? Are we compromised?" "Welcome back. It was an oversight, but it ended without causing any further incident, so all are still fine." Kisuke then proceeded to narrate what happened when they're gone and asked Medusa to tell Yoruichi and the rest of the events of today since he needed to find a fix to Ophis and Lilith's problem, and he would like to start doing it now so he could meet the 2 days deadline. 2 days later, Kisuke finally came out of his workshop with Ophis with a big smile over his face. After a whole day of testing different methods, he finally found a way to hide the infinite dragon's completion. Just in time, he muttered and stretched his arms. He then looked towards Ophis and said, "Ophis-chan, please call the others to the living room. We'll open the communication lines again." Ophis nodded and started walking ahead. But before she could go far, she turned back and asked, "Including line?" Kisuke was a bit surprised at her question and thought about it for a few seconds before nodding. "Please ask her to make her way too." With Ophis' back turned to him, Kisuke couldn't help but smile while reminiscing the days that he first met her and truly understood her as a person. She's already come a long way from being oblivious of simple things. She can also finally remember names, but I wonder why she still calls me Het despite calling others by their names perfectly fine. Should I think of this as special treatment from her? Kisuke just shook his head and stopped thinking about it as he made his way to the core of the tower to add the necessary equipment of the modified communication line. Since there are some fragile and delicate parts that needed to be sophisticatedly handled, it took him about an hour to finish the job and it was only then that he decided to return to the living room where everyone was probably already waiting for him. Upon arrival, everyone was already in the room, talking merrily to each other while having some snacks. "Kisuke-kun. You're finally back. I heard you'd be contacting your hometown today." Hestia greeted and asked him excitedly. "Yep. And since this is a good chance, I'll introduce Hestia-sama, Artemis-sama, and Line-chan to everyone on the other side." "Me too," exclaimed Line since she didn't expect that she'd be included in this closely knitted group even though she was also called to come here. "Of course. You're my student, after all." Kisuke then approached her and passed candy to her, "But for starters, take this." Thank you." Line expressed her gratitude shyly but it also made her feel a lot better. Although she's friendly with everyone, she doesn't know if she should really be here since she's from the Loki familia. However, she suddenly realized something that heated up her face. "W8. Does that mean I'm one of his women now? While most of them were with Kisuke, she certainly forgot about Hestia, Artemis, and Seraphol. What's wrong? Kisuke asked when Line was deep in her thoughts. Kisuke's bewildered voice woke Line up from her fantasies and hurriedly shook her head while waving her hand, and nothing. I was thinking of something stupid. In any case, it's really a stupid thought for her as she couldn't even be compared to the other girls around Kisuke, not just in abilities, but also qualification. Seeing the candy being offered, Line received it after taking a deep breath and asked, "This is?" "Just eat it and you'll know its effects later." After giving her a confusing answer, Kisuke then moved towards Yuruchi and Akino and gave them a different kind of candy each. "This is for Hestia-sama and Artemis-sama." Yuruchi wanted to smack Kisuke's head for giving nonsensical explanations, but before she could do so, Artemis, who heard his words, asked, "For us?" "Yep, you'll know its effect after they eat it and update their status." Yuruchi immediately understood what these candies are for but could only let out a short sigh. "Why do you have such extreme sides?" "It's either you'll explain how it works to no end, or you'll give an answer that doesn't provide any explanation." Kisuke thought about it and didn't deny it. "Well, I guess giving explanations to enemies is more fun." Chapter 746, Connecting the Two Worlds Part 1. Hestia and Artemis were skeptical about what Kisuke meant, but they did update Yuruchi and Akino's status. However, the moment they pulled out Yuruchi and Akino's experiences from their falnas, foreign knowledge invaded their minds. The suddenness of the situation caught both goddesses off guard and immediately stopped updating their status. Nevertheless, the unknown knowledge already branded itself to their minds and made them panic. What's this, Kisuke-kun?" Kisuke immediately held Hestia's hand and reassured her, "Please don't worry, Hestia-sama. It's the knowledge of our hometown's languages and there shouldn't be any other effect on you." Kisuke couldn't just craft a candy that'll directly imprint the knowledge in them, since that may be seen as an intrusion to the system. To safely circumvent this, he had to implant the information on the fauna itself so that it could be naturally absorbed by the deity as they manipulated it. "On another note, can you understand me now?" Kisuke proceeded to ask in Japanese with a grin. Hestia calmed down after feeling the warmth of Kisuke's hand and was mildly surprised that she fully understood what she formerly heard as gibberish. "So this is the language of your hometown?" "Yep." Off to the side, however, Kisuke heard Artemis' dissatisfied voice in fluent Japanese. "It wouldn't really hurt you if you were to treat me just like Hestia." Kisuke and Hestia looked at Artemis with a start. "Artemis, Kisuke is my child, so it's normal for him to spoil me." Artemis pouted in discontent and retorted, "Aren't we considered as one organization? Shouldn't I receive the same treatment?" Kisuke and Hestia looked at each other not knowing what to do. Technically speaking, Kisuke's treatment of them should be pretty similar, but he always found himself treating Hestia a bit better than Artemis, which now became the source of her dissatisfaction. In addition to that, Kisuke involuntarily didn't want to close the distance between them after her previous confession that he rejected. Give her a pat on the head," Hestia asked Kisuke. Kisuke wanted to ask if that much is fine, but before he could do so, Artemis interrupted him with shining eyes. "You will." The duo were once again shocked at her reaction and Hestia whispered to Kisuke, "Are we treating her too harshly?" "I don't think so, but I'm not too confident with a reaction like that," Kisuke whispered back. Seeing them whisper to each other, Artemis' anticipation diminished and she asked worryingly, "Is that too much?" Hestia hurriedly elbowed Kisuke and the latter feigned a cough. Of course not, Artemis-sama. We're just surprised that you'd ask for such a thing." And Kisuke cackled and reached out for her head. Just as he always does, he gently stroked her head and as additional service, he infused a bit of his soul's power into his hand to give it a calming effect. Artemis closed her eyes and enjoyed the unexpectedly pleasant feeling. They've been receiving something like this all this time. "I've been missing out." She was only curious when she asked for a pat since everyone except for her was regularly receiving his pats, but she didn't expect that it was such a pleasurable feeling that she might get addicted to. A few seconds later, Kisuke stopped stroking her head and took back his hand while thinking that it was enough. However, he and everyone else witnessed an instance of devastation on her face before returning to her normal stoic expression immediately, albeit with a bit of blush on her face. "I'd like to receive it tomorrow too if you don't mind." Artemis wanted for him to continue, but they have something important to do today and she doesn't have the courage to ask for more right now, so she could only let him promise that he'll do it again next time. "Tomorrow is fine, but I can't always do it," promised Kisuke. As simple as that, Artemis became a happier person. While everyone accepted it without any fuss, there's someone who couldn't let it pass without receiving the same offering. Moving in front of him, Ophis stared straight up at Kisuke as if she's threatening and pressuring him with her glare. Guessing what's on her mind, Kisuke chuckled softly and also patted her head. Ophis closed her eyes and enjoyed the pleasant feeling, resulting in a small smile blooming on her face. She decided that she should accept this offering at least once a day. And after seeing Ophis like that, Claire and Tanis also scrambled to get close to receive theirs. Me too, me too." "Okay, come here," but before he noticed it, there's already a train of people behind the children, including Line, who meekly went behind last. What? Yoruchi, who in front of everyone else replied with a big grin, "It's decided that you'll be doing this every day." And as she spoke out, everyone nodded. "So I don't have a say in this?" "You're not agreeing?" "I'll gladly be of service to everyone." After the pat galore, everyone was satisfied and Kisuke finally finished installing every module he needed for the modification. With everything and everyone ready, Kisuke initiated the connection while carefully looking through all the logs that come and go on his console to see if everything is working as intended. With the connection successfully establishing smoothly and without any problems, Kisuke let out a short sigh of relief, and a few seconds later, a familiar loading screen appeared in front of everyone. "I know that winging it like this is bad, but I just can't stop doing it. Well, this kind of thing helped me respond faster than anyone else in various situations." The moment Cleria and Masaomi's figures showed up, Claire, as everyone expected, lunged at them. "Mama. Papa." Masaomi caught his precious daughter and started pulling her cheeks while patting her. "It was just 2 days. You already missed us that much?" It was just supposed to be a light joke, but Claire immediately nodded at his question with an innocent smile and made him stutter a little. About to tear up, Masaomi tightly hugged his daughter. "I'm very sorry, sweetie. We're very busy with our work right now, so you have to stay with Kisuke-niken for a bit more. Don't worry, though. Once you're home, we'll go to an amusement park and we won't go home until we can ride everything in it." Claire's eyes shone. "It's a promise. It's a promise. Can we take Ta-chan and Faiz-chan?" "Of course." "Yay." After consoling their child and making her behave on their laps, Cleria greeted everyone and introduced herself to the people she met for the first time today. "Nice to meet you. I'm Yagaki Cleria. Cleria is my given name. Beside me is Yagaki Masaomi, my husband and Claire's parents. Thank you for taking care of my daughter." Chapter 747, Connecting the Two Worlds Part 2. "And I'm Urahara Sakura." Sakura's hologram suddenly appeared. "I'm Kisuke's mother." At Sakura's introduction, Hestia and Line became nervous. While Hestia knew why she became nervous, Line didn't have any idea why. "Nice to meet you too. I'm Hestia and I'm their patron goddess." Cleria, Masaomi, and Sakura were shocked at her disproportionate, but they were even more surprised when she introduced herself, the goddess Hestia. Sakura muttered. "Yes." Hestia, including Artemis, became confused at their response. "Oh, I'm sorry. There's nothing strange." Sakura immediately apologized for their weird response and proceeded to explain, "It's just that we also know a goddess Hestia, not personally, but on the records." Kisuke became interested and asked, "Records? Why do you know of these records? Even stumbling upon them should be hard." Sakura let out a short sigh and replied, "It's the days we're still looking for ways to deal with Lilith-chan and looked through all kinds of old records about Ophis-chan in hopes of finding something like a weakness. You see, despite being only a part of her, Lilith-chan is powerful enough to be Rizavim's bodyguard, who's a super devil." Kisuke and Medusa only told Yoruchi, Kuroka, and Seraphol about Lilith's appearance, and no one else took Claire and Tanis when they mentioned that they made a new friend that looked like Ophis, since they thought that they just met a look-alike. So upon being mentioned, everyone looked towards Ophis, who was supposedly sitting quietly in the corner, but those who didn't know about Lilith's existence were astounded at the identical little girl that appeared without their notice. With shining eyes, Aika approached Lilith and started pinching her cheeks. "Why didn't anyone tell us that Ophis-chan has a twin?" "You'll hear the full explanation later, Aika-chan, but to further explain my point earlier, Hestia of Mount Olympus is one of the many gods that perished when they tried subjugating Ophis-chan long ago." Hestia, Artemis, and Line simultaneously let out a voice of disbelief. Meanwhile, Ophis is trying to recall such an event, but she kept drawing a blank and kept tilting her head from side to side. "I have no recollection." Sakura chuckled and said, "I'd be surprised if you do. After all, that happened even before humans thrived and angels and devils started appearing. So it should have been a few tens of thousands of years ago since then." The 3 natives of this world couldn't wrap their heads around Ophis's existence after such revelation, and this is especially true for Line, who didn't know what to think about anymore. Out of the 3, however, Artemis was the fastest one to calm down and cleared her throat. "I'm Artemis, also one of their patron goddesses. Nice to meet you." After their short conversation, several theories emerged on Artemis's head, and by introducing herself, she'll be able to clear her doubts and questions, not just Hestia's existence, but also hers and Ophis's. "Really?" Sakura's face brightened. "What a coincidence, really. This time, we personally knew a goddess named Artemis from Mount Olympus. She's one of the forefront fighters when Trihexa escaped its seal." Kisuke and Yoruchi narrowed their eyes and their expression became serious when Sakura casually dropped a bomb. Seraphol, on the other hand, couldn't keep it to herself. "What? The beast of the end escaped? How? And how is everyone?" Yoruchi put her hand on her shoulder to calm her down. "Take it easy. Since Mom mentioned it lightly, the situation should have been resolved, at least to some extent." Seraphol listened and took a deep breath. She knew that if someone of Ophis and Great Red's level started rampaging, a global effort would be needed to deal with it. But as someone who formerly managed the foreign affairs of the underworld, Seraphol knew how fragile and fractured the relationship between mythologies and different territories that such a global effort would be extremely hard to realize even with the existence of the Alliance. You're right. I'm sorry. Thanks to Seraphol's sudden outburst, Artemis already lost her chance to ask more about this Artemis that she knew. And since it's already about time they moved to the main topic, Sakura looked towards Line and urged her, "And you, sweetie." Line panicked for a bit and hurriedly introduced herself as she bowed forward. "I'm Line Arsh from the Loki Familia. I'm also Kisuke-san's student. It's a pleasure to meet you, mother." Due to anxiety, she failed to notice how weird the last bit of her sentence was. Kisuke wanted to ask why Line called his mother mother, but she was stopped by Sakura through gestures and asked, "He hasn't taught you anything weird, has he?" Straightening her back, she answered loudly, "The topics he enlightened me were already beyond my common sense, so I have no idea which of them are weird. Please forgive me." Sakura laughed at her actions and patted her shoulder. "Don't be nervous. I'm just really worried since I know my son has this really weird habit of just teaching others things that would really appear weird to others, regardless of where he is." However, deep inside, Sakura was feeling complicated. Just how many is he going to snag? But I guess having many grandchildren to spoil is also fun in its own way. Although there are still many questions that Hestia and Artemis wanted answers to, Kisuke wanted to get the whole picture of what happened on the other side first, so he asked, "Shall we move to the main topic?" "We'll do that, but there are still some people who want to join this meeting. And don't worry. They should be arriving soon. It's really hard for them to open their schedule because of the current state of affairs," answered Cleria. It only took a few minutes for the said guests to arrive, and it was a pleasant surprise for Seraphol and Sona. "We're sorry for being late. We didn't expect that those geezers would still be as stubborn as before, even though the situation doesn't look good." Dylan, along with his wife, Cordelia, entered the room, and as soon as they appeared, Seraphol jumped on them. "Mother. Father. You're here." Cordelia chuckled and caught her daughter. Although she's already old, she can't imagine Seraphol acting any other way anymore. "It's good to see you, Seraphol." She then looked towards Sona, who's happily making her way to them. "And you too, Sona. I see that you're doing all right. I'm glad." As she walked forward, Sona started tearing up and Seraphol went out of her way. "Mother." Her reaction was understandable because no matter how strong she likes to act, she's still a young girl that was abruptly separated from her loving family and almost lost her life from it. "Mother." Hugging her mother firmly, Sona repeated. Cordelia also tightly hugged her daughter and whispered, "I'm glad. I'm really glad that you're all right." Soon, Dylan and Seraphol joined them and they created a warm atmosphere that no one disturbed. Chapter 748, Connecting the Two Worlds Part 3. "We apologize for such a display." Dylan straightened his suit and his regal demeanor returned. "There's nothing for you to apologize for, Dylan-san. It should be us who should be saying sorry for making your daughter go through all of that." Kisuke removed his hat and sat down while offering a seat to the Citri family. Since it'd only make the conversation unnecessarily long, Dylan took the seat and changed the topic. "In any case, this is such sophisticated technology. If possible, I'd like you to sell it to me." The moment he heard about Kisuke's communication device, he wanted to get this technology in his hands as soon as possible because there are so many things it could be used for, especially within his territory, a forefront runner in medical research. Not every ailment needed or could be solved by magic, and some needed to go through traditional surgery. If the Citri household could get this technology, they could expand their influence through remote surgery where teleportation is restricted or inconvenient. "I have no further use for this, so I could just give it to you, but we'll have to talk about that when I return." That's fair." Dylan nodded at him before looking towards the new faces. "I'm sorry for my late introduction, but I'm Dylan Citri, the current head of the Citri household, and this is my wife, Cordelia. I'm delighted to make your acquaintance." Hestia, Artemis, and Line also introduced themselves again, and the Citri couple was surprised like Sakura, Cleria, and Masaomi. However, this isn't their main point today and they knew they didn't have much time. With all the introductions out of the way, Cleria, Sakura, and sometimes, Dylan and Masaomi started talking about the big events on their side. After Kisuke, Irina, Aquino, and Seraphol had left, an exclusive meeting happened between the leaders of the three great factions, with Dihauser in the middle of it after he revealed that he has been working as a spy for Rizavim and his organization, Clippeth. If this were heard by the elders, Dihauser would instantly be imprisoned, but since he told it to the leaders who don't have the same strict and old-fashioned views, they choose to listen first and decide later. When Surzex, Falbium, and Ajuka heard that it all started with the prohibited King Peace and Zekram's attempt to silence Cleria about it, they could only sigh and put their hands on their faces. Now that he discovered that his revenge was already pointless and would only put Cleria in even more danger, he decided to come out and confess what he knew and Rizavim's plans. But even then, he's not really fully trusted and only knew a few points, and a few of those were the research on the Trihex's seal using Roswei's thesis, the planned attack on Heaven, and the attempt to replicate Phoenix's tears, which was already a success to some degree. Of course, the leaders were alarmed by all of this and immediately ordered appropriate measures. Soon, the foreseen attack on heaven indeed happened and they were ready for it. However, thanks to some unforeseen specific details, in addition to Lilith and the revived evil dragons, Rizavim and his cohort were able to retreat with Sekirudii just giving him a single effective blow. Ho ho. So Issei-kun is now powerful enough to fight a super devil? Kisuke asked with interest. Dylan nodded, at some point, yes. However, Rizavim was only considered a super devil because of his Sacred Gear Canceller, which is a unique ability that could nullify nearly all Sacred Gear abilities. Issei Hayate was only able to inflict damage to him using a unique ability of his own. But compared to other super devils like Surzex and Ajuka, Rizavim is a lot weaker. At this point, Sakura interjected, nevertheless, Issei-kun right now should be as powerful as a god and could even go to the top levels even for a short amount of time if he were to push himself. Cordelia let out a short sigh and added, it's technically a war out there, so his extreme adaptability to the situation became his strongest point. Furthermore, Lucifer's true heir won't lose to him as the Hakuyoku. Looks like both of them went beyond my expectations. I would really like to meet them now, thought Kisuke. Though he could understand why that came to be, and that's because they have been fighting literal gods or those on the same level. What's more surprising was that they were still alive, and Kisuke doesn't know if this is all about their ability, fate, or luck. Either way, their environment pressured them while we are here peacefully polishing our basics. We really have to step up soon. The girls saw Kisuke grin and shuddered. They knew what he's thinking, but they weren't really against it after hearing their story. They know they are being left behind and the other side is only going to get more dangerous. While strength and power aren't their ultimate goal, they wanted enough to protect those important to them and not be relegated to the sideline. Without Kisuke's knowledge, everyone's resolve was strengthened. Setting those thoughts aside, for now, Kisuke asked, what are these unforeseen details that you've mentioned? They got help from some group. To be exact, Hades and Apollo's group, answered Sakura. Let me guess, Kisuke interrupted her, you're able to track it back to them, but since there is no evidence you can't do anything meaningful to them. Cleria nodded, that's correct. And we're only able to trace their influence thanks to Athena and Nyx who helped us from the shadows. Kisuke shrugged his shoulders, well, that's understandable. If the Alliance made a move against them with just suspicions, they'll look really bad and they'll only make enemies. Gosh, I hate politics. Good thing I'm a terrorist. I'm really grateful to them right now. Cleria, Masaomi, Dylan, Cordelia, and Sakura's mouths twitched at the same time. This is the first time they've seen someone being so happy to be branded as a terrorist and doubted if they'll ever meet a second one. Hey, I want to be one too. Make sure to bring me whenever you're gonna shit on their heads. And their expectations were instantly broken by Yoruichi. Clearing his throat, Dylan continued their story. Since Daihauser's information was accurate enough, instead of protecting the Agrias island where the Trihexa was sealed and making Rizavim extremely wary of them, the leaders decided that it would be better if they could lure Rizavim and his forces there to clean them in one fell swoop. And this was a good idea since they were able to seal most of the evil dragons, separate Lilith from Qliphoth, and defeat Rizavim. However, they underestimated Rizavim's determination to release the Trihexa since he sacrificed his own soul as the trigger to break the seal. After hearing that, Kisuke could only mutter, that's one crazy asshole if I've ever seen one. Chapter 749, Connecting the Two Worlds Part 4. Of course, the situation was a lot more complex than they described thanks to the turbulent forces surrounding the event, but there was no use describing them in detail as that would only take more time. Setting up an ambush is one thing, but there should only be a few people or even none that knew where it was exactly sealed. Much less plan out a coordinated attack. Kisuke did ask for clarification in some matters. Dylan nodded, indeed you're correct. In actuality, the god of the Bible should be the only being that knew where it was sealed. However, Ajuka acquired a piece of land that contained a very rare ore in abundance which was made into evil pieces. This ore was rare even in the supernatural world standard. Just with those words, Kisuke already guessed where he's coming from, but he didn't interrupt him. This only came to light recently, but according to Ajuka, he's not only interested in the ores itself but also the reason why they existed there. As you might have guessed already, after extensive research he discovered something terrible was sealed within those lands and he could only infer that it was the Beast of the End after some more reference to ancient history. Of course, he still wasn't sure if it's really the Trihexa, but he still never revealed its existence to anyone else until he proposed to wait in Agrias Island. In other words, it should be only him who's aware that something is in there. Kisuke thought about his words and recalled Rizavim's previous activities. Within a few moments, it clicked in his head and his eyes widened, Sephiroth Graal and the previous attack on heaven. That's right, Masaomi confirmed his guesses. It's not just about its power to touch upon the principles of life, it's also one of the holy relics closest to the god of the Bible that sealed the Trihexa. Using the Sephiroth Graal, it seems that Rizavim was able to come in contact with the Trihexa even before finding it, and it was now known that Qliphoth's attack on heaven was to steal more holy relics that could increase their chances of unsealing the beast. Upon its release, the Alliance finally got to see what it really looks like. Trihexa has the appearance of a large beast with characteristics coming from different animals like a lion, a leopard, a bear, a dragon, etc. It has 7 necks, 7 heads, with 10 horns each, as well as 7 long thick tails of different shapes. It also has 4 stout arms and 2 legs that are even thicker than its arms. Its main body is that of a primate leaning forward and is covered in black fur and what appears to be scales all over its body. Its size is well over several hundred meters, making it significantly larger than even the Great Red. Kisuke, Yoruchi, Kuroka, and Serafal then noticed that a barrier around the building was suddenly erected, but with Kisuke's immediate telepathy response, they ignored it for now. It wasn't just its physical appearance, but also the aura it released was malevolent enough that any normal person that would see it would lose their mind. It became a large problem when most of their weaker forces assigned to logistics and evacuation were unable to even move. Since they didn't have the force to fight it off, they retreated from Agria's island. In just a matter of days after its release, it annihilated numerous smaller mythologies and even managed to arrive in the human world, where all mythologies are even having a hard time keeping it within the supernatural world. What's worse is that it's capable of splitting its body into 7 parts in accordance with its heads, and each one of them was almost indestructible defense, and even if they manage to injure it, it'll just regenerate in a blink of an eye. With a vitality like that, the many mythological leaders estimated that it'll take at least 1,000 years to kill it, even with the cooperation of everyone. And that's what they are trying to do, is it? Asked Kisuke in a solemn voice. Dylan nodded in a dignified manner, and everyone on their side had solemn expressions. That's right. With the collaboration between Ross Weiss and Ajuka, they were able to create a seal that would seal the Trihexa again. However, they couldn't afford to wait any longer for a stronger seal, so along with the Trihexa, various leaders and their close subordinates sealed themselves with it and will attempt to kill it for good. Falbium Asmodeus and his peerage, Surzex Lucifer and his peerage except for Graphia, Serafal Leviathan's peerage, Azazel, Michael, Odin, Zeus, Amaterasu are just to name a few that went in. They knew full well that they might be as well fighting an endless battle, but none of them hesitated. Sakura couldn't help but smile wryly when she recalled the scene of the gathering. While some of them are nervous, the old gods had a smile on their face as if they are facing the ending that they wanted. Hearing that, Serafal visibly tightened her fist, but she didn't say anything. She's already regretting the fact that she left on her own. And the world was saved, right? Hestia couldn't help but ask, hoping for at least an acceptable ending. Nevertheless, Cleria immediately shook her head. It might have become peaceful after that, but without the presence of those powerhouses, the turbulence that they've been keeping have started spiraling out of control, with some of them wanted a piece of the pie called authority, while others wanted to just use their power unhindered. Yoruchi then went on to say, Azazel, or at least, some leaders, should have known that this would happen and created a countermeasure. They did. Cleria confirmed it. Before even all of this came to be, there's already talk of a raiding game between heaven and underworld with the inception of the Brave Saints that's based on the same system as the evil pieces. Using that idea, Azazel arranged that it would encompass the whole world and every mythology. A worldwide raiding game tournament that every mythology and faction would participate in, with the winner being granted a wish that would be realized by all the participants. This tournament is created to serve as a proxy war among the myths and prevent hostility from brewing among myths, which could lead into more wars. Kisuke, Yoruchi, Serafal, Sona, and Kuroka thought about her words for a bit and realized what a tournament at these times could do. I see. As most gods are honest to a fault, once their desires are fulfilled, they won't do anything else, muttered Kisuke. If those who are just seeking to use their powers or prove their strength were to be given a stage, then they won't be assisting or controlled by those seeking authority. In that case, it'll be harder for the latter type of people to do what they want, with the mythologies coming together once again, added Sona while nodding in understanding. Chapter 750, A Promise. As of now, the problem with the mythologies has settled down with the preparation for said tournament. However, the evil dragons that managed to escape earlier remain a problem, as they're still leading the remains of Clippeth. We have no idea what they're planning to do, but there are some unconfirmed rumors that they are meeting some gods. Dylan couldn't help but let out a short sigh and grab his forehead, not to mention Hades and Apollo. We can't do anything to them, especially now that our political standpoint has weakened with the absence of our leaders. Silence overtook the room as a tense atmosphere started building up. Even though they really wanted to speak up and ask a few things, Hestia, Artemis, and Line didn't dare interrupt. A few seconds later, Kisuke stretched his arms and took a deep breath. He'd already thought of a way to make Hades and Apollo's movements predictable. Please announce that I'll return to Mount Olympus in 1 month's time. Huh. I'm happy that you're going home, but why would you want to announce your arrival? And you'll attack Mount Olympus again? Sakura inevitably had an outburst when she heard Kisuke's intentions. Dylan raised his hand to interrupt her and asked, are you restricting their movements by letting them set up an ambush against you? That's correct. Then you won't really come. Sakura was glad but also a bit disappointed. However, Kisuke suddenly grinned and said, of course I'll go. Honesty is one of my virtues and I have no intention of desecrating my good name. Sakura and the others on her side were stunned while those behind Kisuke could only smile wryly. Why would you put yourself in such danger? I know you're strong, but if you play on the stage where they've written the script, it'd be very hard even for you to come out of it alive. Dylan asked after a few seconds of contemplation. But against his expectations, Kisuke just laughed at his words and replied as a glint of light passed through his eyes, they're preparing a stage for me. That's fair. However, I'm pretty sure that they're still not aware that they've been playing on the stage that I prepared for them long ago. Dylan's eyes widened and pulled the information about Kisuke's last movements from his head while asking, since when? Kisuke then became embarrassed and started scratching the back of his head, although I bragged about planning ahead of time, it wasn't that long. I only started it when I returned home last time. Dylan laughed dryly, isn't that the only time you could do it, since that's the first time you could retaliate after being forcefully evicted? So it all started when you said you'd crack Hades' skull, huh? What makes you sure that they'll give you a warm welcome? But instead of answering, Kisuke asked, has Apollo appeared in public yet? If so, is there anything worth mentioning about him? It was Cleria, who'd been collecting and managing most of the information regarding the movements within Mount Olympus, who answered him after thinking about it for a moment. After your attack on Mount Olympus, there were very few occasions where Apollo's appeared. And each time, he seemed to be in a bad mood, and there's always a strong barrier around him, making others think that he's very wary of assassins. Seriously. Kisuke couldn't believe what he had heard. Looks like I'm giving him more credit than he deserved. He's way too incompetent. Sakura narrowed her eyes and asked, why did you suddenly start insulting him? He's a scheming god, you know. No, I mean, what he's doing might be actually not for what you think. Kisuke then took out a ball as large as a golf ball wrapped in paper with inscriptions, this is the stink bomb that I used to annoy him. And Sakura really couldn't get used to his fascination with stink bombs and wanted to know where he got that habit. I made it so that it would seem easy to remove at first, but it's actually pretty tough to get rid of it once it's invaded and mixed with your own magic power, ki, soul power, or divine power. He's most likely using that barrier to hide the smell of sewers coming off him. Yoruchi grabbed the stink bomb and inspected it while curiously saying, you really put effort into the weirdest things. But it shouldn't be that hard to remove. As long as you can purify your own energy source, you'll be fine, and I doubt he didn't know how to do that. Oh, it's because I still had Great Red's flesh and blood, so I mixed it in. Since Ophis-chan was also on board with the idea, she also gave it a snake too. As soon as Kisuke said that, Yoruchi's fist landed on his head. But due to the changes to his body to accommodate his new energy source, he hardly felt any pain, and the shockwave was only transmitted back, hurting Yoruchi's fist. Damn you and your thick skull. Why would you use such important resources for a simple prank? But Kisuke just chuckled away and said, don't worry about it, if it was such a simple prank, then he should have dealt with it long ago. Dylan had to consciously hold back his sigh, since he has noticed that he has been doing it a lot ever since this meeting started. With his pride tarnished, I can see how much he resents you. Let's then move on to the next thing you said. 1 month. Why? I'm sorry if this sounds like I'm interrogating you, but we'd like to match our schedule with yours, and I'd like to have a better idea of what you're about to do. The 1 month's time isn't actually for me, but for Athena, for her to prepare and gather her forces. Once I arrive, it'll be the start of a civil war on Mount Olympus. Sakura wanted to say something, but Kisuke cut her off. I know what you want to say, Mom. But this is actually safer than just passively waiting for them to make their move. Sakura pursed her lips in frustration, but she agreed with him. A moment later, Sakura held his hands and said, once you get home, make sure to see us first. Kisuke closed his hands and reassured with a smile, you'll be the first one I'll meet. Chapter 751, Trihexa's Origin. After getting informed of everything, Kisuke decided to end it here and dedicated the remaining time to others. Cleria and Masaomi played with the kids. Dylan and Cordelia wanted to catch up with Sona. And Sakura went to talk with the other girls, especially Aika, telling her that she had been arranging for her to meet her parents. Kisuke, meanwhile, left the room, intending to confirm something. Behind him were Yoruchi and Serafal. Are you going alone this time too? Asked the former. Rubbing his chin, Kisuke thought for a moment before saying, I'm thinking of taking you too. Your Bankai could probably protect you from the void. Take me too. I know you have enough power, or at least, a safe method to traverse the void after going through it 3 times, requested Serafal with unusual seriousness that was very much warranted. Kisuke and Yoruchi knew that she wanted to return to save everyone who was trapped in the seal and join them if possible as a last resort. Kisuke stopped walking and let out a short sigh while turning back. I know how you're feeling, but I'd like you to remain here for Sona-chan and others' safety. But before she could say it, Kisuke's hand reached out for her head as he bent his back forward to match her gaze. Between you and Yoruchi, you're most suitable in protecting someone, with the latter only being an offense idiot. Oi. Ignoring the small protest, Kisuke smiled gently and said, I may not be able to do anything right now, but I promise you that I'll do something about Trihexa and save those who are trapped. Seraphol was surprised for a number of reasons, and one of them was this was the first time Kisuke patted her head and was shocked to know that it actually felt great. Even though Kisuke did a pat galore earlier, she didn't line up as it was only the kids and his women, and she was neither of those. Next was Kisuke's face coming way too close and a cheating smile that had the strange power to comfort someone. As an uncanny feeling surged, the heat went up to Seraphol's face and immediately slapped Kisuke's hand away in embarrassment. "Stop treating me like a child. Even though I'm temporarily suspended, I'm still a dignified devil king." With a blank expression, Kisuke and Yoruchi simultaneously thought, "With your strange fascination with magical girls, we just can't see that." Yoruchi subsequently wrapped her arm around Seraphol's neck while shooing away Kisuke. "You still have something to do, right? Get to it and be done with it." "Fine, fine." Kisuke turned around while chuckling, resuming his walk and leaving the two girls behind. "Be careful," Yoruchi added in a firm tone. Waving his hand back, Kisuke assured Yoruchi, "I'm just going to ask a few questions, that's all. There's nothing for you to be worried about." Even then, Yoruchi couldn't calm the restless feeling. Seraphol saw her expression and asked, "Where is he going? And is it that dangerous?" Shaking her head, Yoruchi replied, "To the 47th floor to ask someone something. Whether it's dangerous or not, I don't know. It's just that confirming things may ruffle things that should be left alone." While evading everyone's eyesight, Kisuke arrived at the lava pool on the 47th floor and dived into it without any hesitation. With a bubble-like barrier around him, he pushed himself through the heavy magma without much effort and arrived at the hidden cavern that wasn't affected by the temperature outside. Reaching the pond with clear water that was only half that of its original volume when he'd first arrived in this place, Kisuke sat down. He only had to wait before the barrier he's expecting went up and said first, "What do you know about Trihexa?" All that Kisuke received was silence. However, he didn't say anything else and still chose to wait patiently. Around half an hour later, his patience finally paid off as he received a rather straightforward answer. "I didn't know he was named Trihexa, but in broad terms, he's Chaos and my sister's child." It was Kisuke's turn to be silent while thinking about all the possibilities this information presented. About 5 minutes later, he asked, "Can you elaborate further?" "There's nothing to elaborate, and any story I give will just be treated as a possibility by you. There's no point in expanding on this topic with you on the other side of the equation." Kisuke snickered, "So you've been watching me rather closely, huh? You're more of a stalker than that, Chaos." Not denying his words, the voice continued, "Because the fate of this world rests on your hands." Chaos, on the other hand, was only interested in the deepest part of the dungeon and wouldn't pay any attention to anyone or anything as long as they don't cross the boundary of this world or a big accident happens. "So my paranoia is pointed at the wrong person, or being, huh?" Kisuke scratched his head and thought about what should be his next step now, but although it's good for me that he isn't paying very close attention to me, he's too arrogant to think that I can't do anything to him. It's because you can't do anything to him. Even if you include all your companions, the completed infinite dragon god, and every god in this world, you won't be able to extinguish his existence. Kisuke's nonchalant expression immediately changed into a frown. "There's no way to kill him." "There is. In fact, there are multiple ways to kill him. However, what I said is that there's no way to end his existence. Yet she told me that the fate of this world is in my hands." Kisuke thought about this contradicting statement and reached a conclusion. "To the extent of your knowledge, I see. But aren't you giving me too much credit? And you don't even know what I might want to do. There's a real possibility that it'll be me who'll end you, you know." However, the voice gave an answer that Kisuke was not expecting at all. "I don't care. As long as everything ends. I will be giving my all for what I want, but whether it's a satisfying end for me or not, it doesn't really matter anymore." And for the first time ever, Kisuke heard the mysterious voice's most heartfelt words, "I'm tired." Kisuke became silent once again for a few minutes before he let out a long sigh. "Do you realize how contradictory those words are? A life of not living. Spend almost an eternity doing that and you'll change your mind. Air. No thanks. I'd just kill myself if I reach that point. Expecting freedom at that point, you're still naive. There's no point arguing this since I haven't reached that yet." Kisuke then stood up and stretched his arms. "One final thing. What does this Chaos ultimately want? An army?" Kisuke closed his eyes and rubbed his chin in contemplation until he reached a decision. "Yash. Let's do it this way. When the right time comes, I'll kill you, then you kill him." Chapter 752, Peak Stats Before the First Boss. Kisuke only returned a day later and everyone was back to their usual habits of refining their experience and basics. "Welcome back," Yoruchi said as she separated from Kuroka and Kaniko's simultaneous attacks and greeted Kisuke. "How did it go?" "I finally got a better picture of the overall situation and made a goal according to it. However, I won't be revealing it for the time being since it's still bound to change and we might not have anything to do with it," Kisuke replied as he sat down on the bench with Medusa coming out with a tray of tea in her hands. He then looked around and asked, "Where are our dear goddesses and the children?" Yoruchi sat down beside him and answered, Ike is accompanying them on the surface. They're still enjoying the new atmosphere pandemonium is giving them. Is that so? Kisuke finalized the schedule he had in his head and gestured to everyone present to come closer. I'll just tell them later, but let's discuss what we'll be doing this month. With another look around, he took note that Kuroka, Kaneko, Akino, Irina, and especially Sona were more beaten up than usual and asked, You've been doing this all night? Just their silence and Seraphal's worried look already gave Kisuke the answer. I understand Akino-san and Irina, but it has been a while since the others have become this impatient. Looks like the news about Issei being one of the strongest fighters on the other side rattled them quite a bit. Kisuke was absolutely correct, however, it wasn't just about Issei, but also those around him. They knew for sure that the people they left behind were not lagging behind Issei, and they had a feeling that they were, who were experiencing a legitimate war, were already stronger than they are right now, and they couldn't sit still knowing that. Not that he couldn't understand them, since they seemed to have reached a plateau and couldn't improve as fast as before. Kisuke let out an audible breath and said, I know how you're feeling, but trust me, you're doing fine. But even after saying that, nothing had changed. Since they needed to be convinced so that they would have the needed confidence for what they needed to do next, Kisuke thought for a bit before stating, How about this? Let's compare Issei's progress to yours using RPG terms. Grabbing their attention, Kisuke continued, If we were to translate Issei's progress into RPG terms, then he's advancing normally. Leveling up, defeating bosses, acquiring skills and equipment. You girls, on the other hand, already maxed your levels before even reaching the first boss. However, due to you not yet defeating the boss, even if you have tons of skill points, you haven't advanced to a class change and couldn't acquire the skills and equipment needed to progress. Stopping for a moment to drink his tea, Kisuke continued, Well, that's a very rough analogy, but you all should have understood my point. Still skeptical, Sona fixed the position of her glasses and asked, So we just need to defeat the first boss? How do we do that? But despite her tone, she couldn't mask the hopeful gleam in her eyes, and it was the same with others as they waited for his answer. Kisuke finished his tea and set aside the cup with a loud clunk. That is what I want to discuss with you now. Within this month, your ability should improve at least 10 times, and that's just a conservative estimate. But instead of Sona, the first one to doubt Kisuke's words was Seraphal. That's ridiculous. How can someone train and become 10 times stronger within just a month? With my current strength, it took me centuries to reach this point. Don't even compare it to Issei-kun, since he's using one of the heavenly dragons, and once he reaches the power of a true heavenly dragon, it would take a lot of time and effort to improve any further. Kisuke nodded at her words, agreeing with it. That's true. After he's reached a certain point, which is most likely Draexan's prime, it would be harder for him to improve further. However, that's only an established common sense. With a large grin, Kisuke added, And you know what happens when you depend too much on common sense here, right? Pouting, Seraphal answered, An unnecessarily huge headache. Shrugging his shoulders, Kisuke carried on, It's actually both easy and hard, because it's just a fine line that you have to cross. All you need to do is to develop or discover an ability that would ignore the physical, magical, and spiritual laws of the world. While the others still had no idea what Kisuke was talking about, Seraphal understood a bit of it and finally agreed that 10 times was indeed a conservative estimate. However, she was certain about one thing, that's not a fine line. There's an enormous gap to achieve that. I know, because I'm on the edge of that precipice. Since Kisuke told them that they'd only need a month, developing a conceptual power never occurred in her mind, since she believed that to be impossible. Kisuke correctly guessed what she was thinking, but he understood her point of view. After all, if not for him being an expert in a certain subject and having special knowledge, he wouldn't have easily guessed the main reason why becoming like Surzex is easy. I won't be going through specifics right now, but I can promise you that it's at the very least doable. Basically, we will be cheating for you to achieve it with my help, but there shouldn't be any differences than if you were to achieve it on your own. Kisuke then took out some small bottles that contained his usual candies and passed one to everyone except for Yoruchi and Medusa. Take one candy every morning starting tomorrow. This is for the preparation of what you're about to go through. Of course, there's only a single me, so we have to divide the schedule. Starting tomorrow, for a whole week, I will be helping Saratan and Sona-chan. Next week would be Kuroka and Kaneko-chan. Next would be Aika, but she will only need 3 days. After that, the rest of the month would be allotted for Medusa-chan. Not expecting to be not included, Irina asked with an almost broken voice, What about us? And just like her, Akino was also very worried. They thought that they were included with those who haven't defeated the first boss, but it looks like that wasn't the case. They were already feeling useless, yet they would be left behind yet again. To make it worse, Kisuke let out a long sigh and said, To be honest, your situation is so complicated that I don't really know how I should help you both. However, I do have an idea of what you should do. Kisuke then faced Yoruchi with a serious expression. Yoruchi, I'd like you to watch over them closely during this month. With what I'm about to ask them to do, they are most likely going to die. Chapter 753, The Tired Devil King. The next morning, everyone was at the southern gates of Pandemonium, about to send off Kisuke, Sona, and Serafal who were going to leave for their training. "Can't you just dig around here to serve as the training venue?" "Do you really have to leave?" asked Hestia with a concerned expression because she'd heard last night that their next training would be another dangerous one. Patting her head, Kisuke explained, "I could do that, however, I want them to have the greatest chance they could get in order to succeed, and creating an artificial training area won't help with that." Hestia wanted to spend more time with him before he went home, but she'd guessed that it wouldn't be that easy. Pouting her mouth, "Then be careful. Make sure that no harm comes their way and to you too. I promise I'll do that, so you don't have to worry. In the meantime, Yoruchi and the others will tell you, Artemis-sama, and Line-san about the world we come from. I gave her some devices that served as entertainment in our world and I'm sure you'll all enjoy that." Serafal then excitedly turned to Ophis and said, "Make sure that they'll go through our playlist too, alright?" And with a thumbs up, Ophis replied with an unusually excited voice, "They shall become our magical girl comrades." "Ne-sama. Just what have you been teaching Ophis?" asked Sona with a regretful face. She never would have thought that one of the greatest existences in their world would turn out like her sister, who was already very strange by any standard. But Serafal ignored her and kept telling Ophis, Claire, and Tanis her reminders as if a priest instructing her acolytes on how to preach to the world around them. After a few minutes of saying goodbye to each other, Kisuke, Sona, and Serafal started walking off towards the forest where they would teleport away to their destination. Whistling harsh dry winds that could take the moisture from any living being's skin, extremely fine and searing golden sand that formed mountains as far as eyes could see, pure blue sky with the sun's burning rays that could blind any normal people for a short while if they were to make a mistake and look at it directly. The Devil King, her sister, and the candy store owner arrived at the driest place in this world, where no living being could survive, even monsters. Serafal looked around and commented, "Even for a desert, this place is way too arid. I'm amazed you found this place." Kisuke immediately put up a 100-meter diameter barrier to stop the blistering wind. This is the deepest place of the arid region called the Grand Sand Sea, located southwest of the center of the continent. This place is so hostile that even strong monsters avoid it. I coincidentally found this place when I'm looking at the geography records of this world. Sona, meanwhile, nodded to herself, "I see. So you wanted us to train here where it would be hard for us to use our magic. There's that. But more importantly, this place would help the two of you realize something and I think that it would greatly help in what you're trying to achieve." Sona and Serafal immediately became curious since Kisuke had never mentioned anything about something they'd needed to realize. "What is it?" the latter asked. "We'll talk about that later. For now, I'll arrange a living space for us." After asking the sisters to move to the edge of the barrier, Kisuke reinforced the sand below them to make it act like solid ground. The next instant, contrary to the sisters' expectations that he would be building a small house by taking out materials one by one and assembling it, Kisuke suddenly took out an entire log house and even planted complementary trees around it as a source of shade. "Do you always carry houses with you?" Even though she too has a substantial amount of space for her personal use, Serafal couldn't fathom Kisuke's mindset that allowed him to carry such unlikely things. Patting her shoulder, Sona shook her head and said, "Don't ask about it, Ne-sama. He'll give you a look like you're the weird one here." And indeed, Kisuke briefly turned around and gave her a look as if he's wondering why she wouldn't do such a thing herself. And for a short moment, Serafal had an urge to punch his face. It only took Kisuke a few minutes to arrange everything and compared to the scenery outside, the environment around the log house is what you'd find on the side of a tropical mountain. "So this is where we'll be staying. It's pretty nice." Serafal noted that there's even magic that keeps the air cool, making it a very pleasant place to stay compared to the desert around them. "Yep, I have to make sure I have an enjoyable stay. Sona and Serafal immediately noticed something wrong with his words. While the former could only smile wryly in realization, the latter, who was very much not used to Kisuke methods, became confused. Noticing Serafal's confusion, Kisuke cleared it up for her. "The reason why we're training here is for you to get used to this environment and discover something out of it. How could you achieve that if you were to have a good time here? At most, you'd be sleeping here once every 3 days. Are you serious?" Even though she could take the heat and it was not an actual danger for her, it was still very uncomfortable. They would have to endure that for 3 consecutive days. Kisuke's demeanor suddenly became cold as his usual gentle eyes instantly became sharp. "Please take it off your mind that we're here to take it easy. It's true that I have a way to help you, but that doesn't mean it'll be less difficult for you. I'm just speeding up the process that would normally take you decades, if not centuries of effort, to achieve. To accommodate that speed, it'll actually be much more dangerous for you, so please have a proper mindset as we need to start right now." Serafal's eyes widened and she immediately started reflecting. It seems that after being relieved of her Devil King's duties and arriving in a very peaceful world, her perception and sense of danger seemed to have changed without her knowledge, and in a dangerous way too. Taking a deep breath, slapping her cheeks with both of her hands, Serafal woke herself up. "I'm sorry. Please tell me what to do." Seraphol took a peek at Sona, whose expression hasn't changed, but only now she noticed the sharpness in her eyes that had never disappeared. You've really changed, huh? I wonder if this is for the best. Naturally, Kisuke wasn't really angry at her, but just being strict. He also pitied her as he understood where she's coming from. Just from a short stay, her outlook changed. That just shows how much she longed for peace and quiet. For being a devil king, she's already tired. Chapter 754, Strange Water. Inside the log house, Kisuke, before explaining what they needed to know and do, first asked, why do you think your body needs to adapt to your own magic power so that it can take the same form? As someone who had been researching this topic for quite some time, Seraphol answered, I think you need a strong body. Without it, the magic would just destroy your body. This was the main reason why Seraphol started practicing ki. However, no matter how much she improved her body, it seemed that there was something else missing. Sona, meanwhile, stayed quiet for a moment before giving an answer because Kisuke was looking at her and waiting for a response. Soul. It's a strong soul, isn't it? A small smile emerged on Kisuke's face as he nodded at her answer. That's correct. A strong body is good and advantageous, however, it's not an absolute requirement. Seraphol was initially taken aback, but she admired Sona for getting the correct answer. She knew that Kisuke wouldn't teach her this, and it was all about her own experiences and effort that had led her to that answer. And it was just as Seraphol thought. With Kisuke, Yoruchi, and Aika's influence, and with the help of her artificial sacred gear and hollow factor, it became easier for her to feel her own soul power, and she even started integrating into her own magic. Although she hasn't been successful with any full integration, she already had a rough feeling that she's only behind a big gate that would lead her to something truly amazing if only she could open it. But what really stunned Seraphol was Kisuke's next words. This may come as a surprise, but Sona-chan is actually currently way ahead of you, Saratan, in what you're trying to achieve. She only needs a slight push. What? Are you certain? How? Although she was very happy for her sister, she was also feeling very complicated. Sona's talent might be not less than hers, however, the amount of effort Seraphol has already expended was in the multitude of thousands compared to Sona, so she couldn't help but be jealous and felt her pride challenged. Sona's very young, so the power of her soul can't be compared to yours, however, sensing, manipulating it, and mixing it with her magic gave her a large edge. Even Sona herself could hardly believe Kisuke's words. She knew what her big sister wanted to achieve, and it was something way out of her league. How could she suddenly surpass Seraphol, who in every facet of magic, was better than her? Kisuke knew of her skepticism and wished she had some more confidence in herself. Why don't you show your big sister what you can do with it? But that's nothing but summoning a small amount of water for the magic power equivalent of me conjuring my water serpent. And how did you know that I'm experimenting with that? I only did it in secret and in my free time. You underestimate my senses regarding soul power fluctuations. And it's fine if it's still rough. Just show it to Sarah-chan and she will be able to understand. Letting out a short sigh, Sona put her hands together and concentrated. At first, Seraphol only felt magic power and demonic power gathering on her hands without anything happening. Upon closer inspection, however, Seraphol took note of the unknown energy that she occasionally feels from Kisuke, Yoruchi, and Aika gathering. She wanted to ask what was wrong, but before she could open her mouth, a single drop of water appeared on top of her palms and started growing exponentially until it became as big as a golf ball. Seraphol took a good look at the water ball and looked up to see Sona's extremely serious face and wondered what's so special about it. This took her as much as her water serpents. Don't just look at it, but probe it with your own demonic power. Kisuke suddenly voiced out. Seraphol did as Kisuke said and sent a strand of her demonic power to the water ball. And the moment she touched it, her eyes went wide open as she exclaimed, "What is this?" Her sudden outburst broke Sona's concentration and the water ball disappeared without leaving any traces. What's wrong, Nei-sama? Seraphol was about to explain why she was so shocked, but Kisuke immediately interrupted her. Don't ask. It's better if you were to discover what's wrong with it on your own. Kisuke then took out a small jar of different candies before they left and gave it to Sona. Every time you feel tired without your demonic power being depleted, take one and rest for a few minutes. This will restore your consumed soul power. As for what you need to do, just trust your gut. You don't have to follow your sister's steps nor mine. I'll fetch you 3 days later, but I'll be constantly monitoring your progress, and if you need some tips, I'll send them your way. Without waiting for her to respond, Kisuke waved his hand and Sona was teleported several tens of kilometers away from their spot. With just the two of them alone, Kisuke faced the still shaken Seraphol with a big grin. Now then, what do you think about it? That's not water. Seraphol answered, recalling the ball of water in Sona's hands earlier, but what was that? Kisuke looked at the direction he sent Sona off and felt her spiritual pressure. It's still developing, so I don't know for sure yet. But if I were to guess, it's fluid or flow. Fluid. Flow, muttered Seraphol to herself. Recalling that Kisuke could use the power of his soul a lot better than Sona, she immediately asked, "Can you do something like that too?" "Of course not. Something unique like that could only be done with someone who already has a very high aptitude for it. Yoruichi's lightning doesn't have special properties like that even if she has a high aptitude for lightning." He then turned back to Seraphol and added, "But it seems, without her awareness, she's about to surpass her big sister that she very much admires. At some point, even if you use all your powers to freeze her, you might not be able to contain her." Seraphol took several deep breaths and didn't allow Kisuke's words to get to her. She only stayed silent and looked straight at him, waiting for his next words. Kisuke didn't tease her any further and answered her confusion. The reason why Surzek-san could change his form to a pure power of destruction is that his soul was already unnaturally strong from his birth and it was already attuned to his own power. By having a strong soul, his body could freely morph into something else and his own soul would hold that power for him, allowing him to exist as a different being. You could say that having a powerful soul is having a strong power of existence. His existence was sturdy enough that it was not destroyed by his own power. It was only recently, but Kisuke had found out the reason why Shinigami's Bankai were so special that most of them developed abilities that were very hard to replicate using the natural laws of the world, and a good example of that was his Bankai. It was because of the Shinigami's unnaturally strong souls that allowed them to hold such powers that would be very hard to achieve if it was just magic or ki. Because of this I finally fully understood Uetsu-san's genius for creating the Zanpakuto that allowed the Shinigamis to make full use of their powerful souls. Chapter 755, Merciless as Ever. When I said I could help you, it meant that I could help you strengthen your soul and teach you how to manipulate it. Whatever you do next, it'll be entirely up to you. Whether you'll succeed or destroy yourself in your attempt to seek power, it'll all be on you. Without any hesitation, Seraphol nodded, "Please help me." "Have you taken the candy I gave you earlier?" "Yes." Kisuke then stood up and took out his cane while saying, "Stay still. This is going to be uncomfortable so you have to bear it. I'll also transmit basic soul power manipulation techniques to you, so make use of that to ease the pain." Seraphol was instantly taken aback. Pain? What pain? I hate pain. Truthfully, Kisuke can't strengthen the soul without doing it artificially, and going that way would only make him like Mayuri. Nevertheless, he didn't technically lie to Seraphol. From the start, she already has developed a strong soul through her experiences and long life. It is just that her Ryatsu was currently running dormant. By sending his own Ryatsu directly into her soul, it would immediately jumpstart the circulation of her Ryatsu, essentially, making her soul stronger. Please don't resist in any way and allow me to send a strand of my energy into you. If you were to resist, even unconsciously, this will fail. After getting a nervous nod from Seraphol, Kisuke's playful grin immediately morphed into a devilish one as he pointed the tip of his cane at her forehead, "Then grit your teeth." Seraphol's nervousness peaked as she unconsciously backed away from the sinister figure. "W8. What are you going to do?" "Let me pre." Kisuke didn't let her finish her words and struck her forehead to transfer a massive amount of his own Ryatsu to her. Seraphol's soul, which hasn't ever experienced any direct interference, jolted into action, resulting in a pain that she had never felt before. Ghhh. Ah. Seraphol tried to contain her scream of agony, but the torment was directly coming from her soul. Even if her body was used to physical pain, an intangible thing like her soul wasn't. While hugging herself and wheezing, she heard Kisuke's unforgiving voice, "I also transferred to you the necessary technique. Use it and the pain should subside after a few hours." She wanted to say something back, but Kisuke just waved his hand and she was teleported away just like Sona, but in the opposite direction. "Now then. It's time to wait. If I get it right, Sona-chan would be the first one who'll achieve it. However, there's still the danger of that hollow factor and it should be coming into life once more before that." The moment Sona was teleported away, she couldn't help but smile wryly at how Kisuke does things, as abrupt as ever. To combat the rays of the sun that would slowly kill any normal to decent children that received the deity's blessing, Sona created a barrier around herself and thought about what she should do from now. Kisuke gave way too much attention to that useless water ball, so I guess it's safe to assume that I should go that path. But how can I improve it? And what was that strange reaction Ne-sama had to it? Taking a deep breath, Sona tried conjuring it once again to examine it further and figure out why Seraphol reacted that way, but due to the enormous amount of concentration needed for it, she had no choice but to disable her barrier. Although she was successful in making it appear once again, she could only observe it for around 10 minutes before she had to dispel it and erect her barrier once more. Staying unprotected in this environment is way harder than I initially thought. I didn't know a massive amount of stagnant magic power in the area could compound the heat like this, thought Sona as she tried to clean off the sand that stuck to her skin. She couldn't even sweat properly as it would evaporate instantly. Sona then tried conjuring water through her normal magic to herself off, however, she found it extremely hard to do so. Is the atmosphere too dry, since I can't conjure much? It was at this point that it finally hit her. Wait. If I can't gather much water in this kind of environment, how come I don't have the same problem when I'm summoning that water ball? I should have noticed it if that's the case. Instead of water magic, Sona opted for taking out the heat from the air around her to cool herself. After being sufficiently refreshed, she went back to what she had been doing before and summoned the strange ball of water once again. This time, she used all the mental power she had left to observe and examine the ball, completely discarding her awareness of her surroundings. Directly behind her was Kisuke, who was silently watching her progress. Normally she would have already noticed him since he wasn't even trying to hide his presence, but she was so focused on her task that he wholly eluded her. She's doing great. Though I need to make sure that she doesn't completely forget about her body's state. The main reason why Kisuke wanted a harsh desert for their training ground was mainly for Sona. It is not just so she could realize what's strange about her magic, but this kind of environment would help her push past her limits and would also allow her to control her newfound power much faster. Seraphol, on the other hand, didn't need it at all, as she's already capable of understanding things at much deeper levels thanks to her experience and profound understanding of magic. Kisuke thought that just by putting the two of them together it would have a positive effect on both of them. Now then. I wonder how Sarah-chan is faring. Leaving silently, Kisuke arrived a few hundred meters away from Seraphol and saw her sitting on the sand while clutching her head. This time, however, she'd already stopped her screams of agony and she was just closing her eyes with an expression that she was enduring something. She's doing it much faster than I thought. As expected, these sisters are geniuses. The next 3 days, the sisters progressed quickly, more than Kisuke had expected. Sona was already able to use her soul power and demonic power simultaneously and skillfully, leading her to reduce the energy consumption of her strange water greatly and even manipulate it into different shapes with ease. Seraphol, meanwhile, had already got a hold of her soul power and started controlling it skillfully too. After a few tries, she was now able to see the door of what she was trying to achieve on the horizon and became enthusiastic about her training, to the point that she never stopped moving. Thankfully, her body had already been nourished by ki for a long period of time and allowed her to resist the harsh environment without it affecting her. At twilight, Kisuke decided to fetch the two for them to rest. Until an incident happened. Sona went berserk and the magic power within the whole region started gathering to her spot uncontrollably. Chapter 756, Sona's Plight Part 1. Kisuke immediately arrived in the area where Sona was training, when he suddenly felt a large spike of soul activity and Seraphol a few seconds later, when she noticed that the magic power within the region was gathering within one spot. The moment the two of them witnessed what was going on, they saw Sona within the maelstrom of magic power and soul power, while she clutched her head and screamed with tears rolling down her cheeks. Feeling their presence, Sona slowly turned her head towards them with her already blackened sclera and golden pupils. Ne-sama. Kisuke. Help M-. Oh. Before she could finish her words, however, pitch-black water started swirling around her and some of it went to her face, forming a jet-black mask that had horns twisting backwards. Sona. Seraphol immediately tried to fly over in panic, but Kisuke hurriedly grabbed her arm. Not so fast. It's dangerous. Seraphol immediately snarled at him for stopping her. What's dangerous? Sona's in danger. But while they were having a falling out, Sona suddenly arched her back and let out a roar that didn't seem possible with her throat. Aarrgggghhhh. Kisuke didn't have time to bicker with Seraphol and immediately made a move. Closing his hands together, Kisuke aimed to restrain Sona. Bakudo number 99, Kin, restrain. A pair of black cloth manifested and wrapped around Sona before each of the sides was impaled by a slab of iron, dragging and crushing her down to the ground. What are you doing? Seraphol yelled at him. Her calm demeanor had already long left her and what only remained was worry and panic for a precious sister who was in pain while she had no idea what was going on. Restraining her. She has to go through this on her own. Kisuke replied shortly after. But even after he stopped her movement, Kisuke knew that this was only temporary. While he and Seraphol watched, the black water continued to manifest around Sona, with some of it now forming a malformed armor around her. She has to go through this on her own. What do you mean? Seraphol already stopped trying to approach her after realizing that she didn't know what to do in the first place. That's right. Kisuke nodded, but he didn't explain any further. After a small pause, he continued, I know you resent me for subjecting Sona into situations like this over and over again. And indeed, what's happening right now is my fault too. If not for the flawed method I used to heal her back then, this wouldn't have to happen. The next instant, Kisuke felt a pinch on his side and turned his sights to the pouting Seraphol. I'll stop you before you apologize. It's true that I resent you, however, I can't blame you. In fact, I'm grateful for you saving Sona. I know you didn't intend to hurt Sona with this, so I'll trust you. I'm sorry for my sudden outburst earlier and it seems that we have time right now, so why don't you explain what's happening right now? Kisuke observed the struggling Sona for a few moments before replying. In short, her dark side is trying to take over, and she has to come to terms with it. For the long explain. His words were cut short once again when the black water around Sona started manifesting at an exponential rate and even started cutting her restraints. This is way sooner than I thought. Looks like I've underestimated her. While trying to prepare his next spell, Kisuke felt something amiss when a slight fluctuation of Ryatsu and magic power appeared behind them. Since Serafall still couldn't reliably feel the former and the maelstrom masked the latter, she didn't notice anything. Watch out. Serafall could only look at him with confusion and tried to find the threat. Kisuke knew that she wouldn't have any time to react anymore, so he could only push her out of the way. Within milliseconds, spikes of black water suddenly appeared behind and it's too late for Kisuke to move out of the way. Within that instant, Kisuke's strengthened body was directly impaled as if he's a block of tofu, punching multiple holes on his torso. Kitan! Serafall exclaimed as she was flung away. After coughing a mouthful of blood, Kisuke immediately yelled to her, "I'm fine. You already know how to feel these things. Just watch out for now." And as he has warned, multiple spikes of these black water appeared all around them as if aiming for them. But after the first instance, they already knew what to look out for, so its surprise became ineffective. Kisuke relied on his natural regeneration to heal his wounds. However, he noticed that it was healing way slower than usual and saw the cause. That water is also corrosive. I've really underestimated her. At this point, in her monstrous black mask and armor, Sona was finally able to shred her restraints and broke free after another roar to the sky. Seeing that he didn't have much time, Kisuke immediately deployed Million Escudo, million shields, all around his body and stopped dodging. When the spike appeared beside him, it immediately pierced through thousands of small shields before stopping and retreating. With a large chunk of his shields disappearing, Kisuke speculated that this water had a very strong piercing power. Ignoring everything else, Kisuke prepared the second part of his Kidu. Pushing his hands together, he called forth, Bakudo number 99, Bankin, Ultimate Suppression. First song, Shiyu, Constriction. White cloth appeared out of nowhere and started wrapping Sona, completely covering every part of her body and muffling her voice. Second song, Hyakurensen, 100 bolts. In the same manner as the white cloth appeared, hundreds of iron bolts appeared around the wrapped Sona and descended, piercing through the cloth and strengthening the seal. Kisuke didn't continue for the third song, as that might just kill Sona outright. And as soon as the seal was placed, which did not only restrict physical movement but also restricted the soul itself, the spike of water stopped appearing and the wind causing a sandstorm disappeared along with silence returning to the area. As the dust started settling down, Serafall approached Kisuke and saw the holes in his body start closing. She heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "What kind of sealing technique is that? It's too oppressive. And wouldn't those iron stakes hurt Sona-chan?" Kisuke didn't answer and just observed the situation. Serafall didn't complain and did the same, but after a minute, she heard Kisuke suddenly laughing wryly, "What the heck? Isn't this too OP?" Serafall didn't even have to ask what's going on, as she saw black water leaking through cloth and floating upwards. After a sufficient amount had gathered, it started shaping to someone the both of them are familiar with. Sona, still in her monstrous mask and armor, escaped through the seal without breaking it. This is going to be a long night. Chapter 757, 757. Chapter 757 Sona's Plight Part 2. Kisuke was already confident that his seal would last at least for a few hours, but he was quickly proven wrong when Sona didn't even destroy the seal and leaked through it. Looking at the empty husk that was still consuming his energy, looks like we won't be able to contain her. Bakudo 99 doesn't just stop physical movements, but it's mainly for locking the soul up within a separate space temporarily. It is the reason why it was deemed the strongest soul-sealing technique outside of unique and secret arts, and one would need an overwhelming power or a big explosion of power just to escape it. However, in Sona's case, she didn't destroy it, but went through the tiny gaps of the seal, regaining her freedom. No matter how strong the seal is, if there's a hidden gap somewhere, Kisuke presumed that Sona would be able to escape any sealing techniques. Kisuke also contemplated the possibility that Sona could also control the other side of the coin of the ability she's using right now. Serafall, on the other hand, started stuttering. Did she just? With a chuckle that didn't match the serious atmosphere, Kisuke replied teasingly, "Isn't that great?" Although not in control of herself, she managed to do that one thing you've been trying to achieve for decades. How does it feel? Don't ask me, Serafall instantly retorted before asking, "What should we do now?" A small smile crept onto Kisuke's face as he thought, I wish she'd show that kind of face to Sona. He already noticed that both of them are jealous of each other for the things they didn't have. However, this jealousy was within the threshold of a healthy relationship between siblings, but Kisuke wished they would be honest to each other, instead of trying to protect each other. Kisuke then turned forward to Sona, who had now taken out her halberd, and thought, while Serafall was a little honest, Sona chose to keep it entirely to herself. I'm worried that this will be a big burden to her as she fights off the Hollow's negative emotion amplification. Not to mention my polygamous practices. I know, deep inside her, she didn't want any of these, like everyone else. We have to stop her from getting out of this region, or else she'll cause destruction and death everywhere else. For starters, we dodge. Kisuke replied as they saw Sona swing her halberd towards them before a deep blue arc formed and was launched towards the two of them, increasing in size as it traveled through the distance. Serafall flew up while Kisuke went down, dodging the arc, and saw it hit the sand dune several kilometers away from them before it created an explosion similar to a nuclear weapon detonation. What was that? Serafall never thought that Sona would be capable of releasing such destructive magic. Zero. You could say it's similar to the power of destruction. But I also didn't think that she'd be able to use it when the hollow inside her was only a driving force and not intrinsically part of her, answered Kisuke as he raised his right hand to block the incoming halberd. Hey now, who do you think taught you the flash step? Sona reappeared beside Kisuke while brandishing her artificial sacred gear. However, instead of getting caught, the blade slid through Kisuke's monstrous grip and sliced off his 4 fingers, leaving him no choice but to retreat with his own flash step. Sona tried to chase after him, but before she could do so, she was instantly encased in a giant block of towering ice, sealing her movements. But before she could check on Kisuke, Serafall was surprised at the result of her magic. No way. I couldn't even freeze her. Although Sona was trapped in the ice, the water around her kept flowing without any change, and right now, she started drilling holes through the ice, in which case, she'll only need a few seconds to escape once again. Sealing her is useless since she'll just go through the cracks. Blocking, be it physical or magical, is also useless. Like what happened to me before, she just instantly changed the shape of her blade to slip through my grip. Using a barrier on the other hand would only delay her attack since they are just the same as seals, Kisuke explained while watching his fingers regrow, but at an exponentially slower rate due to corrosion which he guessed came from the destructive attribute of the hollow. That's really overpowered. Serafall commented on the attacks that couldn't be blocked nor contained without using any special methods, but it seems that her aggro is on us so we could just run around. Though I hate the feeling of hate she's radiating towards me. As I've said, this is something she has to go through herself. Going back a few minutes earlier, Sona's eyes were closed with balls of water circling around her as she concentrated on her soul power, trying to bring out more of it. She already discovered the special properties of this water. Instead of water, she's actually controlling its fundamental function, flow, and the water that manifested was just a byproduct of it. Thrilled by the discovery of magic that she never thought possible, Sona became enthusiastic about her research and was very determined to add this strange magic to her repertoire. But within the darkness of her own eyelids, her own face with blackened sclera, golden pupils, and crazed smile suddenly appeared in front of her. Violently opening her eyes, Sona gasped for air while wondering, what was that? But a few seconds later, her heart started beating faster for some unknown reason, and her soul power became out of control. What's happening? She questioned herself as she clutched her chest. In a panic, Sona tried to shut off her soul power and her demonic power, however, the situation only became worse. Without her knowledge, her own eyes had already blackened as her fear of the unknown multiplied, bringing tears down her cheeks. At that moment, she felt the reassuring presence of Kisuke and Serafall, but just as she called out to them for help, she blacked out. After an unknown amount of time, Sona found herself floating in a dark space. Strangely enough, however, she could clearly and completely see herself. What happened? Where is this? Nevertheless, she couldn't think straight as the fear that made her cry was still with her and was only getting worse as time went on. She knew it was her fear of the unknown, but she didn't know why she could feel it this strongly. The feeling was so strong that it wore down on her mental fortitude, reducing her to a state similar to a small child that lost her parents in the crowd. Help me. Ne-sama. Kisuke. Please help me. She started muttering to herself. All of a sudden, a voice rang out within the darkness, look at the mess you've become. How shameful. It was a very familiar voice since it's the same voice Sona could hear whenever she recorded herself. Looking up in a hurry, she saw herself. No. More accurately, she saw the person that appeared when her eyes were closed. Chapter 758, Sona's Plight Part 3. Who are you? The other Sona smirked and replied, you're asking me that. I'm you and you're me. Well, to be more specific, I'm the more honest you. Although she got her answer, Sona could hardly process anything with the fear crippling her thinking mind. She didn't even notice that her eyes were darting around and her body was convulsing. If this is the real world, she would have already made a mess of herself. Seeing this, Sona's smile mellowed out as she instantly reappeared behind Sona. Look at how pitiful you are now. He wouldn't like it if he were to see you like this, would he? Sona didn't even question why the other her had disappeared in front of her and instead asked, He? Who else but the love of our life, Kisuke? Sona whispered into Sona's right ear. Embedded within it seemed to be a power that crippled the latter's almost broken mind and she didn't even notice it. Kisuke. Where is he? Sona wrapped her arms around the shaking Sona and whispered once again, that's not really important right now. What's important is that you accept that I'm you, and you're me. To prove that I intend you no harm, let me remove this fear that has been bothering you. And as she finished her words, the fear that Sona was feeling really disappeared along with its effects. Nevertheless, Sona was already too light-headed to even understand what was going on and Sona couldn't help but smile further at this development. See? I meant you no harm. I'm only here to help you. Sona then proceeded to point towards a certain direction and Sona unconsciously followed her finger to see a small hole within the darkness, depicting what's happening outside. I'm here to help you realize your true potential and let out all the misgivings you've been keeping to yourself. Sona stared blankly on the tunneled hole and saw two familiar figures standing close together and reached out to them with one of her arms. She wanted to call out to them, but before she could do so, Sona's hand grabbed her outstretched arm. What you need is my help, not theirs. In fact, they are part of your problems. Problems? Yes, they are. Sona's smile grew deeper. You've always wanted to be a normal girl, maybe, a normal human girl living in a normal society. Since you know that can't happen, you wanted a part of it at least. That's your desire. Desire. Yes. Desire. And the two of them are in the way of it. With her words that had a strange compelling power behind them, poisonous words entered Sona's subconscious mind. Ne-sama is competent. Way too competent. That ability of hers that brought her the position of the Devil King only made things worse for you. So that you wouldn't tarnish your family's name, you had to strive for better, completely disregarding all those sweet things that the other youths of your age experienced. Even then, it still wasn't enough, as you needed to have a fiancé to completely solidify your family's power. Although you were able to find a way out of it, you had to triple your efforts just to prove you didn't need someone like that. Ne-sama, on the other hand, had all the freedom that you ever wanted and questioned why you didn't have it. It's alright to be jealous. It's alright to hate. It's your privilege for working so hard yet getting almost nothing in return. You could have had a better life without her. Those are very far-fetched and nonsensical words, and if it was the usual Sona, she would have brushed it off as nothing but ridiculous ideas. The current her was very far from normal, and it became words of truth for her, giving birth to jealousy and hate that she'd already deemed absurd long ago and would only have felt by her immature self. To make it worse, the black space amplified these negative emotions just like what it did to her irrational fear that broke her earlier. Of course, Sona still wasn't done as she continued to the next person, and the love of our life, Kisuke. You fell for him, but he couldn't give you the ideal romance that you wanted. Instead, you were stuck sharing him with many others that you couldn't help but feel inferior to. You knew well enough that you fell for the wrong person, but what could you do? You can't control your feelings, and it also felt like he wasn't reciprocating your feelings enough. Not to mention, you also knew that it wouldn't be long before Ne-sama fell for him too. By then, you might not even have a place beside him anymore. Uncontrollable jealousy and hatred burned brighter as noxious words fed her fragmented consciousness. What should I do? Finally, the smile on Sona's face devolved into a crazed one and she replied, that's easy. Prove to your sister that you have the ability to be better than her and take Kisuke for yourself. Even if Sona wanted Sona to wreak havoc as much as she wanted, she didn't want to break the spell by giving her ideas that were too extreme. I don't have power. Sona pointed to the hole once again and said, you don't have power. Take a good look again. You're destroying them. Even Kisuke's regenerative powers can't keep up. You can definitely do it. I'm doing this. Yes. Just follow my lead and you'll get what you've desired all this time. At this point, Sona was slowly sinking into the darkness as she let herself be consumed by her jealousy and hatred. Sona let go of Sona, satisfied with the outcome. That's it. Stop holding back. Everything will be fine. With only Sona's head remaining outside of the pool of darkness, Sona finished her words. After defeating Ne-sama, you can then neutralize Kisuke and run away to somewhere. If even that's not enough, you can take out the rest of the girls so that he wouldn't have to think about anyone else but you. And that's when Sona became complacent and made a mistake. The hate within Sona's eyes worsened, but they also became clearer. Sona thought that everything went as she expected, but all of a sudden, Sona's arm came bursting out of the darkness, grabbing Sona's neck. Go. Sona tried to dodge, but it was already too late as Sona carried her up as she got out of the darkness. How dare you? Chapter 759, Good Timing. Sona tried prying open Sona's hands, but aside from the ability to amplify negative emotions, she didn't have any real power here. How? Sona slowly freed herself from the latches of darkness and even found a way to materialize her glasses before replying while making eye contact. How, you ask? I thought we shared the same feelings and thoughts, but that doesn't seem to be the case when you've manifested like this. Of course, it's because I acknowledge you as part of me. An irreplaceable one even. Sona's face became even more mired with confusion. Then. How? Gah. If she had accepted her, she should have already drowned in hate and jealousy. She couldn't understand how she was able to pull herself back. The moment my mind became clear, I immediately understood that all the negative emotions in this space are amplified beyond my control, Sona explained with a light smile. I won't deny that I didn't feel hate nor jealousy, since you can't multiply anything if there's nothing. However, you seem to have forgotten that I could also feel rage. Sona thought for a moment before chuckling wryly, I see. You've indeed accepted me. I feel happy but also complicated that you can acknowledge me that easily. Sona finally understood what pulled Sona out of the darkness. It's the same negative emotions that she used to sink her in, not aimed at others, but the fury at her own thinking, offsetting the other negative emotions. And Sona was indeed correct. Sona is resentful of herself. She's resentful at the fact that Sona could even suggest taking the other girls out. Since Sona is her own darkness, she knew she had these passing thoughts deep inside her, even if just a little bit. Even though she had come to terms with the darkness residing in her heart, she couldn't easily forgive herself. I should really be honest with everyone. I guess I'll have to talk to and apologize to them after this. Sona then slowly put down Sona, letting her go. She already guessed that she can't really do anything to her aside from giving her suggestive ideas that would boost her negative emotions. Looking around, Sona didn't know what to do next and could only look back at the hole depicting the outside world. From what she could understand, she had already transformed into something monstrous and gigantic as she threw various attacks towards Kisuke and Serafal. Strangely enough, she knew how to do all those attacks instinctively. It's no use, Sona suddenly voiced out after nursing her throat, you might have been able to clear your mind, but the negative emotions swirling inside of you haven't disappeared. You're actually in an even more dangerous state as the rage you are using to keep me in check may cause you more harm than hate and jealousy. See that monstrous form? That's the result of it. Sona immediately turned to her with a look of surprise and Sona couldn't help but reel back seeing that, what? I'm just astonished that you're worried about me. Without beating around the bush, Sona admitted it, as I've told you earlier, I meant you no harm. I only wanted you to be released. Sona wanted to talk more to her other self, but she didn't have much time before the initial push that cleared her mind collapsed under the burden of all these negative emotions stacking up upon each other. But even after a seemingly long time, Sona's face only worsened and staggered as she endured the non-physical pain that threatened to reduce her to nothing. Without alleviating these negative emotions, you won't be able to leave this place. This is your darkness and this is what's keeping you in here. If you don't let go of yourself, then both of us would just be destroyed, leaving an empty husk that only knows how to rampage until its eventual demise. I know that, replied Sona with an agitated voice, but I won't allow it. I'm a person, because I can keep my desires and darkness in check. Without it, I'm no different from an unthinking animal. Sona smirked at her response and said, my how harsh, but it looks like you can't think straight anymore. What? Letting your desires rage on is also one way of getting out of this, you know. How exactly? Don't ask. Before she could finish her sentence, however, the both of them suddenly felt a familiar warm fuzz on their lips. The both of them then hurriedly turned their heads towards the hole and saw Kisuke's face with his eyes close. Witnessing this, Sona couldn't help but click her tongue and smile wryly, this bastard. His timing is too good. To think that you'd be treated like a princess right now. I didn't expect that from someone who doesn't really understand a woman's feelings. Turning her head again, Sona herself was blankly staring at the hole while touching her lips and sighed, so this is goodbye. She may be smart, but she's a big idiot too. You really couldn't control feelings, huh? Sona straightened her back and a small smile of a maiden in love painted her face before facing her darkness. I'm sorry, but I've got to go. I want to experience it firsthand. Fuck off, yelled Sona back, you don't have to tell me, and you really look like an idiot right now. Sona only chuckled, as she grabbed onto these warm feelings, and went on for a happy walk towards the hole that is now covered in white light and starting to swallow the darkness. Sona watched her as she approached the hole and light that was swallowing her world, but before she could leave, Sona reminded her, don't ever think that I'll just disappear. For as long as you live, I won't ever leave your side, waiting for the day I can take over. A large smile then appeared on her face before continuing, though if you need strength, I'm always willing to give a hand. Sona stopped her steps and momentarily turned back to her, if such time were to come, I'll give myself to you. Sona watched her get swallowed by the light and disappear but not before chuckling, you really are an idiot. It has been several hours and dawn was about to break since Sona started her rampage. The formerly harsh world of sand has now become a world of frost and ice, with Serafal freezing Sona whenever she got the chance. Within each hour, some transformation would take place on Sona's body, and right now, she has hundreds of black water tentacles sprouting from her back that extend to become gigantic and swing around like giant saws. What do I do, Kitan? Serafal suddenly voiced out with a complicated expression. I don't think I have a way of defeating Sona-chan, as she is right now, even if I want to with my full power. Well, you do have bad compatibility with her. While you try to immobilize everything, she would just keep on moving. That's just how bad flow counters your abilities. If it's something like Surzexan's power of destruction, then Sona wouldn't have a chance. Pausing for a bit, Kisuke added, and by the way, the situation isn't looking good right now. If she keeps going like this, she'll strain her soul beyond the point of recovery and might actually die. Say what? Chapter 760, It actually worked. Serafal immediately grabbed Kisuke's collar and started shaking him. You have to do something. You're the only one who has any idea of what's going on, so you have to do something. I can forcefully pull her out of that state, however, doing so would hurt her progress, and I don't know how much of that would affect her future. As I've said before, I want her to pull herself out of it on her own. But Kisuke didn't allow her to continue and made it clear, just so you know, I wouldn't risk Sona's life over something like this, so before anything drastic happens, I won't hesitate to do what needs to be done, so you don't have to worry. It's just that, at this point in time, I have virtually no idea how we can help her, and we're running out of time. The two of them then separated and flew backward to dodge the giant tentacle that could split them in two, before coming together once again, not a single idea to help her. Kisuke shook his head. Nope, this is her inner conflict, so I really don't have any idea. Even if we said anything motivational, aside from being cringy, I doubt she could hear us. They dodged a few more times and each time they did it, Kisuke noticed Serafal's face scrunching up every instant until she opened her eyes widely and yelled, "Fine. Kitan, rip that mask off and give her a deep kiss." And when I say deep, I mean those kisses you see in movies. Huh. Kisuke was dumbfounded. He couldn't see how that would help aside from agitating Sona even more, as any actions against her would just be seen as an assault. Don't give that dumb face. You should have read some fairy tales at some point. I'm telling you to go wake up the princess with your kiss, Prince. No, no, no. I still can't see how that is going to work. Do you have any other idea? None, right? And how could you be considered a man of science, when you're already brushing me off as wrong without providing evidence? Or, do you have any problem with kissing my Sotan? Is that it? Are you actually just playing around with her? Come here and let's fight. This time, I'll beat you into submission. Aside from dodging, Serafal actually started sending spears of ice toward Kisuke. Kisuke now had to dodge both of the sisters, but that was the least of his worries, as his pride was hurt by his own doing, you know what. Fair point. You have every right to call me dumb because I'm a dumbass. I'm going now. Kisuke weaved through the black tentacles. Although their offensive capabilities were massive, Sona was using them simple enough that it was very easy to read the flow. Of course, Sona immediately noticed that this method wasn't effective and immediately changed her approach. The giant tentacles broke up into pieces and reshaped themselves into black needles, at least 1 million of them from Kisuke's initial estimation. These needles instantly surrounded Kisuke, leaving him with no gap to go through. Bringing her arm forward, Sona willed the needles to rush at him simultaneously and the result was within her expectations. Kisuke wasn't able to dodge the onslaught and his body couldn't even be seen from her perspective. However, she knew that he wouldn't die from something like that, but it should be enough to keep him in there. Sona was about to move to her next target, Serafal, when she suddenly heard Kisuke's voice behind her. Although it was just your instincts working, you have a clear goal. How intriguing. Sona's eyes behind her mask widened and her arm immediately transformed into a blade as she waved it behind her. But when she turned around, Kisuke was not there anymore, only to hear his voice on her left this time. It's sad to say, but we don't have enough time. If this doesn't work, I'll be putting your soul into force stasis and wake you up slowly from there. Putting his hand on her mask, Kisuke intended to rip it off. However, just as he was about to pull, the texture of the mask shocked him, enough that his expression instantly changed. This is not reishi but phosphoplasm. How? Nevertheless, he didn't have enough time to think about this discovery and crushed the mask into pieces before putting a small portion of it in a special container that he'd prepared for occasions like this. Recovering his bearings, Kisuke looked down on Sona's face and lifted her chin. Sona tried to move and retaliate but found herself paralyzed. After an extended amount of time watching her and studying her ability, Kisuke had already figured out how to stop her, albeit temporarily. Smirking at her rageful expression, Kisuke muttered, "The usual Sona-chan is a lot cuter. Give her back," before plunging his lips onto hers. Sona instantly started struggling, and the spell that Kisuke placed on her was already falling apart. After a few more moments, Kisuke was already done placing the spell that would forcefully put Sona's soul into sleep through her mouth. He was about to separate from her since there were no changes in Sona despite following Serafal's directions, but he suddenly felt her arms wrapped around him and she started reciprocating. It actually worked. Kisuke looked into Sona's eyes and noticed their playful glint before closing them, while ramping up her efforts to play with Kisuke's tongue. Slowly but surely, the black water turned transparent before disappearing into nothing and the broken pieces of Sona's mask sipped back to her body, along with the rest of her armor. Although it was her idea, Serafal could only be dumbfounded at the kiss she had only seen in movies aimed at adults. Separating with a trail of saliva still connecting them, Sona looked up to Kisuke with a flushed face. "I'm sorry for all the trouble." But Kisuke just flicked her forehead and said, more than apologizing, "There's something else you should say, right?" The pain reminded Sona of something else and replied with a big smile, "I'm back." Welcome back. Chapter 761, Regret. Sona-chan. Serafal came flying in and snatched Sona from Kisuke's clutches before rubbing her own face on hers. I was so worried. Are you all right? Sona thought that it was just her usual over-the-top skinship but saw the genuine worry within her eyes and felt the little shaking of her hand. Immense guilt immediately washed over her and sincerely apologized. I'm very sorry, Ne-sama. This came to be because of my inability to become honest. Would you listen to me? Surprise crossed Serafal's face, and it was a pleasant one. I'll listen to everything you have to say. Then let's return. Sona should be tired and I'll prepare something that could help in her recovery. Kisuke then turned to look at their surroundings that had already become a white hell and added in, and return the scenery to normal before we leave. Reaching the log house, Kisuke left the two sisters citing that he intended to concoct some medicine for Sona so she wouldn't have any further problems or hidden injuries that could hurt her down the line. However, the two of them knew that he's just giving them space. Even though she was very tired and weak, Sona did her best to express everything to her precious big sister. Once she started, Sona let everything out without holding anything back, beginning from her frustrations, anxiety, apprehension, envy, bitterness, jealousy, insecurity, and even irritation. As time went on, Serafal's face fell until she felt very remorseful and regretful that she had failed to notice all of this, despite giving her as much attention as possible, because she didn't want her to walk the same path as her. With a past full of war and tragedy, Serafal hid behind her bubbly personality but pledged to protect the peace and innocence of her little sister. Through all of this, she failed to show anything to Sona beyond the surface of the devil known as Serafal. In hindsight, it was also her fault that Sona developed these kinds of feelings. Not because the Devil's Society decided to hide its bloody history and cover it with glorious victory and reform, but because Serafal didn't show that she too was just a normal person. Oblivious to what she's thinking, Sona continued, but this time, expressing how grateful she is to Serafal. The awe and adoration she had for Serafal inspired Sona to go to great lengths to become a better person. Sona wouldn't be as she is today without her, and she wouldn't even think what would happen otherwise. Now that she'd laid out everything, it was as if a burden that she hadn't noticed until now suddenly disappeared and her mind became even clearer. Even the demonic power inside her body became more active in response to that, so Sona couldn't just brush it off as her imagination. So it was just that easy. I should have done this from the start. She then looked up to her sister's frustrated expression and the corners of her mouth went up slightly. Well, I don't think I would have made this kind of decision if that didn't happen to me. After some inner conflict, Serafal finally heaved a huge sigh before looking straight into Sona's eyes. Sona-chan, this time, please listen to what I have to say too. Kisuke returned after an hour and saw the sisters talking amicably, without the previous almost non-perceptible strain between them. Humming, Kisuke intruded on their private time and said, I've prepared something to eat. After their meal, Serafal wanted to talk about what really happened earlier and what sort of ability Sona used. However, Kisuke immediately shook his head at her suggestion and said, let's do that after you've rested. The two of you need it, especially Sona. Your souls have to return to their normal rhythm if you want to continue practicing. Serafal closed her eyes and tilted her head. I guess you're right. I'm sorry, but I could hardly keep my curiosity. Kisuke then stood up while cleaning up the used utensils. Although morning just came, let's retire for today. But as soon as they cleaned themselves, Serafal couldn't help but holler when she saw Sona following Kisuke. Wait. Sona-chan. Where are you going? Sona's posture instantly stiffened and slowly turned to Serafal before averting her eyes from her. I'm sleeping with Kisuke. Yep, I'm definitely sleeping. Despite not having any experience herself, Serafal knew what Sona intended to do, but she just couldn't or didn't know how to point that out, so she could only make a dumbfounded face. Kisuke, on the other hand, gave Sona's forehead another flick and said, No. I won't be sleeping yet, so go rest on your own. If this was the normal Sona, she would have immediately backed down, but thanks to the influence of her darker self and becoming much more honest to herself, her desires became much more pronounced, and maybe, she became more of a devil compared to her past self, and I won't either. Didn't you say you're definitely sleeping? Kisuke and Serafal were both stunned at how she's acting. I'm tired, but not that tired. I still have some energy to spare. No, forget that. I have too much energy to use. Ignoring their reactions, Sona grabbed Kisuke's arms and started dragging him towards the room at the end of the hallway. Serafal couldn't believe what she'd just witnessed, and likewise, Kisuke couldn't look or was afraid to look at Serafal's face and let himself be dragged away to avoid further confrontation. Since Sona requested it so strongly, he already guessed that there were some lingering effects that he wasn't sure if they were going to go away anytime soon, if ever. Kisuke didn't want to disappoint her, so he acquiesced in silence. That night, Kisuke and Sona put on a simple barrier against eavesdropping and clairvoyance over their room. However, curiosity was eating Serafal inside out, and although she knew that she's going to regret it, she drilled a small hole through the barrier and peeked, only to see Sona on top of Kisuke, which was unbelievable to her. Of course, Kisuke and Sona knew of the intrusion, but when the former tried to fix the hole, the latter stopped him before whispering, let her get the taste of regret from her own actions. Kisuke was a bit hesitant, but the curiosity regarding Serafal's reaction got the better of him and he let her go. Nevertheless, the two of them only expected Serafal to watch for a minute or two but were surprised when she stayed for a whole half an hour before bolting through the skies, leaving the log house entirely. On the way to her training spot, Serafal's face was flushed as the scene from earlier was imprinted in her mind. I had no idea Sona-chan could make a face like that. Of course, she had already seen the real thing from the videos, but she never thought that it would hit differently when she saw someone close to her doing it, damn it. I wasn't this embarrassed when I watched these things. What's wrong with me? Chapter 762, Accidental Discovery and More Mystery. After a full 12 hours, Sona came out of the room feeling more refreshed than ever, with her worries out of the way. She never thought that the burden of keeping things to herself was that great. Spreading her demonic power around, she found out that Serafal still hadn't come back and thought that she might not during the duration of their training. Looks like that bothered her more than I anticipated. I knew Ne-sama was innocent, but not this innocent. Kisuke also soon came out yawning. Shall we have a meal? And while we're at it, let's talk about what happened yesterday. We won't wait for Ne-sama. If she's not here now, I don't think she'll come back now. And you need to know more about your ability than her since I can only assume that you can only control that instinctively and I'm more than enough to help you with that. That's true. I have a feeling that I could use that water but I'm not really sure what nature it is. After settling down on the table and having a few bites, Kisuke asked Sona, what do you think your ability is? He needs to know where to start explaining as it seems that unlike Zanpakuto and their given abilities, Sona's ability wasn't automatically passed down to its user and it was only triggered by her other self, which probably took on most of her hollow side. He also needed more information of any type due to the existence of phosphoplasm that shouldn't exist in this world, nor Sona's origin world. Although he already had a working theory, Kisuke wanted to know more. I'm not really sure, but I'm certain that it isn't the water itself, Sona answered as she summoned the ball of water. If it's not the water itself, then it must be the properties behind it. Although I can summon it like this, I can only control it like how I control normal magic, so I have no idea how I was pushing you and Ne-sama last night. Kisuke nodded and raised a glass and covered it with a fairly strong barrier. Try slashing through this with that. No need to give effort and just swing that water as it is. Sona was skeptical since she could tell the strength of the barrier that Kisuke placed on the glass, but she did what he instructed anyway. With a swing of her finger, the water formed an arc before launching itself to the glass. Sona thought that her water would just be splattered everywhere but was stunned to see it instantly went through the glass and traveled further beyond, wounding Kisuke's right cheek. More than the glass, Sona was aware of how sturdy Kisuke had become even without him actively protecting himself, for a simple spell to cause damage to him. I see. So that's how it is. Naturally, Kisuke could have dodged the arc of water, but he purposely didn't do so since that might help Sona get the idea, and she did. The corner of his mouth slightly curved upwards when he saw her start muttering to herself, forgetting her surroundings. Approximately half an hour later, Sona's awareness of the surroundings returned and immediately turned her sights to Kisuke. Is it flow? Am I in control of the flow itself? If that's the case, then that would explain why my magic went through your defense. The unceasing flow managed to cut through everything, and if I can control or strengthen it, my magic could theoretically go through anything. That's right, but that's not all. Last night, your body took on a form that could make use of this flow ability of yours. In other words, a body made up of your own magic. Like hitting a body of water, physical attacks against you become essentially useless and sealing techniques become ineffective as long as there are cracks in the technique you can escape from. Finally, if you can expand this influence of yours, you may control the flow of everything, be it the air itself or someone's blood. Kisuke then shrugged his shoulders and added jokingly, heck, if you want to go even further beyond with this concept of yours, maybe you'll be able to control the flow of time itself. While the first ones are achievable, Sona immediately brushed off Kisuke's last words. No way that's possible. I can't even imagine it. Kisuke, however, gave a small smile and didn't answer back. Nothing is really certain when it comes to abilities that bend the rules of reality, but she doesn't need to think about this right now. The two of them continued talking for another hour, with Sona mostly asking questions but then answering them herself. Finally, when Kisuke was certain that it was already enough and she wouldn't get lost, he ended the discussion. Now that you know how your magic or ability works, you have to figure out how to achieve that magic body on your own, and that will be your assignment for the rest of this training session. Whether you'll be successful or not, I don't know. However, you already gained something enormous with this outing, so you don't have to push yourself like before. Going slowly or rushing it, when it comes to unique abilities like yours, it doesn't really matter since it's not about your raw abilities, but understanding. Sona nodded and said, I understand. I also think that it'll be useless to mindlessly train when what I need is some sort of enlightenment. As soon as Sona left, Kisuke couldn't help but let out a long sigh. In the end, I wasn't able to figure out anything concrete in regards to the appearance of the phosphoplasm, which should only exist in my world. Did it form because of the clash of Sona's demonic power and hollow reishi? If so, then the blood of hell could only come to be when there's the presence of mana or magic power, but I'm fairly sure that no one knew of its existence. Fullbringers are a mystery too and might have a connection to that. I could only guess that someone intentionally hid the existence of mana and that someone could only be the Spirit King. But why? Kisuke went back to the log house, full of new questions that could only be answered if he were to return to his original world. Through the rest of their training period, Serafall didn't show up to both Sona and Kisuke. Chapter 763, Trust and Danger. After a week, Kisuke, Sona, and Serafall finally returned home, and upon their arrival at the gates, Hestia, Artemis, Kaneko, Kuroka, and the three kids were there to receive them. Welcome back. Hestia ran over and jumped into Kisuke's arms. We're back. Kisuke caught her and instinctively patted her head in response. The kids and Artemis also came over and greeted them, but Kuroka and Kaneko only stared silently at Serafall before the former whispered in question, "What happened to her, Naya?" "Air. Let's just say that she's tired from her training," answered Kisuke half-heartedly before changing the subject. "By the way, is Yoruchi watching over Irina and Akino-san?" A worried glint flashed through Kuroka and Kaneko's eyes, but they didn't show it on their face. After they started, she never left them alone as you've asked her. Despite hiding it well, Hestia still noticed that something was amiss but didn't confront it directly and instead asked, "Say, can't we check on Irina-kun and Akino-kun?" Kisuke could only smile wryly and scratch his cheek. What they're doing is a bit sensitive, and Kuroka, Kaneko, and Yoruchi could only approach them because they wouldn't be influencing anything around them. Let's just wait for good news, all right? Kisuke turned to Sona and Serafall immediately after and said, "You two should rest for a few days before continuing with what you're doing. In any case, both of you are already on track, so you don't have to worry about any stagnation for a while." Sona nodded at him. "We know what to do. Please don't worry about us since you don't have much time yourself." "Are you leaving immediately?" Hestia suddenly asked with a sullen voice. "I'm sorry, Hestia-sama, but sometime in the future, once we're free of worries, I'll be taking you all to a good place, so please look forward to that instead." He didn't want to make the conversation longer, so he immediately turned to Kuroka and Kaneko. "We'll leave after I've checked on Irina, Akino-san, and Yoruchi." Kuroka and Kaneko nodded before Kisuke disappeared in a flash. Artemis approached the deflated Hestia and comforted him. "I know he also wanted to take it easy, but the situation doesn't really allow him. Let's just cheer for him and watch so that he won't burn himself out, all right?" Hestia finally realized the obvious thing, but only after being told about it. "I'm sorry. I'm not being considerate enough." Hearing their conversation, Sona hurriedly intervened. "Please don't apologize, Hestia-sama. I'm not blaming Kisuke, but this also came to be because of his weird obsessions to prepare for anything and everything way ahead of time as long as that thing has even a remote chance of happening. Although also thanks to that, we could be safe and give our complete trust to him." And with a sad tone, Kaneko added, "I also feel bad for Kisuke-senpai. Although he puts great importance to his shop and makes various merchandise, he can't even tend to his only hobby these days." After Kaneko's words, the expression of concern became apparent on everyone's face, including Claire and Tanis, by being dragged by the atmosphere. Not wanting to see the children make such an expression, Serafall immediately hugged the two and said, "Enough of this. As long as you do what you need to do to reduce the burden on him so that he won't worry so much, then everything will turn out all right." Kisuke reached the room where Yoruchi was guarding Irina and Akino, but before he entered it, he first checked the state of the seal on the room he left before leaving for the desert with Sona and Serafall. Looks like it's still working fine, but reinforcing it shouldn't hurt. The seal was placed not because he wanted to protect the place but to seal it away from any of the world's interference to the soul of everyone inside it. Since what Irina and Akino were doing was pretty dangerous, their artificial bodies might fail them and die, leaving a very weakened soul to the outside world. If such a thing were to occur without any interference in place, they would be taken by this world's soul cycle, if not outright reduced to pure spiritual particles, because they are technically invaders. And for added security, Kisuke didn't allow anyone that originated from this world to enter the room, since they might negatively influence the seal even if he made it robustly. Satisfied with his work, Kisuke then entered the room and greeted Yoruchi, who was watching the other two sleep peacefully. "How is it?" Yoruchi sighed and closed her eyes while shaking her head. "Day by day, the only change that is happening is their vitality dropping. At this rate, they might really die." Kisuke sat beside Yoruchi and the latter immediately used this chance to lay on his lap. After finding a good spot and position, Yoruchi looked up to him and asked, "Do they really have to do this? If things go extremely wrong, then we wouldn't even have a soul to save." As Kisuke started stroking his hair, he replied with a gentle voice, "You know, I've only given them a choice, and it has always been like that in the past. I might be extremely manipulative, but I'm never forceful nor give tasks that are beyond them. Besides, the reason I've asked you to watch over them nonstop is that I trust you and your ability to deal with the situation if something ever comes up." Yoruchi creased her brows and said, "Aren't you putting way too much confidence in me? My Ryatsu control is way worse than yours." "That is true. Kisuke nodded with a small smile before continuing. However, when it comes to instantaneously reacting to unexpected and unknown situations, you're actually better than me. Much better if I have to say it twice. While I can only take pre-planned steps, you can make a more accurate and better decision at the same time with limited information. If a dangerous situation were to really arise, I at least know that you can stabilize the circumstances and give me enough time to formulate a more concrete step forward. Yoruchi frowned for a bit but silently accepted it. Chapter 764, Emergency. After spending some more time with Yoruchi, Kisuke finally decided to leave. Where are you going for Kuroka and Kaniko's training this time? Yoruchi asked before he opened the door. The sea. Yoruchi wondered how they were going to train their ki on the ocean, but Kisuke didn't elaborate it any further and just left. Kisuke once again said his goodbyes to Hestia and the others, but before they left, Kisuke noticed the forced smile on the former's face, making him wonder what happened when they left them in the gates of Pandemonium. However, he didn't have time and he didn't think it's that serious. If the awkwardness still persisted as he returned, Kisuke will confront her then. After preparing the teleportation circle, Kisuke first turned to the Nikosho sisters before activating it. By the way, did you do the exercise that I gave you last time? Yes, nya. We're finally able to circulate and gather pure ki through the pores of our skin. After some hardships, nya. Kuroka answered while recalling the physical pain they had to go through just to succeed. She and Kaniko don't even know what it's even for since it's a lot more efficient and easier to do it through normal breathing. Does he want us to go to outer space? But there's no ki to absorb out there, nya. Kisuke grinned and a bad premonition instantly bloomed within Kuroka and Kaniko. Since he asked about the exercise, both of them immediately started circulating and absorbing ki through their skin pores before Kisuke activated the teleportation magic without adding another word or warning them. A second later, they were transported to a pitch-black place, but that's not what concerned the Nikosho sisters but the very heavy pressure that is pressing on them and their inability to breathe. Nevertheless, the both of them still had some freedom and couldn't feel any immediate threat from their surroundings, so the first thing they did was to conjure light. With combined luminance they finally confirmed where they were and their guess was correct. Around them was the almost opaque dark blue salt water and rock formations with strange creatures crawling on them. The next instant, they heard Kisuke's voice inside their heads. For the next 1 week, we'll be staying here. For starters, before the both of you drown, learn how to breathe through your ki. Easier said than done, nya, retorted Kuroka. Doing this on the surface was already hard enough, but we're in extreme pressure where even I could hardly move. Where are we anyway, nya? Be proud. We're the first people to reach the deepest ocean of this world. Probably, Kisuke jokingly replied, but he suddenly disappeared within the darkness where Kuroka and Kaniko's light couldn't pierce through while leaving the words, after you're able to overcome the breathing problem and pressure as naturally as you breathe, we'll move to the next step. However, please do so before 3 days have passed or else we'll be behind schedule. Good luck. Kuroka wanted to complain more but Kaniko grabbed her shoulder and said while shaking her head, isn't it about time you get used to how he does things, Ne-sama? Besides, I don't think it's that hard. We just have to stay alive with only ki. Kuroka looked at her and replied with her usual smile, come on now, Chiron, I'm not angry at him, nya. I just like complaining to his face. Though he also knows that and just ignores my bullshit most of the time. Kaniko pressed her lips together in doubt, but due to the pressure slowly becoming unbearable as it slowly depleted their ki reserves, they had to find a way to actively restore them, so she stopped arguing with her big sister and sat down on the ocean floor and closed her eyes to concentrate. Kuroka just shrugged her shoulders and extinguished the lights they conjured since they didn't need it and it'll only attract the strange sea creatures that might disturb them before doing the same thing as Kaniko. She didn't want her to do it faster than her since her pride as a big sister would be wounded if that were to happen. Kisuke watched their progress from afar while quietly fending off the ancient monsters that lurked within the darkness of the ocean, with one of them even spanning as long as Great Red. He didn't want to kill them, because he didn't know what kind of consequences their sudden absence would result in for the ecosystem that was already balanced by time. Unlike Seraphol and Sona, what they need to achieve is just a complete integration of their own attributed ki, physical body, and soul. Since this is outside of my expertise, I can only help them with their souls, and what they do next would be entirely up to them. In any case, they should have more options open up for them. Kisuke could have awoken Sona's ability and given her more concrete and specific instructions to use and improve it, but as much as he wanted to direct everyone to the most efficient way to get stronger, he knew he absolutely can't do that, as that would not only just impede their future growth, but also their own creative thinking. Whatever they believe is the best, he'll support them as much as he can, no matter how stupid it sounds. That much trust is what he needed to put in them. In the meantime, Kisuke took out the phosphoplasm that he secretly collected from Sona to study and confirmed if it's really the material that he knew from the hell of his previous world. If I'm lucky, I will be able to return much sooner. I just never thought that it would be through studying accidental particles and dragons. 2 full days later, Kuroka and Kaniko both opened their eyes and around them was a white aura tinged by their own ki's color with Kaniko blue and Kuroka red. Right now, they are fully capable of breathing through the use of their ki and could actually indefinitely stay alive as long as they could absorb the ki within their surroundings, if not for the heavy mental strain they were subjected to doing this exact thing. Despite looking just fine, they were actually already very tired and lightheaded. Since they had to manually control this breathing, the time they could do this was still very limited, and this limitation would only be lifted if they could do this unconsciously. But just as Kuroka was about to complain for real due to the imminent danger they are about to face if they were not allowed to take a bit of rest, a bubble suddenly expanded and enveloped both of them, relieving the great pressure on them and giving them room to breathe normally. Great work and congratulations for achieving something only a few people were able to do in history, well, at least those in public records. For now dash. However, Kisuke's words were suddenly cut short as his expression became grim. Rest and wait for my return, he briefly worded before instantly teleporting away. With an extremely concerned look, Kaneko asked Kuroka, what happened? Kuroka immediately hugged her baby sister to comfort her. I also don't know. But whatever it is, since he asked us to wait for his return, it's not something he can't resolve. Let's trust him, all right. Kaneko hesitated but nodded her head after a while. The thoughts of following him back were pushed to the back of her head. Kuroka, on the other hand, despite appearing calm, was also very nervous, as it was very rare for Kisuke to make such a face. It's probably about Irina-chan and Akino-chan. I hope they're okay. Chapter 765, Death of Bodies. Breaking the rules that he'd placed on everyone, Kisuke directly teleported inside the dungeon. As soon as he materialized inside the tower, the dungeon shook for a bit, but that was not his concern for now, as he saw Hestia and Artemis trying to enter the room where Yoruichi, Irina, and Akino were supposed to be, but they were being blocked by the silent Ophis, who wouldn't budge no matter what they said. Hestia and Artemis immediately noticed his arrival, and the latter hurriedly said in a panicked voice, Kisuke. My Falna on Irina and Akino just suddenly stopped responding. That only happens when a child of mine dies. What happened? Please tell me what happened in there. Kisuke-kun. This isn't the time for us to be barred from the room. Something seriously went wrong in there, but Ophis-kun wouldn't allow us to even take a step in. Why? Added Hestia straight away. Kisuke could feel their distress, but sadly, he couldn't attend to them right now and only went past Ophis, leaving a few words while patting her head. Please don't worry. I promised I'd take care of them, and I'll do everything in my power to do that. Ophis-chan, thank you for stopping them. Ophis nodded and said, their fate is up to them, but they need a little bit of push. Kisuke didn't turn around but took her words to heart before closing the door and increasing the strength of the seal. What came to his eyes when he entered was Yoruichi with her hands on both of Irina and Akino's chests. What happened? He asked while inspecting the two unconscious girls that were pale and bleeding from their orifices. With a single glance, he knew that they were dead, their bodies, at least. An hour ago, their vitality suddenly started dropping sharply, and just now, they died as blood erupted from their bodies, answered Yoruichi as she continued what she's doing. Kisuke wanted to do something, but he couldn't because of Yoruichi's actions. Why are you still keeping their souls within those bodies? The backlash should have been immense, so their souls must have been considerably weakened. Since they failed, those bodies should be discarded. I already have their former bodies reformed and they're in the medical ward. Yoruichi was silent for a few seconds, but after letting out a long sigh, she responded, they're still fighting. Huh. Yoruichi creased her brows and knew that it would be hard to justify putting them in further danger to Kisuke when she's supposed to be the one who'd stop them from taking such risks. They're still struggling to take control. I don't want to waste their efforts after coming this far. But they've already come to the point of no return. There's no point in struggling when these bodies have already completely rejected their souls. Any further attempts would just be backlash, and because it came from Ophis and Great Red's powers, they would be lucky if they are not instantly annihilated. Kisuke was now losing his patience. Any further delay would only increase the chances of their souls following the fate of their bodies. However, he also didn't want to intrude on what Yoruichi was trying to achieve, which stemmed from his promise to trust her. At that point, Yoruichi had become completely silent. She started this confidently, but Kisuke's words put a hole in that. She herself wasn't exactly sure why she's doing this, but her gut was telling her that this was the correct path. While Yoruichi was struggling on the crossroads of life and death decisions, she suddenly heard Kisuke take a deep breath as he sat beside her. What should I do? I'll follow along. Kisuke knew that Yoruichi was just relying on her instincts for this, and he really doesn't like doing the same thing without any clear basis. However, he also recalled Ophis' words as he'd entered the room, and that's when he decided that he'll ride along on this one. Yoruichi's eyes widened, then a small smile bloomed on her face. She watched the dead bodies for a few seconds before replying, help me connect their souls. Although he did say that he'd follow along, Kisuke couldn't help but rub the bridge of his nose. That would double the backlash on both of them. I know. But I think they'll have a fighting chance if they were together. Kisuke let out another sigh and looked straight into her. Fine. But to reduce the risk they're taking, I'll be using my own soul to block any backlash. Yoruichi's brows instantly creased. That's too dangerous, even for you. Since this is my idea, allow me to do that. Nonetheless, she only received a pretty strong finger flick to her forehead. Ow. This isn't the time to be doing that. While proceeding to place his hands on Irina and Akino's foreheads, Kisuke replied, and this isn't the time to be joking around. No matter the situation, if I can risk my life instead of yours, I'll always do it. I won't allow anyone, especially you, to change that. Yoruchi was shocked silent, but after thinking about it for a short while, they now indeed had a different relationship than before. Surprisingly, she got a bit embarrassed over that, but didn't dare show it on her face and immediately said, "You're quite an overbearing hubby. Those are just a few of the things I won't compromise on. And although we aren't married yet, I won't entertain any talks about divorce, so get used to it." Yoruchi grinned and replied, "No worries. I already accepted the fact that I'll be stuck with it for the longest time. In fact, I won't allow you to get rid of me. Never. You're an overly obsessive wife." After that small bit of banter, they soon focused on the task at hand. More than a week ago, before Kisuke left with Sona and Serafal, Kisuke talked to Irina and Akino and proposed a certain plan that even he had no confidence that it'd succeed, nor a backup plan to reverse the result. Chapter 766, Another Risk for Evolution. Listen, the main reason why it's hard for you to get stronger is not that your bodies are already strong from the start, but because the compatibility between your own souls and bodies is only crudely synced. Even with the best of my research, this is the final result, explained Kisuke before giving them the documents that listed his findings when he regularly checked their condition. Akino, Irina, and Yoruchi went through it, and although the former two couldn't understand most of it, the conclusion at the bottom of each finding helped them understand it. As you might have already noticed long ago, while you two did get stronger thanks to your new bodies, their durability and strength were far from the origin of the flesh, Great Red, and their energy retention and capacity were far from Ophis, who granted her own permanent power to further strengthen them. And not just far, but very, very far. You could actually only use less than 1% of what they are supposed to grant. Irina and Akino were silent and looked down. Nevertheless, Kisuke wasn't done yet. This is the reason why those who could use another body couldn't get any stronger even if they acquired the strongest one out there. The real way is to further evolve your own body, and your own soul would happily follow it. From this, Akino finally understood why they had to talk in private, so we're in a different situation than everyone else. We aren't just stuck on the first boss, but we played wrongly that our characters are essentially useless. Just after saying that, Akino couldn't help but smile wryly in frustration and helplessness, and it was the same as Irina. Kisuke's answer was silence, but that's already telling everything. Silence covered the room for a minute more before Kisuke suddenly asked, "Aren't you going to blame me? After all, I'm the one who half-forcefully put you in this situation, and even though I gave you an option before, I failed to warn you about all of these." After he said that, Akino and Irina immediately looked up to him with a scowl. "Please don't look down on us." Akino softly replied, but with a grave tone, "We haven't forgotten that all of this started because you saved our lives and we attempted to return the favor. But far from returning said favor, we forced you to bring us with you and only became luggage that slowed you down. Not to mention, all of that was our own decision. You might have started it, but we willingly walked into it." Irina added, "So please don't ever think that this is your fault, as we've never thought of it that way ever. You're looking down on us if you do so." Kisuke already knew how they thought about the whole situation from the start, but it would be honestly easier for him if they were to blame him. Sighing, he ended up asking, "Really? Just what's pushing you to go this far?" It was already too late that it was a mistake to ask that. "Are you asking that because you're expecting an answer?" "Or," replied Irina while narrowing her eyes. Akino covered her mouth with her hand and smirked, "Fufufu, you don't strike me as a dense one, but I can give you an answer now if you want to be sure of it." Kisuke immediately waved his hand in dismissal, "Save it." "But I'm not going to deny it." He then looked straight at them and said with a serious expression while pointing to the girl beside him, "However, if you're trying to be useful to be accepted, please stop it. The moment I accepted you for such a shallow reason, the first one who'd murder me is Yoruchi." With a smile that didn't reach her eyes, Yoruchi replied, "Of course I'd be the first one to straighten him up if he thinks both of you are convenient women." Irina and Akino's mouths could only twitch as they knew that they weren't joking. Inwardly, however, although they felt relief and respect at Kisuke's stance, they were also feeling lost, as all this time, ironically, they were betting on being useful. Being shut down on the only path that they could see, they didn't know what to do next. Yoruchi knew what they were thinking and raised her voice, "Listen up. Affection isn't that cheap. You might hate to hear it from someone in my position, but there's really nothing you can do to earn it." As she had said, Irina and Akino didn't really want to hear it from her. Nevertheless, Yoruchi still continued, "I know you're feeling at a loss, but just let go of your obsession and just act naturally without thinking everything is for him. Be it accidental, coincidental, or whatever, affection should come naturally, and it would if it's meant to be." Irina and Akino understood what Yoruchi was saying, but were still confused about what they should do. Raising her finger and waving it in front of them, Yoruchi added to clear up their minds, "However, that doesn't mean you can't grind for affection. As long as you're thinking about yourselves too when you make an effort, then that'll be fine. Forgetting to put importance to yourselves would be the worst thing you could do. Kisuke witnessed the light returning to Irina and Akino's eyes and thought, bringing in Yoruichi was really a wonderful decision. Thanks to her, she was able to address and point out their skewed perspective. However, Kisuke didn't like Yoruichi's next words, and there's really nothing you should be worried about. The moment he got together with Sona and Kuroka, he became a lot easier compared to his past self. I don't think that's true. Despite denying it, the tone of his voice doesn't have its usual power as he himself wasn't very confident. Seeing that it'll only be awkward for himself if this went on, Kisuke immediately changed the subject. Ahem. Anyway, although both of your situations aren't very good, that doesn't mean your past efforts didn't mean anything. In fact, thanks to that, an option has opened up for the both of you, albeit, it won't be easy. Kisuke was successful at diverting their attention as Irina and Akino's eyes shone with the former immediately asking, there's something we could do. Please tell us. Satisfied with how it turned out, Kisuke answered with a small smile, there are actually two options for you. An easy one and a hard one. Little did he know that Irina and Akino were actually more excited with what Yoruichi said and just choose to not say anything about it. He can tell what his opponents were thinking most of the time, but too bad for him they aren't his enemies, but are young girls aiming for his attention. I can tell that he's misunderstanding their reaction again, Yoruichi thought while having a mysterious smirk plastered on her face as she watched the three of them. The hard one please, answered Akino with her usual sultry voice that came back to life. I would really appreciate it if you were to listen to me first. But if you're thinking that there's more to gain the hard way, then you're correct. Chapter 767, Another Risk for Evolution Part 2. Irina nodded in understanding and said, well, that's pretty obviously our choice. But I noticed that you said that our efforts until now weren't wasted. Does that mean there's meaning to what we've been doing? Of course. There is no such thing as meaningless effort, only experiences that can't be used. In this particular case, both of you are lucky since your souls have adapted quite nicely with your bodies. But as I've said from the start, that wasn't enough. Kisuke raised two of his fingers before continuing, hence the two choices you have. The first and easy one is to abandon these bodies and return to your previous bodies. Although they are not the original, they should be identical. If you're going to choose this, then you'll have an easier time and could train the conventional way. You'll be left behind for a bit, but it's a sure way to improve and maybe at some point, some sort of evolution on your part. Akino prepared herself and asked with a solemn voice, and for the hard choice. She knew it's not going to be easy if they go with Kisuke's standard of hard. For the hard choice, there are two possibilities. The first one is for your soul to elevate to the same level as your body. However, that's essentially impossible, and even if by some miracle you're able to do it, the identity of your own soul may be lost in the process, hence, essentially killing yourselves. Irina and Akino shuddered. Far from killing themselves, it's essentially self-destructing in such a way that wouldn't even allow for reincarnation. If it's like this, why even mention it? Asked Irina. Because you'll definitely ask about it after hearing the second one. And it's not like this doesn't have its own advantage. Regardless of whether you lose your rationality or not, when it comes to power, you'll only be second to both Great Red and Ophis. Even if we became the strongest existence out there, it's still a hard pass for me if I can't experience it as me. Alright. The first one is out of the question. As for the second one, you could probably already guess. Dragging down the level of our bodies to match that of our soul so that we could sync with it better. Kisuke nodded, that's the idea, but it's much more complicated than that. In this case, once you've succeeded, you'll certainly become weaker than you are right now, but it really won't take too long before you recover. However, I'll be honest with you. Even though I was able to pinpoint the reason why you can't get stronger and solve it, that doesn't mean the main problem was solved, as I don't really know what's going to happen next, so it'll be up to you. Although this is much safer than the first one, the result is uncertain and could possibly have a negative effect, making the choice of you two returning to your former bodies much more appealing. In other words, you'll still be gambling and you'll have to make your choice again. Akino and Irina became silent once again. After a few minutes, resolution first came to Irina and said, I know that going back to our previous bodies is the safest bet, and it isn't like we can't get stronger that way. However, I also knew that I have no talent. I can't control magic as well as Sona-san, nor could contest with Kuroka-san, Kaneko, and even Aika with ki, be it on control or improvement. As for my speciality, holy magic, I can be on par with Akino, but even then, I still fell short due to the special properties of her light. I tried thinking, but I really have nothing else to offer. Yoruichi wanted to refute her and say that her talent in swordsmanship is the real deal, but she figured this isn't the time yet. Irina looked straight into Kisuke's eyes as if she's scowling and continued, if I want to be sure that I won't be left behind, then I'll gladly take the risk. Talent may be one thing, but when it comes to determination, I don't want to lose. Among the girls, aside from Kaneko, who had been with her since childhood, Akino was closest to Irina due to their situation and the timing they entered the group. And the same as her, Akino was also feeling inferior to everyone, including to Irina herself whenever she saw her strange form of swordsmanship that differed from others. So when she heard her real feelings, she immediately felt relief, and soon after, guilt. I shouldn't be feeling this way. But I can't. Shaking her head and clasping her cheeks with her hands, Akino also decided to be honest with her inferiorities. The least she could do with her is to open up. Kisuke looked at them carefully and his lips curled upwards. Truthfully speaking, he's still hesitant if he really should help and allow them to do this, but seeing their resolve solid enough, he finally let go of the bit of hesitation he's feeling. Fine. Then listen to me carefully. The idea behind Kisuke's plan of synchronizing their souls is for their souls to shape their bodies. Depending on the strength of their souls, they would need to strengthen or discard parts of their bodies, and in their situation, they would be discarding a lot of it. Once this was achieved, the dissociation of body and soul should largely disappear and the remaining deformations could be solved by living through their everyday lives. However, what made this dangerous was the fact that their souls were a lot weaker than their current bodies. As they attempt this, their bodies would fight back against the change that they are being subjected to and they could get hurt in the process. And if they couldn't discard enough before their souls tire out, large gaps would appear in their body and soul balance, resulting in not just the death of their bodies, but also the dispersal of their souls due to strain. After giving them the specific steps, order, and risks for half an hour, Kisuke finished it by asking them again, "This isn't going to be easy, and even, by my standards, this is very dangerous, as I'm not sure I would be able to save you if something were to go wrong. Are you sure you still want to continue?" Akino answered with a small smile, "If we expect you to always come save us, how could we go far? And you've already said it yourself that is the wrong mindset. We could depend on you, but shouldn't always." Irina then suddenly stood up. "That's right. And we don't really have time to talk like this. We'll go prepare to increase our chances." Yoruchi, on the other hand, out of curiosity asked, "Could you just prepare an artificial body that meets their needs? You should already have enough data on them to do that." Kisuke shook his head. "I can't do that. If I were to create a body for them, I'd only limit what they could do. I can gather all the information I may need, but I'll never be able to predict someone's potential and growth. The mind, after all, is the greatest mystery of all, as it possesses unlimited and infinite possibilities, and with a strong enough will, you can even bend reality." Kisuke closed his eyes and entered their inner world, and what he saw was a scenery similar to the dimensional gap, so the bodies managed to influence their souls this much. This isn't good. Chapter 768, Strange Phenomenon. Kisuke didn't know what Irina's and Akino's inner world exactly looked like, however, he can be sure that this isn't it, as it was currently overrun by Ophis and Great Red's Dragonic aura. Even if it's just their flesh and power, to think it'd have this much of an effect on the soul, I clearly underestimated existences like them. In any case, Kisuke had to look for both Irina and Akino within this space. Although he was worried that he would need a different method to navigate, he felt relief and he immediately found the two of them in the opposite directions. Kisuke immediately brought the two curled up and unconscious souls together and checked their current conditions. Since they didn't have clothes, Kisuke could see black spots on their skins which seemed to be caused by the erosion from their attempt to shape their bodies. The area of the black spots was expanding as he watched, and they should have been ejected from their bodies when they started to appear. However, Yoruchi keeping them in here consumed their very soul. They are no longer in any state to continue. But I already agreed to let them continue. Taking a deep breath, Kisuke prepared a sphere that was just big enough to envelop the three of them and exert his soul's influence. As the intangible sphere made out from Kisuke's own soul expanded, the rate at which the black spots spread also slowed down significantly. However, doing so wasn't without any consequences, as the eroding aura hit him heavily, which normally he could resist easily. Kisuke thought that it's a good thing that Benihime was still busy with her adaptation and sighed in relief. She would have to made a mess to force me to stop this. Enduring the pain of forcefully taking over their punishment, Kisuke placed his hands on their foreheads to act as a bridge to connect their souls as Yoruchi had requested, while recalling Ophis' words once again. "I wonder if this will be enough of a push." The moment contact was established, Kisuke started purifying a part of his own soul to a normal reishi, since he didn't know what would happen if he were to supply it to the girls as it is. However, every time he would take a part of himself and purify it, cracks would appear all over his soul before it immediately recovered to its pristine condition, causing him immense pain on top of the erosion he was already taking care of. Nevertheless, he just gritted his teeth and gave the girls the much-needed energy to, at the very least, wake up and do something about their own situation. A few minutes later, Kisuke's efforts finally bore fruit as Irina and Akino slowly opened their eyes. But as he was about to greet and tease them for a bit, he noticed that there was no focus within their eyes. They were awake, but their consciousness was still not present. What's this? They should at least react a bit, but a complete blank. What's going on? Normally, he would be happy with these many unknowns within a day, but with their safety at great risk, he couldn't relish the mystery behind their behavior. While observing them, a sudden movement suddenly came from both of them as they both tried exiting Kisuke's sphere of influence, seemingly trying to return where they came from. But instead of stopping them, Kisuke hurriedly manipulated his soul to split the sphere and move with them. Since they are moving in different directions, Kisuke didn't follow them. Even so, he still could monitor them through the sphere around them. As his curiosity peaked, Irina and Akino finally resumed their discarding. Still, they still managed to break even more of Kisuke's expectations. The entire process became autonomous. How are they doing this? But more importantly, what they're discarding isn't totally lost but being passed to the other one. How? Is this what Yuruchi instinctively felt when she made a suggestion of connecting their souls? Questions flowed through Kisuke's mind and his fascination with what's happening only strengthened. He wanted to only watch and study what was really going on, but he had to dedicate most of his attention to their safety. Nevertheless, this is still a great and rare opportunity to know more about the mysteries of the soul. After a few more minutes of watching closely, Kisuke figured out a small, but important part of what's going on. The angelic aspect is being transferred and concentrated in Akino-san, and the dragonic side is going to Irina. After thinking about it, Kisuke came up with a guess. Is it because Akino-san was naturally an angel while Irina was just an artificial one? As for why the dragon was being invested in Irina, maybe because the tomboy Irina has always been fascinated by anything dragon-related when we're kids and is manifesting now. In any case, I can see why this is happening. Since Akino was a descendant of one of the oldest angels, albeit a fallen one, she had more affinity with anything angelic, far more than Irina. Irina, on the other hand, was quite a handful when she was a child, but the church's education repressed most of those childish feelings, and it happened at a very early age too. With her unconscious right now and fully autonomous, her desires and inner self was more open than any other time beforehand. Although the process was going smoothly for the both of them, the burden on Kisuke's sides was only getting heavier as time went on, with the discarded aspects directly landing on him, who's acting as the bridge between them. However, in the outside world, Yuruchi was panicking greatly. Although Kisuke looked peaceful, Irina and Akino's bodies stayed dead, and now their flesh was falling off before turning into black soot with an unbearable stench. She really wanted to dive into their inner worlds too, but her hands were already full with just sealing the souls within her body, and even now, she still didn't know if her decision was still the correct one. I'll never be able to forgive myself if they were to perish because of my selfish actions. Kisuke. Please. Please don't let them fail. Outside of the door, everyone except for Kuroka and Kaneko had gathered, with Artemis and Hestia pacing back and forth, while the latter kept asking how things were going on her fauna that she had given, and the former kept giving the answer that they are dead. Seraphol turned to Medusa and instructed, Midu-chan, please take Claire and Tanis back to their rooms. But before Medusa could answer, Claire came running over to Seraphol and asked with an almost crying tone, Irina Nichan and Akino Nichan. Are they going to be all right? Hearing that made Artemis and Hestia finally aware of how much they are affecting the children, and immediately felt immensely guilty, but they didn't really know what to do in this situation. Thankfully, Seraphol had their back as she knelt down in front of Claire and patted her head, reassuring her with a big smile. Kisuke Nikan is already there to take care of them, so it'll be alright. You know how amazing Kisuke Nikan is, right? Just rest for now, and surely, once you wake up, Irina Nichan and Akino Nichan will be there to play with you. Seraphol's hand was very effective, as Claire was able to immediately calm down and nodded, I'll be waiting. Seraphol playfully pinched her cheeks before gesturing to Medusa to take them. As they watched them leave, Sona asked in a lowered voice, is it fine to promise them like that? What if they don't come out in time? Seraphol slowly stood up and answered, as I've said, Kitan is amazing. He can pull this off. However, this also reminded Seraphol of something very important. As she looked at her hands, she thought, he's amazing. Way more amazing than me, who only knew how to fight and play some mind games. But, despite my few specialties, the burden on me is already immense. How much would it be for someone like him who could virtually do anything? For how long can he keep doing these insane stunts by himself? If there would be a day where he would buckle down, would I or any of us be able to have his back? Once again, Seraphol realized how powerless she really is. Chapter 769, The Girl's Future Part 1. After a few nerve-wracking hours that felt like an eternity later, Yuruchi finally saw something good happening. The mangled organs of both Irina and Akino started coming back together, and the exposed bones had begun to be covered with flesh until their skin was also regenerated without a hint of blemish. As soon as their bodies became complete, they also took their first breath as their hearts started to beat anew. Only then was Yuruchi finally able to sigh in relief. But as she looked up, it was only then that she noticed Kisuke's state. Kisuke. Kisuke removed his hands from Irina and Akino's forehead and wiped away the blood that came from his orifices. Don't worry, I'm fine. But contrary to his words, when he stood up he ended up staggering instead. Yuruchi also hurriedly stood up to catch him. Stop acting tough. You're not fine. She knew full well how resilient he was after his metamorphosis, and the fact that he couldn't even find his balance now made her wonder what sort of torture he had to have gone through. Biting her lips, Yuruchi muttered with immense guilt, I'm sorry for forcing you to do this. But that only earned her a flick and a chuckle from him. I don't want to hear any apologies, nor will I accept any from you. Just be glad that I'm happy to make the sacrifices for you. Besides, I'm not really injured outside of being dizzy and tired. On top of that, I learned a lot of things in there that made me realize something important. Something important? Asked Yoruchi while rubbing her forehead because she noticed a very profound smile on his face. That a soul, by itself, isn't complete, replied Kisuke with a smirk before separating from Yoruchi and refusing to explain further. He continued, I'm going to my room first to catch some Z's. It has been a while since I had any. Not waiting for her to reply, Kisuke teleported out. I guess he can only show his weak side to me right now. I'm happy, but I'm also worried that he doesn't depend on others as much. We're not alone anymore, after all. Yoruchi looked down at the peacefully sleeping duo and took note of the massive change in their auras, but a soul isn't complete by itself. It looks like he wanted to be alone too, to contemplate on some things. The moment Kisuke left was also the moment that the barrier over the room went down, and as soon as that happened, people started barging in with Ophis in the lead. Artemis and Hestia soon ran over to check on Irina and Aquino's situation, and upon seeing them only sleeping, the two of them let out huge sighs of relief. The invisible burden on their shoulders had finally disappeared, along with the stacked-up fatigue taking over, made them slump over each other. Are they all right now? Artemis asked as she looked up to Yoruchi. They're already fine and they've managed to accomplish what they wanted to do. They just need some rest now, but they should wake up before the day ends. And with a follow-up question, Hestia asked as she looked around for the missing person, and Kisuke-kun. Where did he go? He's tired, so he went to get some rest. But that answer only elicited a grim voice from Serafall. Someone of his caliber got so tired that he didn't even have a few seconds to show his face. Serafall's words made the others except for Line realize how bad the situation is for Kisuke. Is he alright? Sona knew Kisuke's habit of acting fine no matter what's happening, so the fact he can't even show himself now made her nervous. As goddesses who had enough power to understand Kisuke's abilities, they also knew how seriously wrong this was. Hestia immediately stood up and grabbed Yoruchi's hand with her own shaking hands. He's not in a bad situation, is he? Thinking about it now, Irina and Aquino actually died and Kisuke must have paid some price to reverse this. Even for deities, reversing death is almost an impossibility, but it was certainly a taboo. Yoruchi looked at everyone's worried expression before sighing in helplessness. Fine. I'll be honest. Even for Kisuke, it wasn't easy to help Irina and Aquino. As a result, he received some backlash. What? Where is he now? I'll go see him, yelled Hestia before her mouth was covered by Yoruchi. Easy. You'll disturb the people resting. And you don't have to worry as all the damage he'd accumulated was already healed. However, he's extremely spent that even someone as stable as him staggered for a moment. He went back to his room to rest, so we shouldn't disturb him any further. Hestia couldn't help but clutch the hand she's holding and look down. However, Yoruchi had nothing to say, or rather, didn't know what to say, so she just stayed silent. Even after his bloody fight with Ares, he didn't show that anything was wrong, yet he staggered now. Serafall suddenly voiced out, that might not be that much, but it's a big deal. Just what did he do to push him to his limits? He isn't exactly invulnerable. I can't go into detail because that'd only be a useless talk, but basically, to save these two, he had to expose and use his own underbelly to shield them from harm. However, he reassured me that there were no lingering injuries and that he only needs some rest. A strange and awkward silence covered the room for a minute or two before Serafall spoke up again. This is a good time. Let's talk about the future. Chapter 770, Aika's Interest. After making sure that Irina and Aquino would be alright, everyone left the room and moved to the conference room before activating the barrier that blocks most of the information from getting out. The barrier's activation woke Kisuke up momentarily, but after figuring out that nothing was wrong, he closed his eyes once again. Since they'd activated it knowing that it was only him that could hear what they were going to talk about, Kisuke guessed that they didn't want him to hear any of it and he respected that, before immediately going back to his slumber. Is it necessary to activate the barrier? Yoruchi asked as she sat down on her usual seat. Serafall went to her own seat and answered, it isn't. But I want to keep this between us for now. Having Kisuke hear what we're about to talk about won't do him any favors. Judging from Serafall's tone, Yoruchi already had several guesses as to what she wanted to address. Should I say that, as expected of her? As someone who could see this group from the outside, it was only a matter of time before she noticed its biggest flaw. Since everyone already has enough ability to fend for themselves even without us, I guess this is truly a good time. Serafall was able to read Yoruchi's expression and sighed. Since she didn't say anything, I guess she's also aware how skewed this group is in depending on only one person who can do it all. All the while, the rest, except for Hestia, were still clueless about Serafall's intentions. Once everyone got comfortable in their seats, except for Line since she thought that she didn't belong here, Sona asked Serafall, what do you want to talk about, Nei-sama? If it's important, shouldn't we wait for Irina and Aquino to wake up and Kaneko and Kuroka to return? Serafall reclined to her seat and with an uncharacteristically serious voice, she answered, it's very important, but I didn't gather all of you here to decide anything, so relaying what will be said here to others would be enough. She then looked around before continuing, as it is now, the moment Kitan fails at something important, this group will follow with a collapse. I may not be an expert when it comes to romance, but even I can see that this isn't very healthy. While Hestia and Yoruchi remained silent, the rest were having various degrees of reactions. However, none of them had any words of rebuttal. At least, this kind of reaction gave Seraphol a sigh of relief, because this signifies that they're aware of the problem, but chose to ignore it until now. Whether it's because of their unconditional trust in Kisuke or something else, this has caused them to only blindly see what lies in front of them. But before Seraphol could say anything further, discussions started popping up among everyone, talking about the real nature of the problem. While Seraphol and Hestia were shocked seeing this, a small smile only blossomed on Yoruchi's face as she rested her head on her propped-up arm and thought, if you think they are just mindless followers, then you're seriously underestimating them. Insulting them even. The current state of affairs only came to be because they are too busy trying to catch up by following the easiest way for them. A path that had been laid in front of them. After a short while, they finally pinpointed the exact reason for Seraphol's words. Aside from fighting, there's nothing else they can really do. With Kisuke doing anything from logistics to research and development. The moment he fails is the moment that everything will crash down on them. I see. With our current setup, instead of lightening it up, we're only adding more to his burden even if all we want is to stand up by his side, Sona muttered while pursing her lips. Without expanding our expertise, the burden that we're causing will only continue to increase, added Aika while rubbing her chin. Line hesitated for a moment before voice out her question while raising her hand, then what shall we do? Although she didn't have any experiences with a conference like this where she could voice out her opinion even back in Loki Familia, she's not sure if she really needed to ask the obvious. Even then, she wanted to make a move forward and this was her first small step. At her question, Artemis was the one who answered, for starters, think of your own interests outside of fighting. Having an interest is very important if you want to go far with what you want to do. If you're only going to do it for the sake of lightening Kisuke's burden, then forget it since most likely, you'll only fail. Yoruchi nodded at her statement and added, Artemis-sama is right. Thinking about Kisuke's well-being is good, however, as that guy himself said, never center yourself around him. Aika then suddenly raised her hand and stood up, here. Go ahead. Since we're finally doing something different then I'd like to express my desire from long ago. Crossing her arms, Aika continued with a big smile, ever since I became a Shinigami and started learning various Kido arts, I've always been interested in the study of souls. Oh. Yoruchi's brows raised and were aware that Aika was a fast learner when it comes to Kido arts even compared to the students of the Shinigami Academy. How come I'm only hearing this for the first time today? Aika scratched her head in embarrassment. Well. There's really no chance to tell you nor Kisuke. Besides, it's only my interest and I'm already swarmed with my swordsmanship and Kido studies. Not to mention our regular dives into the dungeon. Seraphol could finally see why their creativity was being suppressed. It's simply because they don't have time for anything else with the threats always around them and they don't really want to be forever protected by the person they followed. Yoruchi grinned and said, I see. Then from now on, we'll stop your Kido studies and replace it with basic soul studies. And maybe in the near future, you'll be able to assist Kisuke with his own research. In the first place, the basic soul studies should have come first before the Kido art studies. But due to their circumstances, it would be better for Aika to be able to use spells that were unique to the Shinigamis. No one really expected it, not even Kisuke nor Yoruchi, but in the future, where most of their problems were already resolved, Aika would become an advisor to the Shinigami Research and Development Institute of the Soul Society and even become an honorary vice-captain of the 12th Division. Chapter 771, Line's Diverging Road. With Aika good to go, the next one to express their interest was Line and without any surprise, she said, I want to continue what I'm doing and maybe expand my medical knowledge and expertise to other branches such as the physical and soul aspects. Aren't you doing great right now? Wouldn't you just overwhelm yourself if you ask for more? Artemis asked full of skepticism. She didn't want her to push herself too much, as compared to all the children she had met in the past, she was already a top-notch healer that everyone would scramble for. Line immediately shook her head, I can heal most injuries, yes. I can even treat the curse that hit me and everyone in the Loki Familia thanks to the extensive magic knowledge that Kisuke-san passed on. However, I can only do that with the use of magic. There would definitely be a time where I won't be able to use my magic and I'll be next to useless. Yoruchi nodded in understanding, however, she had to warn her, are you sure about this? It's going to be extremely hard. What you're going to learn would be far beyond your notion of reality. If you're not careful, it may change who you are now. That's how big of a difference the knowledge you have compared to the knowledge we know of. But without any hesitation, Line nodded, I'm prepared. Kisuke-san already warned me of this even before he started teaching me. Great. However, that's not what concerns me the most. Let's say you've successfully learned all of this, what do you think would happen? Line was silent. She thought about it for a while, but the only answer she came up with was she'll be a lot better at treating and saving other people. Guessing what she's thinking, Yoruichi continued with a grin, what I meant is, are you prepared to become the enemy of the world once this knowledge is passed on to you? What? Different from before, Line was speechless this time. She would have never thought that such a question would pop up for her to answer. In confusion, she unconsciously looked towards the deities in the room and found them making complicated expressions, making Yoruichi's question a lot more serious than she initially thought. What does that mean? To her question, Hestia was the one who answered while looking straight into her. Kisukuin's medical knowledge goes against the natural order of things. As you've already heard earlier, Irina-kun and Akino-kun supposedly died, and yet, they are still somehow alive. As Artemis's children, she couldn't be mistaken nor could it be faked, since she would be able to immediately tell if someone tampered with her fauna. And even before that, I doubt Kisuke-kun and Yoruichi-kun have any reason to tamper with it. If by any chance they needed to touch the fauna, I trust that they'll be telling me about it. Not just the gods of death, reincarnation, or other deities that oversee the cycle of life, but all deities would frown upon reversing death outside of the fauna-granted skills miracle. With that in mind, you should be able to understand why you could become the enemy of the world. It's because you're about to acquire the power to ignore the laws of this world. Before Line could even process everything, Yoruichi added, if you're thinking that you should only be taught enough that it won't reach that point, then forget it. Giving you a half-assed knowledge would not only endanger you, but also everyone around you. Seeing this would be a good chance, since Line wouldn't be able to provide an answer right now. Seraphal also chipped in her own warnings, and since you'll be studying medicine, be aware that you won't just be able to concoct medicine to restore health but make one to completely destroy it. In other words, you'll be able to make poisons. Depending on your stance, we may or may not allow you to go further than this. With all the acting leaders staring daggers at her, the pressure on Line was immense and made her incredibly nervous and fearful. But before she could give a haphazard and panicked answer that they might want to hear, someone took her cold shaking hands. The surprising warmth shocked and cleared her mind a little bit. Slowly, she lifted her face up and saw Sona smiling gently at her. This is a lot to take in, so you don't have to answer now. Go take some rest first and contemplate on them slowly. Sona then looked towards Medusa and said, Medusa-san, we'll leave her to you. Medusa saw her wink at her and nodded, understood. Line-san, I'll accompany you to your room. As Medusa slowly escorted the disgruntled Line and went through the door, Sona suddenly called out to her once more, Line-san. Whatever your decision is, please don't forget that nothing will change. You'll always be our precious comrade. Line quietly looked at her with unsure eyes for a moment before leaving. After the barrier went up again, Ika suddenly asked, is it fine to bombard her like that? I feel bad for her. Hestia heaved a large sigh, it's fine. All this time, despite being with everyone, she's always been unsure of what she should really do, and the only thing she can do to escape from those thoughts are her studies and research, making her feel disconnected from the rest of us. While this may be hard on her, it should force her to think about the future and the position she's in, and by extension, she should be able to at least have a clear goal other than tagging along. While looking at Yoruichi and Seraphal, Artemis asked, but are you really sure about this? You've already repeatedly expressed that you don't have much time, and I don't think you'll be able to wait for her to decide. It's not something that one can give an answer to within a few days or even years in time. Without any hesitation, Yoruichi gave an answer that surprised both Artemis and Hestia, we'll leave her. We'll give her as much time as we can, since Kisuke is really looking forward for her to take his mantle as a medical practitioner. However, when the time comes that we need to move on, bringing her, who can't look forward to her own future, would only cause her own demise. As good as Kisuke is at nurturing people, he's not that great at preparing them. Well, even if that turned out to be the case, she's already sure to succeed. By this world's standards, anyway. Sona then sat back down while saying, we don't really have to worry about that. Medusa-san is with her, and I think she'll be able to help her splendidly. No matter what decision she comes up to, she first needs to have some trust in herself and get out of everyone's shadow. Yoruichi eyed her before smiling. It seems that it wasn't just your magic that improved. If you don't mind, I'd like to hear some details about it later. Sure. Chapter 772, Lines Diverging Road Part 2. When Line reached her room with Medusa, she was still very out of it. As much as she wanted answers to their and her own questions running non-stop through her mind, she couldn't even fathom where to start. We're here. If not for Medusa reminding her, she wouldn't have realized that she had been standing blankly in front of her door. Realizing her mistake, she immediately faced Medusa and started bowing repeatedly. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Medusa's deep and soothing voice, however, instantly gave her a huge sigh of relief. It's fine. It's not something to apologize for. But as soon as she straightened her body, she noticed a tray containing a tea set for 2 people and a plate of sweet-baked snacks on her hand. Tea, that is. You didn't have anything in your hands when we left the conference room, did you? Asked Line with a start. She knew for sure that Medusa doesn't really like taking out food from her inventory if she could prepare it properly. She heard it as one of the passing subjects when they had downtime and talked among themselves. Oh, this. I made a quick detour to the kitchen while we're on our way. By the way, do you mind if I come in? Ah. Oh, yes, please, replied Line while opening the door and thinking, so this is how a professional maid works. She managed to separate from me without me even realizing it. Incredible. The fact that she was too out of it to notice didn't even occur to her. As Line arranged the seats and Medusa placed down the tray and prepared the tea, the former thought that she's here to convince her. But to convince her whether to accept the forbidden fruit of knowledge or reject it, Line doesn't have any idea. Both of them sat down quietly and Medusa offered her a cup of tea. Please take this. It'll help you calm your nerves. Tea, thank you. However, that's it. The two of them just silently sat there and drank tea and ate snacks. Line indeed was able to calm her nerves after the first cup of tea, but on the third one, she started getting nervous from the silence and could only stare at this beautiful maid that has a grace that doesn't fit her attire. Now that I had a good look at her, she's more like a princess than a maid. And I almost forgot that she's kind of a goddess from everyone's hometown. Though I still can't wrap my head around that. As far as I know, I think she mentioned that she's not trying to hide her aura, so I wonder how different she is from the goddesses I know. Some time ago, it was revealed that Medusa was a goddess. Although she couldn't understand what they were talking about nor the reason why she was allowed to listen in on such a conversation, the main takeaway she got from that was that Medusa was different from the usual deities that she knew. With a quick peek at her, on the other hand, Medusa was able to make sure that she was able to finally take her mind from the earlier conversation. Although she planned to bring it back up again, it was already a good start that she was able to clear her mind with some other things. The sound of the cup hitting the coaster became the signal for Medusa to start. I won't talk about other things, so I'll go straight to the point. What do you think? Even without clarifying it, Line knew what she's asking about. Her curious expression immediately became sullen as she also put down her cup. What do I think? I honestly don't know. I don't even know what to think of the situation. That's understandable. They were just talking about Master at the start, yet it suddenly became you betraying the world with what you want to learn. As Line gave her a stare full of suspicion, Medusa immediately guessed what's on her mind. Don't get wrong. I'm not here to convince you. I'm just going to be here to answer your questions and help you clarify some things. If you want to hear my opinion, I could also share that. Medusa doesn't know what Sona was expecting when she asked her to accompany her. However, she's sure that Sona knew that she'll follow Kisuke's example of not convincing anyone and just giving them their choices in various scenarios. I'm not sure why she wanted me to do this, but I'll do my best. Of course, Line also recognized this as Kisuke would often help her with her studies this way. If she was lost, he would give some options based on the current situation, would explain how it came to be, and would teach her how to watch out for such things, although it has been a while since he gave me bits of advice because I already learned how to decide for myself. There have been some mistakes, yes, but as Kisuke has said, it's an important part of learning and growing. Now that she has an idea of what their private talk entailed, Line immediately asked the first thing that came to her mind, is fighting a god or goddess possible? Medusa was taken aback and her purple eyes behind the mystic eye suppression glasses widened as she was not expecting that as the first thing that she would ask. Why this question? Because you talk like you're prepared to go to war with the deities, replied Line with resolute eyes. Medusa became silent and contemplated how to answer her question. After a minute or two of patiently waiting, Line finally got a reply, because Master is fully capable of taking down one or two of them in a frontal battle. It was Line's turn to be surprised and exclaimed, he can. He's that powerful. Medusa raised her hand to signal her to sit back down and said, it seems that you're misunderstanding something. Line obediently sat down and asked, what is it? You've already seen how Master and Seraphal-san fought. But that's. It's indeed a very impressive display of strength that they never thought possible, but. I'm sorry to break it to you, but the deities that you thought are omnipotent are also only around that level. Loki-sama might not have admitted it, but if you were to ask her, I think she'll tell you the truth. Medusa watched her trying to comprehend her words, however, she did understand where her suspicion was coming from. From the time when the first deity came down to the lower world, they've always presented themselves to be the overseer of the mortals and that they governed every aspect of their lives. Even with the birth of magic along with their arrival, no one could imagine what kind of power was needed to control life and death. As such, they became an omnipotent and unconquerable existence in every mortal's mind, so even when Line and the rest of the girls from the Loki familia saw the unbelievable battle, they couldn't have thought that it was already at the level of the deities. Chapter 773, Line Diverging Road Part 3. Line could only stare at Medusa and utter her confusion, but. Your uncertainty is understandable. Medusa first took a sip of her tea before continuing, forgive me for what I'm about to say, but your current attitude was a result of ignorance. Line instantly froze at her words. However, I'm not blaming you for that, because it's a kind of ignorance perpetuated by the deities due to their pride as overseers of this world. Once you've reached a certain level, you may be able to understand how their abilities work, then you'll eventually be able to understand the full extent of what they could really do. And once that happens, it's actually feasible to form countermeasures against them despite not reaching their level. Finally, don't misunderstand that I'm underestimating the deities, as I know that there are some that far surpass the others. This is all the information we got after extensive observation and cross-analysis of what really makes a deity. After that, Medusa didn't speak any further and just quietly enjoyed her tea. If she wanted Line to understand the bigger picture, she first had to discard the notion that deities are all-powerful and invincible. There's also one more thing that she didn't tell her, but she decided to just leave it for her to arrive at that conclusion herself. Only the sound of Medusa sipping her tea and snacking prevailed within the room as Line racked her brain and tried her best to destroy the remaining notions she had about this world. Should I believe her? But for what reason would she lie to me? And if all of that was true, then why? What's the real reason? Even if I ask Loki-sama right now, I don't know if she'd tell me the truth. With an unknown amount of time, Line's train of thought only revolved around those questions. While she was somewhat able to resolve some of those questions, even more would pop out. Heaving a long sigh, Line muttered, "It would really be great if I can talk to Loki-sama." Without saying anything, Medusa took out a smartphone-like console and started operating it. Before Line could ask what she's doing, Medusa made a space on the table and placed down the console before it suddenly lit, displaying a familiar loading screen that was present when they contacted the underworld. A few seconds later, a holographic version of someone very familiar to Line appeared within the light while exclaiming, "What the heck is this?" The panicking goddess with light red hair and red eyes saw Medusa and Line's figure and exclaimed for a second time, "Line. Is that you? What's this?" From the background, Medusa and Line could hear Riveria's alerted voice, "Loki. What's wrong?" Soon enough, more voices started slipping from the background and are slowly growing louder, implying that many people are coming closer. Ignoring the scene she caused, Medusa smiled and casually greeted the goddess, "Good day to you, Loki-sama. It has been a while and I'm very sorry for disturbing you like this. However, to avoid complications, we can't keep this communication line for long, so we shall get straight to the point." Placing the flustered Line in the middle, Medusa added, "The reason I've contacted you today is that Line-san here urgently needs your advice." Loki didn't return her greeting and immediately looked straight into Line's eyes. With just a glance, she was able to figure out that she's going through a lot of inner conflicts right now, and her expression immediately turned serious. Just what did these people tell her? She thought while scratching her head. Loki then turned her sights to the worried people that entered her room and said, "All of you, leave me alone for a few minutes. I have something important to tell Line-chan." The one in front, Riveria, and Ace saw a miniature version of Line and Medusa made out of light facing their backs from them. Ace wanted to ask what's that important thing, but Riveria immediately stopped her. "Understood. Please give my regards to Line and Medusa." She nodded in understanding before dragging Ace with her and stopping the rest from entering Loki's room. After making sure that none of them were listening in, she turned her attention back to the people in front of her. "Go ahead. Whatever you want to know, I'll try to answer it to the extent that I'm allowed to." Line was very much surprised at her reaction, but thinking about it again, she has always been like this. It's as if she couldn't hide anything from her. Taking a deep breath, Line finally asked to confirm, "Loki-sama, if you and Kisuke were to fight for real, who would win?" Loki was dumbfounded, but for a different reason. She was expecting that she's going to ask some worldly secrets and even thought that Medusa was using Line and her relationship with her to pry some information off him, but thinking about it further, this is also one strange question. Between me and Kisuke, just what sort of mental overhaul are they letting her go through? Well, I already expected this kind of outcome, and it isn't like I consider Kisuke a normal mortal anymore, so answering this was fairly easy. In an instant, a multitude of questions emerged from Loki's mind regarding what Line question really entails. Including if she should prepare for a divine war, because as it is now, none of her children would survive the destruction on that scale of the world. Of course, she didn't voice any of this out nor showed anything that would give Medusa a hint to whatever she's thinking, and answered, "Depending on what Kisuke and Seraphal showed us, I would win." She then faced Medusa. "However, that doesn't mean I know all their cards, and they must be holding back then, weren't they?" Medusa nodded and confirmed her conjecture. "That's right." But before Line could misunderstand her words, Loki added, "That is to say, I'm one of the strongest deities out there, and this isn't just some bragging but a fact. Just Seraphal alone could probably take on a god or two with the ability she displayed alone." Hearing it from her own goddess had a different impact on her psyche. "That's seriously." "I'm serious." After that very brief conversation, however, Medusa was shocked by Loki's next words. "It seems that you're in a crossroad that was presented by them." Loki's squinted eyes then snapped open and she looked directly into Line's eyes full of fear and uncertainty. "The reason you asked if Kisuke could go against a goddess like me is that you finally discovered that they could potentially become an enemy of one, and joining them would put you in the same risk, right?" "That." Line hesitated, but she nodded after giving Medusa's calm demeanor a quick peek. "Then I only have a single piece of advice for you. Think about it carefully. Think about it many times. Spend days or weeks thinking about it if needed. However, don't decide on an option that you think is great but choose an option that you think you'll least regret. Whatever you come up with, I'll be there to support you. Line could only bite her lips and couldn't say anything for a long while. Chapter 774, Chapter 774 Cat's Evolution. After more than a day of sleep, Kisuke finally woke up feeling refreshed for the first time in a long while. Maybe I should do this more often, he thought while stretching and scanning the whole building with his senses. Kisuke was incredibly curious about what they talked about when he was sleeping, but he wouldn't initiate a question for that. If they want to talk about it with him, that would be great. But if they want to keep it a secret, that's fine too. In any case, he already trusts them enough that they would know what to do regardless of whether he's in or out of the picture. The next thing he checked, and it already became a habit, was his cane with a hidden blade in it. Still no response. Huh. She taking too long. Way longer than I expected. I wonder just what she's going through right now. I want to check, but I might only interrupt her, and if she needed help, she would be sending a non-stop SOS signal directly to my head. After spending a few minutes of carefully probing his connection to Benihime, Kisuke moved on to the next thing on his agenda. Now that Irina and Akino-san are safe, I should give Yuruchi the signal to start Aika's Zanpakuto subjugation. With Aika's current skill set, she shouldn't be qualified to call the name of her Bankai yet, just like Ichigo tried to call his for the first time. But unlike Ichigo, who needed the power-up to go against his enemies, Aika needed her Bankai too for a very different reason. Due to the nature of her Zanpakuto, Aika needed an outlet of her power that kept increasing due to her baby dragons growing. Since her Ryatsu control couldn't keep up with this growth rate, she could only release it periodically as a temporary measure. A Bankai in this case would be a great boon for her, as she won't just have a limited outlet for release, it'd also force her to exert and learn more to control her Ryatsu. Her situation, however, made Kisuke appreciate Ichigo's genius more, as he had little to no problems like these. Aika, on the other hand, was just a normal person that was trying her best to adapt to her genius circumstances. Up to this point, Kisuke was still wondering if pulling a normal girl like her into their world, even if her circumstances pushed her here, was a good idea. In any case, she doesn't seem to be aware how dangerous her situation is, so this has to be done as soon as possible. Departing from his room, he first went to the living room where everyone had gathered except for Line. Good morning. Everyone just finished their dinner and was relaxing. It's already evening, replied Yuruchi after placing her tea down. Claire, meanwhile, excitedly ran towards him and gave him a big hug. Kisuke Niken. Kisuke carefully caught her and picked her up. What's up? Mom and Aunt were asking if you're okay. Earlier was one of the scheduled communications to the other side, and Yuruchi didn't hide anything from them, telling them what had transpired. Of course, Sakura and Cleria were very pissed at how reckless they were, but more than that, they were very worried about those involved. Looks like I'm going to hear a few hours of a sermon when I get home, thought Kisuke as he reassured Claire while patting her head. The next one to approach him was Hestia, and she did so while fidgeting. While wondering what's wrong, Hestia said first, I apologize for how we acted earlier. I realized that we might have made the situation worse, not just for Irina-kun and Akino-kun, but also for you and Yuruchi. Immediately after, Artemis also came. I also apologize. I wasn't thinking straight at that time. After giving them a quick peek, Kisuke slowly shook his head. Please don't apologize. You were worried and panicked with what happened to Irina and Akino-san. There's nothing that you did that deserved an apology from you. In fact, I should apologize for not explaining things beforehand. If I had briefed the two of you, you could have prepared yourselves for what may come, yet I chose to stay silent. I'm sorry. Seeing Kisuke bowing his head, Hestia and Artemis panicked, as they knew he never had any ill intentions. Contrary to that, he may have chosen to stay silent because he didn't want them to worry and hope that the worst wouldn't come. But after a few moments, the awkward atmosphere was forcefully destroyed by Sona asking, shouldn't you return to Kuroka and Kaniko-chan's side soon? Their training might not have been as dangerous as everyone else's, but we're worried about them being just by themselves. Gently placing Claire down, Kisuke nodded at her. That's right. I have to go soon. Aika. Suddenly hearing her name being called, Aika perked her head up. Is it my turn now? Yes. Yuruchi will walk you through it. Got it. I'm also already prepared for it. Kisuke then turned to Medusa and said, Medusa, you should prepare too. Medusa nodded with a smile and replied, we are prepared. Kisuke and Yuruchi's eyes widened in a pleasant surprise. I see. That's good to hear. I look forward to meeting them, answered Kisuke before finalizing his goodbyes. It didn't take long for him to leave the dungeon and teleport back to where Kuroka and Kaniko were. Kisuke looked around and saw them outside of the barrier, but just as he was about to call them and ask how they were doing, he stopped his steps when he saw a drastic change to one of them. Kaniko, with 6 cattails behind her, was already almost as big as Kuroka. Physically. And it doesn't seem to be a temporary change. Chapter 775, Cat's Evolution Part 2. Kuroka and Kaneko noticed Kisuke popping into existence nearby, but instead of greeting him, they ramped up what they were doing and took back the focus they had on the surroundings to dedicate everything to circulating their ki. Now that Kisuke was here, they knew that they were safe. Without further disturbing them, Kisuke inspected Kaneko from a distance. He was worried that her adult transformation was actually doing something bad to her overall health, as during the last instance that she did this, her ki pathways were severely strained to the point that she was almost crippled. But contrary to his expectations, aside from the current white flames that were dancing on her skin, Kaneko's adult form had actually reached such a stable level that it was as if this is her most natural state. Although this is just a skin-deep level initial observation, the fact that she could give off such a stable aura despite the raging ki flowing around speaks volumes that achieved something monumental. But how? The training method that I gave them couldn't have this kind of effect within such a short period of time. This result could only be achieved if they did this for at least a year or two without stopping. It only when Kisuke turned his attention to Kuroka, who remained relatively the same in the physical sense, aside from the same 6 tails behind her and black flames dancing on her skin, that he was able to understand a small bit of what was really happening. Their flames are resonating and creating a cycle. And here I thought the flow of their flames only went one way. I may have misunderstood the nature of their flames. Since they'd already reached beyond this training's goal, they should be able to go home now. However, since he also knew that this chance might not come for them again, he was willing to wait no matter how long they took. Even if it means missing his 1-month deadline. After contacting Yoruichi about the situation, Kisuke's ardent wait began. And just like that, a whole week went by. It was only after their 7th tail fully manifested that the circulation of ki between them ceased and they woke up. Kuroka and Kaneko simultaneously stood up and started stretching while facing away from each other. But despite the immense pressure of the ocean pressing down on them, they were moving and breathing as if the water didn't exist around them. Yo Kisuke Naya. We've made you wait, Naya. Kuroka greeted Kisuke with greater enthusiasm than before. But the moment she turned her sights to Kaneko, Kuroka didn't know how to react. Chiron. Why did you suddenly transform, Naya? Isn't that too dangerous for you? Instead of answering immediately, Kaneko started inspecting her own body, touching it all over while having a bewildered expression. I didn't transform, Nei-sama. You didn't? Asked Kuroka to confirm again. Shaking her head, Kaneko tried dispelling any transformation or any ongoing technique right now. But as she has initially figured out, she's not doing anything. I didn't. Come in the barrier first. Let me check both of your conditions, urged Kisuke while making the middle of the barrier comfortable. Although Kuroka was very worried about Kaneko, the latter was just thinking all sorts of weird stuff as she walked past the boundary of the barrier. Can I finally do it? Oblivious to what she's thinking, Kisuke faithfully went through everything and found out that Kaneko was as healthy as she could be. Everything was adjusted to be optimized. Is it because of their ki or is it the Nekasha's special traits? How is it? Kuroka couldn't take it anymore and asked after waiting for the silent Kisuke to say something for a few minutes. There's no problem. Maybe this is how she should have looked like from the start. Although you're sisters and not that far apart in age, Kaneko's stature was very petite and her environment might have caused her to have a suppressed growth. Thanks to her achieving her 7th tail, that suppression was broken and even pushed her to a readjustment. Though I'm not sure if this is because of the abundant ki or her being a Nikosho. Kuroka could finally sigh in relief before saying, that's good to hear. But I also couldn't tell. The records about the Nikosho are very sparse and I couldn't find anyone else aside from me and Chiron. There might be some hidden records from the yokai side, but I haven't explored there yet. Kisuke rubbed his chin and thought for a bit. I see. Then maybe it'll be a good idea to make a trip to Kyoto later. Kaneko, who had been doing some stretching in the background and some shadow boxing to gauge her strength, asked, by the way, senpai. How long have we been training? I couldn't tell how long we've been sitting here. It's actually been more than a week since I returned. Is that all right? I didn't think we'd go beyond the schedule. It's fine. I doubt you could have another instance of what you did as easily as you just had, answered Kisuke while preparing their teleportation trip home. Kuroka and Kaneko thought back to it and figured that he's right. They couldn't even remember how they started it, much less how they kept going with their ki circulation. And once we go home, go comfort Aika. The sisters looked at each other before Kaneko asked, what happened to her? She failed her training and Yoruichi couldn't allow her to continue further cause it had just put her at unnecessary risk. Although Kuroka and Kaneko's training was extended, Kisuke didn't stop communicating with Yoruichi and kept asking her about Aika's progress. It might have been her special Zanpakuto or that she just wasn't for it in the first place, but Aika failed to acquire the name of her Bankai. Chapter 776, Human. The moment they arrived within the tower, Kisuke immediately scanned the whole floor and saw everyone who felt their presence make their way towards them. But instead of them, he quickly went to find someone he wanted to check on. She's in the private training room, swinging her sword. How diligent. Or should I say she's just trying to take her mind off it. Tell the others that I'm going to where Aika is, he said to Kuroka and Kaneko before walking off in the direction of the dome beside the tower. As he entered the dome, he saw all sorts of people using the facilities inside, and some of them were even acquaintances. However, it wasn't just people who were training who were in there, but also some people who were pretending to train, but their eyes kept darting all around the place. And when he entered the vicinity, Kisuke immediately felt several prying eyes landing on him. I wonder whose informants these people are. There are too many of them for just a simple observation, and it seems that most of them are working as one single group. This instance just gave Kisuke an idea of how volatile the situation was and is a telltale sign that something big was about to go down. I have some insurances, but I'm still worried. What if a god found a loophole and was able to freely use his or her divine power for his own goals? Seraphal would be able to hold her ground if there was a god or two, but the consequences later down the line wouldn't be a joke. It could immediately cascade down to the apocalypse, but none of us are ready for that yet. Not even the dungeon. And while thinking about all of this stuff that he definitely didn't want to get involved in, Kisuke reached the private training room where Aika was staying. Using his authority, he opened the door without saying anything. Welcome back took you a little while longer than expected, huh? Greeted Aika, but she didn't stop swinging her nodachi. While walking towards the corner of the training room where there's a table and a few seats, Kisuke replied while chuckling, well, as they say, plans are meant to be broken. And they had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so it was stupid to stop that just for the sake of following some schedule that could easily be adjusted. I see. That's really good. After placing some tea and snacks on the table, Kisuke turned to her and said, the face you're making is very far from your sentiment. Aika immediately stopped swinging her sword and touched her face. She found out that she's slightly pouting. Afraid that she would be misunderstood, Aika hurriedly followed up, don't get it wrong. I'm really glad for them. It's just that. She then stood there with heavy shoulders and looked down, I envy them. I feel jealous. While everyone was figuratively leaping through their dragon gates, here am I tripping and stumbling backward. The moment I looked up, it's as if I couldn't see their backs anymore. I can feel the distance. I found my limits. Kisuke was about to pour tea in Aika's cup, but decided against it as it seems that she won't be in a mood for some anytime soon. Instead, he slowly walked towards her before sitting on the floor beside her. How awfully honest of you. Aika sheathed her sword and smiled wryly before sitting down beside him, hugging her own knees. You're the one who taught me how to be honest, and is there a point in hiding this from you? You could probably already tell. Kisuke shook his head, you're wrong. I could have my guesses, but I could never truly know what you're thinking and feeling without you telling me about it. As convenient as mind reading is, I have no way of doing such a thing. But your guesses are never far off the mark. That might be true, however, I could let such remarks get into my head. The moment it did will be the moment my all-important head would become useless. Kisuke sighed as he recalled the days he started checking his own pride. He was aware of what he can do and also aware that it's not normal. Early on he had become aware of this, it was also the day that he started checking his own mindset and evaluating it the very next day. This preemptive measure helped him not destroy himself and those around him, but this is what caused Aizen to call him a coward. Enough about myself. I'm sure you've also been keeping a lot of things to yourself, especially after the day you met your parents again. Can I be more honest? Kisuke took a quick peek at her and saw that she was burying her head within her knees. Looks like there's a lot. Sure. Please go all the way. Aika didn't immediately speak up, but Kisuke didn't force her and waited for her to begin. A few minutes later, Aika's first words surprised him. I actually already know the name of my bankai. If she could already call the name of her bankai, then the fact that she still failed her trial comes down to two possible scenarios, then. I could probably release it if I wanted to, clarified Aika, but I didn't. I can't do it. She buried her head further within her knees. Kisuke was legitimately surprised at what she'd just said and started thinking of the reasons she couldn't release her bankai. But after a while, among the options within his head, he found the most likely reason. You're afraid, huh? Muttered Kisuke. Aika didn't affirm it, however, she also didn't do nor say anything to deny it, so Kisuke could safely assume that his guess was correct. Just by attempting to subdue her own Zanpakuto and learning its true name, she should have also realized its true nature and what it'd bring her. I wasn't able to witness her attempt, but considering how her Zanpakuto was different in nature compared to mine and Yoruchi's, I can understand if there's something else that made her feel this way. It should also be about the emotions she has been bottling up until now, tipping the balance. I could say that everything's going to be fine and I'll always be here with you, but that's just another way of saying that what you do doesn't matter with me here and that it only cause you to keep it to yourself even more. All this time, I've been irresponsible. I owe you and everyone else an apology. Please forgive me. At this point, Kisuke started having serious doubts about how he does things and started questioning what he had been doing ever since he came to a new world. Aika, who Kisuke thought wouldn't have much problems due to her adventurous and borderline crazy personality, would unironically become the catalyst that would cause him to become more human. Whether this is a good thing or not, only the future holds the answer. Unbeknownst to him, however, Benihime breathed for the first time in a while, and this partner of his hid the fact that she had woken up. Now then. I wonder when I should start. I must wait for the chance where I can corner him as much as possible. Chapter 777. Change of plans. Aika looked up in a panic, eyes full of fear, and saw Kisuke's serene expression. Don't apologize, she hurriedly said as she grabbed his arms. Please don't apologize. You've done nothing wrong. Kisuke grabbed Aika's hands and held them tightly before shaking his head. No. I've realized that this isn't right. I still don't know what could have been the correct way, but I at least have to acknowledge that this one is wrong. First and foremost, I thought that you'd be able to follow the pace I've set and everything was going well. However, everything going well doesn't mean that you're okay with it. So instead of being able to follow, it's more accurate to say that you're all getting dragged along by me. Second. There was a pause as Kisuke stared at Aika's frustrated face that wanted to say something but couldn't. I treated you as something you're not in the first place. What are you saying? Asked Aika in utter confusion. But most of all, she's perplexed as to why Kisuke was acting strange. However, she's sure that she won't like where this is going. Kisuke didn't reply immediately and started thinking back once again. Ever since being aware of himself, he never actually deeply interacted with any normal people. Even in Sato Yasutora and Inoue Orihime's cases, all he ever did is give them a bit of advice and a bit of time to train their powers to usable levels before passing them on to other people to deal with. This is the first time Kisuke extensively took care of someone who lived without dealing with anything supernatural and someone who's going through puberty where there are a lot of uncertainties. Kisuke had it wrong from the start. It's not a question of whether he should have really taken her to this part of the world or not, it is how he didn't realize his own logic and common sense didn't apply to her even if she had something special that set her apart from others. Whether that came from his own ignorance or the absence of his willingness to figure out those that don't affect him directly, he himself doesn't know. It doesn't matter how long you've lived. Things that you don't know will remain unknown even if you've already experienced every other thing, huh? To think I fell for something as obvious as that. I thought that I could separate my emotions from logic, but it turned out that I've been dictated by my emotions and biases from the very start. How foolish and naive of me. This self-admission removed an invisible thorn in his heart that Kisuke didn't even know existed. But along with it was the rise of numerous uncertainties and doubts, questions of where else he could have gone wrong. Sighing, Kisuke finally looked back to Aika, who was on the verge of panicking and eyes full of uncertainty and fear before smiling and saying, "Listen, Aika." But instead of being comforted, Aika became nervous as she waited for his next words. "Before everything else, I'd like you to know that I don't regret bringing you with me. In fact, I should be thankful that you've put up with me and my selfishness." Kisuke slipped his arm from Aika's grip and placed his hand on her head, patting her hair gently. "I'm sorry for scaring you, but did you think I would say the opposite?" Aika hesitated for a moment before looking down and nodding her head. "Is it because you thought that nothing you did mattered if I were to say that?" Aika didn't say anything nor do anything to answer. But unlike previously, Kisuke wasn't sure if this was affirmation. But whether it's a silent affirmation or she didn't know for sure in the first place, it didn't really matter as what he wanted to say won't change. If you have such thoughts, cease them. Even if I regretted it, it doesn't change the fact that your efforts and what you gained from them, albeit forced on you, was yours and yours alone. Nothing can change that, even you. Know that no matter how much you fear your own worthlessness, the meaning of your actions will never disappear. What Kisuke said was very vague at best, almost nonsensical, but somehow, it resonated with the girl struggling with her own self-worth, giving her a bit of inner peace. But Kisuke knew that it wasn't enough to lay rest to most of Aika's worries and struggles. Even then, he already had nothing to say, at least nothing that comes to mind right now. He may have all sorts of life experiences, but not much for this, he thought as he resisted the urge to scratch his head. Instead, Kisuke fixed his sitting position and patted his thighs while looking at Aika. Kisuke didn't need to say anything and Aika understood what he wanted to say. Slowly laying down, Aika used Kisuke's thighs as a headrest. Normally, she would be instantly ecstatic at the current situation, however, the current atmosphere was so weirdly awkward that she couldn't really enjoy it. Even with Kisuke's hand gently stroking her head, Aika couldn't seem to find peace. It's as if this tranquility made her fearful. I see. The training, for better or worse, became my form of escape. I've been running away from reality all this time. Aika finally understood that the awkward atmosphere was stemming from her, yet she seemed to fail to fully understand where her struggles were coming from. Just from the face she was making, Kisuke figured out what she had been going through. After all, it was a nostalgic and familiar feeling as both Kisuke and Yoruichi went through something similar with their differing situations, struggling inside yet being lost at what's eating you. Before she can resolve it, she first has to find out what she wants and doesn't want to happen. Of course, he didn't say anything regarding that as he's confident that Aika would also soon realize this. However, that didn't mean he couldn't assist her, so after a few minutes of internally deliberating what he could do, he decided to change his plans for her. "Say, Aika. Want to go back with me?" "What?" Forget it. I'll be taking you back with me whether you like it or not. You're strangely forceful with that demand. Not that I mind though. You and Yoruchi are taking just me. What about the rest? Kisuke smiled at her and said, you got it wrong. Since I'll be taking you, I can't take Yoruchi with me, so it'll just be the two of us. Aika hurriedly stood up in a daze and asked, just you and me? Why? Wouldn't I just get in your way? Don't you and Yoruchi have a lot to do when you return? Aika thought Kisuke had something else in mind and taking just her back would just be a minor inconvenience for him, but to her surprise once again, Kisuke nodded strongly, that's right. I wanted to ask Yoruchi to deal with something while I did another thing, but taking you with me means that I can't do what I initially wanted anymore. Kisuke then crossed his arms before continuing, frankly speaking, the difficulty of taking on the whole of Olympus and some of the other hidden forces would shoot through the roof with just me moving around. Then why? I don't have enough ability to assist you and the most I can do is fight some small fries, so why? Kisuke thought that Aika was severely underestimating herself. If she can go all out, she could actually face off against a weaker god. But that wasn't the point right now, so Kisuke wouldn't mention it. Within those few minutes of thinking, Kisuke was able to set her priorities straight. It's because more than dealing with Olympus, I want to help and take care of you. Who cares about those pain in the gods when you're having a hard time like this going through belated puberty? Chapter 778, Little Changes. Aika was stunned speechless. She wasn't even sure that this is something that Kisuke would normally say. Nevertheless, despite her inexperience, she was able to tell the conviction that was behind him, even though he sounded really frivolous, what the? When did our relationship jump to this stage? Naturally, she wasn't complaining and her heart thumped in glee a few times instead, even then she didn't know where this was coming from and this also became somewhat unsettling, although he doesn't tell us everything, he promised that he wouldn't lie to us. No, no, no. Instead of minding me, you should deal with those gods. Aren't they a great risk for everyone if not dealt with properly? Nevertheless, Aika still tried reminding Kisuke of the proper priorities, and would Yoruchi even agree, since it concerns everyone's safety? And what the hell's a late puberty? Are you saying that I was very immature until now? She asked while doing her best to suppress the grin that was about to surface from her face. And lastly, don't just chalk this up to me going through puberty. Although there might be truth to that, it isn't everything. You don't have to worry about that. Once I explain the situation to her, I'm sure she'll give me her approval. Kisuke then stood up, intending to leave without listening to Aika's complaints. Now that the plan's been changed, I'll go break the news to Yoruchi and alter our other plans for a bit before meeting my appointment with Medusa. Aika wanted to do the same thing, but she stopped when she felt Kisuke's hand on her head. I may know a lot of things, but that doesn't mean I know most of the things in the world. While I knew that you were struggling with something, I didn't know what exactly it was. Nonetheless, if you want it resolved, as someone with a bit more experience in life than you, I can say that you first have to figure out what you want to do before you can start on a solution. In any case, if you want an ear to grumble in, I'll lend it to you later. Aika could only stare at Kisuke's back who left the room and thought, what I want to do, huh? I honestly don't know. I hope I can think of something aside from the current status quo. Kisuke arrived at the room where Yoruchi and Medusa were staying and talking about the current operations of the tower. There were only the two of them because the rest were watching Kuroka and Kaneko do some tests and adjustments to their newly acquired strength so that they could use it in a real battle. The moment he entered the room, Yoruchi immediately asked in curiosity and concern, how is she? Kisuke shook his head and said, I would be lying if I said she's doing fine. Even then, I can't really help her since I don't really know what to do. He then sat down beside her and asked, maybe you know what to do instead. Hearing that, Yoruchi couldn't help but giggle for a bit. What? Is my helplessness really that funny? Well, more than funny, it's really surprising, said Yoruchi while shrugging her shoulders. You, who played and schemed around literal gods and transcendent beings that break the rules of the world, spewing out all the possible scenarios despite not having the ability to see the future, is having a hard time dealing with a single girl. If those from the 12th Division and Vizards, especially Kuratsuchi and Hiyori, were to hear this problem of yours, what do you think would be their reaction? I can, at least, imagine Aizen doing his best to break out of his seals, not to destroy Soul Society, but to give you a smack enough to obliterate your entire being. Kisuke rested his back and replied, then he would need to gather all of his strength to annihilate me out of existence, probably. Medusa didn't know nor have any idea of the names they mentioned, however, just the fact that someone out there could threaten Kisuke's life, who's pretty much almost immortal, made her shudder. Even then, she didn't say anything nor ask them to clarify what they were talking about. She knew for sure that there would be a time when Kisuke and Yoruchi would finally reveal their mysterious past. The fact that they allowed her to listen in already made her happy that they felt that she's trustworthy enough. Returning to Aika's issue, since it's you, even though you couldn't think of a solution, you at least have something in mind, right? Without any hesitation, Kisuke nodded, since I can't do it and none of us can truly help her, I'll bring her to people that could. Yoruchi already has an idea of what Kisuke is trying to say. But before that, she curiously asked, even Hestia-sama or Artemis-sama can't help? Kisuke couldn't help but sigh before answering. Hestia-sama and Artemis-sama might be able to say a few words that could help her, but remember, although Aika is, without any shadow of a doubt, one of us, she was originally not part of this world nor our world. She's not part of this sphere filled with violence. It's true that she might have already accepted this as her reality, but it's not so easy to replace the values and common sense that she'd cultivated through the majority of her short life, and that life has always been a small and innocent experience. No matter how wise the goddesses are, they can't fathom how she's lived such a life, just like I couldn't fully understand how everyone lives their lives. A small smile emerged from Yuruchi's face and added, well, if one tried to fully understand someone else's way of life, there would only be a conflict due to misunderstandings, so there's no point in doing that. She then turned her sights to the quiet Medusa. What do you think? Medusa was startled when Yuruchi suddenly asked her. However, she didn't have to think about her answer and said, I'm sorry, but amongst everyone here, I'm probably the least experienced in regards to what life has to offer, as I only spent my time fighting, rampaging, and escaping. Now that I've thought about it, it's really a miserable life. Ah. Sorry about that. I shouldn't have asked. Medusa immediately shook her head. Please don't apologize, since you're just asking out of curiosity. Nevertheless, I do have something to say. Kisuke and Yuruchi peeked at each other before staring at Medusa to wait for her. Compared to the first time I met Master, he has changed significantly. While Yuruchi seemed to understand, Kisuke tilted his head in confusion and tried to think back. Me? Changed? He asked while internally grumbling. I'm still the lovable shopkeeper that can't help but think about the worst-case scenarios. Yep. No change in that. Medusa acknowledged that Kisuke himself didn't know about it, so she continued, when I first met you, although I wanted to do anything to return the favor that you'd granted me, I was actually scared of you. Kisuke's brows furrowed, but he let her continue. Yes, I was incredibly thankful and ready to do anything and everything, but somehow, somewhere inside me feared you, because although you sympathized with my situation, you also saw me as an interesting subject that you could study. Because of that, I wasn't sure if my fate would be better or worse in your hands. And even though it was different, I could tell that Akino-san and Irina-san were in a similar situation as me when you took them in. But as I've said before, that was in the past. Like a blooming flower, a smile that came from deep within her appeared on her face. Right now, you're in the midst of figuring out what's the best, not just for our safety, but also our overall well-being. I'd like to serve Master from the bottom of my heart from here on out. Chapter 779, Gorgon Sisters. Truthfully, however, although Medusa didn't have much of a good impression of Kisuke at first, she still trusted him, and the actual people who planted doubt within her mind were her sisters that slept most of the time inside her. Even before Kisuke was able to stabilize their condition to slowly recover within Medusa, there would be times that they would wake up for a few seconds to talk to their sister. One of the main points that they tried their best to convey was not to trust Kisuke despite being her savior. Their persuasion became more apparent when they could now talk to Medusa anytime. Medusa, on the other hand, while keeping their advice in mind and taking it seriously, also asked them to watch and judge Kisuke properly, as she knew how much they hated humans in general, especially men, due to the fate brought upon them by their own divinity. Medusa watched Kisuke give her a look of skepticism and gave out a small giggle without further clarifying herself. And now that she could wholeheartedly trust Kisuke and everyone around him, she thought that it was about time she introduced her beloved sisters. Raising both of her arms to the side, 2 balls of golden light suddenly appeared out of her palms and gently shot out. The golden balls of light slowly hovered beside them and emitted a serene and divine aura. However, what surprised them were the voices that were coming out of them. Medusa, what are you thinking, bringing us out? Urahara, don't be too mad. You already knew that this was bound to happen. It's also about time we introduced ourselves to our hero. Medusa didn't say anything, but not long after, the golden balls of light started shining brighter and growing bigger, until they each formed a silhouette of a child. After a few more seconds, they fully materialized using the ambient magic power, revealing 2 identical people that have hair and eyes that were similar to Medusa in color. Kisuke and Yuruchi were worried that they would materialize without any form of clothing, but thankfully, they both came out with white one-piece dresses. Soon after, a wave of divine aura washed through the entire room, filling it with a pleasant fragrance, and shocked Kisuke and Yuruchi how much it was affecting them. This is. Kisuke and Yuruchi immediately looked at each other to confirm what they were experiencing was real before looking back to the identical goddesses releasing a charming aura that was far more potent than when Freya was doing it actively. What was scary, however, is the fact that if they were not actively monitoring their state of mind all the time, they would have a hard time noticing this. Steno and Urahara smiled at their reaction, and the former said, my apologies, since aside from doing this, I can't really do anything else, much less fight. You could say that I'm just a frail little girl that anyone could easily kill if strangled. Well, minus the fact that others would want to protect instead of hurting me, added Urahara. Setting aside the fact that they talk like they were only a single person, Kisuke immediately raised up a barrier that covered the room to prevent the scent from spreading out. Kisuke and Yoruichi could easily resist this, but that may not be the case for the rest, even if they trained so that they wouldn't be affected by Freya's charm. Oh, the small goddesses let out an impressed sound as they looked around them, a barrier that suppresses the authority of the divine. Such a splendid accomplishment. Such a thing didn't even exist when we still roamed the earth, Stheno commented before Urahara added, but then again, we didn't know much of the world even back then. As far as we're concerned, we were only chased around and worshipped, so any other actions the gods took didn't concern us very much. Recalling the past, they thought that may have been the very reason why they couldn't escape Athena's clutches. Their ignorance and indifference caused them to suffer for almost an eternity, and the worst part of it was that Medusa was the one who took the most heat out of it. As much as they couldn't blame Medusa for her own corruption, they couldn't forget or forgive themselves for just being there and not being able to do anything to reverse it. Getting out of their reminiscing, Stheno and Urahara turned their attention back to Kisuke and Yoruichi. I apologize for taking so long. I'm Stheno, the first daughter of the Gorgon sisters. And I'm Urahara, the second on the line. It's a pleasure to finally meet the people who took great care of my little sister at long last. Thank you for saving us. If there is something I could do to return even a bit of favor, please do tell me. I'll do it to the best of my ability. Although they look and sound identical, their demeanor and way of speaking were completely different from each other. While Stheno exuded elegance and grace that makes one feel happy of swearing loyalty to her, Urahara radiated a carefree and pure demeanor making others want to protect her. This made it easier for Kisuke and Yoruichi to differentiate them from each other. However, at this point, it was only Yoruichi who smelled that there's something else deeper within their smiles, and that it smelled rotten. At least that's what my intuition is telling me. Or I guess I'm just too sensitive to people who give out overly good impressions. Either way, it looks like I have to be careful around them. Yoruichi didn't show any of what she was thinking on her face, nor did she warn Kisuke, because she knew whoever it was, Kisuke would always suspect that something is wrong no matter what kind of impression he got from them. Kisuke, on the other hand, replied to their greeting and expression of gratitude without hiding anything. It was only out of convenience, but now that I've thought about it, I'm glad I was able to help Medusa back then. But just with those words, Kisuke got a little bit of a favorable impression from Medusa's beloved sisters. Chapter 780, A Hero. After the initial introductions and Medusa set the table with drinks and snacks, everyone sat down and Kisuke took out a matching pair of necklaces. As he started working on them, Stheno curiously asked, "Do you mind me asking what you're doing with those fancy trinkets?" A trinket yet it's fancy, thought Kisuke, but he immediately set those and answered, "It's for you too. I can't just have you roam around while emitting those dangerously charming ori. However, this is only a temporary measure as I'll be tying this to the existing barrier within the tower, so you'll only be able to move around here." It didn't take too long for him to finish one and grab the second pendant. "In the future, I'll make something that you can take out." Stheno and Urahara were silent for a few moments before deciding on something. "I'm thankful for your concern, however, the aura I am currently letting out is out of control just temporarily due to my newly recovered core still being unstable," explained Stheno. After thanking Medusa for the tea, Urahara added, "And although it's currently running wild, the only people who could be affected by it are the heroes. To normal people, I'm just a very attractive girl. Such is my divinity because it's my origin and fate. Through the ardent wishes of the masses, most especially, the heroes of their time to have someone that they could protect and offer their loyalty to, the Gorgon sisters came to be. Stheno and Urahara became the perfect goddesses that embodied their yearning while Medusa was the imperfect one that deviated from them, gaining strength to protect herself. But because of this perfection, that's all that they are and all that they'll be, eternally unchanging even if they willed it. Although they didn't hate their own existence, they despised a certain facet of their divinity which brought forth their fate of being nothing but trophies for these heroes' achievements. After proving themselves and saving these goddesses, the so-called heroes that protected them could claim them for themselves, essentially being violated by them for all eternity. If not for Medusa's imperfection, that may have been what the end result was. As such, they hated the people that created and worshipped them, which mostly are men and their desires. Heroes, curiously asked Kisuke. While the term hero is easy to understand, its exact definition may differ from person to person and may be harder to pinpoint what exactly it is, since they claim that only heroes are most potently affected. Maybe I can devise a countermeasure that uses that restriction and maybe make use of it. As usual, Kisuke immediately started thinking about how he would be able to benefit and make use of this knowledge. Without thinking deeply about his question, Urahara answered with an exasperated voice, "Simply put, those who are admired and recognized by the masses through their actions are heroes. But through the years of dealing with these people, I could safely say that heroes are those with fervent ambition or a zealous wish that they wanted to attain while following their own justice." From this point, Stheno continued, "But most importantly, a hero is someone who gathers power, be it their own or others, to go against their destiny." Yoruichi then humored her by saying, "In other words, there are no destined heroes but heroes in the making." Urahara smiled at her and said, "At least that's what I believe." "So a hero could only exist if he goes against his or her destiny?" Kisuke suddenly asked. Stheno and Urahara looked at him for a few moments, thinking about his question. However, instead of answering with a yes or no, Stheno replied, that question could only come up if one doesn't believe in destiny or fate. Kisuke was able to catch the slight discomfort they flashed through their face in an instant. But instead of backing down, he started chuckling as if mocking them. Stheno and Urahara immediately frowned as they recognized the tone and invoked a memory of the past about a certain detestable and disgusting goddess and put them through hell. That's quite a rude tone, isn't it? Is there something wrong with my words? In response, Kisuke just grinned at them. Actually, no. Because the question could indeed only come up if one doesn't believe in destiny or fate. Then please do tell me, what's so funny about that? Kisuke didn't hold back and said, it's funny because of how affected you are. It's also funny because of how stupid it is. Wah. While Stheno and Urahara were surprised, Yoruchi and Medusa could only sigh, I wish he would hold back even a little bit on my dear elder sisters. But I guess this is also a good chance to break the status quo and their preconceived notions, thought Medusa. Although the older sisters could only see what Medusa was doing, it was only a part of it and there's no way for them to guess everything that's on her mind. Stheno and Urahara failed to consider how much Medusa had already grown with just the freedom to do what she wanted. As such, they didn't know that Medusa was already against how they view things, which was unthinkable if this was the time they are still in Shapeless Isle. Destiny and fate. Going by the rough definition, it means a fixed future. In my opinion, just by that, it already sounds stupid. And do you know what's even more stupid than that? Added Kisuke while ignoring their reactions. Citing or blaming destiny and fate for their own helplessness. In other words, it's just idiots who are struggling in their present blaming their hardships on the future. How stupid is that? With their grace gone, Stheno and Urahara lost their cool as Kisuke's words touched upon their sore spot and both of them simultaneously shouted, stop speaking like you know everything. You couldn't possibly have known what we went through nor do you have the knowledge of our situation. Calmly nodding, Kisuke answered back, that's true. I don't know everything. In fact, I'm quite ignorant of a lot of things. Obviously, I also don't know anything about your experiences and how you went through them. Then dash. You want me to take it back and apologize? My opinion just now only cited people who believed in destiny and fate as idiots, but if you truly wanted me to apologize for that, then you two are really a pair of morons. At this point, Yoruchi sent a telepathic message to Medusa who's just silently watching the scene unfold, are you sure you want to let this happen? It's fine. If their beliefs are clear and pure, no amount of words could change their mind. I'm actually happy that they are reacting this way, because only if they are agitated by something like this can a clash of ideals happen. Regardless of whether this clash would change their mind or reinforce their beliefs, it'll be a good thing since they could start contemplating life once again. Hey, you learned this from your books. It's something I've realized after going through a number of them. Well, let's set that aside for now. Are you sure that your sisters won't retaliate? It's Kisuke here we're talking about. Even though they're your sisters, they're still technically strangers from his point of view. He won't hold back when he's attacked. As they have said earlier, although they can manipulate people, they can't fight and the most they would do is hurt their own hands. Chapter 781, First Step to Take Control. Stheno and Urahara wanted to speak back but finally recalled that there were still other people in the room and that calmed them down enough to rearrange their thoughts. Sitting down, they couldn't believe that they'd instantly lost their composure back then. Is it because our cores are still unstable, they thought. But after a few moments of contemplation, they took back that speculation. No, we shouldn't blame that on our cores. It seems that we are still referring to fate as a means of escape. Thinking about it further, Kisuke rewording it to blaming the future just because they couldn't do anything in the present, they thought that it was indeed stupid and attempting to ask him to take back what he'd said just because he had a differing opinion that wasn't exactly wrong made it look like they were indeed morons. They then looked over at Medusa, who was still silently sipping on her tea and pretending that nothing was happening in front of her, and finally figured out where her stance on this was. Frustrated, they wanted to say something to defend themselves but no matter what they thought they could say, it would only make them look petty. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, Kisuke broke the silence by placing the pendants he had in front of Stheno and Urahara. Regardless of my own opinion, I indeed also acted rude. I'm sorry about that and please take these. Stheno and Urahara didn't say anything as they picked up the pendants to examine them. Recalling its function from Kisuke earlier, they thought that it's pretty useless since they could just always return to Medusa if they didn't want to bother anyone and he should know this too, unless he wants us to stay away from Medusa. But what for? Is it for this special training that these people are going through? It should be Medusa's turn now, but why? But a few more moments later, a certain possibility flashed through their minds that made their eyes open wide. In a hurry, they looked at Kisuke who was grinning at them. You crazy bastard. Did you think we'll allow it? As expected, although they don't know much of the world, when it comes to their dear little sister, they already know almost everything, thought Kisuke. But before he could reply, Medusa spoke out, I'm already prepared, dear sisters. She had already guessed what Kisuke has for her since there's really only one thing that she could try tackling on. Urahara slapped the table and raised her voice once again, you're being too hasty. And is there anything good that could come out of it? In the worst-case scenario, you're going to lose yourself again, and this time, you might not even have a chance to return. But Medusa wasn't bothered and repeated with stronger conviction than before, I'm already prepared, dear sisters. But between dismantling the bomb or not doing anything about it, it's a very obvious choice, interrupted Medusa. She then looked straight into their worried eyes before continuing, you should know that this corruption, no matter what I do, won't be going anywhere as it's already part of my core. I already consulted this to Kisuke, and he came to the same conclusion as me. Forcefully removing it as if it is a cancerous cell would only weaken the integrity of my core, and that's already the best-case scenario. So instead of letting it sit still, I'll bring it out and take it under my control. Of course, it wouldn't be easy for Stheno and Urahara as they'd already witnessed and personally experienced Medusa's corruption and would never want to see light shine upon it once again. Kisuke and Urahara just watched the sisters argue with each other and neither of the sides were backing down. You really intended for her to take that on? How much do you really know about it? Urahara sent a telepathic message to Kisuke. I don't know much about it, and this is a completely different situation compared to taking over the hollow side for a Shinigami. However, there's also no way to safely separate it from her, at least in our knowledge, so the next best thing is to control it before it starts acting up again. So you aren't sure? But since you're going through this, you should be betting on something else. What is it? Ophis, leftover powers. I'm confident that it could at least stop a complete takeover. Complete takeover, huh? Then that also means that its influence could be inevitable. Kisuke sighed and said, I could only present her the opportunity, so it'll all be up to her. Let's just trust that she will still be the stoic but adorable maid. Finally, Medusa had had enough and knew that she wouldn't be able to convince them by just telling them her resolve. Luckily, she was able to think of something that could make them listen to her. Dear sisters, unlike Kisuke over there, I'm the same as you, someone who believes in fate and destiny. What has this got to do with the current issue? Asked Stheno after a short pause. What I want to say is, I'm not someone who would just let fate dictate my future, nor someone who intends to destroy it. Medusa held her breath for a few moments and watched their reaction before continuing, I want to put my fate in my own hands to change and control it however I want. And controlling everything I already have is just the first step to it. Chapter 782, Back to Urahara. It had been 3 days ever since Stheno and Urahara had revealed themselves, and they had finally agreed on what Medusa planned to do after much persuasion, with only the condition that Kisuke was not allowed to go near her for the duration of her training. He thought that it's because the sisters still couldn't trust him and they were afraid that he might do something that he deemed interesting for the sake of his curiosity and put Medusa's safety in jeopardy. Little did he know, however, that it was for the simple consideration of their dear little sister, as they knew that Medusa didn't want Kisuke to see her monstrous form. Of course, that condition wasn't a big problem for Kisuke, but he too had conditions of his own if they wanted him to agree to it. First was that they were to be accompanied by Urahara at all times, and second is that he'd disregard everything and take a look if the situation got dangerous. Since they were reasonable enough, Stheno and Urahara easily agreed to it, making Kisuke question if they just didn't like him since they allowed Urahara near them. In any case, Kisuke wasn't seeking their approval, and if they didn't want to get along, then he didn't have any reason to put in any effort towards it. It'd be a different story if it was requested of him by the girls, but that's for the next time since he's about to leave. Naturally, they can't have Medusa's training within the dungeon, and her case was the most dangerous one since she'd be emitting loads of unknown divine aura that the dungeon wouldn't be able to ignore no matter how much the one controlling it tried. After being persuaded, Kisuke immediately sent them away to his planned location while giving Urahara everything she needed because their two goddesses were hurriedly approaching with a very grim look on their faces. Since they were able to still feel Stheno and Urahara's divine aura despite being enclosed by the barrier, Kisuke decided against introducing them to Hestia and Artemis for the time being and hearing their side first just to be safe. The moment they left, Hestia and Artemis burst through the door and saw the familiar lingering lighting effects of the teleportation magic that had just been used. The two panicked goddesses immediately asked Kisuke where the unknown gods were, but before he answered, he asked them to calm down and how they knew that there were deities within the room. As they were also confused and this was the first time in their long lives they've encountered something like this, they had a hard time describing it, but ultimately, Kisuke was able to piece their words together and was able to conclude some things that they couldn't describe at all, so they were able to feel their divine aura just from the initial release. Although I was able to act fast enough, the aura was still able to reach them without diffusing. On top of that, although familiar, it's also very foreign and they felt threatened by it. I don't have any information to point out the problem, but it's obviously going to be a hassle if some other deities were to discover them. I sent them to a very secluded area of the world and even sent Urahara items that could block the sights of those peering from heaven except for chaos, so there shouldn't be any problems for now. However, it looks like I'll have to work on a much stronger sealing artifact for the two of them. After arranging his thoughts, he finally answered Hestia and Artemis' questions. Clearing that they were Medusa's older sisters that have been hiding within her to recover, and they finally came out today. Hestia and Artemis felt relieved after hearing this, but some concerns regarding their divinity were left. With all of the preparation done for his return and no unusual reports from Yuruchi, Kisuke spent the whole 3 days accompanying everyone to where they wanted to go and what they wanted to do. Don't you have to prepare more? I mean, since you'll be taking me, you ought to have more work to do, asked Aika while she's being accompanied by Kisuke around the market to buy some souvenirs. You don't have to worry about that. I've already made preparations in case Yuruchi wouldn't be able to assist me, so doing anything further would just be redundant, Kisuke answered while looking around for something interesting. I suppose I should have reached that conclusion. Then I won't be holding back today. Let's go take all the strange things. No, no, no. You should not be taking strange things for souvenirs. That isn't how it would dash. Aika immediately looked back in confusion and saw Kisuke wearing a rare serious face. What's wrong? Kisuke didn't answer immediately and started rubbing his chin. It looks like a troublesome goddess went berserk. A goddess. Kisuke didn't elaborate any further and turned around and walked away while waving his hand goodbye. I'll be returning to Orario, but I won't be taking too long. After disappearing through the crowd, Aika felt Kisuke's aura disappear. However, there's something on his leaving back that bothered Aika, but she couldn't point it out. What's this feeling? Aika wanted to forget the strange feeling she'd had since it's Kisuke that's involved here and there should be nothing to worry about. But after a few minutes of deliberation, she decided to trust her guts and hurriedly contacted Yuruchi. After receiving a whisper from the dungeon, Kisuke teleported back to Orario. However, he didn't do so within the city but reappeared outside of its perimeter. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but smile wryly after seeing the whole city was covered by a potent charm magic, just what did ticked her off this time for her to unleash such a desperate move. Chapter 783, Freya's Desperate Actions. Kisuke recalled the brief conversation he had with the mystery voice inside the dungeon while looking at the current state of Orario. A deity used a power that was barely within the scope of the rules. If it's within the rules, why contact me and risk being discovered? A deity is only a deity because of their divinity. That same divinity, however, gives them a stubborn but volatile mindset. As long as it is in line with their desire, they could risk almost everything, and if not addressed correctly, it may devolve into a situation where they unleash their arcanum in this plane. I see. I get your point. So where is it? I'll deal with it. Orario. Kisuke stood on top of one of the barriers he placed on Orario and activated it. The barrier discreetly gathered the information for him, and the moment he got his answers, he muttered, "This isn't my fault, is it?" He sighed and deactivated the barrier as he'd already gotten everything that he needed to know, so a deity could use magic to emulate their own divinity to this degree and it still isn't against the rules. Or is it just Freya? This needs some confirmation. Although I doubt it's as strong as their original ability, it's useful when their divinity is sealed since, in a sense, magic is way harder to seal due to how complicated it can become. Kisuke then watched the gate for a few minutes and saw that the flow of goods and people were still normal. Although the effects of the charm disappeared the moment they left Orario, no one noticed the changes. At this moment, he felt a familiar presence overlooking the city in the distance. That's Andromeda-san and Lion-san. So they've managed to escape the city before being put under its influence. They shouldn't have any ability to anticipate the sudden assault of charm magic, so someone probably warned them. In any case, it doesn't hurt to hear their side of things, so he quietly approached them from behind, only revealing his faint presence when he was a few meters away from them. Asfi and Ryu were overlooking the city from an elevated plane and were discussing how they would infiltrate the city to pull out Hermes. It's no use. The entire Freya familia were mobilized to watch the gates and the walls. If we want to enter, we'd need to go in the darkness of the night, Asfi muttered. Ryu stared at the area where the hostess of fertility is located before replying, even if we enter, how are we going to evade their members? They've already been alerted of our escape and each and every one of them is capable of sniffing us out. It's hard, I know. But we have to do it. Only with Hermes-sama's wisdom could we have a chance to deal with this situation. But all of this just for a single young boy. I really can't understand the deity's strange obsessions. Asfi was about to give a comment of her own when Ryu suddenly turned around while shouting, "Who's there?" Asfi also hurriedly turned around and readied her weapon since the only people that would be after them now is the Freya familia. However, she froze on the spot when she saw the familiar tallman wearing a Far Eastern outfit with a matching bucket hat and the usual grin plastered on his face. Asfi peeked at Ryu and saw that she was also frozen. However, she had a feeling that she's not having the same reaction despite having the same expression as her. But before she could think any further about it, Kisuke greeted them jovially, "Good afternoon, Andromeda-san, Lion-san. It has been a while. Although as much as I want to catch up, do you mind filling me in on what's going on?" Recalling this man's ability, Asfi's eyes lit up in hope. He might be the one who'll be able to make way through this chaos. Hearing the situation from Asfi and Ryu, Kisuke said while rubbing his chin, "In summary, Freya-sama enveloped the entirety of Orario with her charm and hypnotized everyone in it to acknowledge Belle Cranel as her child. You two were only able to escape because Hermes warned you, who was by his side during the onset of this great magic." "Yes. We couldn't bring him out with us because he knew that we wouldn't make it if we were to carry him out, Asfi answered with a guilty expression. Don't blame yourself for it. It's not your fault but that heavy-handed goddess. It's already fortunate that you two were able to escape. Kisuke then stood up and said, well then. Now that everything is clear, I'll be going inside Orario and deal with this. Startled, Asfi and Ryu could only watch Kisuke silently leave, but before he could disappear from their sights, Ryu called out to him while reaching out her hand, W8. Kisuke stopped walking and turned his head, Are you really going just by yourself? Yep. It's a goddess you're up against. If you're not careful, you'll fall to the same spell as everyone. I can't explain it, but something like that won't be effective on me. Ryu gritted her teeth. She didn't want him to dive into the danger alone, so she added, take us with you. I'm sure we'll be of assistance. Even becoming a decoy in case you need to escape is fine. But Kisuke just resumed his steps and waved his hand at them, no need. I'll be fine on my own, even if the dialogue breaks down. Ryu wanted to say more but Asfi grabbed her arm to stop her. The former looked at the latter shaking her head and said, you know it, lion. We would just be an unnecessary burden for him. Ryu looked down and bit her lips but didn't say anything any further. It's a wonder why you're so adamant about this, but that isn't important right now. If Urahara is going in, it's unavoidable that there would be some commotion. We could use this chance to slip through, thought Asfi while sighing. Kisuke, on the other hand, didn't stop walking and aimed for the gates of Orario. Truthfully, even though he could have brought Asfi and Ryu along with him as they could be some extra cards, he didn't want to be near them right now, especially Ryu. She's making the same expression as Sona from before. Only trouble would come if I bring them. Kisuke thought while wiping the cold sweat that was about to drop from his forehead. Chapter 784, Distressed Loki. Like a normal traveler, Kisuke lined up along with those who wanted to get inspected to enter the city, and it didn't take too long for him to enter since the line wasn't that long from the start. The number of people moving decreased. Is it because there's a certain limit to this great spell? While thinking about that, he noticed that the members of the Freya Familia were approaching him with their weapons partially pulled. But before they could confront him, someone else came running over and whispered something to their leader. After the leader hesitated for a moment, he and his group went back to the top of the wall to continue their survey of the surroundings. Ignoring this bit, Kisuke strolled through the streets until he reached the market, and there were a few things that he noticed. Although it hasn't been long, there are actually no male adventurers that are glaring at him. Is it because they got tired of it? Wanting to confirm this anomaly, Kisuke went towards the skewer vendor that really hates him for his apparent success in life. 3 of these skewers please. Strangely enough, the transaction went normal. What's this? Could it be? At this point, Kisuke started suspecting a certain possibility and continued his conversation. Say, mister. I'm actually new around here, but the reason I'm here is to look for my missing twin brother. If it's not too much to ask, have you seen someone with the same face as me within the city? While busy grilling his meat, the vendor took a quick peek at Kisuke and shook his head. No. It's the first time I've seen your face. Well, I'm really not familiar with most of the faces around here, so you should probably ask more people. Since this is the city of adventurers, most outsiders would want to explore the dungeon, so you may try asking the guild about it. It's located northeast of here. Ask anyone on the way there, since all the people living here are aware of its location. Thanks, that helps a lot. If you're really thankful, buy a few more. Then I'll take 3 more. Kisuke asked a few more people and was able to confirm that, including the fact that Belcranel became a member of the Freya Familia, Hestia and Artemis Familia's existence was forgotten. But why? Kisuke could hardly think of any reason why Freya would do this. Is it because a simple knowledge of our existence is a threat to her? She's really giving us all the credit in the world. Kisuke started walking again, this time, however, with a definite goal in mind. For now, I'll go bother Loki. Since Lisa and Chalia-san are near her, she should be safe. Currently laying down on a couch and staring at the ceiling frustratedly, Loki really hated the current state of the city and her children. A few days ago, just after the goddess festival that honored the goddesses of harvest, Freya went ballistic and took control of everyone within the city. She didn't exactly know the reason, but she could guess it after hearing about Belcranel, that horny goddess. Loki sighed. She didn't really like someone else controlling her children, but her options are almost non-existent with her biggest fear that was her own children turning against her. Although I'm thankful enough that I was able to use Kisuke's lingering aura from Lisa and Philvis to defend against this magic, I can't actually do anything in my position. Even Auranas was stuck in his mighty seat, and I don't think any deity with their mortal avatars could resist that without gathering enough divine aura in time. But despite being frustrated, she couldn't help but admire the intricacy of this spell, since Freya was even able to erase Hestia and Artemis Familia's memory from everyone. Apollo's empty mansion was explained as him breaking a rule and expelled from Orario, while the magic and key training that Kisuke provided apparently came from a certain ruin to the far north. Thanks to the actual existence of the book and Kisuke's weird obsession of making it look old to make it look like a legit treasure, the memory manipulation went without any hitch. Finally, Filvis and Lisa's existence was apparently discovered from the depths of the dungeon in their last expedition. Of course, she's aware that Freya could have not known this, as it was her children that filled in the blanks that were left. Except for Loki, Filvis and Lisa's memories were safe because of Kisuke's lingering aura, and Loki reminded the former not to tell anyone any of this due to the danger that they may face. As for the latter, she didn't have to worry about it because the only word that the small dragon could utter is Arya. If only I had a way of contacting Kisuke, thought Loki as she squirmed around the couch. Off to the side, Riveria looked at her with furrowed brows. Loki, you've been acting really strange these past few days. If there's something you're concerned about, please do tell me. Your current mood is already starting to affect the members and their training. They are really worried, you know. Out of vexation, Loki suddenly shouted, "Ah! All of my worries would be gone if you could contact your only husband candidate." Loki's words instantly unsettled Riveria, and with a frown, she replied, "I'm not seeing anyone, nor do I think of looking for one." You're really acting weird even with these jokes. But strangely enough, Riveria couldn't keep her pulse from shooting up. What's wrong with me? Loki caught this and wanted to tease her more. But before she could say anything, Tioni entered the room they're in and said, "Loki, a strange guy is looking for you." A strange guy. He wouldn't tell me his name but asked me to tell you that the most lovable shopkeeper is here. Strange re. Sooner than Tioni could finish her sentence, Loki hurriedly stood up and bolted towards the door as fast as she could while shouting on top of her lungs, "K-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-T-A-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N. Weird misunderstanding. After being dragged into the lobby, Kisuke was now sitting in front of Loki, who had a large smile on her face. "I'd never thought that you'd be that happy to see me. The current situation must be vexing you to no end." While the drinks were being served, Loki's smile grew even wider, and said, "I too, never thought I'd be ecstatic to see your face. And you're right, it's annoying me to no end and I can't do anything worthwhile about it. Although it surprised me too that you came here openly." Kisuke thanked the server and replied, "I have no reason to hide. I'm not a criminal, after all." Loki then opened her eyes slightly before saying, "In her eyes, she begs to differ." But immediately after, Loki shrugged her shoulders, moving the conversation. "Since you came here out in the open, it meant that you didn't need my assistance or whatsoever. So why have you come here instead of confronting her?" This time, it was Kisuke's turn to shrug his shoulders. "I'd only cause a commotion before I could even reach her. And no way I'm going to sneak into her place, since I'll only interrupt her flirting time. She might go insane in my presence and unleash her minions on my way in droves. Nothing good would come out of it if that were to happen. So you came here to wait for her to come to you instead?" Kisuke grinned and answered, "I might as well check the state of things here. It looks interesting, in any case. Loki leaned back and sighed, "As long as you don't involve them later, you're welcome to stay here. Though I doubt you'll be waiting for that long." Seeing that it was a good time, Finn, who has been behind Loki all this time along with Riveria, asked, "Loki, isn't it about time that you introduce us to this gentleman? His name is Kisuke Urahara, a friend, though a nasty one. That's really all you need to know about him." "My Loki-sama, that isn't a nice way to introduce someone. If it's a friend in Loki's dictionary, no matter what kind, then Finn knew that he won't be a detriment to the familia, as he knew how rare Loki would refer to someone as a friend. Even most of the fellow deities that were close to her couldn't make Loki accept them as a friend, but more like an acquaintance or an accomplice. Though Finn is quite concerned with the content of their conversation and the fact that he's staying for an unknown amount of time, Lisa is fine since most of the town is already aware that Ace tamed a baby dragon, but if by any chance that he discovers Filvis Kalia's inhuman nature, it would be difficult to tell if we could still trust him. Finn then turned to Riveria to ask for her opinion, but he saw her making a weird expression and asked, "What's wrong, Riveria? Do you know him?" Finn's question made Riveria jump a little and she hurriedly shook her head. "It's nothing. I just thought that he's somewhat familiar, but I couldn't remember where I've met him." Turning to Kisuke, Riveria continued, "Excuse me, but have we met before?" Instead of Kisuke, however, Loki was the one who answered while chuckling, "You've certainly met him before, all right. It's just that you already forgot about him." "I already forgot. I'm sorry, but someone as striking as him should have stayed in my memory if I have even a bit of an encounter." Riveria isn't just asking about it because she didn't believe Loki, but because every time she looks into his eyes, a weird feeling raises up from her chest and would slightly heat up her face. She wanted to get into the bottom of this. "I certainly don't have any memory of him. But what is this? It's as if I'm forgetting something incredibly important. I don't like it." Of course, she did her best to use her most famous poker face and didn't let out any of her suspicions to show, except, Loki was able to see through it quite easily. Kisuke, on the other hand, was already thinking of ways to tick this high elf that had already forgotten about him in an attempt to see how strong the actual hypnotism is when he heard whispers from the door and turned towards it, seeing Tioni, Bet, Raoul, Anakitty, and Alicia. "So, what do you think?" asked Tioni. Tiona looked at her in confusion and asked, "About what?" "You know what I mean." Loki never has been excited at the arrival of a man. And she clearly shouted for everyone to hear that she missed him. So what does that mean? Tioni sighed and almost forgot that this pure battle junkie sister of hers has the same knowledge of romance as a toddler. Forget it. Bet. What about you? What do you think of him? I think he's Loki's previous lover, or at least they had history. Bet looked at her expectant eyes with a disgusted expression. Why do you think I care about any of that? All I can say is that I don't like that guy. Something about him ticks me off, but I can't put my finger on it. Tiona, why don't you smack his head? His smile especially annoys me. Why don't you do that yourself? If you really want to kiss Riveria's staff. Even with their low voices, the four inside could still hear them quite clearly. While Finn was sighing, Riveria's brow was twitching, but aside from that there's nothing else from her. Loki and Kisuke, meanwhile, both have dumbfounded expressions. Does it look that way? The latter asked. Loki then put her hand on her face in surrender. Don't mind it. They are the worst people to judge a man and woman's relationship. A few moments later, a new group of people appeared behind Tioni's group, and the one holding onto a small white dragon asked, "What's going on? Who came?" Tioni, Tiona, Bet, Raoul, Ainakity, and Alicia turned around to look at the group who had just gone shopping: Ace, Lisa, Lafia, and the masked Filvis. Thanks to the shifting, however, the little dragon got a direct line of sight of Kisuke. She stared at him for a few seconds, making sure that she's not seeing the wrong person, and started squirming within Ace's arms when she was able to confirm it. Lisa's sudden violent movement caught Ace off guard and inadvertently let her go as she flew straight to Kisuke at a blinding speed. Lisa. No one was able to stop her at her sudden flight, and when Finn and Riveria noticed that a white silhouette charging straight to Kisuke seemingly with full intention to cause harm, it was already too late. Watch out. Beyond their expectations, however, Kisuke just slightly shifted his head without ever turning his head, and as the little dragon flew past by him, his right hand shot out, grabbing the creature's tail, stopping its trail. Kisuke then raised the dragon in front of him and said, "Oi, little lizard. Since when did you develop the guts to attack me from behind? Do you want to experience high-speed flight once again? This time, let's do 10 times as fast. I know you'd enjoy it." The gleeful dragon, who knew that she couldn't hurt Kisuke even if her attack was successful, became horrified and hurriedly shook her upside-down head in panic. "Arya. And shouldn't you have already learned an extra word or two? On another note, you're a lot heavier now too." "Arya. What? You're growing. You certainly became a bit longer, but not as much as you've become wider." "Arya. Arya. Arya." Kisuke ignored the protesting dragon and turned to Loki. "Aren't you pampering her too much? You ought to make her work too." Chapter 786, Mystery Guest. Ace immediately rushed out before Lisa could even reach Kisuke, only to immediately halt her charge when he caught her precious partner. But that wasn't the end of it, as she was dumbfounded when the man and dragon started communicating as if they'd already known each other way back. Meanwhile, the other members also had the same reaction as Ace. The only time she could have met this man is when we first discover her deep within the dungeon, but that's not the problem. He's speaking as if he already knew that we're taking care of her even before receiving the rumors from the town, thought Finn, and became even more suspicious of the unexpected guest. The next instance, however, sent another wave of shock as Kisuke let go of the dragon, but instead of returning to Ace like they were all imagining, Lisa flew on top of Kisuke and comfortably nestled on his shoulder. Lisa. The members of the Loki Familia couldn't believe their eyes as they knew how the pompous dragon acted. She was already hard-pressed when someone wanted to lightly touch her scales and only ever rested in Ace's arms despite the others trying everything they could think of to get her close to them. But now, said dragon's proud demeanor had already disappeared as she rubbed her face on Kisuke's cheek, trying to act coy with him. Never could they have imagined that someone of a much higher existence was following Kisuke. Lisa thought that if she was always acting arrogant in front of him, she'd receive a divine punishment. However, before they could even ask where Kisuke could have possibly met Lisa, someone else stepped out from the crowd and approached him. Phil Dash. Visha. Where are you going? The masked white-haired woman ignored Lafia and continued walking without hesitation. This action of hers, however, made everyone, except for Loki and Lisa, nervous. Since Filvis was already technically dead, she shouldn't approach anyone, and she shouldn't even speak outside of the Twilight Manor in case someone recognizes her by her voice. Finn clenched his fist and gave Filvis a threatening look, but the latter just ignored this warning and continued unfazed. Seeing this, Finn got ready to forcefully take her away, as her existence could threaten and tarnish the name of Loki Familia that they've built for a long time. However, as soon as his eyes met with Loki, who had been already looking back at him, Finn unclenched his fist and sighed. "If she thinks this is fine, then there's nothing else for me to say." Even then, he still waited with a bated breath, since he didn't know what Filvis was trying to do. Nevertheless, the wave of surprises didn't stop as Kisuke turned to her direction when he felt her gaze and greeted her with a smile. "I see that you're doing great, Chalia-san. And it seems that you've also learned how to hide your wings now." If they had their weapons on them right now, they would have already pulled them out and pointed them at Kisuke. The tension was high and the short silence was very unbearable for the Loki familia. Not knowing what's going on made their mind draw blanks, and that within their own territory which they consider their safe base. Of course, Loki knew how they were feeling so as to not further increase the pressure around. She spoke like this is normal, so you didn't teach her that. I assumed you gave her some method to hide those. Phylvis then took off her mask, showing her ruby red eyes with cross-shaped pupils. I saw how that girl Tanis did it and figured that I can do it since we're technically the same. And this is the least that I could do if I want to act like I'm still an elf. Kisuke noted the lightness in her words and the change in her demeanor compared to when he first saw her and said in an admiring tone, So after what happened to you, you've become more open-minded, huh? To that, Phylvis responded with a wry smile, it's thanks to you who first found me. Talking to me as if you couldn't care less about how I look, I only realized recently that instance gave me a brand new outlook that I wasn't willing to view before. That was very important to me. Thank you. After living her daily life with the Loki familia, she realized that small differences aren't really such a big deal after an understanding has been reached on both sides, and she really never had a chance to recognize that thanks to her encounter with Kisuke. Ever since then, she wanted to express her gratitude to the men who brought her here. I'm sorry, Lord Dionysus. But it turned out that you're not the only one who could accept and understand me. Kisuke understood her point, but he just shrugged his shoulders. Then the same credit goes to everyone in Hestia and Artemis Familius. They treated you the same, after all. But even if she has a point and it was because of him, Kisuke would still not accept her gratitude because she was saved not because of him, but her own will. Technically, Kisuke just conveniently used her to understand the circulation of souls within the dungeon. Though the simple truth was that Kisuke just wanted to piss Dionysus off by not sending Phylvis to him and didn't like the fact that the dungeon was recycling souls without any care to their individuality. Phylvis-san. Do you know him? Lafia asked a question with an obvious answer. Finn and Riveria, meanwhile, turned to Loki and asked, what does this mean, Loki? It's simply because it was this guy here and his companions that met Phylvis-chan first, answered Loki with an exasperated voice, but even if we explain it, there's no way you'll understand. Finn furrowed his brows. How are we supposed to understand if you don't explain it in the first place? Whether we understand it or not, it should still be up to us. That's true, but the situation is more complicated than you could imagine because of what's happening right now. Don't worry though. I guarantee you that you'll all understand it in a few days at the latest. Kisuke chuckled at Loki's words. Aren't you giving me too much credit? What if that stubborn goddess doesn't want to pull out? Then force her off her high horse. Give her a good smack if you have to. Kisuke contemplated while rubbing his chin and said, for that, do you think pissing her off would work? Chapter 787, Vampires. Those from the door also approached Loki with varying expressions, trying to figure out who the mysterious man in front of them was. Kisuke, however, only found this amusing and refused to answer their questions seriously. It's like being given a chance to mess with them for the second time, he thought while thinking of ways to deal with Freya and considering doing it with heavy hands since it seems to be more effective that way, if that's Loki is wanting to suggest by kicking her off her high horse. And just now, Kisuke felt his tracking magic react and checked it. From her room on the top of Babel, Freya started moving while the rest of the Freya familia within the tower and on the ground began converging, an hour at most. Huh? Really? What does she have against me that she's willing to gather all of her forces just for me? Kisuke looked around and took a closer look at everyone who was very overt with their suspicion and slight hostility to the unknown he brought. A few seconds later, he decided how he should kill his time, might as well check their progress. I'd hate it if they become useless baggage if the worst is to come. They should at least be able to deal with mobs with ease if there are any. To start with, Kisuke turned to Phylvis and asked, have you started using your abilities? Did you mean the abilities that came with this body? Phylvis was slightly distressed and hesitant, but after shaking her head, she answered, yes. To a certain extent. Phylvis, Lafia suddenly called out in panic while they looked at her strangely and with confusion, including Loki. Seeing this, Kisuke instantly guessed the situation. So you haven't told anyone else your abilities and your current race except for her? No. We didn't hear anything about it. Although I knew that they were hiding it, I never forced them to tell everyone, Loki answered and became incredibly curious on why Lafia became scared. What sort of ability does she have to give a reaction like that? Kisuke sighed at this and said to Phylvis, then reconsider it. Hiding it would only put the others in danger by having the wrong assumptions. Although Kisuke could also understand Phylvis' plight. Drinking blood and acquiring power from it really sounds evil and monstrous. Phylvis looked at Lafia, who's still panicking and trying to say something before smiling at her antics. As long as she trusts me, I'm alright even if others look at me with disgust. She then looked back at Kisuke and replied, you're right. I should have done this from the start. Turning to everyone, Phylvis continued, I'm sorry for keeping this to everyone, but according to him, I'm now what's called a vampire. Loki raised her brows. Vampire? What's that? After a short pause, Phylvis answered, a monster that can vary in appearance, they say. but its main ability is to drink the blood of others to strengthen themselves. This claim of hers made the others' eyes wide open while Lafia became incredibly nervous. Even though the latter was biased to Filvis, Lafia still had a hard time accepting that ability of hers, and it was only recently that she agreed to participate in her secret training. Filvis looked at everyone's face and she could easily see the disgust and fear even though they were trying to hide it. I already expected this, but seeing those expressions isn't as easy as I've expected, she thought with a bitter smile. Even though it hasn't been very long when she first arrived here, she already considered everyone as her comrade. Finn and Riveria wanted to say something but Loki raised her hand to stop them. For now, I'll do the talking. Whatever your impression and judgment are, save it until this is over. Everyone nodded and kept it to themselves as Loki had instructed. Facing Filvis, Loki continued, I won't say anything regarding on why you choose to hide it, cause I understand where you're coming from, but from Lafia's reaction, she already knew it and to some extent, already assisted you by providing the needed components, yes. That's right. All eyes converged on Lafia, but this time, she stood tall and bore the pressure. It's for her precious friend, so the least she could do is to show that there's nothing wrong with it. Loki leaned back and thought for a moment before turning her attention back to the amused Kisuke. So, what are these vampires? I think it's better to hear it from you. Kisuke already expected such a question coming for him, so he took out a notebook that he had been hiding under his sleeve. Let's see. According to the records that I've acquired, they are beings of night, thriving under the moonlit sky as nobles of pride. But Loki suddenly interrupted him by slapping the table. Leave the poetic intro out. Give us the basics. Kisuke pouted his lips in protest but did indeed skip the intro. Vampires are known for their abilities that surround blood, mainly absorbing or consuming them for a temporary or permanent boost in strength. Aside from that, they are also known for their ability to transform into beasts or mist depending on their aptitude. They also have the ability to charm people as an auxiliary for their blood consumption, and a subset for this ability is to control smaller animals and insects. They also have increased regeneration based on their individual rank, from the capability to restore large wounds to being almost nigh unkillable. Of course, their own blood is also special since it can contain vast amounts of magic power, so each and every vampire are also very capable magic users if they're trained properly, and their aptitudes are usually on the colder side of the spectrum. If you want a comparison, they are on par or maybe even better than elves' natural talent for magic. And finally, as long as they could consume blood regularly, they are practically unaging with an estimated lifespan of at least 10,000 years, and those in the highest ranks with their age just being numbers that they could easily forget and ignore. What's up with that ridiculous prowess? Loki commented with twitching lips, and why do you sound like you've already met a lot of them? Chapter 788, A Troublesome Race. I'm acquainted with one. Well, he's a bit different because he's damper. A damper? What's a damper? And you mentioned there are ranks among them. What are those? Those behind Loki were doing their best not to utter anything, but Kisuke could see their enduring faces and knew that they wouldn't be able to take the next things he was going to say. Before I answer that, I'd also like you to know that they do have some serious weaknesses in exchange for those abilities, and they are more pronounced the weaker or lower they are in the hierarchy. First is their weakness to direct sunlight. While the stronger ones could resist and only have their strength lowered drastically, those weaker ones, if they're not careful, could instantly vaporize and cease existing. Furthermore, if for some reason their regeneration fails, they won't be able to heal themselves through normal healing magic. In fact, most potions would have the reverse effect on them. Additionally, as if to counteract their great magic talents, damage from the hot side of magic like fire and light magic are exponentially increased and their regeneration suppressed. Finally, as the organ that pumps blood, any attacks to the heart could be deemed fatal. So if one were to go against a vampire, it's a general strategy to aim for the heart while using hot magic and avoid fighting them at night or places that sunlight cannot reach. If magic couldn't be used, weapons coated with potions also work well. There's also the fact that no matter how long their lifespan is, as long as you take away blood from their diet, they'll die sooner or later. Of course, for an intelligent species, there are ways to circumvent these weaknesses, but it's still easy to track their movements and plan against one compared to others due to these restrictions. Loki then noticed that Filvis wanted to really ask something, so she gestured for her to go ahead. Filvis nodded and asked, although I feel uncomfortable under the sun unlike before, I don't feel my strength weakening at all. Besides that, I don't feel any cravings for blood if I need to survive. That's where the types of vampire bloodline comes in. Kisuke then raised 3 of his fingers. First are the purebloods, the aristocrats of the vampires and the descendants of the progenitors of the vampire race. Out of the 3, they are generally the ones with the most power, but they are also the ones most affected by their weaknesses. They are also known as major pricks and assholes of the world due to their attitudes to other races and enormous pride that would dwarf the elves in comparison. What's up with the last one? It's from what I heard. They said that if not for the threat of mass extinction, they wouldn't even sit down and listen to others. Sounds like a really troublesome race. It's the reason why I haven't made any contact with them yet despite being an interesting bunch. And what's the other 2? Kisuke cleared his throat before continuing. The next ones are the undeads or ghouls. They are normal people but their blood was drained or poisoned by a vampire. If one doesn't have enough resistance, they would rise up as walking mindless corpses that are under complete control of the said vampire. These ghouls would also develop fangs, but they wouldn't just drink blood but also eat the flesh. The leftovers then would be poisoned too, and they would also rise up as new ghouls, potentially creating an enormous army of normal people, but strengthened and under the control of only a single being. Everyone, except for Loki, shuddered and cold sweat started running down their backs as they looked at Filvis and imagined the scene. The elves, Alicia and Lafia, especially couldn't stomach the hypothetical situation and covered their mouths, fearing that it'll make them puke. The only vampire in the room trembled and froze on her spot. She couldn't move or turn her sights to everyone behind her because she's afraid of the expression they are making. But most importantly, she's shaking in fear for what she could do. Does that mean I have the power to do that? Recalling the time she wanted to try out her fangs on Lafia, Filvis also covered her mouth in remorse. Loki sighed and glared at Kisuke. She's now sure that he loves putting people in moral dilemmas, but she's also slightly disappointed that her children couldn't easily see the bigger picture here. Listen, Filvis. That ability of yours is a weapon, and much like all other adventurers, they carry a weapon of their own. Filvis looked at Loki with uncertainty, but it was Kisuke who continued her words. Loki-sama is right. Your ability is a weapon, but like any other weapon, it is all about the user and the intent behind it. Cutting down innocent people using a normal sword, causing a genocide, is no more than evil than a vampire creating walking corpses for the sake of gaining power. And did you think that I'd allow you to stay here if I knew you were that kind of person? Asked Loki, but since this topic has already come up, can you at least promise me that you'll never abuse your power like that? Filvis gawked for a second before straightening her expression. Oh, of course. I promise that I won't ever commit such an evil act. Even if my life depends on it. Loki nodded in satisfaction before turning to everyone else. And you lot, I've already expected for you to see through something this obvious, but I guess the gruesome picture has blinded you for a few moments. Finn clenched his fist and replied, I'm sorry, Loki. We indeed lost sight of what's important for a moment. I'm ashamed that I've forgotten such a basic thing. Everyone else also has the same apologetic expression as him. Finally, Loki turned her attention to the grinning troublemaker in question and protested, and you? Do you really have to navigate a conversation like this? I doubt others could have left these vampires alone if they haphazardly do something like that. Couldn't you have made it clear if actions such as that are also frowned upon among them? As expected of Loki-sama, you've guessed it. Even among the vampires, creating ghouls are frowned upon and violators are actively hunted down. In other words, even if they can do it, they still consider it as a criminal act with capital punishment. Or else, they won't be able to keep their self-governing status. So there are so many of them out there that they had to form some sort of governmental body, huh? Then what about these dampiers? To simply explain it, they are the result of a union between a vampire and any other race. That's to say, a non-pureblood descendant. It was then that Loki understood it. I see. So more than a vampire, Filvis is a damper. That's correct. Because although dampiers have all the typical abilities of a vampire, they do not possess the same weaknesses that accompany their powers. As such, they are considered as freaks of nature and are normally hated by the pure-blooded since they also go against their beliefs that everyone else is beneath them. Kisuke then stood up and walked towards Filvis. Since you're technically a mixture of an elf and a vampire that was created by the dungeon, you're a damper. That was only further confirmed when it was proven that you don't possess the weaknesses. On top of that, your elven bloodline should still be present within you, so your talent in magic should have compounded. But why are you mainly using ki? Filvis looked up to his eyes. She knew her answer and couldn't really say it because it was really embarrassing. So she wanted to become the vanguard for her precious rearguard. I guess that's wonderful, but Kisuke has to correct her thinking, not just for her own sake but also for his own satisfaction and curiosity. Well, whatever. Since your magic power is concentrated on your blood, doing magic-based body strengthening wouldn't just be as effective as ki but also will give you increased mastery of overall magic usage. Kisuke then picked up her right hand and started massaging it while looking at it intently. Filvis was startled and was about to pull her hand back subconsciously when she managed to stop herself and gritted her teeth. Aside from Lafia, a fellow elf, and her parents, no one has really touched any part of her body for as long as she can remember. Ah! Of course, her best friend was also shocked and let out an ear-splitting cry while pointing at them with a slight blush on her face. Chapter 789, The Dungeon's Intention. Kisuke kept pressing various points on her palm, measuring her overall magic power capacity and movement. Although her magic power only increased slightly from my initial estimates, the movement can't be compared to a typical elf like Riveria and Rio. Using her own blood as a medium, her maximum output was boosted exponentially. It's no wonder that vampires could thrive despite their poor reputation and attitude. Or maybe because she's a damper. Various guesses went through Kisuke's mind in that short instance, but Filvis was unaware of her thoughts and could just endure it. Although it only became worse when Kisuke started sending pulses of his own energy through her hand. Caught off guard, Philvis' knees almost buckled but she was able to stand firm. However, she had to cover her mouth with her free hand as she had a feeling that she might just let out a strange voice with the strange heat rising up from the core of her body. What's this? What's happening? Normally, Kisuke would have already stopped doing this because he didn't have much of a legitimate reason to mess with her, but an accidental discovery made him focus so that he didn't even know what Philvis was going through nor did he care about it. This is. Since Kisuke already had enough mastery over his new energy type, he was already confident to use it as a tool for recon. And because it's an unknown type that's only unique to him as far as he's concerned, it could hardly be detected. Even Yuruchi, who had well-developed senses, couldn't detect it, and even if she was able to, it was already close to her and she wasn't even sure if it's really there. If a comparison was to be made, it's like Ophis and Great Red's abilities. Although others could detect the magic power within them, they couldn't find anything that's related to infinity or dreams despite them representing it. However, the moment he let his own energy interact with Philvis' magic power, the latter started morphing as if it's trying to imitate it. Absorption. No. This is creating new information depending on what it's trying to extract. Did she go through a mutation as a damper to have this kind of ridiculous ability? Or did the dungeon intend for her to have this? Considering how useful this would be for my own development, I'm leaning on the latter possibility. Nevertheless, due to how complicated and unique Kisuke's energy is, it couldn't extract much information and would constantly fail in copying it, hence, the strange mood Philvis was currently experiencing right now. Philvis' groans engulfed the silent room with a weird atmosphere, but after a few more moments, Lafia couldn't take it anymore and stood in the middle of the two, swinging her arm down and saving the damsel in distress. For how long are you going to do this? Lafia's hostility woke Kisuke up as he dodged the incoming arm by letting Philvis go. Even then, he'd already got most of what he needed to know and the only thing left is a bit of a blood sample that he could get later. Geez, relax, I'm just doing a bit of examination to determine her current rank. Is this how you examine people? Lafia shouted while angrily pointing at Philvis. Kisuke finally looked at Philvis carefully and saw that she's struggling to catch her breath in addition to her flushed face and almost tearful eyes. If one didn't know what exactly happened, people would think that Kisuke just assaulted her. Not always. Kisuke answered honestly. Not always. There are other instances. You're an enemy of women. Lafia declared while clinging to Philvis. While everyone else had an awkward atmosphere, Riveria was wearing a serious expression while muttering, "Why does this feel familiar?" Kisuke just waved his hand in dismissal and said, "Forget about that. Chalia-san, how about a spar with me? You want to test everything you can manage against someone or something, don't you?" Philvis took a few deep breaths and recovered bearing, albeit still with a flushed face. Spar. Yes. Since I have some free time, I think I can help you figure out more about your abilities, and the best way to do that is to put it into action. Truthfully, Kisuke's intention was not to help her but to flush out his remaining energy in her system and stop the current transformation. That way, he'd be able to give her a special type of blood and see the changes she'd go through. Philvis heaved her final heavy breath and thought. Before everyone lost their memories, Lafia said that even if the entire Loki Familia went against Kisuke Urahara, they wouldn't even be able to scratch his skin. Using common sense, that's impossible, but Lafia doesn't have any reason to lie. If so. She then looked up to him, reaching a decision. He'd really be the only one who could test my capabilities without the dangers of actually killing me. Although he's all smiles, I can tell that he's ruthless. He might just cut off my arm just to test my regeneration. Please help me. Thank you. Kisuke nodded and turned to Loki. Loki-sama, I'd like to use your courtyard. It's fine if I watch too, right? Even if I forbid you, this is your place and I have no right to do so. All right. Let's go. In the wide courtyard, since they were allowed to watch, everyone from the Loki Familia except for those who had business outside had come. In the middle was Kisuke and Philvis facing each other. Although this is a spar, use everything you can, the former said first. If not. Kisuke looked straight into Philvis' eyes and his killing intent started pouring into her, "'Cause I might just accidentally kill you." Philvis shuddered and readied her sword in panic. She wanted to talk more to figure him out more, but after just being brushed by such intense bloodlust, she knew she couldn't afford to think about anything else, much less speak. Good. It seems that you're ready. But before that, Kisuke turned to where the executives were and said, "May I borrow a blade?" "Anything's fine." Before anyone could say anything back, Tioni suddenly pulled out one of her cookery knives named Zola's and threw it towards Kisuke. "Here." Kisuke caught the knife by its handle. "Thank you very much." Philvis swallowed a mouthful of saliva because there was yet again almost imperceptible change in him who was now holding a blade. It's as if his entire body became a weapon. Kisuke's smile then disappeared as he faced Philvis once again. "Now then, let's start with this." In everyone's eyes, Kisuke slowly slashed what's in front of him horizontally. However, there's still a few meters of distance between them, so this strange action of his confused everyone, including his opponent. Really? If you have trained ki, you all should have trained your senses for it. Philvis was wondering what he's talking about when she suddenly lost her balance and slowly fell backward. She tried to regain her balance but her fall continued. And finally, she landed on her back, facing the blue sky. Bewildered, she turned her head towards Kisuke, but what she saw immediately sent pain back to her brain. Ahhhhh. In front of her were her legs, firmly standing on their ground, cleanly detached from her body. Chapter 790, vs Philvis. Finn and the rest of the executives also noticed the change in Kisuke's demeanor, and the sight of him made their muscles taut, ready to take action at any second. They watched as Kisuke swung his sword horizontally and wondered what he was doing. "What's that?" asked Tiona. It was neither slow nor fast. It was as if he's just figuring out the balance of the knife. However, the moment Kisuke finished his actions, a skin-splitting pain suddenly assaulted Finn's thumb and made him shudder. He wanted to warn Philvis of the immense threat, but it was already too late as Kisuke's opponent already dropped to the ground, leaving her legs behind. "Oh!" Philvis' ear-splitting cry woke everyone up from their stupor, and most of them became covered in a cold sweat at the gruesome sight of blood spurting out without control. But what scared them more than anything was the expressionless guest. Then, once they thought he was a jolly and casual man, turned out to be such a cruel person. "Philvis." Lafia wanted to run out while taking out the highest potion that she has, already forgetting that Kisuke told her that a potion is one of the vampire's weaknesses in exchange for their regeneration prowess. But before she could even complete a step, an arm blocked her way. "Stay put, Lafia." Lafia looked at the back of the red-haired goddess and complained, "But, Loki-sama. Philvis is already grievously injured. She might die of blood loss." No matter how you spin it, that only applies to normal people. However, her body was created by the dungeon, so common sense may not apply to her. Loki then looked towards her. "Or are you averting your eyes from reality at a time like this?" Lafia shook, but she had nothing to say back. Nevertheless, Riveria was still worried and asked, "Is this really fine, Loki?" Although this might be fine, it doesn't change the fact that her life is in danger. "It's fine, you can trust him. I assure you that after this, Philvis-chan would still be in one piece. Besides, look," Loki pointed to the match, and everyone saw that Kisuke's knife was already lifted overhead and was about to do a vertical slash on the downed Philvis. "She hasn't surrendered, so you shouldn't stop this either." Dio Grail. Philvis finally gathered her thoughts properly and instantly cast out a defensive magic. A circular barrier that shined white appeared in front of her, and it was also the moment that Kisuke swung down his knife. In a split second, something invisible hit the barrier and created sparks. The barrier didn't even last 2 seconds as it was immediately cracked and broken through. However, it was enough time for Philvis to dodge to the side, which was her goal from the beginning. Dio Thursos. While rolling on the ground, Philvis immediately used her next spell that released a blast of golden light towards her opponent. She wanted to retrieve her legs even if she had to crawl towards it, but decided against it when she saw Kisuke simply slashing through her magic. "You can do that." Gritting her teeth, she modified her magic circle that released Dio Thursos and made it release smaller but more numerous rays of golden light. As tens of golden rays descended on Kisuke, he started dancing with his knife, dodging and deflecting everything away. Even though none of them could actually hurt him, it'd only make his clothes dirty. Seeing him finally busy, Philvis' mind started to race. She knew that there's no way he would be defeated with just that, even if she pours all her magic power into her attack, so she has to think of any other way to deal a substantial amount of damage. She also thought of surviving as long as possible, but immediately threw that idea out of her mind. "There's no way he's going to allow me to do that. Besides, the point of this match was to discover and test my abilities. Hiding behind my magic will only earn his ire, and that may be the moment that he'll aim for my neck." At that instant, her severed legs that are still standing entered her sights. Regeneration. If that's true, I should be at least able to attach my legs back. But how? Blood. It's as if instincts took over her. The moment her train of thought got to blood, she already knew what to do. That, and also thanks to the real threat to her life that pumped adrenaline into her system. Concentrating on the flow of her blood, including that still within her legs and scattered on the ground, Philvis willed the severed limbs to return. Her legs shook for a few moments before they suddenly launched towards Philvis and immediately caught the stumps. As soon as they got connected, the scattered blood also returned through the cut before the skin was restored. Even Philvis, who did it, couldn't believe what she saw, much less everyone else. Philvis wanted to check if her legs were properly connected, but she wasn't able to do that because she heard the terrifying voice from behind her. "My, that's wonderful. But we're not done here yet." "Coo." Philvis clenched her mouth and hurriedly stood up without looking back, though she was still too slow and felt the blade of Kisuke's knife digging on her left flank. Her guts threatened to spill out, so she hurriedly used her free hand to block the gash. If she had been a normal adventurer, this wound would have been fatal, but now that she learned how to use her regeneration actively, the blood just flew back before the cut slowly closed, bringing her skin into pristine condition. Though as amazing as it is, Philvis could feel her magic power reserves to be largely depleted and an almost insanity-inducing thirst. What's this disgusting feeling? Dampers might have a resistance to the desire to drink blood that was a borderline immunity. They didn't even need it to live, as they only needed their non-vampire bloodline to survive. Even then, Philvis wasn't born a damper, nor did she have any experience living as one. The almost imperceptible cravings were boosted due to the magic power in her blood being depleted way faster than they could recover, kicking a hidden self-preservation mechanism into action. Fortunately or unfortunately, however, Kisuke's killing intent kept her sanity in check and her focus on the fight. I won't be able to do anything at range. I have to get closer. Clutching her short sword tightly, she dashed forward while letting some of her instincts take over. This resulted in her gray bat-like wings emerging and nails growing longer. The next instant had sparks and clashes of metals filling the air. Philvis used her wings to boost her speed and maneuver to gain an advantageous position, short sword as her main hand, and claws as support or ambush hand. Meanwhile, Kisuke just swung a single arm to take all of her attacks, and he hasn't even taken a single step since the start of their clash. I guess this is it for the first part. Chapter 791, Great Performance and Instant Defeat. Losing her patience, Philvis started using her magic at point-blank range. Although very reckless, it was successful at pushing Kisuke back, giving her some precious breathing space. However, that didn't last long, as Kisuke stopped his passive approach and began to pressure Philvis to a greater extent. Coup. So it's useless even if I get close. I can't see the extent of his abilities. Our skill levels are too far apart. What else can I do? Philvis thought as she started to accumulate wounds that surpassed her passive regeneration. But as further desperation pushed her absolute limits, a certain idea popped into her mind after recalling all the abilities that Kisuke mentioned earlier. But if I fail, I might die. Kisuke noticed her inner conflict and thought that he can finally end this. Is this the time for you to be holding back? If you have something in your mind, just do it. You didn't happen to forget the goal of this spar, did you? With a single large swing, Kisuke threw Philvis back. This time, however, he didn't close the gap. Philvis gritted her teeth and glared at Kisuke, but a second later she calmed down and took a deep breath. I'll aim for the kill, is that all right? Though Kisuke just smirked at her and replied, you're very much welcome to try. Philvis took a stance and raised her short sword. An instant later, her blood-red eyes shone as she gathered and poured her ki to her legs, launching her straight forward with great momentum. Philvis then raised her sword over her head, posing to swing it down once Kisuke came within her reach with all her strength. At this point, Kisuke finally guessed what she intended to do and smiled. Fine. I'll accept your challenge. Taking a stance of his own, the moment Philvis almost entered his reach, Kisuke did a horizontal slash, aiming at her torso with speed much greater than what he had previously displayed until now. At this rate, Kisuke's knife would slice through Philvis before her sword could even reach Kisuke. The executives that are watching this already knew the result, and Philvis should also know it. To their shock, however, Philvis didn't pull back and became fully committed to her attack, as if she was willing to exchange her life for her attack to land. Oi, oi, oi. What is she doing, Bet, who has senses only second to Finn muttered, followed by various similarly confused words from Ace, Tiona, and Tioni. And as everyone has expected, although Philvis' sword continued descending, she was already bisected by the horizontal slash. Lafia only noticed what's going on when Kisuke's knife had already separated Philvis' upper and lower body. Philvis. Only Loki, however, noticed the small smile that emerged from Kisuke's mouth. In spite of the visual effect, Kisuke felt virtually no resistance when he cut Philvis, and the moment he was about to deflect Philvis' sword with his free hand, it suddenly bloomed into blood-red mist, along with her whole body, and disappearing from his sights. The next instant, the sword materialized along with the fully intact Philvis behind him, with the tip thrust towards his nape. You're mine. Though the man in question just chuckled and said, I don't think so. Shifting his head to the side, Kisuke easily dodged the sword. Philvis' momentum continued forward without her being able to stop properly, so Kisuke also caught her arm that was holding the sword. All of a sudden, Philvis' world spun uncontrollably, and before she knew it, she was slammed to the ground, breaking several of her ribs. Koha. Sometime later, her vision recovered, and saw Kisuke grinning and looking down at her. Nice try, but your poor handling of magic and killing intent gave you away before you could even reform. Philvis stopped coughing and sighed. In the end, I couldn't even leave a scratch. Well, you have to at least divide the whole city with a single slash if you want to achieve that. I suppose that's not a joke. You can do it once you've reached a certain point. That's the kind of existence you are now, so don't waste it. Philvis stared at Kisuke for a short while and figured that he wasn't joking. But what kind of existence are you if I'll only be able to scratch you with that kind of power? She wanted to ask out loud but guessed that she wouldn't get an answer. And even if she did, it would do nothing good for her. That's what her intuition was telling her. Lafia then came running with tears on her face. Philvis. Are you all right? Yes. I'm fine, albeit a bit injured and extremely tired. Lafia heaved a large sigh of relief after hearing that and wanted to ask what happened at the end, but before she could do so, Kisuke first gave his instructions. Vorida-san, please take Chalia-san to the side and give her a bit of your blood for her to recover. As for you, Chalia-san, we're still not yet done, as we have yet to test your main ability. Once you've rested, we'll continue. Lafia helped Filvis to stand up and the latter nodded, understood. Thank you. Still, with a lot of time left until Freya Familia arrived, Kisuke pointed towards the executives and said, you, and you. I'm free, so spar with me. Kisuke precisely pointed at Ace, Tiona, Tioni, and Bet. The prideful Bet instantly snapped at his rude demeanor. Huh. Why do I have to? And I have a name, dumbass. Tiona, on the other hand, was already looking forward to this and raised her hand. I'm going first. But Kisuke shook his head and said, I pointed to all of you, so all of you have to come at the same time. Or else, it won't even be a challenge. There's no joy in beating amateurs, you know. After that, it wasn't just Bet but all four of them were pissed. As top adventurers, they have their own pride and it won't allow them to let some unknown guy that came out of who knows where to look down on them. Yes, he's strong and they might even lose a one-on-one fight, but it wasn't enough that it'll allow him to fight off all of them. Oi, he's asking for a beating. Why don't we give it to him? Asked Bet while cracking his fingers. What a surprise. We're on the same page today, replied Tioni while bringing out her spare cookery knives. Sounds fun, I'll play along, Tiona added. Only Ace was silent since her intuition was telling her that it's still hard for them to win, but she still nodded in agreement and readied her sword. The four of them marched forward with great confidence and were ready to bring out everything they've learned these past few months. A quarter of an hour later, however, all of them were kissing the ground without a pinch of fighting spirit that they had from the start left, while Kisuke was just casually whistling as he sat on Bet's body that was almost buried in the ground. Is this really happening? Asked Finn with a twitching mouth. Don't ask me. I also want an answer to that, replied Riveria. Chapter 792, A Quick Lesson. As one would expect from a first-class adventurer, Ace was able to find a way to counter Kisuke's invisible strikes by covering the whole battlefield with her own wind, giving everyone an early warning sign if such an attack was used. However, that was the extent of it. Even though they all have improved massively thanks to them using ki that they could even go toe-to-toe with a normal level 7 easily, Kisuke's delicate suppression made them unable to bring out their full capacity. Finn and Riveria wouldn't be as surprised if Kisuke just overpowered them, but the scene in front of them proved that this mysterious man has the qualifications to call them amateurs. Who is he really? Now that I've managed to sort my thoughts, the discomfort that I'm experiencing isn't coming from him directly but from the overall situation. It's certain that Loki and Filvis are hiding something from us, so is that the real cause of this unsettling feeling? Finn's suspicion grew larger and it didn't just involve those who knew Kisuke, but the overall situation within the city itself. Loki wasn't wrong to call Finn's intuition better than most gods out there. As level 6s, you guys could easily take on level 7s or maybe even 8s that haven't learned ki or magic control. It sounds impressive, but... Kisuke then suddenly stopped and pondered on his words more. Well, considering that you guys learned without a proper master, I think this is still good. This is unreal. I couldn't even dish out a good punch, Tiona muttered in frustration while trying to sit up. Tioni, meanwhile, just gave up and laid on her back while looking at her cookery knives that are both cleaved in half. Not just that. I can't believe we're using the same weapon. On the other hand, thanks to her speed and flexibility, Ace was able to avoid and mitigate most of the damage and was able to easily sit straight up. Unlike the two, however, she only has one simple question: how? Although she still has the same stoic face as before, Kisuke noticed that Ace was much calmer than before and the black haze that covered her entire body has already largely dissipated. The only reason I can think of is that dragon. Still, just her presence shouldn't have warranted this kind of subtle but drastic change because her hate actually stems from the black dragon. Or maybe because of Lisa's existence, it became a lot easier for Arya-san to fend off the black dragon's influence. Since there's still a bit of time, Kisuke didn't mind helping them out for a bit and explained, it's because you guys focused more on firepower than control. Ace tilted her head in confusion. When learning how to use ki, they didn't encounter anything that divided ki for firepower and control. However, Kisuke was the only one who could be blamed for that because he's the one who wrote the book they are learning from. By focusing on the technicalities, Kisuke avoided anything that might form a bias or limit their creativity, although that clearly backfired since not one of them even delved deeper on the basics of how to control ki. If they did, they would be able to discover another subset of the topic by themselves. Before that, Kisuke looked at Finn and Riveria's direction. Please come over too. I'll be saying something important. Finn and Riveria looked at each other before nodding. Finn walked over while Riveria called the others who were watching to come over. After passing some potions to the three girls, Finn approached Kisuke, more specifically, the unconscious one under him. Do you mind? But mid-sentence, he recalled how Bet was the only one Kisuke overpowered and face buried after the former showed so much hostility to the latter. Shaking his head and smiling wryly, Finn kept the potion in his hand and shook his head. It's nothing. Please go on. Once everyone has gathered, Kisuke continued, I can understand that you guys focused much more on gathering ki more than controlling it because it raises firepower much faster and against monsters that could have incredible defenses. That's what you need. However, that's a beginner's mistake. Or more accurately, a mistake for those who don't have a proper teacher. Everyone was quiet. Thanks to the sparring, everyone knew that this man's ability was real. Even though they stand on the top, they are not arrogant enough to dismiss the words of someone who was clearly that much more capable than them. Lifting his right arm, Kisuke rolled his sleeve back for everyone to see. I will do a demonstration, but I'll be using magic to emulate ki because it's much easier for everyone to see it that way. Everyone saw Kisuke's arm become covered by semi-translucent white flame, and some of them let out a voice of "oh" while some only stared in confusion. For the executives, however, it's a very familiar sight. This is how it looks when you use ki, am I right? Ace nodded vigorously. The flame then started to burn strongly and Kisuke asked again, and this is how it looks when you gather it to prepare for an attack, yes? That's right, Tiona answered. While rubbing his chin, Finn added his conjecture, I finally understand. Since you can visualize it like this, it also means that you can clearly see when someone gathers their ki. With that knowledge in hand, you were able to predict their movement with great accuracy, disrupting their movements, and making sure that they could never unleash what they've gathered. That's correct, but I couldn't actually see them. I had to hone my senses to detect these types of things, and all of you should be capable of that too, since it's very similar to detecting magic power. Moving on, this came to be because you only practiced basic controls to the point that it's usable. The roaring flame on Kisuke's arm then stopped and formed a thin film on the surface of his skin, without any fluctuation. A stark contrast to its noisy state from before. This is the extent of what you can do if you have enough mastery of control, and right now, I'm varying the intensity, but it's already hard to see any differences it makes. I know you might say that I'm of the extreme minority that could detect this, and that may be true to some extent, but raising your control over ki doesn't just hide what you want to do next. Kisuke picked up the cookery knife with his aura-covered hand, and the white film slowly crawled towards it, enveloping it completely after a few seconds. It's a lot harder to rein in ki, so beginners would rather just focus on gathering since they can get the same amount of firepower for a lot less effort. However, with control, you can extend the influence of your ki towards your weapons, and this will make them sharper and sturdier. In fact, the invisible slashes that I did earlier are just an extension of this. Swinging his arm, some of the white film left the knife and traveled for a few meters before disappearing. Various voices of surprise and admiration sprung out from the crowd, which soon evolved into various discussions. After arranging his own thoughts, Finn asked, that's really surprising. We didn't know there's more to ki than what's in the book. Since you've gone to the trouble of demonstrating this to us, I suppose you plan to teach us this control method. But outright giving it to us wouldn't make any sense, so please name your price. If it's reasonable, we're determined to purchase this information. When Kisuke shook his head, Finn thought that he needed anything other than material or monetary gain and was about to discuss it with him. But before he could say anything, Kisuke cleared his misunderstanding. There's nothing to purchase, Dame-san. There's no special way to manipulate ki. What you have is all you need to know. While the others became confused for a moment, Ace spoke up, so those basics are all we need and have to do it over and over again. Kisuke nodded, that's it and nothing else. It's just a matter of how much or how little you can manipulate your ki without concentrating too much. Besides, everyone's body is different even if they are twins. After mastering the basics, that's where you have to find a unique way to manipulate the flow of ki more smoothly. If there are any special methods, that's for those who can't use ki normally. I see. I'm sorry for jumping to a conclusion and thank you very much for enlightening. Finn was truly thankful. However, Kisuke was still a suspicious figure in his eyes, so he couldn't help but wonder, but why are telling this to us? I'm sorry if this may sound rude, but what's your goal? Kisuke then finally stood up and shook his head once again. I can explain, but I don't really have to since you'll understand it later. Loki-sama could vouch for that. Finn turned to Loki and saw her nod to him silently. Now then, before resuming my spar with Chalia-san, allow me to show another thing that might motivate you to practice more. Kisuke dropped the cookery knife and raised his right arm once again. Within a few seconds, everyone could see frost started forming around his arm and hand before a blade of ice suddenly emerged from his hand. Geez. What is this magic? It's too silent and fast. Tiona commented. Don't be a fool, Tiona. Riveria interrupted. He said he'd show something to motivate everyone to practice. If that's true, then that's still a demonstration on how to use ki. Wait, what? Really? Even Ace couldn't help but come closer to take a look. You can do this with ki. Once you've reached a certain level with ki manipulation, there's a small chance that you can awaken to a special attribute. However, it is so rare that even I don't have it, and I can only show it with some cheap imitation and a simple special attribute. Incredibly interested, Riveria asked, what's this special attribute? Kisuke took back his magic before answering, it could be anything. When I said that what I showed was something simple, what I meant was there could be anything with wild effects and not just simple ice. I could say this because I personally knew someone who can manifest white flames with her ki. But instead of burning with it, her flames could absorb all sorts of energies and convert them to something she could use. And to some extent, those same flames could even affect the soul itself. In a battlefield, Consumption isn't a problem for her and she could technically dish out multiple attacks that could deal the same damage as wide area annihilation magic each. Only if she can handle the mental and physical strain. Which I guess she can do now easily. Oh, are you talking about Kaneko-chan? Has she already grown that strong? If I remember correctly, she should just be a level 3 not long ago. So she already has enough power to wipe the floor with Finn and the rest. Huh, Loki suddenly dropped a bomb. Chapter 793, A Little Experiment. Kisuke ignored the surprised expression that's painted on everyone's face and answered Loki, well, yeah, technically. However, she still falls short in experience. Including Sona and Aika, although everyone else is regularly sparring with them, they still need some real experiences. Hearing that, Loki gave her a doubtful expression, really? I just think that your standards are impossibly high. Even if they are very capable and talented, there should still be some limits. All Loki knew were those stories that came from her children. But even with that tidbit of information, she could guess how Kisuke usually does things if she added his capabilities into the equation. She has no right to interfere with how Kisuke raised his talents, but she can't say she's a fan of it either, so she couldn't help but give a little bit of warning without seemingly overstepping her boundaries. Loki, after all, doesn't know what they are fighting for nor who their enemies are. Kisuke became silent for a few moments before nodding at her. I'm aware of my own shortcomings. But even if it's too late, I still have to make amends. That's great, nevertheless, I wasn't just talking about the girls around you, but yourself. Loki's slitted eyes opened and gazed straight into Kisuke's eyes. I don't know what's chasing you, but your overt selfishness was just covering your inner selflessness. Kisuke was surprised at Loki's words, but even after thinking about it, he couldn't fully understand what she meant. What are you talking about? Loki wanted to continue but immediately shut her mouth before shaking her head. He has to realize it himself. Loki thought that explaining it directly to him would defeat the purpose of her warning, so instead, she redirected the topic. If you're going to make amends, I think it's a great idea if that would start from you. Knowing those girls, they would just follow your example. You should know how devoted they are to you. Since Loki didn't want to elaborate further, Kisuke didn't pursue it. That's true. Thank you for your kind words. Even so, Kisuke made sure to remember those words that came from a deity that seemed to be thinking more carefully compared to most deities out there, but I wonder what she meant by that. Because of the sudden serious conversation, everyone in the Loki familia already lost their chance to ask about this mysterious lady that is capable of launching multiple annihilation magic with ease despite being just a level 3. Still, Riveria asked for everyone seeing that it's a good time, Loki. About what you said earlier. Do mind if you can further elaborate? That. There's really nothing to explain further. These guys are really just too good at what they do that the concept of levels of a god's blessing was essentially pointless to them. Even then, they still couldn't wrap their head around what Loki just said. Curious, Ace turned to Kisuke and asked, what's your level? While rubbing his chin and pretending to think about it, Kisuke answered, mine. If I recall correctly, I never really had my status updated after reaching level 2. So by your standards, I'm a third-class adventurer, technically. All eyes except for Loki's could only stare at Kisuke dumbfounded. How strange. Loki isn't calling out his lie, Tiona muttered. Immediately after, someone stepped on her left toe with a bit of force and she couldn't help but cry out, ow wow. Tioni. What are you doing? The culprit, however, just said, it's really strange. I'm also not dreaming. Damn you, the sisters then began wrestling each other. Meanwhile, Kisuke addressed everyone else, what are you guys surprised for? You should have known that ki is a lot easier to control and gather even without any blessing compared to magic. Of course, there are bound to be people that would get stronger even without joining a familia. No. I didn't think that someone could take it to the extreme, replied Riveria while sighing and covering her forehead. It only means that you still have a lot of room to grow. Soon after, Kisuke was bombarded by various questions from all the people present. At first, he answered their questions calmly, but as time went on, they started asking questions that they should be thinking for themselves, so he lost his patience and shooed them away. Enough of this. Chalia-san, I suppose you have recovered sufficiently, so let's continue. Philvis was waiting for this and immediately stepped up as soon as she heard his call. I'm ready. Are we going to spar again? After the crowd had been cleared, including Bet who was dragged back by Raoul, Kisuke nodded. We will, but not until after you drink this. From his sleeve, Kisuke pulled out a test tube capped by a cork and containing blood. He made sure that he got the right thing and tossed it in Philvis's direction. We'll be trying out your main ability now. Philvis examined the test tube before removing the cork and taking a bit of sniff on the blood. It's sweet. Much sweeter than Lafia's. She hesitated for a moment. Since it came from Kisuke and wanted to use it to test her ability, she knew that this isn't normal blood and she's worried about what might happen to her after taking this blood, but what's the worst that could happen? Gritting her teeth, Philvis took the blood in one gulp. As soon as it went through her throat, Philvis felt its scalding effect right away on her back. Beyond her control, Filvis' gray bat-like wings emerged and all eyes saw them change into pure white wings from its base. As for Filvis herself, she couldn't really pay any attention to it as the heat from her back went on to spread uncomfortably. Go. The next thing that happened, however, surprised Loki the most with a golden halo suddenly appearing on top of Filvis' head while emitting warm and righteous light. Wait. That's... The change didn't stop there with her blood-red eyes turning golden next. With her transformation finished, the warm and holy aura she's giving off now was a stark contrast to the gloom and cold she has as a vampire. As expected. She can replicate it even if it's an attribute harmful to her, thought Kisuke after giving her Irina's blood that he produced using her original DNA and power he was able to isolate from the Brave Saint system. Chapter 794 Little Experiment Part 2. The beat of the wind that originated from Filvis as she floated up hit everyone and almost pushed them back. Kisuke, on the other hand, just silently observed the entirety of her transformation and thought, since her own magic power isn't enough to support this transformation, she's subconsciously absorbing the ambient magic power. But at the rate she's going, she'll destroy her body within an hour. Oh well, I'll observe for now. Canceling this transformation should be easy enough since she doesn't have control over it. Loki, meanwhile, noiselessly clenched her fist. This is. But it's impossible. No god could descend with their original body. Filvis finished her transformation but she's not yet aware of what she looks like now. Instead, her mind was occupied by strange knowledge that intruded her head, light arts. Lifting her right hand, Filvis conjured a short spear made out of light. This. What is this power? Seeing her obvious confusion, Kisuke was about to answer her question but Loki beat him to it. Holy power. The executives beside her and Filvis turned to her. Holy power? Loki hesitated before answering. Holy power, the most basic source of power for gods that are known as righteous and a derivative of divine power. She then looked at Kisuke who had an amused and interested expression. It's very weak, but there's definitely holy power within that light. That's true, Kisuke nodded. What you're using right now is just a basic light magic. However, different from normal light magic, it's a magic derived from holy power, making it a lot stronger. Though what really makes it special isn't stronger magic, but it being lethal to those who are evil. Loki added while glaring at Kisuke. I'm very surprised that Filvis was able to manifest this kind of power, but I'm more curious about the cause of this all, which is the blood you've given to her. Whose blood was that and how were you able to acquire it? As far as I'm concerned, no god has ever descended with their original body, which is the only possible source that I could think of right now. By letting out her divine aura, she intimidated everyone else present except for Kisuke into silence. Of course, Kisuke knew of her concerns but he can't really explain them in detail either. So to satisfy her curiosity, he answered, the blood was not from a god but a servant of one. Thanks to her devotion, she was able to inherit a part of her god's power and I can assure you that she's doing fine. In fact, we're on good terms so your concerns are really unnecessary. Loki became silent and Kisuke didn't further elaborate, immediately returning his attention to the dumbfounded Filvis who's still holding the spear of light. Now, Chalia-san, let's start round 2. Eh? Ah. Right. The second round didn't last 10 minutes. Although Filvis' overall physical attributes became stronger and she can now use light magic with versatility, her skill didn't change. One could say that she became objectively weaker as she had a hard time adjusting her balance and fumbled with magic. Finally, Kisuke finished the spar by setting up a magic circle that would block magic power and siphoned it from Filvis, making her transformation cancel on its own due to its support collapsing. The moment power left Filvis, she collapsed on the ground twitching, unable to move even a single muscle due to strain. She tried to stand up but she struggled to even shift her arm. Don't do it. This is the result of you going all out without your knowledge. Though something like this is easily avoidable if you're able to control your magic to a certain degree, advised Kisuke before asking Lafia to pick her friend up again. Due to Loki and Kisuke's strange conversation earlier, no one approached the latter this time thanks to the awkward atmosphere between them. The executives could tell that there's still something bothering Loki. Kisuke would have followed up to this but the expected guest has already arrived at the gates of the Twilight Manor and at the same time, one of the Loki Familia members that are watching the perimeter came running in and wheezing, "See Captain." Finn frowned and asked, "Calm down. What's wrong?" The Freya Familia. All of its top members are approaching the main gates and they are all armed to the teeth. Not just Finn, but the rest became alarmed. However, this isn't the end of it as another member came running in to report, "Captain. Our scouts have spotted the members of the Freya Familia all around us. From their estimation, there's a good chance that the entire Freya Familia was mobilized and is currently trapping us in." Finn clicked his tongue and hurriedly gave out instructions. "Everyone, suit up. Ask the scouts to contact Gareth and the others and inform them of the situation. After that, ask them to contact the guild and our allies. Riveria, go wake up Bet and set up a barrier around the perimeter. As much as you can." But just as Finn was about to declare that they have to prepare for war, Loki interrupted him. "There's no need for all of that." Finn and the rest of the executives were surprised and startled. They had thought that Loki has already given up. Loki, even if the chance of us winning is slim, we won't be backing down. I'm not saying we're surrendering. What I meant was they are not here for us. Loki then pointed at Kisuke, but for that guy. Huh. Loki ignored them for a moment and asked Kisuke, we don't have to get involved, right? But of course. If she's really here for me, then it's not your problem. Though a part of your property may be damaged because of potential confrontation and I apologize for that. Waving her hand in dismissal, Loki replied while walking towards the mansion, it's fine as long as you pay for the damages and inconvenience fees. She decided to not pursue the origin of the holy power for now and watch this interesting sight. In any case, she doubts she'd get more answers from him, and the best way to get more information out of him is to escalate the situation that he'll be forced to show more of his cards. Chapter 795 Obliterated. Through the windows, Loki and her executives watched as Otter, along with his fellow Freya Familia members, approached Kisuke, who's waiting for them on the main gates of the Twilight Manor. 15 meters before they reached the gates, the Freya Familia stopped their advance while Otter took a few steps forward. I see that you've already anticipated us. You've been making such a big ruckus, of course I'll notice it. Kisuke just shrugged his shoulders and also took a few steps forward. While doing so, Kisuke also did a quick scan of his surroundings and found Freya in the building not far from the manor, overlooking the scene, a cloak imbued with anti-recognition magic. Huh? From the looks of it, Loki-sama, Hermes, Hephaestus-sama, and Aurena-sama really didn't let out even a single useful piece of information to her about us. If she knew what I can really do, or suspected even a bit of it, she wouldn't take this drastic measure. Otter became silent for a few moments before continuing while letting out a bit of his bloodlust. That's good. Now come with us. Freya-sama would like to meet you. And what? Be subjected to the same brainwashing as everyone within this city. Did you think I'm that stupid? Kisuke smirked at him and took a token from his sleeve before tossing it up. As soon as the token reached its zenith, a large and complicated magic circle expanded and covered the entire Twilight Manor and nearby buildings. However, before its effects could be felt, Freya's silver eyes from afar lit in violet light and the magic circle was instantly crushed into many pieces. He tried to activate a large-scale illusion magic. Good thing I personally came. Kisuke's eyes widened as he watched the motes of light disappear into nothingness. I didn't think that you'd have a magician capable of nullifying my magic instantly. It looks like I've underestimated you all. He then looked back to Otter, who already prepared his weapon. I can definitely tell that you won't be taking no for an answer. Otter didn't say anything more and swung down his sword at Kisuke. Otter's mastery of his ki is way above those of Loki Familia. So much so that no one from the Loki Familia who are watching from the manor could see the trajectory of the great sword. It's as if Otter's weapon instantly teleported from his back to the floor. Kisuke meanwhile, dodged the attack by jumping backward, but the force that destroyed the pavement and gate sent clouds of dirt everywhere, covering his sights. Even then, without looking, Kisuke raised his left hand and grabbed the spear that emerged from the screen of dust, aiming for his neck. But as he pulled on it, he couldn't feel any resistance anymore. Alan Frommel, with a split-second decision, decided to abandon his weapon out of fear of an incoming counterattack. Before Kisuke even arrived in Orario, the top members of the Freya Familia already decided on the basic strategy against him. Thanks to Ki, they were a lot stronger and sturdier than before. However, they are still sure that nobody, aside from Otter, could take on Kisuke's simple kick that took out the former before. As such, if there would be a time where they'll go against him, the only viable option is a hit-and-run tactic composed of everyone in the Familia. Immediately after, 8 throwing axes came flying in from all directions. Using the spear that he was left with, Kisuke deflected 4 of them back. As for the remaining 4, Kisuke caught 2 of them with his free arm and threw them back while the other 2 were kicked away. In the process, Kisuke was able to leave the smoke screen. No more attacks came after him, so he waited for the dust to settle. As soon as the view was cleared, the Loki Familia saw that their gates were already obliterated and the walls had already collapsed. While Kisuke didn't sustain any sort of damage, they saw that 2 of the Gulliver brothers were being treated by high-class potions, as one of them had a large cut on his flank while the other almost had his arm severed. Just what happened within that cloud of dust? Within the span of 2 seconds, 2 were already severely injured, asked Tiona. Considering the placement of the weapons, I could safely assume that they all tried to sneak an attack at him, but they were all countered or blocked by Kisuke Urahara with ease. We still clearly underestimated him, answered Finn. Riveria, on the contrary, was more curious with their motives, but why are they after him? Because he's an extreme threat to Freya's ideals, Loki answered, but she didn't elucidate any further. On the battlefield, Kisuke put the spear on his shoulder and fixed his hat with his free hand. You're really putting me on the spot here. Can't you just bring your goddess here and have a talk with me? The smile on his face already disappeared. Otter and the rest didn't say anything. They could indeed do as he said, however, to create an advantageous position for their goddess, they wanted to exhaust his options first. They could also have Freya use the full force of her charm against him, but it was their goddess' wish not to use it on him as much as possible. They don't know why he needs different treatment from the others, but they didn't have the time to think about that now as they were putting their lives on the line just in an attempt to capture him. Kisuke already expected their reactions but still couldn't help but sigh heavily. Really? You're giving me no choice here. Aren't you afraid that I'll just escape here and assault your goddess? You do know that I have the ability to easily do that. Everyone from the Freya familia became tense. If Kisuke was really able to get hold of Freya, there would be no way for them to get her back and they could only leave it to Freya to charm him. However, their pride won't allow such a thing to happen, much less the potential danger she'd be put in his hands. We're aware of what you can do. Of course, we've prepared appropriately for it too. Otter then gave his signal to Hogni Ragnar and Haydeen Selland, who are staying with the other familia members surrounding the manor. A few seconds later, a gigantic magic circle manifested in the sky and formed a strong barrier that covered the entirety of the area where the Twilight Manor is located. This is such an overwhelming amount of magic power, Riveria exclaimed, but how? Kisuke gave it a glance and commented, "Oh? A barrier that's shaving off their own lifespan, huh? I'm surprised they were able to devise such a thing, but this is also essentially sacrificing their lives for my capture. I honestly feel honored. With this, there's nowhere for you to run away anymore, since even if all of us tried bashing through this barrier, it would still take us a few hours to breach it." Otter and those behind him got ready once again. But before they could initiate their attack, they were all frozen on their spot as a wave of bloodlust they'd never experienced before washed over them and spread through their entire ranks. Kisuke's casual demeanor instantly disappeared and it was replaced by eyes that seemed to be looking at dead people. "It seems that you guys are misunderstanding something. I'm not trapped here with you, but you're trapped here in me. And did you think that such a flimsy barrier was really enough to stop me?" Otter's instincts and experiences were shouting at him to run away. We still severely underestimated him. He looked around and saw his members were also experiencing something similar and couldn't move from their spot. "We have to gain an initiative," Otter thought as he tried to lead an attack. Freya was also extremely shocked at what she's seeing as they seemingly triggered something within him. This is bad. Nevertheless, before Otter could move or Freya could give her orders to retreat, Kisuke pointed his finger towards the top of the babel while saying, "Really? This has become extremely annoying. If you don't want to talk without suppressing me, then we don't need that talk in the first place." A small ball of green energy gathered on his fingertip, but despite the underwhelming sight, it gave an incomparable dread to everyone, including the goddesses present. "To start, I'll take her out of the equation." Zero. The ball of energy instantly transformed into a beam, going through the barrier as if it was a thin piece of paper, and reached the top of Babel, entirely annihilating its top floor where Freya and Belle are supposed to be staying. Chapter 796, Chapter 796, Start of a Massacre. What? Otter staggered. Much like everyone on the scene, he couldn't process anything that happened in front of him. He tried to think but nothing came out of it. All that is certain is that he used magic that was beyond annihilation class in an instant. A magic that should only be if one of the deities broke the rules of the lower world. The men in question, Kisuke, ignored their reaction and displayed an apparent puzzlement. "Oh my. There's no beam of light. She looked like Freya-sama, but it looks like it's just someone disguised as her." Only then that those from the Freya familia recall who was staying on the top of Babel. "Oh no," Gulliver muttered in a horrified voice. Just before they started this operation, Freya ordered the still unstable Belle to be moved to the top of the tower because that's the safest place they could stay without needing a guard. Along with him was Horn, the one who acts as Freya whenever the goddess goes out as seer and the only person who can share Freya's feelings and thoughts. "But that was really heavy-handed of me," Kisuke continued while scratching his head and expressing slight regret. "To annoy her on her way up, I used an attack that would directly damage her soul. But for normal people, getting hit by that obliterates their souls to oblivion, making their chances of reincarnating go down to zero. From what it felt just now, 2 souls have just perished." Kisuke then looked at Otter's group with a smile that seemed to mock them. "For that, my bad." They couldn't fully understand what they just heard, but they all knew that he just said something terrifying. Of course, there were 2 people in the scene that fully understood what just transpired, and the first one reacted aggressively. "Kisuke. You bastard." Loki was about to jump out the window with her crimson eyes in full display, and her entire body was already being covered and roaring with divine power. This time, she was truly surprised and angry. Surprised because she didn't expect Kisuke to use his own soul to attack. What's more, it's already a technique that reached its perfection because it didn't consume him, which is something the deities already deemed as impossible. Even when watching the spar between Seraphal and Kisuke, Loki couldn't really tell anything from it aside from the strength they displayed because it was just a visual presentation without any fluctuation of energies they'd used. If she could have, she might not have closed the distance between them and might even have cut ties with him if she knew Seraphal was using demonic power. But more than that, she was angry at him. After interacting with him, she knew that Kisuke won't do anything rash. She knew that Kisuke should already know that Freya was not staying on the top of the tower and there are only normal people in it. However, he treated their lives and souls as lightly as he could. Loki couldn't accept that he would just destroy the most precious thing for the mortals and the gods alike, be it her children or not. It is, after all, one of the biggest taboos one could commit within the lower world. However, the real reason she started releasing her own divine power was to stop the other goddess from going ballistic. As much as she wanted to give Kisuke a smack on the head with all her might, she didn't want any full-blown fight to happen because that will only cause more misery for not just everyone present but for the entire lower world. Not because of the catastrophe that a god could cause, but the reaction of the dungeon after the fact. But without even turning to her, Kisuke pointed his finger and said, "Stay out of this, Loki-sama." Within that instant, divine power was absorbed back and Loki momentarily lost her ability to move and talk. What's this? I'm being locked within my own avatar. Everyone from the Loki familia saw that she's struggling to move and speak, but before they knew it, the entire mansion therein was already sealed with a barrier. "When did he?" muttered Riveria as she touched the seal and figured that they wouldn't be able to break it. After making sure that Loki won't be able to say anything unnecessary, Kisuke turned his attention back to Otter's group, more specifically, the hooded person who's making her way towards them. Faking a surprised expression, Kisuke greeted her. "Ah, so that's where you are, Freya-sama. We haven't seen each other for quite some time, but you're now wearing a very interesting expression." Kisuke's words woke Otter's group from stupor and just fully realized that Kisuke's attack just now resulted in Freya's favorite child perishing. "Freya-sama. Please don't approach him. It's too dangerous." Alan immediately got in front of her while Otter kept his stance towards Kisuke. However, Freya just looked at him straight into his eyes and said, "Stand down." With the effect of charm magic, Alan instantly lost his consciousness and moved to the side as if he was a puppet. The other who was also looking into her eyes met the same fate, while those who only heard her voice lost control of their bodies and also moved to the side. Freya-sama. Only Otter could manage to sneak in a word. But the goddess of beauty disregarded him and the soft wind blew the hood covering her head, revealing a never-before-seen expression. Grinding her teeth and looking at Kisuke with eyes full of hate, "I'm going to trap your soul for the whole of eternity while craving for me." Using the full force of her charm magic, Freya's silver eyes shone in an unprecedented light. In response, Kisuke's expression became lax and his own eyes lightly shone the same light as Freya's. "Come over." Kisuke slowly walked forward and approached Freya as the latter took out a knife from her cloak intending to plunge it to his throat and extract his soul upon exit of his body. Kisuke came into the range where Freya's knife could reach him, but before she could even lift the blade, she felt her whole body shake as she was pushed back. "Huh." It was then she noticed Otter in front of him, with a worried but nevertheless, satisfied expression. This beautiful sight, however, only lasted for an instant as blood started overflowing from his mouth and nose before his upper right shoulder until his lower left flank slid sidewards, leaving behind the rest of his body. With Otter's upper body out of the way, Freya saw the supposedly controlled Kisuke with a blade in his hand covered in blood. Chapter 797 Freya's answer. Freya fell on her butt with her eyes wide open and could only stay silent at the sight of her precious child, drowning in his own pool of blood. The next instant, Freya felt her body move again and felt Alan's presence beside her. However, before she could even face him and ask what's going on, she saw the 4 Gulliver brothers lunging at Kisuke. Freya raised her hand in an attempt to command them to retreat, but her voice couldn't leave her. As she somehow and fearfully expected, Kisuke's arm holding his blade jerked, producing a subtle flash of light before the brothers were all cut in half in an instant. Their weapons and armor served no purpose to stop the Reaper's scythe from claiming their lives. Freya's remaining thoughts were instantly replaced by an unending regret and asked herself where did she go wrong, at least Alan and the rest. But even before forming the last of her thoughts, Alan, who had been dragging Freya away, suddenly lost his footing, and the goddess, once again, met the ground with her back this time. As she inadvertently looked up, the sunlight obscured her vision. Nevertheless, it wasn't enough for her to miss a rolling ball in midair. Except, it wasn't a ball but Alan's decapitated head filled with terror. "No. Freya-sama." From afar, Mia Grand's roar reached the bewildered Freya. The goddess shakily sat up, choosing to ignore the warm blood of her child on her hand, and turned around only to see Kisuke standing menacingly and looking down on her. She didn't know how he's suddenly behind her when she just watched him bisect her children in front of her. Mia, still in her working uniform, was charging towards Kisuke with a fury-filled expression, and no. Freya tried to warn her not to approach, but she's shaking so much that she couldn't muster any strength. But despite it being incredibly soft, Mia still clearly heard the plea of her goddess and knew what she wanted. Nevertheless, she couldn't really afford that and released all the strength she had, doubling her speed and almost reaching Kisuke. "I'm leaving it to you, Anya." Kisuke finally ignored Freya and turned towards Mia, just as she wanted. Pouring all her power into her arm, her sleeve bursts open with her arm's expansion. As her fist that looked like an unbreakable boulder descended onto Kisuke, the latter took a stance and also threw his fist towards her own, Ikatsu, single bone. The two fists collided, producing a shockwave that blew all the dust away. Freya was immediately gleeful seeing that Mia wasn't instantly killed. For now, at least. Mia and Kisuke stared at each other for a second before the former said, "You monst." She couldn't finish her words because starting from her fist, her skin started cracking, blood spurting, and flesh being ejected out. A split second later, her flesh and skin were already gone, leaving the bones behind. But even those didn't last any longer as the destruction crawled up to her arm, shoulder, and entire upper body. Everyone saw how Mia fell into her knees but without her upper body anymore as it was obliterated into nothing. The sight that Freya caught, however, was Kisuke's bloodied blade extended beside her as another familiar head rolled in front of her, Anya. While all wasn't still clear for Freya, Kisuke prepared his next move and gathered another ball of energy before tossing it up, Bala Miller, 1,000 bullets. The ball of energy then started releasing smaller balls of lights and launched towards all directions. Instead of the traditional Siro, it was a modified one that releases numerous bala that automatically seek their targets. Right away, various screams of terrors resounded before being abruptly cut off. A few seconds later, the ball of energy stopped releasing the smaller bullets and disappeared. But along with it was the suffocating silence and the thick scent of blood that covered the surrounding. Each and every single member of Freya's familia died without a head. The ghastly and horrifying sight immediately caused the elves of the Loki familia to throw up except for Riveria. Even then, the latter, along with her fellow members' stomach churned as they resisted the urge to release what it contained. Contrary to everyone's reaction, however, Loki already calmed down because she already saw significant discrepancies to what's happening in front of her. For Freya, on the other hand, everything happened so fast that she didn't have any time to react properly. For those who are watching her, meanwhile, one would think that she's too calm for someone who has her familia annihilated. And it's true, she still has a bit of calmness left because she still has a place to retreat and pull the hidden knife under her dress. It was then that she heard Kisuke's mocking tone, "Before you do that, I suggest you properly look around first, or else you'll only go home with no one really waiting for you." A bad premonition overtook her. No. It's a premonition that she has been ignoring in an attempt to escape reality. Where? Where are my children? Freya looked around in panic while using her divine eyes. However, the scene of the field filled with her children's colors was nowhere to be found. Where? As you should have already known, I practice soul-based techniques, Kisuke started explaining. However, unlike the initial attack that destroyed 2 people's souls, those that I killed after had their souls purified. You should know that purified souls can't stay in a place that will destabilize them, so they instantly go to heaven. And since they are already purified, they won't go to another arduous purification process and would immediately start their reincarnation. As of now, depending on how reliable heaven's system is, they should be more or less already ready to descend again. So even if you kill yourself now to follow and secure them, you already lost your chance. But as soon as he finished, Kisuke had to jump back and put forward his hand. In that instant, a white light suddenly smashed into him, sending him almost 50 meters into the air. After regaining his balance, Kisuke saw that a falcon feather pierced his palm, so this is where the fun starts. Chapter 798, Chapter 798 vs Freya. While mid-air, Kisuke felt a slight change in the sky, and without any hesitation, he activated 5 of the barriers he left on Urahara, which mainly block energy fluctuations and hide the sky among the residents of the city. A second later, a bright violet light descended and struck Freya, breaking the pavement around her. The violet light was similar to the golden light when God's avatar died, but this time, the avatar was initiating a direct connection to God's main body. A direct confrontation against the rules of the lower world. Normally, she would only have a minute at most to use her arcanum before she was forcefully deported back to heaven, but the barriers that Kisuke erected prevented that from happening. And since the descending light created a small hole among the formations, those nearby could see what's really going on while those who can't see were discouraged from approaching the area. Of course, Kisuke knew that he wouldn't be able to control the deities, at least with the barriers he had chosen to activate. So instead, he added a barrier that would physically stop them from even approaching to see what's going on. In any case, they would only be able to feel a slight release of divine power. A few seconds later, the violet light ceased and revealed Freya adorned with a cloak made out of falcon feathers. So this is a deity. It's way more amazing than I originally imagined. Tiona commented after the wave of divine aura washed over them. TTE. Wait. Is it fine for her to be doing something like that? I thought deities aren't allowed to release their powers in the lower world. But instead of Loki, it was Finn who answered, of course it's not. However, Kisuke Urahara is probably doing something to hide that fact. Truly inconceivable. Does that mean he has the means to go against a god? Not just that. Take a look at our surroundings. Despite the serious commotion they've caused, no one was approaching and it's too quiet. It's as if we became the only residents of Orario, Riveria added. Finn is correct, and he doesn't just have the ability to go against a god. Loki, with the most serious voice and expression she has, continued, he fully has the capability to slay one. Kisuke already guessed that Loki had already figured out what's going on because of his sloppy handling of the ability he's using, so he'd already released her and trusted that she won't be interfering anymore. Loki then looked towards her children, trying their best to hide their fear. That's the kind of guy that you've been fighting earlier, so you really don't have to take it to the heart that you lost to him. That also meant that his teachings and advice from earlier had a lot more value than you all originally thought. Who knows, maybe there would be a time that you all would be able to stand beside me on equal footing. Ace clenched her fist as the heat was raised in her chest. If she really has that kind of power, then her dream would just be a trivial matter. She then looked back on the battlefield and became curious about Freya's sudden change of outfit, a cloak made of feathers. What for? Those aren't just some bird cloak but one of her divine armaments. Although it doesn't have a name, it's one of her most powerful weapons. Everyone had already heard about divine ornaments from Loki when she's drunk bragging about hers, so they could understand what it entails. Its wearer would be granted the ability to fly, and contrary to its looks, it's one of the most sturdy ornaments in heaven, making the user almost invulnerable to damage. Of course, as I've said, it's a weapon. Those feathers can fly out with blinding speed, and each of them could act like they are a thrown spear. Most of the gods who went against it got multiple holes punched in their bodies. While Loki was explaining the cloak to her children, Freya finally moved and slowly floated up to the same level as Kisuke. What Loki didn't tell her children was that the Freya right now became complete. When she descended, she became known as Goddess of Beauty, Love, Fertility, and Harvest. That's because those are the only aspects that her avatar could contain until it became filled. As for the remaining aspects, gold, sorcery, war, and death, they were left behind and sealed in her original body. Now that she has a direct connection, however, all the knowledge and experiences she has with the remaining aspects descended into her avatar, which was arguably the biggest power-up she'd received. Unforgivable. Freya softly muttered, but Kisuke heard her perfectly. The despondent goddess from earlier had already disappeared, and the one in front of Kisuke right now is a bloodlust-filled warrior. I pissed her off, alright, so much so that she still has no inkling that I'm using an incomplete illusion spell, Kyoka Soijetsu, sloppily. Loki has guessed correctly that Kisuke decided not to reason with Freya because he knew that it would just be a useless endeavor if he had learned something from socializing with gods. Their beliefs are from their divinity, and their divinity is the source of their power. The moment they doubted themselves, it would be the moment that they lost everything. Nevertheless, they aren't exactly wrong with their beliefs either. In this morally gray world, wrong answers are only wrong for those who think they are wrong. Since reasoning with her would just be a useless effort, Kisuke opted for an easier one, blackmail. By threatening her that he could easily destroy everything she has if she goes over the no-no line, it would create a more effective method of control. Of course, Kisuke could have stopped after deleting a few of her top familia members, but this is also a good chance to gather more concrete information regarding the beings called deities. As such, he couldn't easily let go of the opportunity and went ahead to piss her off more by brutally murdering everyone in front of her and disconnecting their connections to Freya temporarily, creating a wrong impression that they are already out of her reach. As one could see, it went incredibly well. So well that she really won't listen to any of his words anymore and just out for his blood and soul. Without saying anything further, Freya raised her hand, and thousands of complicated magic circles 4 feet in diameter each appeared around them in a span of a few seconds. Seeing such a grand scale of magic, Kisuke thought, yep, she's in the state that she couldn't care less if she destroyed the world. How selfish. Instead of defending, Kisuke flew up with the speed of sound, aiming to escape the area so that Aurario wouldn't be obliterated with just him standing there. Lalag Lake beside Melon is a good spot since I've also placed various barrier formations there. Good thinking, past me. After praising himself, Kisuke decided to give a small screen where the members of the Loki familia could watch their fight, since it'll also be a good experience for them, since he has a feeling that they might have to go against a god if things develop for the worst. Editors. 28th00. I kinda expected this the second he used an illusion magic at the start, but man, it felt great to see Freya suffer. Cathartic, some might say. Chapter 799, Chapter 799 vs Freya Part 2. Arc of golden lights created sharp whistles as they passed through Kisuke's former position, with some of them hitting the ground and disappearing after creating crevices of unknown depths, a very simple yet very effective attack. Without activating He Arrow, I would be in pieces after a few hundred of those hit me, even if my basic resistances were boosted. Though being torn into many parts isn't really a big deal for the current me. While whizzing through the golden blades, Kisuke looked back at Freya, who's silently chasing after him, and thought, still, I can't really prevent the activation of her magic because she's using an entirely different system of magic. They look like elven magic, but none of my knowledge about it does help. Even if I tried, I would just fall for the traps within those magic circles. Ability-wise, deities, including those from the previous world, average around captain level while wielding their bankai. Not to mention the leader class that is much stronger than normal deities. However, versatility-wise, the two worlds are actually far ahead of Siriitii due to how magic was much more flexible than Riryoku. And because Siriitii's path of development centered around martial prowess led by stubborn and old-school court, the technological advantages couldn't even be compared, and that development was further strangled by the ban on any space manipulation-related studies. In fact, if I hadn't established the Research and Development Institute, they would probably still be stuck on swinging their swords, blindly chasing after hollows from their paths of destruction, and sending messages through birds or errands. Of course, this doesn't mean Kisuke was discounting Siri-ITI's actual development. If it's martial prowess, he's confident that they would be able to take on any faction on both worlds in a straight fight without any problems. Now I really wonder what happened after Yoruichi and I died over there. Since Aizen was around, I'm confident that they'll be able to deal with Iwaka's eyes, but as for actually defeating him, I'm not so sure. Does that world still exist? If it does, I really need to start working on returning and hope that they haven't permanently killed the boss of Quincy's. Kisuke's quick recollections were cut short when he reached the center of Lalag Lake. He wanted to take this fight on the open sea, but the rage of the barrier won't allow that, but this place should be large enough. Kisuke thought while dodging the remaining golden blades with ease. Seeing that it's not effective in the slightest, the newly arrived Freya stopped the futile effort and switched her strategy. Raising her left hand, a gigantic purple magic circle manifested on top of them. The magic circle was so large that it almost encompassed the whole lake known for its size. Kisuke immediately looked up and tried to analyze the magic. However, just like from before, it only resembles the elven magic a little bit. Still, he was able to get something from it after judging the flow of magic power, field-type magic, As he expected, the air within the magic circle became heavier and something invisible started invading and eroding him starting from his skin. He then looked down and saw the lake become still and turn dark purple with dead fishes beginning to float up, curse magic. No. This is more akin to death magic. All of a sudden, Freya spoke, I should have already been sent back to heaven. Is this your doing? I'll make sure you regret it. Contrary to her always sultry and passionate way of speaking, her voice right now was as cold as permanent ice just as her entire demeanor. Freya was genuinely regretting the fact that she ever got involved with him. And now that she knows what sort of being Kisuke really is, she couldn't help but blame herself for sending her own children to a brutal demise, so this is fury. I'm not thankful at all. Kisuke didn't say anything back and just released his shuriken. Swinging Benihime upwards, Kisuke launched a wide crimson arc towards the magic circle. However, the arc only went through and disturbed the circle before the latter completely repaired itself without even interrupting the effects of the magic. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. But it's worth the try, I guess. Instantly after, Kisuke felt a threat to his position and hastily used Flash Step. When he stopped 10 meters away from his former position, he saw it was skewered by 9 golden rods. Within those rods, Kisuke could see the faint outline of a feather. But he wasn't able to think more about it as another threat loomed and he had to dodge it. After 3 subsequent attacks, Kisuke finally refused to dodge and used He Arrow to boost his defense. He felt a powerful teleportation magic trying to make its influence inside his body, but it was naturally rejected. Since this failed, the golden rods instead teleported just a few inches outside of his body and slammed at him. If it was another person, they would be already impaled by the golden rods, but with defensive hollow skill that was already on par as Aizen's, the rods were just crushed without damaging him in any way. Though the reason why tanked the attack is not that he got tired of dodging but because he felt that Freya already predicted where he would stop. Freya audibly clicked her tongue in annoyance when she saw Kisuke virtually unscathed and just his attire full of holes. You aren't a deity, so what are you? A monster from the dungeon. Regardless of my answer, you still won't stop until you can kill me, won't you? Replied Kisuke while taking off his Haori and upper part of his kosode, revealing his well-shaped and chiseled upper body. Pointing her right palm at him, Freya smirked, don't worry. I won't just kill you, but slowly take you apart until you'd wish you're dead. That's fine. Nonetheless, please don't expect that I'll be forever passive. Suddenly appearing in front of her, Kisuke mercilessly brought his blade down to her face. This much was not a surprise attack for Freya and she intended to block it with her cloak. That's where mistakes were made as she severely underestimated the power behind his sword, and it was already a bit too late when she realized this. Without having much choice, Freya turned sideways while flinging her cloak in an attempt to slow it down. The sword hit the cloak and there was some resistance to it, though it didn't last long. Kisuke's sword continued on its intended path, but Freya had shifted her body. Freya looked down and only then did she see how much she's underestimating him. This is getting ridiculous. He parted the lake with a simple swing. Thanks to her split-second decision, she was able to get out of harm's way, but her beloved cloak was already torn into pieces. Nevertheless, she didn't want to waste the opportunity that was presented to her. Freya extended her hand and formed a knife with it while covering it with highly concentrated divine power. She then aimed at his chest, wanting to steal his heart, literally. Due to how close they are right now, Kisuke didn't have any time to move. Of course, he was already expecting that she would jump for this kind of opening, but he didn't care. Before Freya's hand landed, a patch of skin on Kisuke's chest suddenly turned white. Freya's expectation of seeing blood was shattered as a loud clang was heard upon impact. What? Editors. 28th00, LOL, gotta try harder than that to carve his heart out. Purely physical attacks are the easiest to defend, block and invalidate after all. Chapter 800 vs Freya Part 3. While the battle was ongoing, Loki invited the guests in to watch with them, so that guy even managed to fool you all that you're dead. Otter, the rest of the executives, Mia, and Anya walked in while still checking the wounds they had suffered. Was that just a bad dream? As for the members of the Loki Familia, they are glad that they are alive for one reason or another, but they still can't wrap their heads around what just happened. They almost had a heart attack when the headless people started standing up before the scene returned to normal. Loki, when did you notice? Asked Finn. Loki sat down on the couch and pinned her eyes on the floating monitor. I was shocked and angry too at first, of course. But that's what I thought he wanted, so my thoughts immediately deviated when he sealed my movements and speech. Though, till the end, I only had a suspicion because adding to the fact that I can't imagine him starting a useless massacre, the town itself was unnaturally quiet. Even if he was able to set up a barrier to isolate the noise, people should have started gathering around when they saw the top of Babel destroyed. Riveria took a peek at the untouched Tower of Babel and said, now that you mentioned it. It was extremely strange, but I only noticed it when everything was already done. There are other little details that supported my suspicion, but I won't mention those. And don't really have to be hard on yourself since Freya fell for it too, spectacularly at that. But shouldn't Freya-sama already know that no one's actually dead? We have her blessing, after all, Mia interjected with confusion. Although what happened on the Tower of Babel was fake, that didn't mean that he really doesn't have the ability to erase someone's soul. In fact, I'm more inclined to believe that he could, because that would explain how he was able to sever, or at least block your connection to Freya, Loki explained briefly, though what concerns me the most was that illusion ability. It's so well made that even Freya, who released her divinity, couldn't tell it apart from reality. Even now, I'm still wondering when we fell for it. Anyway, just watch. It isn't every day you all get to see how a god fights. Freya hurriedly took back her hand and dodged the blade that was coming after her by jumping back. But even then, she wasn't able to get away as the sword emitted a crimson light and released a whistling arc. TCH. Without much choice, Freya released more of her divine power and caught the arc with her bare hands, crushing it. But before she noticed it, her body was already entangled with a blood-red net that extended from Kisuke's feet. Freya hurriedly tried to break away, but the net was too stretchy to cut. It wasn't meant to entangle me, Freya thought to herself. Nevertheless, the bad feeling that was coming from the net didn't decrease. Instead, the threat only seemed to increase with its unknown use. Unfortunately for Freya, the time that she used to ineffectively break away from the net was enough for Kisuke to gather his power. Stabbing the net at his feet, Kisuke poured a considerable amount of energy into Beniheim, Hyasobi, Beniheim, Juzutsunaji. Orbs of fire started sprouting on each corner of the net until it reached Freya. Freya was horrified at what she's seeing and hastily gathered all the divine power she could to protect herself. A second later, an explosion so loud and so bright it shook the entire lake. The explosion was so strong that those within the Twilight Manor saw a second sun. If not for the barrier that was protecting the region, no building would be left standing in Melon, and some parts of Oraria would have been destroyed from the shockwave. Freya-sama, the members of the Freya Familia couldn't help but shout simultaneously, with some of them leaving the Twilight Manor to see what's going on the lake with their own eyes. Since the devastation was covered by thick steam made from the nasty water of the lake, they couldn't see the result of the explosion. However, they are sure enough that Freya couldn't take that without being injured. Kisuke, although he already knew Freya's situation without looking at her, waved his hand to produce a strong gust of wind that blew the steam away, revealing Freya's scorched and falling figure. Otter and the rest shuddered at this sight and were about to rush to the location like everybody else, but Loki spoke out to stop them. There's nothing you can do even if you go there. You'll just be wasting time. That doesn't matter. If Freya-sama were going to die, then I'll accompany her to the grave. Loki peeked at Otter, who refused to back down and was followed by others. That's incredibly foolish, but if I were Freya, I'd be happy to hear your sentiment. However, don't put a deity at the same level as you, mortals. The moment she finished her sentence, the air within the entire room became so heavy that it actually became hard to breathe for some. Otter turned around and directly looked at Loki. So this is a deity's pride. Loki didn't say anything back and just returned her attention to the screen. Otter became silent for a few moments while looking at the ripple that Freya created when she disappeared on the lake before saying, none will go. Let's wait here for our goddess victory. At that moment, the sky lit up as divine aura covered the area before a golden chariot pulled by two giant grey tabby cats.